Master, I have sent you down a mountain to temper your heart amidst the mundane world. Yet you have amassed so much wealth and attracted numerous enchanting women. What shall you do when the day of your breakthrough arrives? Disciple, the wealth can be left for my family, and the money can be donated to society. Master, but what of the women who love you? Disciple, though many may love me, my heart belongs to just one. Master, one is still a complication. When the time comes, will you become an immortal or enter into matrimony? Disciple, Chapter 1, the Master descends in July at Kunlun Mountain. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky was painted with vibrant hues, and the soft twilight illuminated the peaks and valleys, casting a breathtaking glow resembling a celestial realm. At this moment, two figures, one old and one young, stood atop the mountain. The fading sunlight graced their shoulders, enveloping them in a gentle halo, as if they were part of a painting. The elder, exuding an ethereal presence, stood with hands clasped behind his back, draped in a simple robe that fluttered in the breeze. His forehead was prominent, his eyes profound, and his brow hinted at mystery and wisdom. He stood there quietly, as if harmonizing with the universe, emanating an extraordinary aura that inspired admiration and yearning. Beside him was a young man in his 20s, handsome and with well-defined features, his obsidian-like eyes sparkling with intelligence. His long, raven hair cascaded casually over his shoulders, adding to his charmingly carefree demeanor. Chong, after an indeterminate time, the elder finally spoke. How many years have you spent on the mountain? The young man respectfully replied, 19 years. How swiftly time passes. The elder smiled gently. When you arrived, you were merely a child of 7 or 8 in the blink of an eye. You have become a striking young man. But the young man tilted his head to glance at the elder and paused. Master, you remain unchanged, just as you were. Hee. The elder chuckled again. When you attain my level of cultivation, you too shall not change. Is that so? The young man licked his lips, his face lighting up with excitement. Indeed, the elder nodded. You possess an extraordinary physique and innate talent, making rapid strides in your cultivation. In 300 years, you are the most gifted disciple I have encountered, without exception. I take great solace in this. Really? The young man widened his eyes. Master, you are over 300 years old. I always thought. The elder did not respond, merely shaking his head slightly, then continued, Chunger, 3 years ago, I imparted all I could teach you. Yet 3 years have passed, and your progress has stagnated. Master, the young man lowered his head, his expression filled with shame. I too am puzzled. I have worked harder these past 3 years than ever before, yet I cannot seem to overcome that barrier. It is so difficult. Indeed. The elder nodded slightly. Thus, I have decided to send you down the mountain tomorrow to explore the world. Perhaps you will encounter a fortuitous opportunity that will aid in your breakthrough. But, Master, the young man exclaimed in confusion, did you not send me to the Western world to train for 4 years when I was 18? Why must I undergo further training? That 4-year experience was primarily focused on combat skills this time. However, it is different. It is about cultivating your heart amidst the mundane world. Do you understand? Descend the mountain tomorrow. Master, the young man protested, this is all so sudden. I am not prepared. Here is your plane ticket and identification. The elder said, producing a ticket and ID from his robes, placing them gently into the young man's hands, his face filled with affection and reluctance. Sixth senior sister took care of my ID as well. The young man curiously examined the ID, noting its pristine condition, with a photo taken by sixth senior sister herself, looking quite handsome. Name, Pang Tianchong. Address, 39 Building, Fuguiyuan Community, Haiyang District, Bian City, Sinan Province. Resident ID number, XXXXXXXXXX. Is this my hometown? Pang Tianchong pointed at the address on the ID, a bit bewildered. Could it be that sixth senior sister issued me a fake ID? It should not be. But Pang Tianchong grew even more confused. I have no recollection of this. Do I have parents? The elder explained, years ago your sixth senior sister passed through Bian City and discovered your extraordinary talent, forcibly bringing you up the mountain. As he spoke, the elder gently tapped Pang Tianchong's forehead. A faint golden light flickered at his fingertips, merging into his brow. Father, mother, the dilapidated apartment building, a little sister babbling, and childhood friends, including a chubby girl resembling a doll. All of it felt like a dream. So I am not an orphan. I have a family. Pang Tianchong murmured as he gazed at the setting sun. Since I did not tell you these things earlier, you do not hold it against me or your sick senior sister, do you? The elder asked with a smile. Of course not. Pang Tianchong bowed deeply. You have taught me invaluable skills, and I am immensely grateful, not to mention sick senior sister, who cares for me greatly, always bringing me wonderful gifts when I come up the mountain. It is good that you do not blame us. The elder continued, retrieving a mobile phone and a stack of money. This is the phone you used before. Take it back. It contains the contact numbers for your sixth senior sister and fifth senior brother. If you encounter any trouble, you can call them. This 1,000 yuan is for your travel expenses. Master. Pang Tianchong accepted the phone and money, puzzled. Why is it just 1,000 yuan? I earned so much during my training in the West. Couldn't you give me a bit more? All your money is with your sixth senior sister. She will provide for you in due time. Oh, well, that is fine. Pang Tianchong nodded helplessly, then inquired, when I descend the mountain, should I first visit fifth senior brother? Where is he currently employed? How are his skills? Puffed. The elder scoffed. He has long since fallen from grace. A man ensnared by worldly ambitions, it is best not to mention him. I shall consider him as no longer my disciple. However, if you encounter any officials causing trouble upon your descent, you may call him. Oh, Pang Tianchong replied softly, instinctively shaking his shoulders as twilight deepened, casting a gentle glow upon the ground. In truth, Pang Tianchong knew little about fifth senior brother. He had the impression that he was quite busy and seldom visited the mountain. The last time he came was nearly 7 or 8 years ago. At that time, he was merely a teenager, and his memories of fifth senior brother had grown hazy. The elder turned and cautioned, descend the mountain alone tomorrow. I shall not send anyone with you. Remember, in your future travels, do not mention the sect. Understood? Yes. Pang Tianchong nodded vigorously, his eyes suddenly welling with emotion as he choked out. I will heed your teachings, master. 3 years hence, when you return, I hope you will have undergone a transformation, transcending to immortality. After the elder spoke, he suddenly swayed and vanished without a trace. Chapter 2. The Airport Incident in Bien City, at the International Airport. A white Boeing 737 glided through the vast sky, traversing the billowing clouds, and descended gracefully onto the runway, smooth and serene. A quarter of an hour later, a young man with a black backpack strode purposefully towards the exit, a figure returning home. Pang Tianchong. After 19 years, the sudden return to his hometown stirred a sense of trepidation within Pang Tianchong, his heart racing in anticipation. A poem came to mind. Leaving home young, returning old, the accent unchanged, yet hair has grayed. The children, upon meeting, do not recognize me, asking with laughter, from where does this guest come? Pang Tianchong instinctively brushed his freshly styled hair and chuckled at himself, pondering that perhaps the only distinction between himself and Lao he was the latter's less. Graying hair, Dad. Mom, your son has returned. Pang Tianchong silently declared in his heart, lighting a cigarette and gazing at the afternoon sky as he exhaled a puff of smoke, savoring the moment. Such indulgence. Such relief. Ever since his cultivation stagnated 3 years ago, Pang Tianchong had developed a smoking habit to alleviate his frustrations, which gradually morphed into a routine. Puff, puff. He took 2 long drags from the cigarette, but just as he stepped past the exit, he halted abruptly. In the airport hall, a fashionable young woman in a short skirt, with long flowing hair, approached him, cradling a bouquet of fresh flowers and smiling radiantly. The girl appeared to be around 25 or 26, exuding elegance, her features resembling a painting, and her long, slender legs encased in black stockings, accentuated by delicate high heels. Her gait was imbued with an inexplicable grace and lightness, akin to a gentle breeze caressing willow trees or clouds drifting under a clear moon. She was breathtaking, truly mesmerizing. In an instant, time seemed to stand still. Pang Tianchong felt a wave of dizziness wash over him as the beauty's presence captivated him. Her flawless visage, alluring figure, and enchanting smile rendered him utterly spellbound. In a daze, the world around him faded away, leaving only those long legs approaching ever closer. The fragrant breeze enveloped him as the woman drew near. The cigarette became unmanageable. To be precise, Pang Tianchong found himself utterly dumbfounded. It had been ages since he had encountered such a stunning beauty with fair skin, striking features, and long legs. He swallowed hard, his throat constricting, and instinctively lowered his arm, the cigarette dangling between his fingers. Perhaps he had swung his arm a bit too broadly at that precise moment. The fiery tip of the cigarette brushed against the thigh of the woman who had just passed him. An unexpected incident unfolded. Da-da. A sharp scream erupted as the beauty, caught off guard, had never anticipated such a mishap while merely going to the airport to meet someone a burning cigarette had unexpectedly kissed her alluring thigh. The bouquet slipped from her grasp, and she crouched down, cradling the burned skin, pain etched across her face. Her cry drew the attention of passers-by, and soon a crowd gathered, eager to ascertain the situation. The sudden turn of events left Pang Tianchong in shock, his mind momentarily short-circuited. He had caused trouble. "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry." He hastily discarded the cigarette, but repeatedly apologizing. He yearned to assist the young woman, even to touch the scorched spot, but his hand remained suspended in midair. Did he dare? That was the latticed thigh. In that moment, Pang Tianchong felt an urge to chop off his hand, plagued by regret. How could he have been so careless? Things were becoming dire. Just as he stood there, bewildered, a young woman with blonde hair rushed towards the exit, pushing a suitcase and calling out, "Xiao Xue. Xiao Xue. What happened to you?" The approaching girl also appeared to be around 25 or 26, her golden short hair neatly framing her exquisite features. Her bright, piercing eyes seemed to perceive everything. A prominent nose added depth to her face, and her fiery red lips, resembling pearls, completed her stunning appearance. Without a doubt, she was another beauty. The injured girl grimaced in pain, straightening up to point an accusing finger at Pang Tianchong, tears glistening in her eyes. "His cigarette but burned my leg." As she spoke, she removed her hand from her thigh to retrieve the scattered flowers from the ground, which were intended as a gift for the blonde girl, her close friend. At that moment, all eyes were fixed on Xiaoxu's thigh, revealing a burn mark where the cigarette had scorched the fabric, exposing her flawless skin with a discernible dark red spot that evoked sympathy. The blonde girl's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing the burn, and she erupted in fury. "Pervert! You filthy pervert! How dare you burn Xiao Xue with a cigarette? Call the police. I will report this." The onlookers quickly grasped the situation and began to condemn Pang Tianchong. "Hey, young man, how could you be so unreasonable? Why would you burn a girl's thigh with a cigarette? Exactly, what kind of person are you? Seeing a beautiful woman just to harbor ill intentions, utterly morally corrupt. Look at this young man, seemingly decent, yet harboring such wicked thoughts. How disgraceful, truly shameful. Miss, quickly report this to the police. Let them give this little scoundrel a proper lesson. He should be locked up for at least half a month." Amidst the chorus of accusations, Pang Tianchong found himself at a loss for words. "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry." Regaining his senses, he clasped his hands together and bowed in apology. "I didn't mean to. It was an accident. Miss, I swear by heaven, it was truly unintentional. Please believe me." Despite his usual eloquence, his tongue felt tangled now, as if ensnared. What on earth was he to do? "Hello, 110? There's a pervert harassing a girl here. He's quite malicious. Please hurry." The blonde girl dialed the police, her wide eyes filled with righteous indignation. No, Pang Tianchong attempted to intervene, but it was too late. The girl had already provided their location and hung up, glaring at him, ensuring he wouldn't escape. Sighing deeply, Pang Tianchong lamented, "What a misfortune I didn't check the calendar before leaving home. Just lighting a cigarette has led to this disaster. I've barely returned home, and already the police are likely to invite me for a chat. What kind of situation is this? Damn it, this is truly the worst." As Pang Tianchong wallowed in anxiety and regret, the crowd parted, and two police officers, one tall and one short, entered. "Who called the police?" The tall officer inquired sternly. I did. The blonde beauty raised her hand as if she had seen a savior. "What's going on here? This filthy pervert, he saw my friend's beauty and had wicked intentions, burning her thigh with a cigarette. Officer, look at this beautiful leg he burned." The girl spoke rapidly, her anger palpable as she pointed at Pang Tianchong, effectively placing the label of pervert firmly upon him. "Is that so?" The tall officer's expression darkened as he turned to Pang Tianchong, his gaze sharp and accusatory. Meanwhile, the diminutive officer edged closer to PNG Tinching, deftly, retrieving a pair of glimmering handcuffs from his waist. Chapter 3. The 8,000 yuan stockings. As the crowd at the airport grew larger, Pang Tianchong felt increasingly embarrassed. Originally, the mere presence of two beautiful girls was enough to draw attention. But now, two police officers had arrived, and it was no wonder that onlookers were gathering. Being at the center of this attention, Pang felt a flush of heat on his face and inwardly lamented his unfortunate luck. To make matters worse, the shorter police officer intentionally displayed his handcuffs, which only added to the confusion of the bewildered spectators. Pang was utterly frustrated and a bit irate, secretly scoffing at the short officer. What a little brat. Do you think you can intimidate me? With just the two of you, do you really think you can stop me if I decide to leave? However, he knew he could not simply walk away. Evading responsibility was out of the question. Besides, he had not committed a serious offense. He could clarify the situation, and if these two officers proved unreasonable, he could leave later. Resolving to face the matter head-on, Pang rubbed his face vigorously to calm himself and began to explain. Officer, please hear me out. With a pitiful expression, he clarified that it was all a misunderstanding. I swear on my conscience, it was purely accidental. The taller officer scrutinized Pang's eyes, listening intently. Here's what happened. While I was on the plane, I was desperately trying to hold back my urge to smoke. As soon as I exited the airport, I lit up a cigarette, wanting to satisfy my craving. At that moment, this young lady hurriedly walked past me, and as I took a puff, my hand inadvertently swung and brushed against her leg. I swear, it was not intentional. If I had meant to cause harm, may I be struck by lightning. Pang gestured emphatically as he recounted the incident, his excitement causing sweat to pour down his brow. The tall officer nodded slightly, sensing that Pang did not appear to be lying, and turned his gaze toward the injured girl. Miss, is what he said true? The girl shot a glare at Pang and responded, I wasn't paying attention either. I was rushing to greet my friend and was thinking of giving her a big hug. How could I have noticed his little actions? Who knows if it was intentional or not? Pang felt a surge of urgency. Miss, you cannot speak so ambiguously. This concerns my character. Huh, you little scoundrel, a bumpkin. What character do you have? I believe you were deliberately trying to catch my friend Xiao Xue's attention. Enough, the tall officer interrupted. You should refrain from judging based on appearance. This is not a serious matter. How about this? He glanced at the girl's leg and proposed. I believe this young man is not lying. Let him apologize to you. And as for your stockings that were burned, let him compensate you for a pair. What do you think? Seeing the officer's reasonable mediation and glancing at the crowd surrounding them, the girl's expression softened. Fine, since you say so, I'll consider myself unfortunate. I have important matters to attend to and do not wish to lower myself to the level of this scoundrel. Pang still wanted to argue, but upon catching the tall officer's warning look, he swallowed his words and nodded in agreement. All right, I will apologize and compensate her for the stockings. That's the spirit. The tall officer nodded in satisfaction and turned to the girl. How much? 8,008. What? Pang nearly choked, feeling as if someone had seized him by the throat. 8,008? That's exorbitant. Pang's sweat began to trickle down again. He had only 1,000 yuan in total, having spent over 300 the previous day on a haircut and other purchases. Now, he had just a few hundred left. What's wrong? The blonde girl taunted, observing Pang's astonishment. You don't believe it? My friend is the president of Daikon Group. Isn't it normal for her to wear stockings that cost over 8,000? Her dress alone costs several tens of thousands. How naive, Pang thought, feeling utterly embarrassed. He shot a fierce glare at the relentless blonde girl, wishing he could silence her, thinking, can't you spare me a little dignity? The saying goes, a penny can defeat a hero. And here it was, 8,008. Just yesterday, he had bought luxury goods and still had the receipt in his bag. The girl, while speaking, pulled out a receipt from her small bag and handed it to the tall officer. See, I'm not trying to defraud anyone. The officer took the receipt, glanced at it, and with a slight twitch of his mouth, handed it to Pang. Young man, she is telling the truth. Look, Pang stared blankly at the receipt, suddenly feeling that the number 8,008 was painfully glaring. Is there a problem? The tall officer asked, observing Pang's expression. No, Pang gritted his teeth. I will pay, but I just don't have that much cash on me right now. You can use a card. The blonde girl pressed. There's an ATM nearby, or you could call a friend to transfer the money. I don't have a card, nor do I have friends. I don't even have my parents' phone numbers. Pang admitted, feeling trapped. Really? Yes, truly. However, a man must keep his word. I will pay every penny. How about this? I can write an IOU and pay her back once I earn money. Pang clasped his hands together, pleading with the tall officer. Please believe me. An IOU? The officer had not spoken yet when the blonde girl interrupted, scoffing. That one T do. What if you run away? How will we find you? Run? I'm from this city. Pang retorted, rolling his eyes at the blonde girl. He pulled out his ID and said, Officer, look, I'm truly from the city. A man must repay his debts. I want to run. The tall officer examined the ID and raised his hand for the girls to see. This young man is indeed local and seems to be sincere. Why not let him write an IOU and pay you back later? The girl named Xiao Shua hesitated, but before she could respond, the blonde girl snatched the ID and said, Fine, but the ID must be held here until he pays us back. The tall officer exchanged glances with the short one and sighed. Miss, if you take his ID, how can he find a job? Without a job, how will he earn money to repay the debt? ISNT that right? The blonde girl suddenly raised her eyebrows and grinned slyly. That could be easily arranged. Chapter 4. Where is home? The blonde girl was evidently not someone to be underestimated. Clutching Pang Tianchong's ID, her mind was racing with ideas. This could turn out to be a clever solution. What should we do? The short officer, growing impatient, said, Young man, what are you still hesitating for? The Daikon Group is a well-known enterprise in the city. Getting a job there wouldn't be bad for you. Exactly. A voice from the crowd chimed in. I've heard their benefits are quite good. Go for it. Yes, I can vouch for that. My grandson works at Daikon, and the treatment is genuinely excellent. An elderly man added, patting Pang's shoulder with a serious demeanor. Pang felt an urge to curse, thinking, I'm not your grandson. Why do you care? After 19 years of hard work honing my skills, am I really going to work for two blonde girls? How embarrassing. But if he refused, how could he save face in front of so many people? Why must this be so difficult? Pang Tianchong rubbed his face vigorously and lifted his gaze to observe the girl, whose skin bore the mark of a cigarette burn. At that moment, she regarded him with a cold, haughty demeanor, her expression as tranquil as a still pond. She was undeniably beautiful, breathtakingly so. Well, say something, urged the tall policeman. Do I have any other options? Pang Tianchong shrugged, feeling utterly at a loss. Here is my business card, the girl said, lazily producing a card and handing it to him. You can report to the Human Resources Department at the company tomorrow morning, and they will arrange a job for you. Oh, Pang Tianchong mechanically accepted the gilded card, catching a faint, delicate fragrance from it. The card read, Biancheng Dai Kong Pharmaceutical Group Company, Limited. General Manager Dai Qinshu Address, 209, Zhongjiang Road, Daikong Building. The tall policeman, seeing the matter resolved, waved his hand towards the onlookers, saying, You all can disperse now? It's all good, thank you. Dai Qinshuer expressed her gratitude to both the tall and short policeman, then took the hand of the blonde-haired girl and departed. Damn it! Pang Tianchong angrily tossed his backpack aside, exclaiming, You yellow-haired enchantress. The backpack landed with a thud behind the blonde girl, nearly striking her calf, which provoked a fit of giggles from both girls. After a moment of contemplation, Pang Tianchong retrieved his phone from his pocket, deciding to call his sick senior sister to inquire about his family. After all, she was the one who had brought him away. Among those familiar to him, aside from his master, the sick senior sister was both infuriating and endearing. The frustration stemmed from the fact that he had been forcibly taken up the mountain after being knocked unconscious by her, while her kindness was evident in the care she had shown him over the years. The phone rang 3 times before being answered, and a gentle, melodious voice greeted him. Hello, little junior brother. Have you come down from the mountain? Yes, he replied, feeling dejected. Sigh, it's a long story. Consequently, Pang Tianchong recounted the events that had transpired at the airport, eliciting hearty laughter from the woman on the other end. Little junior brother, be honest. Is that girl exceedingly beautiful, making you smitten at first sight? Yes, I admit she is stunning, as beautiful as you, senior sister. However, it truly was an unexpected encounter. You lucky lad, to meet a gorgeous woman right after disembarking from the plane. Hee hee, senior sister, please spare me your teasing. I still have my ID in her possession. Well then, just go to her company and work honestly. Who knows, you might even win over a beautiful CEO as your wife. When that happens, I will definitely attend your wedding as a witness. This is absolutely ridiculous, Pang Tianchong thought, knowing his sick senior sister must be laughing uproariously. Senior sister, enough with the laughter. I need to discuss serious matters. How much do you know about my family situation? Hee hee. Oh. After a brief pause, the laughter finally subsided. Well, I don't know much. When I took you away, I left a letter for your family explaining the situation, but I never met your parents. Ah, that. The voice on the phone hesitated. The address was just a random one I found on the Biancheng map when I was getting your ID. What? Pang Tiancheng nearly leapt off the curb, exclaiming, "Six senior sister, I just realized today how unreliable you are. You casually assigned me a home, and the police station agreed? Nonsense. I have connections. Arranging this is a piece of cake." She boasted over the phone. I am truly a loss for words. Pang Tiancheng felt somewhat speechless. Little junior brother, why don't you come stay with me for a few days? Enough, enough. I won't waste more time with you. I'm taking a taxi to the city now. After hanging up, Pang Tiancheng sat by the roadside for a moment before finally hailing a taxi. Heading towards the city center, Biancheng remained the same Biancheng, yet the hometown etched in his memory had transformed beyond recognition. As dusk approached, the streets of the city were bathed in golden twilight. The sun's rays gently cascaded upon the glass facades of skyscrapers, refracting vibrant colors that adorned the city like a luxurious golden cloak. In the distance, the sunset painted the horizon in fiery hues, rendering the entire city dreamlike. Observing the familiar yet strange city, Pang Tiancheng could not help but feel a surge of emotions. 19 years, how the world had changed. On the bustling streets, vehicles flowed incessantly, streetlights flickered on, and neon lights began to shimmer, creating a dazzling sea of light that captivated the eye. "Handsome guy, you've arrived at 202 Huanga Road." The driver reminded him as he pulled over, noticing that Pang Tiancheng was lost in the scenery. "Oh, no way." Pang Tiancheng snapped back to reality, pointing at the opposite high-rise in astonishment. "I remember this neighborhood had only 5-story buildings. That was all 10 years ago. Those buildings have long been demolished," the driver explained. "Now, no building in this area is lower than 30 stories. "I see." Pang Tiancheng got out of the car, staring up at the towering buildings, gazing at the countless lights, and suddenly felt dazed. "Where is my home?" Chapter 5. Stranded on the streets, Biancheng. In an ordinary hotel, a dejected young man entered, carrying a backpack. It was none other than the homeless Pang Tiancheng. "Hello, sir." The receptionist greeted him with a professional smile. "Do you have any rooms available?" "Yes, sir. I would like a single room." "Certainly. Please show me your ID." "Ah." Pang Tiancheng froze momentarily, apologetically replying, "I don't have my ID. It's lost." "I'm sorry, sir. But without an ID, you cannot check in. That is the policy. Could you perhaps make an exception? I lost my ID at the airport, and I only need to stay one night." "I'm afraid not, sir." The receptionist shook her head vigorously. "I cannot violate hotel policy. Otherwise, I would lose my job. Please understand. Surely it can't be that strict?" "It truly is. They've been quite stringent lately." Pang Tiancheng was utterly speechless, realizing for the first time how crucial an ID was when traveling. "Damn it. It's all the fault of those two blonde girls." Pang Tiancheng cursed as he exited the hotel, immediately pulling out the business card and dialing the number. "Hello." A cold voice answered. "May I ask who this is?" "Who else?" Pang Tiancheng seethed, suppressing his anger. "The one holding on my ID. Do you remember me?" "Dai Zong." "Oh, that little rascal. What can I do for you?" "I have no ID and cannot check into a hotel. Please return my ID. Tell me your address, and I'll take a taxi to get it back. Otherwise, this handsome guy will have to sleep on the streets tonight." He, the woman on the other end, chuckled coldly. "Well, that's just too bad. You deserve it. How could I possibly deserve this?" Pang Tiancheng was infuriated, nearly throwing his phone against the wall. "You heartless woman." Just as he was about to explode, the call abruptly ended with a busy tone. "Hey, that brat." The line was cut. Pang Tiancheng found himself truly out of options. No matter how powerful he was, he could not trace her signal. It seemed that he would indeed have to spend the night on the streets. He wandered aimlessly down the street, his backpack slung over his shoulder, until he unknowingly arrived at the entrance of a small park. This park was deeply familiar to him, located right beside the neighborhood where he had lived. Now, the neighborhood was demolished, yet the park remained. In his childhood memories, he had spent countless hours here, and every hill, stream, and tree was vividly etched in his mind. In the heart of the park stands an artificial hill, approximately 10 meters high. In his childhood, he often climbed it to play, standing atop the summit where he could glimpse his own home. "All right, I'll practice here in the park tonight," Pang Tiancheng thought as he walked. During his time learning from his master, he occasionally meditated all night, which seemed trivial in comparison. Fortunately, it was still summer, and the air was not cold. At this moment, the park was enveloped in tranquility, with only the sounds of insects and the whisper of the wind lingering in his ears. The moonlight poured down like water, casting a cool glow upon the rocks and trees, creating a dreamlike ambience. Approaching the artificial hill, Pang Tianchong lightly touched the ground with his toes, taking 2 or 3 leaps before soaring to the top, a feat far easier than in his youth. He set down his backpack, sat cross-legged, and gradually closed his eyes, preparing to enter a meditative state. However, as he found himself in this familiar place, memories of his childhood surged forth like a tidal wave, refusing to be dismissed. Among these memories emerged a chubby girl with her hair tied in a bun, his childhood companion, who was half a year younger than him. They lived in the same community and often played together, sharing a deep bond. They would play in the mud, engage in hide-and-seek, pretend to be a family, and pool their pocket money to buy ice cream. She was exceptionally obedient, especially during their make-believe play, where she would quietly assume the role of his little wife. Always compliant. Back then, he was called Xiao Hu, and she was known as Panya. He had taken her up this artificial hill, but she struggled to climb, often pleading for below. Xiao Hu Gidge, can you pull me up? I want to stand at the top and see my house. You're too heavy. I can't pull you up, he replied. Just try. I will exert myself too. Besides, we promised each other that when we grew up, you would marry me. What kind of man neglects his wife? The chubby girl, with wide eyes, earnestly complained, refusing to relent. All right, I'll help you up. Thus, he descended to assist her. She smiled, revealing her 2 small, white tiger teeth. I knew you wouldn't abandon me, Xiao Hu Gidge. He held her little hand, and they began to ascend together. Just as they reached halfway, a staff member with a red armband called out to them. Children are not allowed up there. It's dangerous. Come down at once. They obediently tumbled down, receiving a scolding from the staff, and from that day on, they never dared to climb that hill again. Nearly 20 years had passed, and he wondered where that chubby girl was now, what she had become. Did the promise of marrying him still hold any weight? Childhood was indeed a beautiful time. As he reminisced, Pang Tianchong couldn't help but chuckle softly, shaking his head to dispel his thoughts, taking a deep breath to enter into a meditative state once more. Time flowed silently as night turned to dawn. After a night of practice, Pang Tianchong gently concluded his session, stretching his arms and exhaling a long breath of stale air before slowly descending the hill. At the wash basin in the park restroom, he splashed water on his face to awaken his senses, then stopped by a roadside breakfast stall for 2 pieces of youtiao and a bowl of soy milk, deciding to head to Daikong Group. He hailed a taxi, opened the door, and settled in, firmly stating Daikong Building. The driver, evidently familiar with the destination, remained silent, expertly turning the vehicle around. Just wait for me, Dai. Chapter 6. The first day, at work upon arriving at Daikong Building, Pang Tianchong was immediately halted by the upright security guard at the entrance. Sir, please hold on. The young guard extended his arm in a gesture of restraint, inquiring, Are you here to see someone? I'm here to start my job. Where's your badge? Today is my first day. Which department? What department? Pang Tianchong scratched his head. Dai Qianxue had told him to report to the Human Resources Department. Look, this is her business card. It can't be fake, can it? Am I impersonating your president, Mr. Dai? The guard examined the card and scrutinized Pang Tianchong before affirming. It seems genuine. Please wait a moment while I confirm. Thank you, Pang Tianchong said, shouldering his backpack as he entered the office building, immediately enveloped by the towering architecture and bustling atmosphere. A modern ambience greeted him, with business professionals in sharp suits hurrying past the floor-to-ceiling glass windows. The interior was alive with a steady flow of people, creating a scene of organized chaos. Surveying his surroundings, the high ceilings adorned with crystal chandeliers and the marble walls reflecting a soft glow imbued the entire building with brightness and vigor. As he passed through the spacious lobby, he encountered several workspaces, inadvertently hearing the rapid tapping of keyboards and the ringing of telephones, sensing the tension in the office environment from afar. Reaching the 3rd floor, he wandered the corridor until he finally spotted the office labeled Human Resources. The door was slightly ajar. He pushed it open and was instantly taken aback by the sight before him. Behind the desk, a woman in her 30s was changing into her work attire. Perhaps in her haste, her ample bosom was noticeably prominent, seemingly on the verge of escaping the confines of her half-removed blouse. What a voluptuous woman! Pang Tianchong stared at her fair skin, his heart racing, momentarily at a loss for words. The woman, Lan Shangyun, was the Human Resources Manager, who had arrived late to work and had not yet changed into her uniform. You, Manager Lan, startled, quickly turned her back to him and exclaimed angrily, Who are you? Do you not know to knock before entering? Get out. I'm sorry. At that moment, all Pang Tianchong could manage was an apology, obediently shutting the door behind him and retreating, feeling a mix of embarrassment and frustration. Goodness. Outside the door, he patted his chest, his heart still pounding, feeling his blood pressure surge as if he might bleed from his nose. What a scandalous scene. He stood outside for a full 5 minutes, calming his nerves, ensuring the occupant had changed into her work attire before gently knocking on the door. Come in. A cold, angry voice responded from within, clearly still simmering with irritation. My apologies, miss. Upon entering, Pang Tianchong hastily apologized. This is my first day, and I'm unfamiliar with the rules. I was a bit presumptuous. Without waiting for her to respond, he quickly invoked Dai Qianxue's name. I was sent here by Dai Qianxue to report to the Human Resources Department. I just rushed over and saw nothing. Enough. Lan Shangyun interrupted coldly, cut to the chase. Are you Pang Tianchong? Yes, yes. Pang Tianchong nodded eagerly. The person named Dai must have informed you. Oomph. Lan Shangyun scoffed. Her assistant called and mentioned a little road would be starting today. Clearly, you don't seem like a good person. Who said that? Pang Tianchong retorted, a hint of anger rising. Is it that blonde-haired vixen? What about her? She what? Lawn manager's eyes narrowed. Did she say anything derogatory about you? Let us get to the point. What is your educational background? Did you bring your diploma? No. Upon being asked for his diploma, Pang Tianchong suddenly faltered. His master had only told him he was unmatched in the world, but no certificate had been bestowed upon him. You didn't attend university, did you? She mocked. Did you at least complete high school? No. Then which department can we assign you to? Lan Shangyun regarded him with disdain. Do you have any special skills? Special skills? Pang Tianchong scratched his head, smiling awkwardly. Does being handsome count? That's worthless. She replied dismissively. Can good looks put food on the table? What about fighting? Does that count? Huh. Lan Shangyun chuckled in disbelief, looking at him as if he were a gorilla. Forget it. I don't see any department suitable for you. You'll go to the security department and work as a guard. Perhaps that will suffice. That works for me. Pang Tianchong replied nonchalantly. What is the salary? During the probation period of 3 months, food and lodging are provided, with a salary of 3,500. After confirmation, it will be 4,000. Forget about confirmation. 3 months will be sufficient. Pang Tianchong murmured to himself, if I have my meals and accommodation taken care of, then there is no need for me to stay in a hotel. So, you agree then? Lan Shangyun waved her arms dismissively, as if swatting away flies, driving Pang Tianchong out. The security department was located at the corner of the first floor. When Pang Tianchong arrived, several security guards were smoking and chatting inside. He politely knocked on the door, smiling as he greeted them. Hello, gentlemen. The guards fell silent, scrutinizing Pang Tianchong with discerning eyes. One of them inquired, what do you want? Just like you. I'm here to work as a security guard. The Human Resources Department just assigned me here. Oh, a new recruit. A burly security guard seemed to perk up, immediately pointing to an ashtray on the table, commanding, go. First, empty out this ashtray and clean it up. Are you the team leader? Pang Tianchong instinctively asked, feeling somewhat put off by the commanding demeanor of this man. No. A plump guard chuckled. He is not the team leader. He is the squad leader. A retired squad leader, you know? A rookie. I don't know. Pang Tianchong shook his head. I've never served in the military. Even if you haven't served, you should understand the rules. The burly guard proudly pointed at the others. Do you see them? They're all retired soldiers. What can you, a newcomer, do? Not much. Pang Tianchong scoffed. But why should I listen to you? Who do you think you are? Forced to come to work, he was already irked, and encountering this brash individual only added to his displeasure, prompting him to retort coldly. Just based on the size of my fists. The retired squad leader, unable to save face, glared menacingly, threatening. You think I want to beat you up right now? You dare? Pang Tianchong replied defiantly. Infuriated by Pang Tianchong's scornful gaze and dismissive tone, the retired squad leader abruptly stood up, swinging his arm to throw a punch. Chapter 7. A ruckus in the security department. This burly security guard, named Chun Pai, was a former reconnaissance squad leader from a certain military unit. Even now, the security team still liked to call him squad leader. With a background as a reconnaissance soldier, he was quite adept in combat, and, typically, no ordinary person could match him. At Daikon Company, aside from the team leader who was a special forces veteran, he had never acknowledged anyone's martial prowess. Today, however, he found himself at odds with a freshly assigned rookie, igniting his temper as he swung a punch at Pang Tianchong. In his mind, it was perfectly normal for an old soldier to teach a rookie a lesson. It was nothing out of the ordinary, as this was often the case in the military. However, today he kicked a steel plate, for he was unaware that the rookie before him was an extraordinary master. With the speed of lightning, Chen's fist darted towards Pang Tianchong's shoulder, clean and powerful. Pang Tianchong glanced sideways at the enraged squad leader, a contemptuous smile creeping across his face. To him, the incoming punch seemed to unfold in slow motion, posing no threat whatsoever. Just as the fist was mere inches from him, he decisively lifted his leg, striking swiftly and kicking Chen in the abdomen. With a resounding bang, Chen was propelled like a cannonball, crashing into the wall opposite and sliding down. Fortunately, the wall was made of bricks. Had it been a drywall partition, Chen would have certainly crashed through and landed in the next room. Even so, Pang Tianchong had exerted just the right amount of force. Though powerful, it did not cause injury. Otherwise, Chen would have been left in a heap of broken bones. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. The individuals in the room were utterly taken aback by the newcomer's astonishing prowess, effortlessly sending the usually arrogant Chen flying. They were momentarily stupefied. Ahem! Chen coughed forcefully, his face contorted in pain, pointing an accusatory finger at Pang Tianchong. Seething with anger, "You dared to ambush me. I'll settle this with you." As he spoke, he scrambled to his feet, launching another kick toward Pang Tianchong. "Overestimating yourself," Pang Tianchong mocked, sweeping his left leg in a broad arc, sending Chen flying out the door, crashing down the corridor like a severed kite. "Ah!" Chen cried out in agony, his face twisted in pain. Evidently, this kick had been a bit more forceful. "Brothers," Chen looked at the stunned guards in the room, calling out in distress, "let us all go together. Let us take this kid down." Being comrades in arms, they usually had a good relationship, and seeing Chen getting beaten, they couldn't just stand idly by. Three of them immediately surrounded Pang Tianchong, reaching for his arms. Their intention was not to launch a full-on attack, but rather to restrain him and pull him down, thinking that would suffice. However, before they could even touch him, Pang Tianchong's feet flew up. Bang, 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 bang. The four figures were kicked away, landing in the corridor, groaning in pain. Especially the last one who flew out, rubbing his backside while complaining, "Brother, I didn't team move at all while sitting there. So why did I get kicked out too? Ouch. My apologies." Pang Tianchong grinned. "Just a lucky kick, ha." As they groaned in misery, a dark-skinned security guard rushed into the scene. It was the security team leader, Ding Guoxian. Just moments ago, he had been monitoring the surveillance footage when he suddenly saw squad leader Chen fly out of the room. As he was pondering this, whoosh, several others landed on their backs in the corridor. Not good. Something happened. Ding Guoxian immediately sensed trouble and dashed out of the monitoring room towards the scene of the commotion. "Captain," the plump guard rushed to complain first. "This new guy is too domineering. He's beating us." "What?" Ding Guoxian's eyes nearly bulged out of his head, scanning the room like a searchlight, his gaze landing on Pang Tianchong, scrutinizing him with a serious expression. "Who are you? Why are you hitting people?" "They initiated the attack first." Pang Tianchong pointed at the others, explaining, "I was merely defending myself. Please, Captain, see the truth." He extended his right hand with a faint smile. "I am Pang Tianchong, here to report to the security department." "Let us get acquainted, Captain." Seeing the outstretched, fair hand, Ding Guoxian gritted his teeth and grasped it firmly, applying pressure. He had trained his grip in the special forces, and while he might not be able to crush a stone with one hand, he could certainly crack a walnut with ease. What is more, a mere fleshly palm. "Oh, Pang Tianchong." As he exerted pressure, Ding Guoxian expected to squeeze hard, but instead, it felt like he was gripping a bundle of cotton, soft and yielding. This caused Ding Guoxian to be taken aback, just as he was about to let go. The hand he held suddenly stiffened, clamping down like a vice. A crackling sound echoed, and a surge of excruciating pain shot through his body like an electric current. In a state of panic, Ding Guoxian exerted all his strength. Yet no matter how hard he tried, it was like an ant trying to shake a tree. Pang Tianchong stood there, unwavering, as steadfast as a mountain. As the saying goes, a master can tell the depth of another by merely shaking hands. In an instant, Ding Guoxian realized that this young man's skills had reached an unfathomable level, and he was no match for him. Sweat trickled down his temples, and he felt utterly embarrassed. "Huh." Pang Tianchong eased his grip, flashing a smile. "Captain, you're too polite. From now on, I'm your subordinate, so please take good care of me." "Umph." Ding Guoxian huffed lightly, glancing at the sprawled guards on the floor, his expression complex. At this moment, he felt both resentment for his own lack of skill and frustration towards his subordinates for provoking such a formidable individual. Was T this simply asking for trouble? Chapter 8. Complaints. Peng Tianchong was causing a commotion in the security room, uncertain of how to resolve the situation, when a young lady from the Human Resources Department hurriedly approached him with a form in hand. Captain Ding. Upon noticing the individuals sprawled on the floor, the girl paused in surprise. What are you all doing? What kind of performance is this? It's working hours. Ding Wuxin managed to force a smile. A few of us were just having a bit of fun, practicing with our new comrade, Xiao Peng. Get up, you lot. Get back to work. This is embarrassing, the young lady exclaimed before placing the form down and sashaying away, casting one last glance at Peng Tianchong. Peng Tianchong retrieved a cigarette and offered it to Captain Ding, lighting it for him before igniting one for himself. They began to fill out the forms while exhaling smoke. On the 19th floor of Daikong Building, in the CEO's office, General Manager Dai Qinxue was engaged in a serious discussion with her new assistant. As they spoke earnestly, the phone on the desk rang abruptly. Hello? Dai Qinxue answered, placing the receiver on her shoulder. It was Lan Shangyun, the HR manager, calling. Lan Shangyun was Dai Qinxue's cousin, and despite their age difference, they shared a close relationship, discussing everything openly. At that moment, Lan's voice came through the receiver with a hint of exasperation. Hey, Xiao Shui, who exactly is this Peng Tianchong you recommended today? Your assistant said he's a little rogue. Surely, that can't be true? Dai Qinxue furrowed her brow. What's the matter? This kid looks decent enough, but he has no manners whatsoever. He didn't even knock when entering the office. Well, he's new and unaware of the rules. Just give him a talking to. Give him a talking to. Lan's voice suddenly escalated. I could just kill him. Wait a moment. What did he do to you? What did he do? Lan Shangyun fumed. I was changing into my work attire in the office when that little brat barged in with his eyes wide open, staring right at me. I was so embarrassed I nearly crawled under the desk. Dai Qinxue couldn't help but burst into laughter, picturing her cousin's mortification. You're laughing? Lan protested, a hint of annoyance in her tone. If I had a knife in my drawer at that moment, I would have stabbed him. He infuriated me. And then what happened? Well, I scolded him and sent him to the security department to work as a guard. Damn him. Being a guard seems a bit excessive, doesn't it? Dai Qinxue frowned. Sister, you would be seeking personal revenge, would you? Lan scoffed. With his lack of education and qualifications, what else could he do if not be a guard? If it weren't for your recommendation, I would have kicked him out long ago. Honestly, I don't understand why the company needs someone like him. Dai Qinxue rubbed her forehead, chuckling ruefully. You don't know. He owes me money and is here to work off his debt. Oh, I see. Lan paused before continuing. But that kid really isn't an easy one to deal with. He arrived at the security department, and within 5 minutes, he got into a fight with the other guards. What? Did he get hurt? Not at all. Apparently, he beat up several guards. Dai Qinxue suddenly felt overwhelmed. Xiao Shui, don't be upset. Just ignore it and let the security department handle it. I just wanted to vent to you. All right then. Dai Qinxue gently set down the receiver. Turning, she saw her assistant, Gong Xiaoshuang, stifling laughter as she leaned over the desk. You heard everything, didn't you? Of course. It was hard not to. Still laughing? Dai Qinxue lightly tapped Gong Xiaoshuang. Do you think keeping someone like Peng in the company is inviting trouble? Not at all. Trouble can still have its uses. Gong Xiaoshuang waved her hand dismissively. I was just laughing at your cousin. What was she thinking, changing clothes in the office? That Peng must have gotten an eyeful. Her figure is quite impressive indeed. Even I felt a bit envious, let alone the men. Dai Qinxue rolled her eyes. Enough of that. If my cousin hears you, she'll be furious. Speaking of Peng Tianchong, Gong Xiaoshuang paused. We did keep his ID card. He has already faced consequences for his actions. Gong Xiaoshuang's curiosity was piqued. What consequences? Oh, I see now. She realized that's why he got into a fight today. He was just venting his frustration. The two women burst into laughter again. Wait a moment. Dai Qinxue suddenly grew puzzled. Most of the security guards are retired veterans, or even special forces with considerable skills. How could they have been beaten by someone like Peng? Exactly. It's quite strange. That seemingly refined lad. How could he possibly overpower the company guards? Indeed. Gong Xiaoshuang chimed in. One should never judge a book by its cover. Perhaps he is truly skilled. This could be quite interesting. Dai Qinxue smiled gracefully. If that's the case, Haven Tiwi struck gold? Chapter 9. The Badge Incident. Morning, 8 a.m. At the entrance of Daikong Building, a handsome security guard clad in a neat uniform stood straight as an arrow. His gaze was calm and profound, his face radiant and attractive, exuding an extraordinary aura. This was Peng Tianchong, who had just started working yesterday and was now stationed at the company entrance. Perhaps due to his unfamiliarity, passing employees couldn't help but cast admiring glances at him, murmuring praises for the striking new guard. A few audacious female employees even flirted with him, but he remained oblivious, his focus solely on whether the individuals approaching wore their company badges. Having familiarized himself with the duties of a security guard and the company regulations, one of which mandated that employees must wear their badges while at work, he was attentive to each badge and the unfamiliar names on them, ignoring the flirtatious glances. Nonetheless, the security guard Ding Tai, stationed opposite him, looked on with envy. Ding Tai was a hometown compatriot of Captain Ding Wuxin and had been with the company for 4 years, making him a veteran employee who had always loved martial arts. He had been utterly astonished when he witnessed that even the Special Forces captain was no match for Peng Tianchong, leading to his profound admiration for the newcomer. Thus, he had requested a partner with Peng Tianchong for their shift. However, standing alongside Peng Tianchong, he realized he was merely a green leaf accentuating the brilliance of the other. The lady's gazes were consistently directed towards Peng Tianchong, effectively rendering Ding Tai invisible, which left him feeling quite disheartened. Bro, in a moment of solitude, have you noticed? Every girl's gaze is fixed on you. Not a single one has looked my way, Ding Tai remarked sourly. Peng Tianchong chuckled. Shall we swap places then? You stand here. Forget it. Ding Tai waved his hand dismissively, self-deprecatingly adding, They're looking at you. It wouldn't make a difference if I stood there. Compared to you, I may look decent, but beside you, my charm pales. Ah, the reality of life. One's worth is often measured against another. At that moment, a familiar figure approached, the HR manager Lan Shangyun, whose alluring curves Ding Tai had just seen yesterday. The vivid image flashed through his mind, causing him to instinctively swallow hard and lower his gaze, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. However, even that fleeting glance was caught by Manager Lan. You little rogue. Shi Ing shot a fierce glance at Ping Tnch Ing and scolded. If you keep staring, I'll have your eyes removed. Am I not allowed to check your identification badge? Ping Tnch Ing muttered under his breath. Who is staring? Besides, I've seen you before. Shi Ing's face instantly flushed, and she raised her hand as if to strike. You have quite the tongue, sister. I was wrong. Spare me. Ping Tnch Ing pleaded, shielding his head like a chastised child. Humph. Shi Ing shrugged her arm, knowing she could not truly hit him, and stormed off in a huff. Ding Ti, as if he had just discovered a new world, immediately became inquisitive. Is there something going on between you two? Don't mention it. Ping Tnch Ing grimaced. I went to her office yesterday and forgot to knock. She was changing clothes, and I just walked in. Did you see her? Assets? Ding Ti, I asked excitedly, his mouth nearly watering. What size? Cup size or what? What cup? Ping Tnch Ing waved his hand dismissively. Stop talking nonsense. Look, someone is coming. The two hurriedly composed themselves and stood straight. A gentle breeze wafted by as the newcomer approached. Hee. Jing Shi Ashuing flashed a bright smile at Ping Tnch Ing. You little rascal. You really came to work at our company. Quite commendable. Keeping your word. Ping Tnch Ing felt frustrated, thinking to himself, why am I being called a rascal? What are you glaring at? Jing Shi Ashuing playfully tapped Ping Tnch Ing on the shoulder, saying, Sister is keeping an eye on you. Giggling, she sashayed towards the elevator. Bah, you blonde vixen. Ping Tnch Ing spat at her graceful silhouette. Just as he turned, a striking figure gracefully approached. It was none other than the company president, Di-Chin Su. Today, Di-Chin Su donned an exquisite deep blue suit, tailored to showcase her perfect curves. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders, the slightly curled ends dancing gently in the breeze, exuding an air of elegance and confidence. Her makeup was refined yet understated, with a subtle pink gloss accentuating her perfect lips, and her delicately drawn eyebrows seemed like art on her face, captivatingly beautiful. She walked with poise, each step radiating nobility and grace. Her gaze was resolute, revealing the aura and decisiveness of a leader. Stop. Ping Tnch Ing boldly extended his arm to block her path, having noticed that she was not wearing her identification badge today. What do you think you're doing? Di-Chin Su frowned slightly, her cold eyes fixed on P Ing T and Ching. Where's your badge? Enung T and Enung asked. Di Chin Su instinctively glanced down and explained, I left it on my desk yesterday. That won't happen again. Not acceptable. P Ing T and Ng's arm remained firmly extended, like a barrier at a parking lot exit. He was in a foul mood, having been called a rascal twice, and he directed his frustration at Di Chin Su. Di Chin Su's face turned pale with anger as she glared at P Ing T and Ching, her eyes blazing like fire, piercing him with her gaze. This is our company president. Di Ing T, I urgently signaled to P Ing T and Ching. You just started. You don't know her. Quickly, let her through. No one is getting through. P Ing T and Ching declared resolutely, this is company policy. All employees must adhere to the same standards. P Ing Di Chin Su warned, you better wait. Reluctantly, she took out her phone and called the office. Hello. Xia Shuing, have you arrived at the office? Please bring my badge from my desk. What? The gate won't let you in? A curious voice came through the phone. Yes. Hurry up. Okay, I'll be right down. Giggling, Di Chin Su hung up and glanced at P Ing T and Ching, who remained calm and composed, his outstretched arm swaying slightly like a branch in the wind. Chapter 10. Driving away flies as the crowd gathered at the company entrance grew larger. Di Chin Su's expression darkened. Fortunately, the person delivering her badge arrived quickly, averting an extended period of embarrassment. However, during those few minutes, many employees had taken note of the new security guard, inquiring, who is this guy? Di Chin Su stormed in her office, still fuming, and slapped a file on the table, exclaiming, that little rascal. I want to fire him. Ji Ing Xia Shuing chuckled. He was just following company rules. What did he do wrong? On what grounds do you intend to fire him? Seeing him makes me angry. Is that a valid reason? I think that guy is quite good-looking. Standing at the door adds to our company's image. Have you noticed how many girls are throwing him flirtatious glances? Look at their lack of ambition. The two women exchanged playful banter, and as Di Chin Su opened the file before her, the phone on her desk rang. Hello. Di Chin Su took a deep breath and picked up the receiver. A gleeful voice crackled through. Xia, look downstairs. The show is starting again. It was Manager LN from the HR department calling, and after delivering the message, he hung up. What on earth? Startled, Di Chin Su set down the phone, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and peered down, only to slap her forehead in exasperation. Oh my, that scoundrel is back. Who? Ji Ing Xia Shuing inquired curiously, joining her at the window to see what was happening below. Outside the company entrance, several individuals had arranged a large heart shape with bright red roses. A vivid spectacle that was hard to miss. Behind the heart, two burly men held up a banner that boldly proclaimed, Di Chin Su, I love you. Not far away, a brand new Ferrari stood parked, and in front of it was a young man with slicked back hair, dressed in a suit, gazing up at the building. Xiao Su, who is this rich kid? Ji Ing Xia Shuing asked, intrigued. Quite the creative display. Di Chin Su scoffed. That's the second son of the Zhu family, a notorious playboy. The Zhu family, one of the four prominent families in by NCH, Ing? Yes, the very same. Di Chin Su nodded. This guy's been pestering me for over 6 months, pursuing me relentlessly like a fly that won't go away. It's infuriating. Seems like a match in social standing. I can't quite tell. Is he handsome? Ji Ing Xia Shuing mused, craning her neck to catch a better view. Do you have binoculars? I do. Di Chin Su replied, retrieving a pair from her drawer and handing them to Ji Ing Xia Shuing, muttering, what is there to see? We should be thinking of ways to drive him away. Otherwise, who knows how many people are waiting for the spectacle. No wonder you are the most beautiful woman in by NCH. Indeed, suitors flock to you. Ji Ing Xia Shuing exclaimed as she peered through the binoculars, her eyes sparkling with interest. I've got it. Di Chin Su suddenly brightened. Notify Captain Ding to have Ping TNCH Ing chase him away. Zhu Ershao's bodyguards are all skilled fighters. Let them tear each other apart. Great idea. Ji Ing Xia Shuing clapped in delight. Isn't Ping skilled in martial arts? This will come in handy. Meanwhile, downstairs, Ping TNCH Ing was equally engrossed in the scene. What the hell? Is this how people are playing these days? That guy is Zhu Ershao Zhu Baio. Ding T, I explained. He's quite the notorious playboy in by NCH Ing, known for his exploits with countless respectable women. Ping TNCH Ing nodded. Seems like a real scoundrel. He certainly doesn't look like a good person. Ding T, I glanced at Zhu Ershao and continued. Ever since he saw our President DI, he has been obsessed, pursuing her madly, declaring his love every few days. Why aren't you doing something about it? Drive him away. Who would dare? With so many security guards, we can't even touch him. D&T, I lowered his voice. You don't know. That scoundrel's bodyguards are all experts. Even Captain D-Ing can't handle them, let alone us. A toad wanted to eat swan meat. D&T, I grew increasingly agitated. Our President D.I. is the most beautiful woman in by NCHing. That Jude doesn't even take a moment to look at himself in the mirror. Does he think he is worthy? Bah! Just as the two were muttering, Captain D-Ing approached briskly, calling out, Peeing T-N-C-H-ing, called, instructing you to drive these people away. I should go. Peeing T-N-C-H-ing rubbed his nose, expressing dissatisfaction, wondering why he was being remembered at this moment. Oh! Suddenly it dawned on him. He realized it was a case of using someone else's knife to kill. They wanted to have H.O. teach him a lesson. Huh. The surname D.I. is quite cunning. However, they miscalculated. I shall break the knife you lent me. C.H. and go. D-ing T, I tugged at P-ing T-N-C-H-Ng's arm, advising him to speak politely and not confront them, as these fellows were not to be trifled with. It's fine. P-ing T-N-C-H-Ing waved his hand, eager to show them how to behave. With that, he clasped his hands behind his back and swaggered towards the group arranging roses. Who allowed you to set up flower wreaths here? Who the hell are you? As ZHO Ursho heard this, he sprang forward, hands on his hips, scolding, Don't you know who I am? How dare you come and ruin my good deed? Peeing T-N-C-H-Ing took a puff of his cigarette and glanced at the young master before him. He appeared to be in his late 20s, unremarkable in looks, wearing a suit and tie even in the sweltering summer, trying hard to present himself well. Upon closer inspection, he had a medium build, was somewhat thin, with a pallid face resembling that of someone lacking vitality. A bulbous nose and large nostrils adorned his face, complemented by a pair of unnecessary glasses. His forehead was narrow, yet his hair was thick, styled into an absurd parting. This man stood there, with a smug expression, exuding an air of arrogance, as if he were above all else. Peeing T-N-C-H-Ing exhaled a plume of smoke into Ursho's face, mocking, Don't you have a mirror at home? Or perhaps you've never looked at yourself. Coming here to pursue our D-I-Z-ing, setting up flowers and banners. A toad in a skirt looks ugly, but still tries to be flamboyant. Get lost. ZHO Ursho, taken aback, was furious. He never expected a mere security guard would dare to insult him so brazenly. In an instant, fury consumed him, and without a word, he swung his fist. Peeing T-N-C-H-Ing would not allow him the chance to strike. He kicked out, landing a blow to ZHO Ursho's abdomen, sending him flying 7 or 8 meters, crashing to the ground. At that moment, a heart shape was forming, its tip pointing towards the company's entrance, while a few men were left pondering whether it was aligned properly. Peeing T-N-C-H-Ing, with another swift kick, sent the flower pot at the heart's tip flying. The pot whistled through the air, soaring over the banner towards the fallen ZHO Ursho bang. ZHO by O, fuming as he clambered to his feet, was struck squarely on the head by the descending flower pot, sending dust flying and leaving him dirted in an instant. Fortunately, the pot was made of plastic. Had it been ceramic, it would have surely cracked his skull. Damn it! ZHO Ursho, leaping as if stung by a scorpion, shouted, I'll kill you. Before he finished, Peeing T-N-C-H-Ing, with legs like the wind, delivered kicks that sent flower pots soaring into the air, raining down like petals. The bodyguards were left dumbfounded. They had never witnessed such smooth and fluid movements. Could this be the legendary shadowless kick? The banners were smashed to the ground, and the men were left in a stupor, gazing at the falling flowers in disbelief. Get lost. Enung T-N-C Enung bellowed. ZHO Ursho finally regained his composure, his face turning green with rage, and roared at the bodyguards. Attack. Kill this filthy security guard. This kid had gone mad. He had never suffered such humiliation before, and to think, in this Bien city, someone dared to hit him with flower pots. Chapter 11, Reminder on the 19th floor. In the president's office, D-I-Chin Su and Ji-Ing Shi-A-Shu-Ing were utterly astonished, their eyes transfixed on the scene below, where petals filled the air, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. What a sight! Ji-Ing Shi-A-Shu-Ing clapped her hands in delight, her eyes sparkling. You're so cool. This reckless youth. D-I-Chin Su felt a wave of concern wash over her, realizing this could escalate into trouble. Would it lead to a larger conflict? For a moment, both women stretched their necks, fixated on the unfolding drama below. Meanwhile, on the ground, the onlookers gawked in disbelief, gasping in awe. However, Ing was not about to let them approach. His legs flew out once more, kicking the bodyguard away as if they were mere flower pots. Bang! Bang bang! A group of bodyguards fell from the sky like dumplings, crashing on leaving several of them in agony, crying out in pain. Heavens! Those were hefty individuals, weighing 100 to 200 pounds, yet they flew as if they were kicked like a ball. Is this still human? Lay on the ground, clutching his head. He knew exactly the strength of his bodyguards. Each one could take on multiple opponents, yet now, before Tnching, they were like rag dolls, tossed about helplessly. How could they fight back? A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. It was time to concede defeat. After some time, a few bodyguards managed to help back to his feet, each grimacing, utterly defeated. Stripped of their prior bravado. Scram! Tnching shot a glare at the nearly flattened admonishing him. Don't flit about like a pesky green fly. If you dare come to our company to cause trouble again, I'll break your legs. Who are you? Gritted his teeth, seething. Just wait until I gather my men. Huh? Tnching scoffed, still plotting revenge, huh? Let me enlighten you. My name is Tnching, the new security guard at this company. If you wish to retaliate, bring more men. Otherwise, they won't even be enough to fill my teeth. Fine, just wait. Stumbled as he opened the car door, yelling to his subordinates. Let us go. Some followed him into the car, while the others dashed towards a different vehicle parked nearby. In the blink of an eye, 2 cars sped off in tandem. Bah! Tnching spat at the departing vehicles, muttering, what a bunch of nonsense. On the 19th floor, Chin Su and Ji Ing Shi Ashu Ing were left in shock, staring at each other in disbelief. Shiaksu, Ji Ing Shi Ashu Ing swallowed hard, exclaiming, that is not a dog fight. This lad is clearly a lion. A terrifying one at that. Chin Su's expression darkened. This was troublesome. Was a man who bore grudges, and after suffering such humiliation today, he would not let it go easily. It was time to alert this young rogue. Downstairs, at that moment, Captain Ing had already brought 2 cleaning ladies, pushing a garbage cart to begin tidying up. Chinga. I ran over, elated, hugging Tnching. That was so cool. Was that the legendary shadowless kick? I want to be your disciple. Get off me. Tnching laughed as he pushed Ing away, saying, what s with the hugging? We're all grown men here. This little episode not only thrilled Ing but left the entire security team astonished. This had harassed them multiple times, leading to numerous conflicts, yet no one could handle him. To think the new arrival, Tnching, dispatched this troublemaker so easily, leaving him in utter disarray. Truly a sight for sore eyes. With a light-hearted demeanor, Tnching stood there when a fellow security guard called out from a distance. Izing called, asking you to come to our office. What? Tnching was momentarily taken aback. What is going on? Is it a reward or a punishment? Although he had caused her some trouble regarding the access card, he had also dealt with a group of pests, balancing the scales. Thus, pondering these thoughts, Tnching made his way to the 19th floor, successfully locating the president's office. This time, he had learned his lesson. Instead of barging in, he gently knocked on the door. Come in. A cool, distant voice emanated from within the office, unmistakably that of Dai's own. Pang Tianchong stepped into the office, where he found Dai Chinchua seated quietly at her desk, diligently attending to the documents before her. The desk was adorned with an array of files and reports, alongside a vibrant pot of flowers, whose names eluded him, exuding a subtle fragrance. Sunlight streamed through the window, enveloping her in a soft, ethereal glow. The office was spacious and well-lit, elegantly decorated, with several pieces of artwork gracing the walls, contributing to an atmosphere of refined sophistication. What a splendid environment! Pang Tianchong surveyed the surroundings, silently praising the ambience. Dai Chinchua lifted her gaze, her curious eyes fixed on the handsome security guard who had just entered, as if he were an intriguing anomaly, momentarily at a loss for words. She had witnessed Pang Tianchong's impressive display earlier, particularly relishing the sight of the second son of the Zhua family fleeing in disarray. However, once Gong Xiaoshuang departed and calmness prevailed, her concern for Pang Tianchong began to mount. She was acutely aware that the Zhou family was a formidable clan, backed by nefarious forces. Would the second son seek retribution against Pang Tianchong for the humiliation he faced today? If this incident were to bring unwarranted misfortune upon him, it would be a sight she wished to avoid, as it stemmed from her own actions. Thus, she felt compelled to summon this reckless youth to her office. What's the matter? With Dai Qinshu silent, Pang Tianchong flashed a grin. Have you realized how handsome I am? Perhaps you were a bit smitten? Humph. Dai Qinshu scoffed. A rogue is still a rogue. Your audacity knows no bounds. His words struck a chord with Pang Tianchong, who felt the weight of being labeled a rogue. What do you mean by that? Dai Qinshu retorted coldly. You have caused quite a stir. Do you not realize? Huh? Pang Tianchong was taken aback by her assertive inquiry and, suppressing his irritation, asked, What trouble are you referring to? You have assaulted the second son of the Zhou family. They will seek revenge against you. Wasn't it you who urged me to drive him away? Indeed, I did instruct you to dismiss him, but I did not condone violence. Could you not have reason with him instead of resorting to such brutish behavior? Oh, come on, Dai, I resolved your issue. And instead of gratitude, you blame me? How unreasonable. I'm not blaming you. Dai Qinshu quickly denied. I merely wish to caution you. The Zhou family is powerful, especially with dark forces backing them. You must be wary of their retaliation. You wouldn't want to find yourself in a sack and tossed into the river at midnight. Completely unaware. Ha! Pang Tianchong gave her a sidelong glance. Are you concerned about me? Who's concerned about you? Dai Qinshu rolled her eyes. I am worried about your inexplicable disappearance. The police would come to investigate, creating a hassle. After all, you are currently an employee of my company. All right, enough. Let us not dwell on this, Pang Tianchong interrupted. You need not fret. If the Zhuas come after me, I shall break their legs. Truly, he was a fearless newcomer. Dai Qinshu felt a mix of exasperation and admiration. You are new here and do not yet grasp the Zhou family's might. Do not let your confidence blind you. Caution is the key to survival. Oh, please. You're the CEO, yet you're acting so fussily. I said I'm not afraid, so stop worrying about it. Is there anything else? If not, I'll take my leave. You're quite bothersome. Dai Qinshu's cheeks flushed with indignation, and she waved her hand dismissively. Get out. Get out. Hurry along. You're truly a dog-biting Eldongbin. Chapter 12. Pang Tianchong's plans having exited the CEO's office. Pang Tianchong felt much of his irritation dissipate. Although Dai Qinshu had not been particularly kind, he recognized her intentions were rooted in goodwill. In truth, he had little regard for the Zhou family as scion. Should they seek revenge, he would not hesitate to deliver another beating, ensuring it was far more severe than before. To him, such matters were trivial. However, the question of how to earn a living loomed larger. Quite frankly, relying solely on his meager salary as a security guard would take at least 3 months to accumulate over 8,000. The wait was too long and would impede his plans. Clearly, he needed to seek additional work outside. As Pang Tianchong pondered this, the elevator doors suddenly opened, and a voice called out, Hey, are you getting off or not? I'm coming. Pang Tianchong, jolted from his reverie, quickly gathered his thoughts and stepped into the elevator. Inside stood 2 young women, each clutching a stack of documents. The elevator button for the 6th floor was illuminated. Without needing to ask, he deduced they were headed to the 6th floor. He pressed the 1st floor button and stood quietly to the side, avoiding eye contact. As the elevator began its slow descent, one girl suddenly exclaimed, Hey, you are that new security guard who just scared off the second son of the Zhou family. Yes, that's me. Pang Tianchong nodded nonchalantly. Wow, the other girl chimed in. You were so cool when you were fighting. Is that so? Pang Tianchong preened, running a hand through his hair. What can I say? It's all about looks. The 2 girls erupted into laughter, and before long, the elevator came to a stop at the 6th floor. Hey, what's your name? They called out as they stepped out, turning back eagerly. Pang Tianchong. The elevator doors slowly closed, obscuring the bright smiles of the 2 girls. Pang Tianchong inhaled deeply, savoring the lingering scent of their presence. It was delightful. Gazing at his reflection in the elevator's stainless steel walls, he smiled to himself. Could it be that I am on the verge of becoming famous? Upon returning to his post downstairs, Ding Tai eagerly approached him. Chongge, what did Dai Zong want? Did she commend you? Oh, don't mention it. Pang Tianchong waved his hand dismissively. Nothing at all. She scolded me for being too rough and causing trouble, advising me to be more careful in the future. How could you be rough? Not giving the second son of the Zhou family a slap is already quite courteous. Ding Tai nodded vigorously. Exactly. They're just a bunch of ruffians. What is wrong with teaching them a lesson? Forget it. Let us drop it. Pang Tianchong shifted the topic. Old Ding. Are there any fortune tellers around here? What? You want to have your fortune told? Ding Tai raised an eyebrow, intrigued. You're young. Do you really believe in that? Of course. Why would T.I.? Besides, I could do it too. I'm looking to earn some extra cash on my day off this Sunday. Waiting for this meager salary is simply too little. No way. Ding Tai gaped. Chong-gu. You can do that? Don't be kidding. Just tell me where I can set up a stall to tell fortunes. Not far from the west side of the company. There are a few old men who often set up stalls there, with a bagua chart in front of them, squinting like they're some kind of fortune tellers. Ding Tai sized up Pang Tianchong before adding, but you don't exactly look like a sage. Reading fortunes is like practicing traditional medicine. Who goes to a young person with no gray hair for advice? Rest assured, if I can't deliver accurate readings, I won't take any money. I'm not foolish enough to take on work I can't handle. Are you serious? Absolutely. This piqued Ding Tai's interest. Rubbing his nose, he suggested, if you really want to do this, don't go to the dirt street with those old men. You're too young, and there won't be any customers. Besides, if you're good at it, you'll just steal their business, which is unnecessary. Then where should I go? Head east to the Wu Kuliu Square. It's a bustling area with plenty of passersby. You can try setting up there. All right. Pang Tianchong nodded. I'll give it a shot this Saturday. However, let us forego the gossip and instead establish a sign that boldly proclaims, palmistry and fortune-telling, no charge if inaccurate. Ah, Brother Chong. Ding Tai suddenly grasped Pang Tianchong's arm and said, why not give a try for me? Let us see how my luck fares this year. No need for divination. Pang Tianchong chuckled. I can already see it. Your glabella shines brightly, indicating a fortunate year ahead. You might even achieve the rank of team leader. Oomph, what a charlatan. As Pang Tianchong and Ding Tai discussed their fortune-telling stall, in a lavish villa in the southern part of the city, young Master Zhua was furiously cursing. Pang Tianchong, you bastard, daring to disrupt my good fortune. I swear I will make you pay for this. Young master, a sycophant whispered, why not inform the family head and have Wang Lao deal with that Pang fellow? He is a master in the dark arts and can easily handle that brat. No, young Master Zhuo waved his hand dismissively. This matter must not reach my father's ears. Otherwise, I shall be scolded again. We will resolve this ourselves. But we're no match for him. Useless. All of you are utterly useless. Young Master Zhuo angrily pointed at his bodyguards, berating them for their lack of competence. After venting his frustration, he slowly pulled out his phone from his pocket. Damn it. I suppose I must seek Brother Long's assistance. Determined, young Master Zhuo immediately dialed a number. Hello, Brother Long. It's me. Ah, young Brother Zhuo. A lazy voice responded from the other end. What brings you to call today? Any plans for the evening? I invite you to a foot massage. Haha, not this evening. I have matters to attend to. After a pause, the voice continued. However, we brothers are not strangers. Speak plainly. I shall ensure it is resolved. Zhuo clenched his teeth and said, I need you to take care of someone. Break his leg. No problem. Chapter 13. Fortune-telling for profit, Part 1 Saturday. Clear skies. Today is a splendid day, with a gentle breeze and refreshing coolness. In the morning hours, everything is vibrant and full of life, instilling hope and anticipation for the new day. At Wuko Lu Square, the throngs of people come and go, with elderly practicing Tai Chi, middle-aged women dancing, children playing football, and young men engaged in chess under the shade of trees. Each individual is so earnest, joyful, and focused. At the edge of the square, beneath the third willow tree, a young man wearing sunglasses sits quietly. Behind him stands a tall advertisement board clearly displaying the words, palmistry, fortune-telling, no charge if inaccurate. Pang Tianchong has indeed set up his stall. He has taken special care with his appearance today, styling his hair with gel, making it gleam, and presenting himself meticulously. His oversized sunglasses obscure his eyes, making him seem like a blind man to the unsuspecting. He has forsaken his usual security uniform, but has brought a large hat, which he places on the ground to collect payments. Regardless of how business fares, his demeanor is commendably poised. To his delight, Pang Tianchong's luck seems favorable today. Within 20 minutes of settling down, a flustered young woman approaches. The girl, in her 20s, appears anxious as she glances at the advertisement. Hesitantly, she inquires, Sir, can you truly predict accurately? Of course. If I cannot, there is no charge. How much for reading? Pay whatever you wish. There is no set amount. The girl sits on a small stool in front of Pang Tianchong, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Their conversation quickly attracts curious onlookers, and a crowd begins to gather. What do you wish to inquire about? Pang Tian Chong asked nonchalantly, maintaining an air of a sage. Not that. My brother is missing. He did not return last night. I went to report it, but they said I must wait 48 hours to file a report. I am anxious and thought I might try my luck with a reading. Clearly, the girl is desperate, casting her net wide in her search for answers. A thought struck Pang Tian Chong. This is indeed a significant matter. He instinctively glanced at the time, then spun his fingers, performing a calculation based on the hour. Is that so? The girl sighed in relief. Can you tell me where he might be? An internet CAF. Pang Tian Chong declared. The girl excitedly slapped her thigh, exclaiming yes. How could I forget? He loves gaming. I shall head to the internet CAF. Rising, she rummaged through her pockets and produced 10 yuan. Apologizing, I forgot my wallet. Pang Tian Chong nodded, remaining silent, and gestured towards his hat on the ground. The girl understood, placed the money gently in the hat, thanked him, and hurriedly departed. Well done. Members of the crowd began to praise. This young man has quite the skill. Indeed, and the fee is so reasonable. A plump middle-aged woman, intrigued, plopped down onto the small stool, nearly breaking it. 10 yuan is not much. I shall have a reading too. Pang Tian Chong's lips twitched, feeling displeased. He thought to himself, that girl had no money, hence the 10 yuan, but you are merely trying to take advantage of me. Nevertheless, having proclaimed a flexible fee, he could not refuse. Speak then. What do you wish to know? He asked with an air of indifference. Master, the woman swallowed nervously. My daughter just graduated from university and is searching for a job. She has an interview today, and I would like to know if she will succeed. Please provide her birth date and time. Pang Tian Chong calculated in his mind, considering the celestial cycles, and calmly proclaimed, Congratulations. Your daughter will certainly succeed in her interview today. Really? The woman's face blossomed with joy as she sought reassurance. Master, will she truly succeed? Indeed. Splendid. Just then, her phone rang. Hello. She answered eagerly. A jubilant voice erupted from the other end. Mom, I have wonderful news. I got the job. The exuberant tone was loud enough for everyone present to hear. Ah, wonderful. The woman's face radiated happiness, her hands trembling. My daughter, I just had a reading done, and the master confirmed you would succeed. She laughed heartily. I shall prepare a feast for you at noon to celebrate. After ending the call, she placed the 10 yuan in the hat, thanked Pang Tian Chong, and hurried off, her face still aglow with joy. I'll go next. Another voice called out, as someone sat on the small stool. It was no surprise, after 2 accurate readings, Pang Tian Chong's credibility soared, especially with the recent departure of that sister, who had practically become a living advertisement. Her fortune immediately realized, stirring the curiosity of onlookers, particularly as the fee was so invitingly low. Time flowed swiftly, and before long, over an hour had passed. Pang Tian Chong had read for over 10 individuals, each prediction astoundingly accurate, leaving everyone in awe. The crowd continued to swell, with more people lining up for readings, and the hat at his feet filled with coins and bills, 10 yuan, 5 yuan, and even some 1 yuan coins. Though it seemed the hat was nearing its capacity, it only contained just over 100 yuan. The initial girl had set a precedent by offering 10 yuan, prompting the following customers to do the same. This left Pang Tian Chong feeling rather disheartened. At this rate, when would he earn 8,008? The dilemma was exacerbated by the fact that he could not raise his prices, as he had previously promised flexibility. Moreover, among the more than 10 individuals present, not a single one of them was of considerable wealth or noble status. Their lives were rather ordinary. If a fortunate individual were to appear, perhaps in a moment of joy, they might toss a few red banknotes. Sighing inwardly, Pang Tian Chong lit a cigarette, feeling inclined to pack up as he had been seated for 2 hours and his backside was starting to ache. Just then, an elderly lady, leaning on a cane, slowly settled onto a small stool. Behind her stood a stern-looking man in his 50s, his temples bulging and an aura of energy radiating from him, making Pang Tian Chong instantly aware that this was a person of considerable skill. Upon closer inspection of the elderly lady, who appeared to be in her 70s with white hair, yet a youthful visage, she exuded a commanding presence despite sitting on a small stool, clearly a person of significance. To his delight, Pang Tian Chong felt a surge of excitement. After sitting idly for so long, a noteworthy client had finally arrived. The elderly lady resided nearby and would often come here for a leisurely stroll on weekends. Earlier, She had been observing the crowd, but Ping Tnching, maintaining the demeanor of a master, had been too engrossed in his work to notice her. The elderly lady, filled with curiosity about the young fortune-teller before her, wished to test his abilities. "Old lady," the man exclaimed, rushing to assist her as she settled into the stool, concerned that it might be unstable. "Young man," the elderly lady said with a gentle smile, "please tell this old woman her fortune." "Certainly," Ping Tnching replied enthusiastically, removing his sunglasses and playfully handling them in his hands. "Ah, you're not blind after all?" Someone in the crowd exclaimed in surprise. "I thought you were a blind man wearing sunglasses." "Wow, without the glasses, this young man is rather handsome." Another chimed in, prompting laughter and compliments from the crowd, leaving Ping Tnching feeling a bit bashful. The smile on the elderly lady's face grew even warmer, looking at him with the affection of a grandmother. "Ahem." Ping Tnching cleared his throat. "Elderly lady, let me make it clear. If you wish to have your fortune told, you cannot merely offer 10 yuan like the others." "Why not?" the elderly lady inquired with a smile. "Because your fate is valuable." He chuckled. "How much, then?" "At least a red banknote." "That sounds fair," she readily agreed. "As long as you are accurate, I will ensure you are satisfied with the payment." Indeed, as the saying goes, with dangling pearls, one measures the passage of 100 springs. With high-spirited steeds, one governs the livelihoods of thousands. At first glance, I can tell you will not only live a long life, but also preside over the livelihoods of countless individuals. You must be the head of a large corporation or a prominent family. As he spoke, Ping Tnching straightened his posture and discreetly opened his third eye, meticulously observing the elderly lady. Speaking of the third eye, one might immediately think of the eye on the forehead of Erling Shun. Indeed, that is the kind of eye referred to, colloquially known as the heavenly eye, which modern medicine terms the pineal gland. Everyone possesses it, yet very few can unlock its potential, which requires certain opportunities or cultivation. Furthermore, the third eye has various levels. The higher the level, the broader the range and clarity of vision. According to Buddhist teachings, it can be classified into the 5 eyes and 6 abilities: the flesh eye, heavenly eye, law eye, wisdom eye, and Buddha eye. The flesh eye, which everyone has, refers to ordinary eyesight, so no further explanation is necessary. The heavenly eye, once opened, allows one to perceive entities from another realm, such as deities, Buddhas, immortals, and spirits. It can even detect energies, like those related to feng shui. The law eye is more complex. It possesses the functions of the heavenly eye and can also reveal a person's past and future in vivid detail, akin to the legendary 2A Bay Tuesday. The wisdom eye is familiar to many. Phrases like having a discerning eye or recognizing pearls with a keen eye are well known. Those with a wisdom eye tend to have profound insight, discerning the essence of all things and their causal relationships. For instance, Newton, upon being struck by an apple, conceived the law of universal gravitation. A typical person, even if struck by a durian, would not fathom its significance. An old song titled "Seeing Flowers in the Mist" features a lyric that resonates. "Lend me a pair of discerning eyes, so I may see this world clearly and vividly." The Buddha eye is even more powerful. It not only perceives the causal relationships of all things, but also the connections between different realms, such as the heavenly realm, the realm of Buddhas, the realm of law, and the human realm. Of course, in today's world, it is likely that few have attained the state of the Buddha eye. Digressing a bit, for ordinary fortune-telling, analyzing the 8 characters and examining facial features suffices. There's no need to open the third eye. Once the third eye is opened, it transcends mere fortune-telling and becomes a matter of discerning fate. Now, dear elder, what would you like to inquire about? Ping Tnching squinted slightly, gesturing with his fingers to adopt an air of profound mystery. In truth, this was all for the onlookers, while he also concealed his own method of reading fortunes. The elderly lady, her eyes twinkling with amusement, asked, "Could you first tell me about my past? This way, I can gauge your authenticity, hee. Your early life was fraught with hardships, yet your later years are filled with wealth and prosperity. Am I right? Be more specific." The elderly lady nodded, smiling. "You can't just summarize it in 10 words. That's too vague." Hee. Ping Tnching chuckled. "Elderly lady, your life has been a roller coaster, full of excitement. If I were to elaborate, we wouldn't finish until nightfall. Let me highlight a few key points." "Go ahead." The elderly lady nodded. "You lost your mother at the age of 7, Your father at 16, ventured out into the world at 18, got married and had children at 25, and started your own business at 28, rising from nothing to a net worth exceeding 100 million. You have 2 sons and 2 daughters, all of whom are successful in their respective fields, be it politics, business, or academia. And as for your grandchildren, I shall not enumerate them all. Am I correct? The elderly lady was momentarily taken aback, for Ping Tnch Eng's words were spot on. She gazed intently at his face and, after a moment, nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, that is correct. But you didn't even ask for my birth characters. How did you deduce all this?" Hee Enum Tnc Enum Green. No need to ask. Just observing your features is sufficient. Very well, the elderly lady exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up. Today, I have encountered a true master. Young man, I want to ask anything else. Could you tell me about the future of my family? As for the future, Ping Tnch Ing paused before continuing. Overall, it looks quite promising. There are some matters that I cannot elaborate on here, as you would understand. The elderly lady nodded slightly, acknowledging his words. However, Ping Tnch Ing added, in 3 days, your family will experience a windfall, starting at a minimum of 5 million. That is quite good. Oh, the elderly lady's eyes sparkled with interest. Where will this fortune come from? It should come from your granddaughter. Just wait and see. Is that so? The elderly lady beamed. If that is the case, young man, I will definitely treat you to a grand meal. You must honor me with your presence. That sounds wonderful. Ping Tnch Ing replied cheerfully. With your wealth, the food will surely be exquisite. Hee. However, while dining is one matter, I must still collect my fee for the fortune-telling today. Of course, the elderly lady said, turning to the man behind her. "Afyu, how much cash do you have on you?" The man hurriedly rummaged through his pockets and produced a stack of bills, counting a few hundred yuan along with some change. Not even 1,000. Given the red ones. The elderly lady instructed, casting a glance at the money. Also, take down his phone number so we can invite him for that grand meal in 3 days. Understood. The elderly man nodded, casually placing the 100 yuan notes he held into his cap. The young man has only 800 yuan today. Do not think it is a meager amount. 4 Pang Tianchong. 800 yuan was no trivial sum. It felt like a sudden surge when compared to the earlier collection of mere 10 yuan notes. At this rate, the 8,800 yuan needed for the stockings would soon be amassed, which brought him great satisfaction. Thank you. Pang Tianchong joined his palms in gratitude, bowing respectfully to the elderly lady, for she was indeed his most significant client of the day. Young man, the elderly lady rose, waving her hand with a smile. We shall meet again in 3 days. Certainly, I will keep my promise, he replied eagerly. The onlookers expressed their admiration, not only for Master Pang's divination skills, but also for the generous spirit of the elderly lady. Once she departed, Pang Tianchong donned his dark sunglasses again, gazing at the pile of red bills in his cap, feeling elated. Just as he was reveling in his fortune, the crowd parted, and a striking woman strode in. "Ah, Pang Tianchong, so you are indeed a grand deceiver," she exclaimed, pointing at him. "Do you believe I won't call the police on you right now for your trickery? Who are you?" Pang Tianchong was startled by her sudden outburst and felt anger rise within him. How dare someone disrupt his business? Just as he was about to retaliate, he looked up and found that his anger dissipated upon recognizing the person before him. Lan Shangyun, the human resources manager. Curiosity drew her to take a closer look, and as she caught sight of a familiar face through the crowd, her irritation flared upon noticing the sign hanging above. She thought to herself, this little rogue dares to come here to swindle people. If something were to go awry, it would tarnish the company's reputation. I must expose him. Thus, Manager Lan stepped forward, her indignation palpable as she confronted him. Pang Tianchong had always held a degree of trepidation towards her. Her imposing presence made him feel as though he owed her a debt he could not repay. "Lan Jia, you misunderstand," he hastily explained. "I am not deceiving anyone." "Misunderstand?" Lan Shangyun's eyes narrowed as she admonished him. "Do you think I am unaware of your background? You, a mere security guard, dare to impersonate a master and flaunt your deceitful ways. Alas, wearing sunglasses to feign blindness. How clever of you. Today, I shall expose you for the rogue you are." As she spoke, Lan instinctively glanced down and was taken aback by the sight of the cap filled with vibrant bills, nearly blinding her with its brightness. Pang Tianchong was left exasperated by her barrage of accusations, pondering why such a beautiful woman had to be so difficult. First, it was Dai Qinxue and Huang Mao Gong Xiaoshuang, who mistook him for a rogue, compelling him to work at the company. Now, encountering yet another troublemaker like Lan, who came to disrupt his business, he wondered whom he had offended. Lan Shangyun, Pang Tianchong shouted, "Where have I deceived anyone? I wear sunglasses because the sun is bright today. Besides, is there any rule that states a normal person cannot wear sunglasses? Care to enlighten me? Have you forgotten your medication or perhaps taken the wrong one? Fine. You want to be stubborn, do you?" Lan Shangyun retorted, her anger palpable. "Let me show you how I will expose you." Turning towards the crowd, she proclaimed, "Listen up. This man is merely a security guard at our company, not a master. Do not be deceived by his tricks." Lan Shangyun spoke passionately, her voice resonating with authority, yet the spectators remained unmoved, looking at her as though she were a fool. Lan Shangyun finally realized something was amiss. Why was there no reaction from the crowd? "Miss," a middle-aged man finally spoke up. "I do not know your relationship with this young man, but perhaps you should ascertain the situation before you explode. I have been watching for quite some time. He has accurately divined for many people, and we can all attest to it. Why do you insist on claiming he is a fraud?" "Exactly," others chimed in, expressing their admiration for the so-called master, proclaiming his divination skills to be extraordinary, and that they had witnessed it firsthand. Lan Shangyun felt the embarrassment wash over her as she looked at Pang Tianchong, incredulous. "You truly possess such abilities? Is that even question?" "The eyes of the masses are discerning," Pang Tianchong replied, gesturing towards the sign with its bold characters. "If my predictions were inaccurate, would they still pay me? Do you think everyone is as dim-witted as you appear to be?" Lan Shangyun's face flushed crimson, her lips pressed tightly together as she glared at Pang Tianchong, momentarily at a loss for words. "Then why don't you predict my future?" she challenged, seating herself on a small stool. "If you are accurate, I shall acknowledge your talents. If not, I will settle the score with you on Monday." "Miss, please do not cause a disturbance," Pang Tianchong frowned. "This is my business. I am here to earn a living. Your antics, if it is business, as long as you are accurate, I shall pay you regardless." "What is it? If others can have their fortunes told, I cannot." Pang Tianchong was somewhat speechless, growing impatient. All right. I'm afraid of you now. What do you wish to know?" "Marriage," Lan Shangyun coldly uttered. "Tell me if my marriage is happy and fulfilling." "Very well," Pang Tianchong nodded, quietly opening his mystical insight, preparing to scrutinize this woman before him and quell any further disruption she might cause. With a chuckle, he could not suppress his amusement upon witnessing something amusing. "What are you laughing at?" Lan Shangyun inquired, puzzled and slightly unnerved by his laughter. Pang Tianchong began to sort through the bills in his cap, intending to make his escape. "Wait!" Lan Shangyun firmly grasped his hand, her anger flaring. "Why do you not proceed with the reading? Explain yourself, or not a single cent shall leave with you." "Now you have crossed the line," Pang Tianchong retorted, shaking off her grip. "Fine, I will tell you, but do not become angered. Speak." "I will not be angered. Your husband has someone on the side. Did you not know?" "What?" Lan Shangyun sprang up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "You speak nonsense. We are college classmates. Our bond is strong. He would never cheat, you say?" Pang Tianchong sneered. "At 9:30 tonight, in room 808 of a certain hotel, go and see for yourself. If I am wrong, all this money shall be yours." "Impossible." Lan Shangyun found it hard to believe and refused to accept it. Yet, considering her husband's recent behavior, a flicker of doubt crept in as she gazed at Pang Tianchong, who was so resolute in his claims. "Miss," the middle-aged man interjected once more. "Whether or not this is true, you could simply check the hotel tonight instead of arguing with the master here." "Exactly." Chapter 16. Seeking help, a thunderbolt struck. Lan Shangyun was left dumbfounded. She had never imagined that the challenge she nonchalantly posed to Pang Tianchong would yield such an unexpected outcome. This was something she could not accept under any circumstances. "Lan Jia," Pang Tianchong could not help but counsel her. "In truth, this is merely a minor episode in your marital life. From the divination, it appears you both can continue to love each other for a lifetime." "Enough!" Lan Shangyun shouted frantically. "Tonight, I will verify this. If you are spouting nonsense, I will not let this go." With that, she abruptly stood up, forcefully pushing through the crowd, leaving in a daze. The fee for the reading. Pang Tianchong had intended to ask for his payment, but seeing her distraught expression, he swallowed his words. "Forget it. I shall consider it a loss." Upon the tumult caused by L.N. Xing Ping Tnch lost all interest in offering fortune-telling services. He gathered the money from his large hat, removed the sign, and prepared to close his stall. "Ladies and gentlemen, until next time," he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, bowing to those around him before departing, her heart in disarray. She rested her head on the steering wheel, momentarily at a loss for direction. Perhaps at this juncture, a woman's greatest need is to find someone with whom to share her burdens. Thus, she lingered in thought, wiped her tears, and instinctively dialed her cousin Su's number. "Hello," came Su's warm voice through the receiver. "Shiaksu, are you at home?" She choked on her words. "Yes, I have nothing to do this weekend, and am watching a drama with Shu Inger. What's wrong? I'm coming to your house." She said without elaboration, abruptly hanging up and starting her car towards Su's villa. It was Saturday, a rare day of leisure for Su, who had invited her friend Shu over for a visit. They had planned to go shopping together after lunch. At that moment, they were cozily nestled on the sofa, munching on sunflower seeds while watching television. "Whose phone is that?" Shu inquired, tossing the shell of a sunflower seed into the trash. "It's my cousin. She seems to be in trouble." Su replied. What happened? She seemed fine when I saw her yesterday." "I don't know. She said she's coming over soon." As they speculated, the doorbell rang, prompting Su to hurry to open the door. When the door swung open, with tears glistening in her eyes, immediately threw herself into Su's embrace. "Shiaksu, I can't go on." What's the matter?" Su exclaimed, her concern deepening as she pulled her cousin inside. Abandoning her snack, hurried forward to assist, settling in onto the sofa. With one on each side, they grasped In's arms, eager to understand the situation. "Shiaksu, your brother-in-law, he has someone else outside." In wailed, her tears flowing uncontrollably upon seeing her family. "That's impossible." Su comforted her. "You two have such a good relationship, being college sweethearts. I've heard your love story so often that it's practically become a legend. How could he cheat?" "Indeed." Shi chimed in. "Do you have any evidence of this alleged infidelity?" As a girl who had lived in Milgu, she quickly grasped the crux of the matter. "And no." Shi stammered. "But how can I be sure he isn't cheating?" Su handed her a tissue and continued. "Is it possible there's a misunderstanding?" "And no." Shi puzzled, pressed on, "If there's no evidence and no misunderstanding. From whom did you hear that he has someone else?" I heard it from Tnching." "Who?" Shi nearly bit her tongue in disbelief. "You believe that little rogue's words?" "Exactly." Su's eyes widened, beginning to scold. "Think about it. That guy has only been in by Nching for a few days. How would he know anything about your brother-in-law? He is probably just joking. Why take him seriously? He wasn't joking." Shi wiped her tears and insisted. "He really can tell fortunes. That's what he predicted when he read my fortune." "What?" Su's eyes widened further. "He predicted that? And you believed him? Are you trying to make us laugh to death?" "I'm serious." Shi dried her tears and asserted. "He truly possesses the gift, and remarkably accurate." She then recounted Tnch's fortune-telling endeavor at WK Lee Square, along with her attempts to debunk him. Su and Shi exchanged astonished glances, their expressions reflecting disbelief. This tale was far more riveting than the Korean drama they had just watched. "Su exclaimed, her eyes wide. "Is Tnch really that extraordinary? His predictions are spot on. And he earned a hat full of money?" "Indeed." Shi nodded. The onlookers were greatly impressed. They called him a living deity. The money in his hat, 10 yuan and 100 yuan bills, amounted to over 1,000. "Wow." Su chuckled. "With such a skill, it seems he quickly gathered the 8,800. "Hey, Shiaksu," Shi interjected. "Forget about the 8,008 for now. I'm intrigued by the 808. In my life, I've never heard of fortune-telling being this precise. Down to the time and room number. I initially didn't believe it either, but Tnch was so adamant and even wagered." Shi explained. "What was the wager?" "He said if his prediction was inaccurate, he would give me all the money in his hat." Shi grew increasingly curious. That guy has been in dire need of money lately. If he risks over 1,000 for a bet, He must be quite confident. I Chin Su, swayed by the conversation, smoothed her hair and reassured Ji, don't think too much. Perhaps just trying to mess with you. He might be saying all this without any truth behind it. Didn't he say tonight at 9:30? Shu Inger and I will accompany you. Whether it's true or false will soon become evident. Either we catch your brother-in-law red-handed, or we expose Ping Tnch Ing's deceit. If that little rogue is up to no good, I shall deal with him. Ji Ing Shi Shu Ing almost applauded in excitement. Yes, yes. LNG. Tonight we will accompany you to 808. We three sisters shall catch him in the act. How thrilling. Chapter 17. The elder lady of the Liu family. In the afternoon at the Liu family estate, an elderly woman with silver hair sat leisurely in a wheelchair, cradling a teacup while squinting slightly, seemingly lost in thought. Beside her, a man in his 50s stood with his head bowed, patiently awaiting her instructions. Had Tnch Ing been present, he would surely recognize this elderly lady as the one who paid him 800 yuan for his fortune-telling that morning. The lady was the matriarch of the Liu family, and the man beside her was the butler and her bodyguard, F. The Liu family is one of the 4 prominent families in by Nch Ing, a well-known high society household, recognized by all who dwell in the upper echelons. Liu Oliver In built her fortune from the ground up, dominating the business world for decades and founding the Liu family conglomerate, a vast empire in the commercial sphere of by Nch Ing, making her a prominent figure. Her husband passed away a few years ago, and all 4 of her children have established their own successful careers. Her eldest son, Liu Lming, currently serves as the police chief. Her second son, Liu Lwn, is the president of the Liu family group. Her eldest daughter, Liu Jiang, is the deputy director of the tax bureau, and her youngest daughter, Liu Ling, is a renowned professor at a prestigious university. Additionally, her granddaughter, Liu Q, is a squad leader in the criminal investigation unit, while the majority of her other grandchildren remain in school. In summary, the Liu family could be described as a household filled with talent and brilliance. LRN, F suddenly inquired with concern. You spent quite a long time outside today. How do your legs feel? Are they painful? How could they not be painful? The elderly lady gently stroked her right leg and replied nonchalantly, it's just an old ailment. Perhaps we should visit Ilgu again? F suggested. Forget it. She waved her hand dismissively. I've been there enough times. I don't need to go again. At my age, it's not worth the trouble. I'll just endure it. Liu Oliverin suddenly shifted the topic. F, what do you think of that young man from this morning? Are you referring to the fortune-telling fellow? Yes. What aspect do you mean? Of course, I'm speaking of his fortune-telling. What else? F rubbed his forehead. Indeed. I sense he is quite skilled, yet I cannot be entirely certain. Oh, what makes you say that? Liu Oliver N asked with curiosity. In the past, when we engaged in divination, he cast a glance at me. Just a fleeting glance, yet sent chills down my spine, as if he had seen straight through me, revealing his terrifying and unfathomable nature. However, I could not discern any aura of a martial artist emanating from him, leaving me uncertain whether he was indeed a master. Nonetheless, my intuition suggested that if he were a martial artist, he must be above the level of a grandmaster. Upon hearing this, the old matriarch, Luo, abruptly turned her head, astonished, and gazed at a Fu, exclaiming, what? A grandmaster? Have you ever encountered one so young? Never. A Fu shook his head thus. It is merely a peculiar feeling I have. Indeed, a Fu nodded, continuing, if my guess is correct, this young man is likely a security guard from Daikon Group. Oh, Luo inquired, puzzled, how do you know? Did you not see the hat he left on the ground? Ah, the old lady suddenly understood. It is a security guard's hat, filled with money. Moreover, a Fu added, the sign hanging from the tree caught my attention. When the wind blew, I noticed the back of the sign bore the name of Daikon Company. It must be an old sign from their company. Additionally, Wukalu Square is quite close to Daikon. Hence it is plausible that he is out here earning some extra money during his day off. Indeed, Luo nodded, affirming the accuracy of his observations. Every detail he calculated was spot on. I know he withheld certain information that was not suitable to be said in public. Yet I'm certain it is also accurate. How astonishing. I have traversed the land for decades and have never encountered such a remarkable master. And he did not even consult the 8 characters. Just a casual glance revealed so much. Truly, masters reside among the common folk. A Fu lamented, astonished that a young man in his 20s could be an expert in fortune-telling. Luo took another sip of tea, murmuring to herself, could be a hidden dragon? But when has Bian Sheng produced such a figure? If in 3 days Xiaoqi truly acquires unexpected wealth, then this individual would be deemed a genuine deity. A Fu furrowed his brows, contemplating. However, that seems improbable. After all, Xiaoqi is a public servant. Where would unexpected wealth come from? Even if she solved a major case and received a reward, it could not amount to millions, could it? He mentioned at least 5 million. Indeed, gambling, fighting crime. But these are all official matters. What sort of money could possibly belong to Xiaoqi? Luo suddenly slammed her thigh, exclaiming in alarm. If there truly is 5 million, it could spell great trouble. Why? Afu was startled by the old lady's sudden outburst. What are you thinking? The source of the money, Luo analyzed, consider this. If Xiaoqi received 5 million, it must be a bribe given to her, and it is not intended for her, but for her father, Luo Liming, due to his high position. Right. Afu nodded fervently. This is highly plausible. The police chief is no ordinary official. He can determine life and death. No, we must not allow the old man to reach this stage. It would ruin the Luo family. As she spoke, the old lady stood up, placing her teacup down, and solemnly commanded Afu, immediately send someone to secretly monitor Qi. From this day forth, I want to know her every move, who she meets, what she does. Even if she simply goes to buy an ice cream, I want to know the brand. Understood. Afu straightened up, responding, I will make the arrangements right away to ensure Miss Qi does not receive a single penny from anyone. Very well. Go. Yes. Afu affirmed, hurriedly departing. Chapter 18. Caught in the Act, Part 1. In the afternoon, the trio's shopping excursion concluded rather abruptly. Although their shopping was unfulfilled, the evening's operation to catch a cheater was imperative and required prior preparation. Particularly, Gong Xiaoshuang was eager to hasten time, wishing to advance the clock's hands to hasten the arrival of 9:30. She felt a sense of impatience. Around 5 o'clock, Lan Shangyun's phone rang. It was her husband calling. Glancing at the caller ID, she hesitated. Sister, whose call is it? Dai Qianxue, sensing her cousin's emotional shift, inquired anxiously. It's your brother-in-law's. Answer it. Steady your emotions. Just as usual. Thus, Lan Shangyun, trembling fingers poised, pressed the answer key and switched to speaker mode. The 3 women leaning in to hear. Hello, Xiaoyan. A gentle male voice resonated from the phone. Why weren't you home at noon? I had some matters to attend to at the company, Lan Shangyun replied, controlling her emotions with indifference. Take care of yourself. You should be resting on Sunday. Is Dai Qianxue a capitalist? Why is she making you work on the weekend? Upon hearing this, Dai Qianxue's expression darkened, biting her lip, while Gong Xiaoshuang stifled a laugh behind her hand. Enough. Less chit-chat. Lan Shangyun interjected. Do you have something to discuss? If not, I will hang up. Wait. I do have something to say. Go ahead. I need to go on a business trip to Yangcheng. My train is at 6 in the evening. I will not be home for dinner. So prepare something delicious for yourself, and do not wait for me. Hello, Xiaoyan. Are you listening? Lan Shangyun felt a pang in her nose as tears unwittingly streamed down her cheeks. Struggling to maintain her composure, she asked, Could you not go? What are you saying? His impatient voice echoed from the phone. This is company business. How can I refuse? All right, I won't keep you any longer. Goodbye. The line went dead, and Lan Shangyun remained frozen, phone in hand, dazed and bewildered. The fear she held had come to fruition. Her husband's business trip tonight was no coincidence. Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang exchanged glances, both momentarily speechless, their minds simultaneously conjuring the same name, Pang Tianchong. Could it be that he truly possesses foresight? Observing her sister's sorrowful expression, Dai Qianxue felt utterly helpless. Although she was the president of a company and adept at handling work matters, she was at a loss when it came to emotional issues, especially since she had never experienced a proper romance herself, let alone an extramarital affair. Now, the only thing she could do was comfort her sister and express disdain for her brother-in-law. Sister, do not be disheartened. Perhaps this is merely a coincidence. Pang Tianchong might have fabricated this out of anger because you disrupted his plans. No, Lan Shangyun shook her head. I believe him. Everything he said is true. Oh dear, Gong Xiaoshuang exclaimed angrily. Whether it is true or not does not matter. Tonight, we will uncover the truth. As the saying goes, to catch a thief, one must seize the goods. To catch an adulterer, one must catch them in the act. I will check the kitchen to see if dinner is ready. After eating, we should head to the hotel early to wait. As night fell, the neon lights flickered. The streets were bustling with activity, vibrant and lively. As the evening in Bien Chung exuded a charm distinct from the daytime. The harmony of prosperity and tranquility created an ambience filled with unique serenity and clamor, reminiscent of a mysterious world brimming with infinite possibilities, awaiting exploration and discovery. At this moment, Dai Qianque's Porsche navigated through the throngs of people on the streets, its headlights cutting through the darkness like two bright swords piercing the night. Within the vehicle, two beautiful women sat side by side in the back seat, enveloped in silence, while Gong Xiaoshuang tightly grasped Lan Shangyun's hand, offering silent comfort. The car came to a stop about 50 to 60 meters from the hotel. Engine turned off. It was still early, and the three of them sat in the car, quietly observing the hotel entrance, watching the comings and goings of various figures. Around 9 o'clock, a taxi pulled up at the hotel entrance, and a sharply dressed man emerged, escorting an elegant woman out of the vehicle. Dai Qianque immediately recognized the man as her brother-in-law, Ning Yixiao, and urgently exclaimed, "Sister, look, Ning Yixiao, you heartless scoundrel!" Lan Shangyun exclaimed, her emotions surging as she reached for the car door, only to be restrained firmly by Gong Xiaoshuang. "Sister, let us not act impulsively. Once they have checked in, we will go up," she advised. "Yes, Xiaoshuang is right," Dai Qianque added, glancing at her watch. "Sister, trust me, we will enter at 9:20. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Dai Qianque felt an inexplicable certainty regarding the time provided by Pang Tianchong, 9:30. 10 minutes later, the three women alighted from the vehicle, entered the hotel, and took the elevator directly to the 8th floor. Upon exiting the elevator, Lan Shangyun instantly lost her composure, glancing at the room number and promptly charging towards 808. "Sister, please remain calm," Dai Qianque urged, pulling her back. "Do not rush to knock. Wait for me. I'll get a key card from a staff. We can enter and catch them off guard." "Xiaoshuang, keep an eye on her while I find someone," Dai Qianque declared, hastily walking toward the opposite end of the corridor. Coincidentally, she encountered a staff member by a storage room. "Excuse me," she greeted politely. "I left my key card in my room. May I borrow yours? I promise to return it promptly." "Oh, which room are you in?" the staff member inquired. 808, Dai Qianque replied. The staff member set down her belongings, retrieved a card from her pocket, and handed it to Dai Qianque. "Thank you. I will return it shortly," she reassured. With the key card secured, Dai Qianque hurried to room 808, where Lan Shangyun and Gong Xiaoshuang were already fuming at the door, poised for confrontation. "Shoo," Dai Qianque whispered, raising a finger to signal silence. Then, she waved the key card and swiftly pushed the door open. Chapter 19. Caught in the Act, Part 2. In the hotel room 808, the three women stormed in, their presence commanding. At that moment, on the grand bed, a couple was entwined in an intimate embrace, lost in a fervent dalliance that was shockingly scandalous. Just then, the three women burst in, startling the couple nearly out of their wits. "Xiaoyun!" Ning Yixiao immediately slumped in shock, his face paling as he struggled to rise. Lan Shangyun, her eyes reddened with fury, lunged at him, raising her handbag to strike. "Ah!" he screamed, tumbling off the bed, scrambling for clothes with frantic hands, grimacing in pain, utterly unprepared to defend himself. The woman beneath him nearly panicked, desperately clutching a bedsheet to shield herself, creating an exceedingly awkward scene. "Ah!" Dai Qianque and Gong Xiaoshuang shrieked in unison, promptly covering their faces in embarrassment, unable to bear the sight. They had barged in to catch the couple in the act, never anticipating such an indecent tableau. The pair was not only unclothed but utterly exposed, laid bare before their eyes in a live performance far more riveting than any film. The two unmarried beauties blushed furiously. "Ning Yixiao, you despicable wretch!" Lan Shangyun berated him, her fist striking, her sanity slipping away as she yearned to consume the unfaithful man before her. Her punches landed with a thunderous resonance, echoing through the room. While dodging blows, Ning Yixiao hastily donned his clothes, underwear, shirt, pants, clumsily trying to cover himself. Meanwhile, Dai Qianque opened her eyes, glaring fiercely at the frantic woman. "Get out now, you shameless creature," she barked. It must be said, the woman was quite attractive, though not as stunning as Lan Shangyun. Her expertly done makeup and alluring demeanor made it no surprise that Ning Yixiao had strayed. Dai Qianque, maintaining her composure, refrained from resorting to violence. Yet her disdain for the pair ran deep. Under the intense scrutiny of Dai Qianque's sharp gaze, the woman dressed with remarkable speed, slipping into her clothes in mere moments. Fortunately, Summer attire was minimal. With her underwear secured, she hastily donned a dress, stuffing her bra in her bag and scurrying towards the exit. "Stop that vixen!" Lan Shangyun shouted, realizing the situation and seizing a teacup from the bedside table, hurling it at the woman's back. Bang! The cup struck, causing the woman to stumble. Too flustered to cry out in pain as she fled the room, Dai Qianxue did not intervene. As a person of stature, she wished to remain untainted by such sordid affairs, not wanting to escalate the situation into unnecessary chaos. Containing the man was her primary concern. Gong Xiaoshuang, too, refrained from acting. The spectacle captivated her attention, nearly prompting applause. She and T thought to stop the fleeing woman, perhaps harboring a shred of sympathy for her fellow woman. She allowed her to escape. Why should women torment one another? At that moment, Lan Shangyun, having exhausted herself, wept inconsolably at the bedside, her grief palpable. The sheets dampened with her tears. Ning Yixiao knelt on the floor, head hung low, fervently repenting and pleading for forgiveness. "Xiaoyun, I was wrong. Please forgive me this once. I had my reasons. She's a crucial client, and I had no choice." Bah! Dai Qianxue spat, nearly spewing her indignation at Ning Yixiao's face. "How shameless! What kind of important client requires your services in bed? Your attentiveness is remarkable." She continued, "With a cousin as beautiful as mine, what could you possibly see in that woman? You are a disgrace, a vile creature." "Indeed," Gong Xiaoshuang chimed in, supporting her cousin. "You are shameless. And don't attempt to hide behind excuses. You are nothing but a wolf in human guise, a lecherous beast." Lan Jie was truly blind to have married such a scoundrel. A fine cabbage has indeed been ravaged by swine. As the saying goes, 3 women form a play. Now, 3 women united against one man. No matter how thick his skin, he could not withstand their onslaught. Ning Yixiao, thoroughly berated by the trio, remained silent, his face flushed with shame, resembling a chastised child enduring a scolding from parents or teachers. "Ning," Lan Shangyun sobbed, her teeth clenched in anger. "Let us get a divorce. I find you repulsive. I will sue you and leave you with nothing." "Nonsense." Dai Qianxue scoffed, disdain dripping from her words. "Are you worried about public ridicule now? Realize the importance of dignity and avoid such disgraceful acts. You look so refined, yet your actions reveal your true nature." Ning Yixiao hung his head like a wilted sprout, wishing to bury his face in shame. He had always held a degree of trepidation towards his aloof cousin, and now, having been caught in such an embarrassing situation, he felt utterly humiliated. "Xiaojia, I know I was wrong," he confessed. "I'll make amends. Who cares for your apologies?" Lan Shangyun snapped, wiping her tears in anger. "I am leaving you. Expect a court summons." "Xiaojia, let us go," she urged, her spirit broken, as she stumbled towards the door. Dai Qianxue shot a final glare at Ning Yixiao, delivering a swift kick to his back, admonishing, "Reflect on your actions, you scoundrel." Then, she seized Gong Xiaoshuang's hand and hurried after Lan Shangyun, leaving Ning Yixiao, pale and defeated, collapsed on the floor. He remained there, grasping his hair in confusion, pondering the astonishing coincidence of the day's events. Chapter 20. Unwelcome visitors in room 808. Amidst a fierce confrontation, 3 beautiful women were delivering a stern lesson to a heartless man. Meanwhile, on a nearby street, at an open-air barbecue stall, 2 security guards, Peng Tianchong and Ding Tai, were enjoying skewers and drinks, relishing their time together. The bustling atmosphere of the food stall was filled with swirling smoke, reminiscent of the grand peach banquet hosted by the Queen Mother of the West. This evening, Peng Tianchong was treating, having earned over 1,000 yuan from fortune-telling that morning. Although not an enormous sum, it was a fortunate start worth celebrating. As a newcomer to the company with few friends, he often worked alongside Ding Tai, so he invited him out for drinks to commemorate the success of his newfound side profession. Ding Tai exclaimed, while savoring a lamb skewer, "You are truly impressive. Earning over 1,000 in just one morning is nearly equivalent to my half-month's salary." With a grin, Peng Tianchong replied, "Today was just a stroke of luck. I encountered a wealthy elderly lady who was quite generous. Otherwise, I would have barely made 300. You should have seen me when I first started. My hat was filled with coins of 10 and 5 yuan. A pitiful amount." Ding Tai raised his beer bottle to clink with Peng Tianchong's and took a hearty swig. 300 is still a decent sum. Consider this. At our jobs, we barely make over 100 a day. "That's true." Peng Tianchong nodded. "However, I still owe over 8,000 yuan. If I rely solely on my salary, It would take at least 3 months to settle that debt. I need to earn money quickly. Ding Tai took another sip of beer, contemplating Pang Ge. I managed to save a bit over the past 2 years. If you're in need, I can lend you some. No. Pang Tianchong waved his hand dismissively. I appreciate your kindness, brother. I'll earn the money slowly. You should save yours for when you get married. With laughter, they raised their glasses again, reveling in their merriment. Just then, 3 vans screeched to a halt in front of the stall. The crowd turned to see the doors swing open, revealing a group of burly men clad in black vests, each adorned with a tattoo of a black dragon on their arms, brandishing steel pipes and approaching menacingly. At the forefront was a towering figure, standing nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall, with dark skin and a face marked by a prominent scar resembling a centipede on his left cheek. This man was none other than Zhu Long, the leader of the Black Dragon Society. Ding Tai's heart raced at the sight of these men, and he quickly whispered to Pang Tianchong, Pang Ge, this gang is likely from the Black Dragon Society. We should eat quickly and leave to avoid provoking them. Pang Tianchong turned to him, locking eyes with Zhu Long, and with a faint smile replied, I fear we may not have the option to leave now. It seems they are here for me, but fret not. I've nearly finished eating. I'm feeling a bit restless. A confrontation may be just what I need to work off this meal. Ding Tai's eyes widened in disbelief, wanting to voice his concerns, yet hesitating. The gang had already surrounded them, and without further ado, they closed in on Pang Tianchong and Ding Tai. Ding Tai, having never encountered such a situation, turned pale with fear and nervously bowed to the men. Gentlemen, what brings you here? Silence. Zhu Long snapped, glaring at Ding Tai and cutting him off. His gaze shifted to Pang Tianchong. You must be Pang Tianchong. Yes, that's me, Pang Tianchong replied nonchalantly, biting into a lamb skewer, chewing as he asked, Do you need something? Indeed. We have a matter to discuss, a bald man interjected, twisting his neck. Our brother Long has a few words for you. Please accompany us. And if I refuse? Pang Tianchong took a swig of beer, wiping his mouth and inquiring, What will you do? Then we shall break your legs right here. Zhu Long retorted coldly. However, that would cause quite a spectacle. It would be better if you simply came with us. Pang Tianchong surveyed the crowd, noticing all eyes were on him, and realized he had become the center of attention. He stood up and said, All right then, if we were to fight here, it would indeed disrupt the stall owner's business and spoil everyone's appetite. Ding Tai. Ding Tai was nearly paralyzed with fear, but upon seeing Pang Tianchong's composed demeanor and reassuring gaze, he relaxed slightly, nodding in agreement as he watched Pang Tianchong being led away in the van. Pang Ge is skilled. He should be fine, Ding Tai speculated anxiously, aware of the dangerous reputation of the Black Dragon Society. Could he truly withstand such a formidable group? Young man, your companion has been taken by those men. Do you wish to report this to the police? The stall owner approached, visibly worried. They clearly do not mean well. Your friend might be in trouble. It's all right. Well then, a long-haired youth at a nearby table chimed in. If he returns unharmed, I will cover their bill for the night. Yes. Count our expenses too, shouted several youths at the same table. The Black Dragon Society is nothing but scum. It would be a joy to see them taught a lesson. Very well. The stall owner agreed readily. Continue enjoying your meal. I shall prepare some skewers for that gentleman and send him off with a couple of extra treats. Chapter 21. Teaching the thugs a lesson. Pang Tianchong casually lit a cigarette as he boarded the van, flanked by 2 burly men who ensured he would not escape. Hey. He exhaled a puff of smoke, glancing at the men beside him. Don't crowd too close. You reek of sweat. Huh. The bald man chuckled. You've got quite the attitude. I hope you can maintain it. Zhu Long, maintaining a stern expression, took the passenger seat and gestured to the driver, South Outer Ring. The driver started the engine, speeding toward the southern part of the city. The Outer Ring Road was desolate, with only a few vehicles passing through the wind. Streetlights cast dim patches of light in the darkness, creating an air of mystery around the asphalt surface. In the distance, the sound of engines roared, accompanied by the screeching of tires against the pavement. The trees along the roadside rustled in the breeze, and the occasional call of a night bird pierced the quiet, sending shivers down one's spine. Upon reaching the South Outer Ring Road, the van halted, and the intimidating group disembarked, steel pipes in hand, quickly surrounding the newly alighted Pang Tianchong. Leaning against the front of the vehicle, Pang Tianchong lit another cigarette, inhaling deeply and releasing a cloud of smoke as he surveyed the scene with a smile. Not bad, judging by your stances. It seems you are all well trained. Kid, Zhu Long sneered, We know you are skilled, which is why I brought my most capable brothers tonight. Let's see just how good you really are, and whether you can escape unscathed. Pang Tianchong exhaled another puff of smoke, casually asking, was it the second-generation heir of the Zhu family who sent you? Don't concern yourself with who sent us. The fact is, you have offended someone you shouldn't have. And we are here to settle that, Zhu Long began, but before he could finish, the bald man interjected. Boss, why waste time talking? Let us break one of his legs first. As he spoke, the bald man swung his steel pipe with great force toward Pang Tianchong's legs. The blow came with the ferocity of autumn winds, threatening to shatter not just one, but both of his legs if it connected. Pang Tianchong, filled with rage, exclaimed, You seek death. With that, he flicked away his cigarette and leaped into action, delivering a swift kick that landed squarely on the bald man's abdomen. A chilling scream echoed as the bald man was sent soaring from the crowd, crashing heavily against a tree before sliding down to the ground, never to rise again. Attack! Zhu Long, realizing the dire situation, immediately commanded his men to besiege Pang Tianchong. The group of bandits brandished their steel pipes, swinging wildly without regard for severity. However, as their blows descended, they were met with a bewildering sight. Pang Tianchong had vanished. What the hell? It's like a ghost, one bandit exclaimed. But before he could turn around, a swift strike to the back of his neck rendered him limp upon the ground. The sounds of thuds filled the air as Pang Tianchong, like a specter, maneuvered effortlessly among them, causing bandits to collapse one after another, their wails echoing throughout the chaos. Zhu Long was left in shock, still clutching his steel pipe, unable to find an opportunity to strike as over 30 of his brothers lay defeated. How could they fight back? The most troubling part was that he couldn't even catch a glimpse of his opponent, standing bewildered with his weapon in the wind. It's your turn, Pang Tianchong declared, having dispatched all the others, as he slowly approached Zhu Long's speak. How do you wish to die? Zhu Long's heart raced with dread. He understood that he had encountered an immovable force today, and the He Long Hui would face its downfall. Yet, as the leader, he could not show weakness. How would his brothers perceive him? How could he maintain his standing in the underworld? With this in mind, Zhu Long discreetly gathered his internal energy, channeling it into his arms as he swung the steel pipe towards Pang Tianchong with all his might. This strike was fueled by every ounce of strength he could muster, capable of splitting mountains and shattering stone. However, Pang Tianchong did not flinch. With a mere flick of his wrist, he negated the power of the steel pipe and seized it firmly in his grasp. With a powerful kick, the towering figure of Zhu Long was sent flying, crashing into the tree. Blood spewed forth, splattering across the asphalt in a crimson stain. Done. Pang Tianchong clapped his hands and strolled towards the fallen Zhu Long. Pang Yi. Spare me. Zhu Long was nearly paralyzed with fear. That last kick had nearly ruptured his insides, leaving him racked with pain and on the brink of unconsciousness. If this man were to deliver another blow, his life would be forfeit. What is this? Pang Tianchong scoffed, glancing disdainfully at him. Isn't the He Long Hui supposed to be formidable? Why the sudden cowardice? Where is the fierce spirit that once tormented the common folk? Zhu Long, lying on the ground, dared not utter a word, allowing Pang Tianchong to berate him mercilessly. At that moment, the bald man began to regain consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the sight of his leader sprawled on the ground, bloodied, which terrified him into closing his eyes once more, feigning death. Just as he did, Pang Tianchong shouted, Everyone, get up, kneel by the roadside. Anyone who fails to do so, I will break their legs. Startled, the bald man scrambled to his feet and obediently knelt by the road. The others, not daring to delay, swiftly followed suit, kneeling in wait for their fate. Zhu Long attempted to rise, but after 2 failed attempts, he realized the severity of his injuries. Pang Tianchong's kick had been too forceful, and colliding with the tree had left him in agony, unable to move. He understood that he was the most skilled among them, yet he was the one who had suffered the most. Observing that everyone else could get up while he remained incapacitated, he felt a profound respect, mingled with fear, for Pang Tianchong. Was this man even human? His strength and precision were astonishingly refined. Zhu Long, a master of the later stages of dark energy, grasped the martial arts better than most. He recognized that Pang Tianchong had shown restraint, for otherwise they would all be lifeless corpses now. 2 of you, help your leader, Pang Tianchong instructed, seeing that Zhu Long was utterly unable to stand. The 2 closest men, witnessing their formidable leader in such a state, hurriedly assisted him to kneel by the roadside alongside them. As the saying goes, one who mixes with the wrong crowd will eventually pay the price. Today, you have fallen into my hands. Now, speak. How should I punish you? Pang Yi, spare us. We will never dare again, someone pleaded softly. What do you mean, Yi? From now on, I shall be your teacher, guiding you on how to be a proper human being. Yes, yes. The bald man quickly corrected himself. Pang Laoshe, you have a generous heart. Please let us go. Pang Tianchong turned to Zhu Long, whose face was ashen. You are their leader. You speak. Yes. Pang Laoshe. Zhu Long swallowed hard, struggling to speak. Please show mercy this once. The Heilong Hui owes you a favor. In the future, if you need us, just call, and we will go through fire and water for you. Chapter 22, A Triumphant Return. A true hero does not suffer immediate losses. A wise person knows when to yield. To avoid provoking the formidable Pang Tianchong, even the towering Zhu Long had to bow his head and seek to appease him, striving to evade this perilous moment. Everything else could be discussed later. Damn, this guy is too powerful. He is no ordinary person, Zhu Long vowed silently to himself, resolving never to provoke this formidable figure again. Have you watched too many dramas? You think you can act tough? Fine, I'll let you off this time. Pang Tianchong mused for a moment. As Zhu Long suggested, consider this a debt owed. I am due for some skewers, and I simply do not have time to deal with you all right now. I'll keep track of this debt and come back for it when I have the time. Yes, yes. The group of men nodded vigorously, not daring to utter a single word of dissent. Understood. Pang Tianchong continued, kneel here for a night. Do not feel wronged. When one commits a wrongdoing, they must pay the price. It is only just. Reflect on the many wrongs you have inflicted upon others in the past, and you will find balance within yourself. Let us go. By this time, most of the barbecue patrons had left, leaving only 2 tables occupied. One was Ding Tai's, and the other belonged to the long-haired youth and his companions. 20 skewers of lamb had already been grilled, along with 2 large kidneys, neatly arranged on a plate, untouched. Ding Tai was in a daze, staring blankly at the plate when the car door swung open, and Pang Tianchong swaggered out, followed closely by a well-behaved bald man. Brother Pang. Sigh. Pang Tianchong sighed. They took me out to the outer ring road, wasting some time. Have the lamb skewers been ready? Where's the boss? Make sure he settles the bill before we leave. Ding Tai's eyes widened in disbelief. In his mind, he wondered, is the Heilong Hui really footing the bill? A total of 168. The boss rushed over like the wind, wearing a broad smile. Good, good, good. The bald man, not daring to be negligent, quickly pulled out 200 yuan bills and handed them to the boss. No need for change. Just grill a few more skewers for Pang Laoshe. All right then. Yes, yes. I promise to convey your message. Pang Laoshe, please enjoy your meal. Take your time, the bald man said, bowing and smiling as he departed. Pang Tianchong nonchalantly grabbed a skewer of lamb and began to eat heartily. Observing this scene, the long-haired youth at the neighboring table was filled with excitement, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he approached with a bottle of liquor. Brother, here's to you. Oh, Pang Tianchong glanced quizzically at the long-haired youth, though perplexed. He raised his cup to clink with his, then downed it in one go. Brother Pang quickly explained, had it not been for your insistence on that bald fellow settling the bill, he would have actually arranged for our tab with the boss. Is that so? Thank you, Pang Tianchong said, filling his glass and clinking it with the long-haired youth's bottle. Indeed, there are still many good souls in this world. Ha, good brother. You're a true hero. The long-haired youth gazed at Pang Tianchong with admiration and asked, I'm impressed. Did those guys give you any trouble? Not at all. Pang Tianchong shook his head, speaking casually. I gave them a good thrashing, and now they're kneeling outside on the ring road, reflecting on their actions. Is that so? The long-haired youth's eyes widened in disbelief, his face flushed with excitement. South Outer Ring, right? Let's go take a look. Ha. Who would have thought the Black Dragon Society would see such a day? Brothers, let us go. With that, they all stood up in unison, following the long-haired youth to hail a taxi, heading towards the southern outskirts. Pang Tianchong watched the departing group with a smile, remarking how there are still those who enjoy a good spectacle in these times. Ding Tai also chuckled, saying, Brother Pang, please tell us how you subdued that group. It was nothing much. Pang Tianchong replied, while eating, it was just like dealing with those who mess with Zhuo Ershao. 1 kick each, and in under 2 minutes. They were all on the ground. Their leader, I kicked him so hard he spat blood and couldn't even stand. Oh my, impressive my brother. Ding Tai's eyes sparkled with admiration, and for a moment, he was in awe of Pang Tianchong. Gulme. Pang Tianchong raised his glass, urging, "Let us drink." Damn it. It was all these sons of bitches causing trouble. Otherwise, it would have been over long ago. Ding. The two clinked their glasses and drank, feeling completely invigorated and utterly content. Ding Tai quickly set his glass down, saying, "Brother, in my opinion, let us just forget it. As the saying goes, it's better to avoid trouble than to seek it. Besides, the Zhua family isn't to be trifled with. What is there to fear?" Pang Tianchong, having had a few drinks, felt emboldened, declaring, "I am invincible across the world, and I fear no one." Ha ha ha. Keep boasting. Just then, the shop owner hurried over with a smile, saying, "Brother here, our establishment will treat you to 2 more big kidneys." Chapter 23. Trouble redirected North Sunday morning. The sky was just beginning to brighten, with a fish-belly white glow in the east. In the distance, the outline of the city gradually emerged, tall buildings appearing like slumbering giants in the dawn light, quietly awaiting their awakening, standing motionless as if guarding the tranquility of the city. On the south outer ring road, the street lights still emitted a dim yellow light, casting a weak glow upon the empty asphalt, making it seem particularly forlorn. By the roadside, more than 30 members of the Black Dragon Society remained kneeling, shivering in the cold pre-dawn breeze, their hands and feet numb, yet none dared to change their position. They were frightened of that devilish youth. "Boss," a thin man next to Zhu Long spoke up. "Dawn is approaching. Shall we leave?" "Not yet. We will wait a bit longer," Zhu Long replied in a deep voice, maintaining our promise to stay until dawn. "The boss is right," the bald man chimed in. "What if that kid is watching us from somewhere? If we leave now, wouldn't our suffering be in vain?" "Yes, Brother Chong is right. We've endured through the night, so what is another moment?" Someone else added, "Let us do as Brother Pang suggested. That guy is no ordinary person, incredibly formidable. I have practiced martial arts for many years, and it was the first time I didn't even see his moves before being defeated. Who can argue with that? If I hadn't known beforehand that he was human, I would have thought I encountered a ghost." "Enough." "Yes, yes, yes." Everyone nodded in agreement, still shaken. Just then, a rustling sound approached, and a sanitation worker wearing a yellow vest walked over. "Move aside, move aside." The woman waved her broom, curiously asking, "What are you all doing so early in the morning?" Bald Chong's mouth twitched as he muttered, "We are paying our respects to our ancestors. The 15th of July is almost here, you know? Is that so?" The woman seemed confused. "I thought today was the 23rd. All right, let us go." The group quickly got up, crowding into a van, starting the engine, and driving off. All that remained by the roadside was the sanitation worker, left bewildered in the wind. South City, Highlighton Bathhouse. 3rd floor office. It was simply a 6-foot strap couldn't conceal such humiliating disgrace, 7-foot breasts. "Boss." After a while, Bald Chong cautiously asked, "The brothers are still waiting outside. Should we dismiss them?" Zhu Long waved his hand, "But tell them, if anyone leaks even half a word about today's events, I will have their tongue cut out." Yes. Bald Chong nodded, then with a glint in his eye, said, "Boss, I think we can't let this loss go unpunished." "What do you mean?" Zhu Long turned to glare at Bald Chong. In a hushed tone, Bald Chong said, "I was wondering if we could make our sworn enemy, Lu Datu, suffer a bit too." "Oh." Zhu Long's eyes lit up. "You mean to suggest we have Lu Yi from the North City confront that Pang fellow, let them tear each other apart?" "That's exactly what I mean." Bald Chong grinned wickedly. "That Pang fellow is a martial arts master, while Lu Datu is ruthless. If they fight, it will surely be spectacular. And perhaps we can eliminate Lu Datu through Pang Tianchong's hands. Without Lu Datu, how will the Baihu gang compete with us for territory in the future?" "Indeed." Zhu Long slapped his thigh, saying, "This is a brilliant move, using a knife to kill from behind, redirecting the trouble northward. Ha ha ha. However, how do we get them to face off?" Bald Chong grinned, "Boss, we can still have Zhua Ershio intervene. He managed to ask us for help from the Black Dragon Society. Can't he also request the Baihu gang to intervene? It's just a matter of spending a bit more money. The Zhua family isn't lacking in that regard." Zhu Long nodded. "This plan is feasible. Quickly call Zhua Ershio and tell him we had a fierce battle with Pang Tianchong and didn't gain any advantage. He should seek someone more skilled." "All right." Bald Chong agreed, immediately pulling out his phone and dialing Zhua Ershio's number. "Hello, is this Zhua Ershio?" "Yes. Who is this?" "I am a Chong, under Brother Long." "Oh, hello, Chong. Did you call to tell me my matter has been settled? Has that Pang fellow been dealt with?" "Well," Bald Chong bit his lip. "I was just about to tell you, last night, we the Black Dragon Society Sent over 30 brothers to chase that kid for half the night and couldn't catch him. Our boss even exchanged a blow with him, and both sides sustained internal injuries, so we currently have no skilled fighters available. You'll need to seek someone more capable. Ah. Zhuo Ershao's voice on the phone sounded surprised. How could this happen? How could this happen? Bald Chong replied angrily. That Pang fellow is a master of ancient martial arts. Fortunately, he sustained injuries from our boss's strike as well. So if you send more skilled fighters now, you should be able to handle that kid. Who should I find? Lu Yi from the North City. He is also a martial artist, and he has quite a few brothers under him. All right, but the money, what money? Nearly all 30 of our brothers were injured. Your 200,000 should be considered medical expenses. And we want to ask for the remaining amount. Use it to hire Lu Yi to take action. After saying that, Bald Chong decisively hung up the phone, still muttering. Damn it, he is still talking about money. That amount isn't even enough to cover my losses. Boss, it's done. Zhuo Ershao has agreed to ask Lu Datu for help. Is that so? Zhu Long gave a thumbs up, praising, well done. We'll just sit back and watch the show. Ha ha ha. Chapter 24. The Baihu Gang at the Zhu family villa. Zhuo Ershao clutched his phone, listening to the monotonous tone of a disconnected call, nearly bending his nose in frustration. The task he had entrusted to the Hei Long Hui had not only failed, but his money had also gone to waste. What a wretched situation. A bunch of useless fools. Zhuo Ershao spat, incredulous that the formidable Hei Long Hui could not even handle a mere security guard. Damn it, 200,000 wasted. Hei Long Hui. It might as well be called the Hei Chong Hui. It's utterly pathetic. Second young master, one of his subordinates, inquired curiously, what's the situation? The Hei Long Hui couldn't deal with that Pang fellow? Zhuo Ershao gritted his teeth and nodded. They claimed it was a mutual defeat. Long Gu and Pang exchanged blows, and both sustained internal injuries. Who knows if the bald-headed Chong was telling the truth? Let us take advantage of his weakness and finish him off, a subordinate suggested eagerly. Absolutely not. Zhuo Ershao waved his hand. As the saying goes, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Pang is a skilled fighter. Even if injured, he is not someone you lock and handle. We must seek assistance elsewhere. Who shall we find? Since the Hei Long Hui is ineffective, let us approach the Baihu Bang. I refuse to believe that they cannot manage a wounded security guard. If that is the case, the underworld of Biancheng should really disband. Bring in the gifts. Zhuo Ershao commanded angrily. Tonight, we head to the north of the city to find Lu Yi. That night in the northern part of the city, the Hong Yuanyang bar was alive with vibrant lights and music, a veritable cacophony of indulgence, where the air was thick with the scent of alcohol and the atmosphere pulsed with fervor. At 8 o'clock, Zhuo Ershao arrived at the Hong Yuanyang bar in accordance with his appointment with Lu Yi. This establishment was one he frequented often, making his way through it with ease. This bar belonged to the Baihu Bang, and the casino on the underground floor was among the most profitable ventures of the gang, often overseen by the gang leader, Lu Wanqiu. In a luxurious private room on the lower floor, Zhuo Ershao met the legendary figure of the underground world, Lu Yi. Lu Yi, around 50 years of age, had a medium build and a large head, with graying hair slicked back meticulously. His forehead was broad, his eyebrows thick, and his deep-set, triangular eyes exuded an aura of inviolable authority. Dressed in an exquisite suit with a gold-trimmed tie and sporting an expensive watch on his wrist, he also wore a glimmering ring on his ring finger. Behind him stood a group of loyal subordinates, each robust and vigilant, exuding an air of seriousness. Younger generations pay their respects to Lu Yi. Zhuo Ershao entered the room, cupping his hands in salute, and complimented, "The Baihu Bang is thriving indeed. There's no need for such formality. Please, take a seat." Lu Wanqiu inclined his head slightly, gesturing for Zhuo Ershao to sit. "What brings you to see me?" "Zhuo Ershao, I hear you are a frequent patron of this bar. Thank you for your support." "Of course. It is my pleasure," Zhuo Ershao replied, taking a seat before he grew serious. "Lu Yi, I wish to request your assistance from the Baihu Bang to teach someone a lesson." "Oh, what sort of person could elude the Zhuo family's grasp?" Lu Yi inquired, puzzled. "It is not that the Zhuo family cannot handle it," Zhuo Ershao replied awkwardly. "But I prefer to resolve this matter privately without involving the head of the family." "Who is it?" "A small security guard from Daikon Corporation." "A security guard?" Lu Yi frowned, glancing at Zhuo Ershao's bodyguards with suspicion. "You cannot handle a mere guard? Are your subordinates all useless?" "That lad is a skilled fighter," Zhuo Ershao hurriedly explained. To be frank, Liu Yi, the He Long Hui's Zhu Long fought him to a standstill, and they both sustained internal injuries. Oh! Liu Yi exclaimed, astonished. Zhu Long is a peak master of dark energy. To draw equal with him indicates that this security guard is indeed formidable. What do you wish to accomplish? Breaking one of his legs will suffice. Zhuo Ershao replied without hesitation. He then signaled to a subordinate, who stepped forward to place a black bag gently on Liu Ye's table and opened it to reveal stacks of crimson 100 yuan bills. This is 300,000. Upon completion, Zhuo will provide further rewards. Very well. Then I shall take care of it. They conversed for a while longer before Zhuo Ershao took his leave. After seeing Zhuo Ershao off, Liu Yi chuckled while holding the stack of cash. The Zhuo family truly is a powerful clan. 30,000 for a single leg. They are certainly not short on funds. Before he could finish his thought, a lean man with a pockmarked face stepped forward. His name was Li, with a single character named Jio, and due to his pockmarked complexion, everyone called him Ma Jio. Ma Jio frowned and said, "Boss, I find this matter rather suspicious." "Oh, what makes you say that?" Ma Jio squinted. "How could the He Long Hui not handle a mere security guard? Who exactly is this person? We should ascertain the facts before taking action. If we do proceed, it would be best to lure him to our territory. That would be much safer." "Indeed." Liu Yi nodded. "You make a valid point. Anyone who can trouble Zhu Long must possess extraordinary skills. Let us send someone to investigate. Find out the background of this guard, who he associates with, and then we could devise a plan to deal with him." Understood. Chapter 25. Encouraging union rather than division Monday. The security department underwent adjustments, with rotations and shifts. Pang Tianchong and Ding Tai were assigned a patrol task, responsible for checking safety facilities and potential hazards on various floors. Armed with batons and walkie-talkies, they meandered from floor to floor, chatting as they went. "Ding Tai, Brother Pang, how did it go at the stall yesterday? Earned a few hundred?" Pang Tianchong, "Alas, don't mention it. I only saw 3 customers in the morning and made a total of 50 yuan. I'm feeling a bit disheartened. Business is tough." Ding Tai, 50 isn't too shabby. Yesterday, I spent the entire day gaming in the dorm and earned not a dime. Pang Tianchong, "Brother, you can't compare yourself to me. You have savings. I still owe someone 8,800 yuan. Received. Head to the Human Resources Department immediately." Received. Received. Ding Tai's eyes widened in confusion. "Brother Pang, why does the Human Resources Department want to see you again?" "Who knows?" Pang Tianchong scratched his head. "Could it be that Lan Yaoling is after me for some reason? Did my fortune-telling go awry? Just go. I'll wander around for now," Ding Tai urged. "All right." Pang Tianchong hurried to the Human Resources Department, where the manager's office door stood ajar. Inside, there was only Lan Shangyun, seated at her desk, staring at her computer. Her complexion appeared somewhat haggard. Her usually neat hair, now slightly disheveled, exuding an unmistakable air of fatigue and unease. Her slender brows were slightly furrowed, and her eyes were faintly red, as if she had been up all night or had been crying, completely lacking her usual charm and allure. Though she wore a tidy suit and light makeup, her exhaustion was still evident. The bright office lights illuminated her figure, casting a subtle shadow that seemed to draw a deep scar behind her. "Knock, knock, knock." Pang Tianchong politely tapped on the door. After a few days of work, he had shed the brashness he had on his first day. "Xiao Pang, come in quickly." Lan Shangyun lifted her head, waved her hand, and courteously called, "Close the door." "Manager Lan, you were looking for me? Have a seat." "Oh." And Shi Ingyan gestured for P. Ing Tnching to take a seat, and then got straight to the point, saying, "The other day, I left in a hurry and forgot to give you the divination fee. This morning, I noticed you weren't at the gate." As she spoke, she opened her bag and pulled out a vibrant red 100 yuan bill, placing on the desk. Wait. No." Ping Tnching hurriedly waved his hands. "Manager LN, you are too kind. We are from the same company. How could I accept your money? That would be a slap in the face for me." Master Ping, a deal is a deal. Since you predicted accurately, I have no reason not to pay you. And Xiyingyi and insisted, pushing the 100 yuan note towards him again. "Is that so?" Ping Tnching touched his nose and apologetically said, "I'm sorry, Sister LN. That day, I was impulsive and blurted it out. You won't hold it against me, will you? I truly didn't mean to provoke you." And Xiyingyi interrupted. "Sister won't blame you. If anything, it's that heartless scoundrel who deserves the blame. If you hadn't said anything, I would still be in the dark. Are you two really considering divorce?" Ping Tnching asked tentatively. "If that happens, I would feel guilty." And she and gently wiped her eyes and straightened herself. I called you here today, firstly to return your divination fee, and secondly, to see if you could predict whether I can successfully get a divorce. The divorce agreement is already written, but that scoundrel refuses to sign it and is just dragging things out. Ping Tnching sighed, Sister, why go to such lengths? Just punish him a little. Everyone makes mistakes. Have him kneel on a washboard, on a keyboard, or even on instant noodles. If all else fails, make him kneel on durians. And Xiangyan fumed, No, I want a divorce. He drives me mad. Ping Tnching replied, Don't waste your energy. You won't be able to divorce him. Why not? Ping Tnching explained, That day, I didn't finish my sentence before you rushed off. In truth, I have already foreseen that you two are destined to be loving partners for life. This is merely an unexpected setback, a minor episode that will not affect your future. Really? And Xiangyan asked, From your facial features, it is evident that you are blessed and possess a prosperous aura. Eventually, your husband will come to understand this and will treat you well in the future. Besides, your child is already 2 or 3 years old. Why consider divorce? For the sake of the child, you should endure this time. However, and Xiangyan's tears could not be contained, and she quickly wiped them away with a tissue, sobbing, I just can't swallow this anger. I have been so good to him, yet he has the audacity to find a mistress behind my back. Indeed, Ping Tnching continued to comfort her. Understand, as the old saying goes, endure for a moment, and you will only grow more agitated. Take a step back, and you'll find peace. And Xiangyan couldn't help but chuckle. No, that saying goes, endure for a moment, and the storm will pass. Take a step back, and the sea will be vast and open. How terrifying it is to lack culture. Green. He then stole a glance at and Xiangyan, who was now both crying and laughing, her chest rising and falling dramatically, a truly spectacular sight, causing him to gaze in awe, reluctant to look away. The brief silence made the perceptive and Xiangyan sense something amiss. Her face flushed as she shot a fierce glare at Ping Tnching and scolded, Where are you looking? You little rascal. No. Ping Tnching scrambled to his feet. Manager, LN. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. I still have rounds to make. With that, he fled in a panic. Just as he exited the office, he heard and Xiangyan call after him, Money. You forgot the money. Forget it. I don't need it. He shouted, having run quite a distance. From behind, and Xiangyan's voice echoed. Then another day, Sister will treat you to a meal. In Chapter 26, I want to predict too, Ping Tnching emerged from the HR department and found Ding Ti. They continued to wander through the various floors. However, within 5 minutes, the intercom crackled to life. Received. Head to President Di's office immediately. Head to President Di's office immediately. Received. Hearing the call from the intercom, Ding Ti's eyes widened. Pingu, what is going on? Why does President D, I want you, the little security guard? I don't know. Ping Tnching shook his head, equally perplexed. Truly, people can be infuriating. What? Do you want to go? Ping Tnching laughed. Why don't we go together? No. On the 19th floor, at the president's office. When Ping Tnching ambled in, the door was ajar, and Su was gracefully standing behind her desk, slightly bent over. Her focused gaze fixed on a pot of ink-splashing dendrobium. This was her favorite type of orchid, beautiful, easy to care for, and with a long flowering period. Each petal resembled a butterfly dancing gracefully, captivating and ethereal. At this moment, Su gently touched the petals with her delicate fingers. Her eyes filled with warmth and affection, as if she were engaged in a silent dialogue with these beautiful beings. Her movements were light and elegant, exuding a unique charm that transformed the entire scene into a poetic painting. In that instant, she was no longer the aloof and icy president, but rather a woman who loved life, relishing this moment of tranquility and beauty. Knock. Ping Tnching stood in a daze for a few moments before softly knocking on the door, reluctant to disturb this enchanting flower admirer. She was truly beautiful, as breathtaking as the blooming flowers on the desk. Come in. Her gaze returned to its icy demeanor, fixating on Ping Tnching. She was both angry and somewhat curious about this young security guard she had picked up from the airport. She was angry that he had burned her little rascal with a cigarette, and that he was a brash youth who had opposed her from the very beginning. Yet, she was also curious about his remarkable skills and his youthful ability to read faces, predict fortunes, and master metaphysics. At the same time, she could not deny that Ing was rather handsome. His brows were like swords, his eyes bright, his face chiseled with clear contours. Between his eyebrows, there was a hint of charm, a touch of heroism, and a dash of unruly mischief. President, you were looking for me? Noticing Ing unfriendly stare, Ing felt inexplicably sheepish. Close the door and take a seat. Ing gestured lightly, politely inquiring. How are you finding your work at the company? Are you adjusting well? It's all right. Ing scratched his head. I just eat, sleep, and wander around all day. You. Upon hearing this, Ing felt a surge of anger. What kind of attitude is that? Being a security guard is a respectable profession. Why does it sound so frivolous coming from you? No. Ing quickly replied. I take my work seriously, diligently, and meticulously. I am always ensuring the safety of the company's personnel and property. You seem very dedicated. Ing rolled her eyes. Even I, the president, can be stopped at the company gate. Ha! Ing grinned again, defending himself. I'm a bit face-blind, especially when it comes to beautiful women. I always forget after seeing them once or twice, leading to misunderstandings. Sure, right? Ing waved her hand dismissively. Let us not dwell on that. I heard you can read fortunes? Pretty accurate, right? Who told you that? Ing's eyes widened with suspicion. Don't worry about who told me. Ing glared at him. Just answer yes or no. Yes. Ing nodded earnestly. It's quite accurate. A bit better than Zhuge. Huh. Ing nearly burst into laughter, unable to contain herself at his lack of modesty. She restrained her amusement and explained. To be honest, N is my cousin. She told me that you can read fortunes. Oh, no wonder. Ing exclaimed, realization dawning. I was wondering how I became famous so quickly. So you're related to Manager LN. That makes sense. Yes. Ing nodded slightly. So, the other night, I also participated in that infidelity operation to verify your prediction. What do you think? Pang Tianchong immediately felt a surge of excitement. Wasn't it exhilarating to catch that pair of illicit lovers? The scene must have been quite lively, right? Ha ha ha. Dai Chinchua slammed her hand on the table angrily and exclaimed, Pang Tianchong, is it appropriate for you to take pleasure in others' misfortunes? Do you have any idea how much pain my cousin is enduring? I apologize. Pang Tianchong quickly realized his mistake and repeatedly offered his apologies. I am merely angry at that man. I just want to give him a good beating. Humph. Dai Chinchua scoffed. Since you could foresee my cousin's husband's infidelity, do you think their marriage can endure? Speak honestly. Absolutely. Pang Tianchong affirmed. I calculated it that day. This is merely a minor interlude. They will continue to love each other for a lifetime. Really? Indeed. That's a relief. Dai Chinchua sighed, genuinely concerned that such a wonderful couple might fall apart. How could she continue to believe in love? Men, Pang Tianchong continued. It's common for them to be out and about. Occasionally, they might not tighten the faucet below, which is understandable. Get out, Dai Chinchua retorted disdainfully. No wonder people often say that no man is worth anything. Pang Tianchong was at a loss for words. I am not like your cousin's husband. I am destined to be one of the top 10 outstanding youths in Bianqing. A person brimming with positive energy. All right, don't flatter yourself. Let's get to the point. Dai Chinchua interrupted. I called you to the office mainly because I want you to do a fortune-telling for me. Is that all right? But Pang Tianchong scratched his nose. Dai Zong, it's currently working hours. I, the president, hereby grant you a 15-minute leave. That should suffice. And what about the fee for the fortune-telling? Pang Tianchong chuckled, rubbing his fingers together in a gesture of counting money. Aren't you still in debt to me? Just deduct it from there. Dai Chinchua rolled her eyes. Fine then. Pang Tianchong nodded and then asked, Dai Zong, do you wish to inquire about marital fate or something else? Chapter 27, Debt Collection, Part 1. As an unmarried woman seeking fortune-telling, she would undoubtedly ask about marital fate. Regardless of the outcome, it was an opportunity for some amusement. Moreover, earning a little extra income during work hours was truly a win-win situation. However, what Dai Chinchua wanted to discuss was the matter of debt collection. which left Pang Tianchong feeling somewhat disappointed, as his interest in fortune-telling suddenly waned. Daizong. Pang Tianchong's lips twitched slightly. Is it really necessary to consult on debt collection? As the saying goes, a life for a life, and debts must be repaid. That is the natural order of things. Easier said than done. What kind of establishment is this? So many deadbeats. Pang Tianchong inquired curiously. Why do you still conduct business with them, leading to such debts? A private hospital. Dai Qinshu sighed. These are all old debts. Since I took over the company, we have ceased any business dealings with them, making it even harder to collect. Seeing Dai Qinshu's troubled expression, Pang Tianchong's heart softened unexpectedly, and without a second thought, he blurted out, I can. Dai Qinshu's eyes brightened. Did you really calculate that? No. I mean, can you? Dai Qinshu looked skeptical. Pang Tianchong, speaking as he habitually lit a cigarette, took a puff and casually replied, just give me the receipts and financial accounts, and I will get the money for you. I guarantee they will transfer the funds before nightfall. Are you serious? Dai Qinshu was taken aback, her beautiful eyes staring at Pang Tianchong in astonishment, momentarily forgetting the office's no-smoking policy. Of course I am. Pang Tianchong replied confidently. In this world, there are likely none who can owe me money without eventually paying it back. All right, you mean it. This time, it was Pang Tianchong who felt delighted. Is there an extra reward? Of course. Then what are we waiting for? Pang Tianchong said, taking a deep drag from his cigarette before extinguishing it. Quickly hand me the receipts. That 1,000 yuan bonus could cover the money you owe me for those stockings. Hee hee. All right, Dai Qinshu said, grabbing the phone on her desk and dialing. Hello, is this the business department? This is Dai Qinshu. Please have Supervisor Yang bring all the accounts from Dongya Hospital to my office immediately. After hanging up, Dai Qinshu glanced at Pang Tianchong with a hint of distrust and asked, I am quite curious. What strategy do you plan to employ to collect this money? No particular strategy. I will assess the situation when the time comes. Pang Tianchong replied nonchalantly. My principle is straightforward. Treat the good well, the bad in kind, and the rogue as a rogue. Of course, I will first approach them amicably and reason with them. If they refuse to cooperate, then they cannot blame me for resorting to less civilized tactics. As he spoke, Pang Tianchong glanced sideways at Dai Qinshu and added, Aren't you always saying I'm a rogue? Perhaps this time, I might truly show them a rogue side. Dai Qinshu felt a bit embarrassed under Pang Tianchong's gaze, her ears turning red as she muttered softly, No one really thinks of you as a rogue. As they were speaking, there was a knock on the office door, and Supervisor Yang entered, carrying a brown paper bag. Yang was in her late 20s, tall and graceful, with long hair flowing and dressed in a professional suit, exuding the competence of a career woman. Daizong. Yes. Dai Qinshu straightened up and asked, You have brought all the receipts from Dongya? All the accounts are here, totaling 7,570,000. Supervisor Yang said, shaking the paper bag in her hand. Good. Additionally, let me introduce you. This is Pang Tianchong, our company's new employee. Yang looked at Pang Tianchong with a frown, internally questioning, Daizong, what are you up to? Why am I supposed to collect this bad debt with this little security guard? Oh, right. Dai Qinshu, noticing Yang's discomfort, added, You just need to follow his lead and clarify the company's accounts with the hospital. He will handle the debt collection. Understood? Understood. Supervisor Yang nodded, finally grasping that today, this little security guard was the main character, while she was merely running errands. No time to waste, Supervisor Yang. Let us go. Pang Tianchong said lazily, getting up from the sofa and heading towards the door. Hey, all right. Supervisor Yang said her goodbyes to Dai Qinshu and hurriedly followed Pang Tianchong out. Watching the two depart, a beautiful smile graced Dai Qinshu's lips, and she suddenly recalled Gong Xiaoshuang's words. Perhaps this rogue might indeed have his uses. Chapter 28, Debt Collection, Part 2, Bianqing, Daikong Building. In the elevator, descending from the 19th floor, Supervisor Yang gazed curiously at Pang Tianchong's handsome profile and asked, You are the new security guard, Pang Tianchong? Yes. Pang Tianchong adjusted his cap before the stainless steel wall of the elevator, smiling faintly as he replied, Does Supervisor Yang know about this little security guard who just joined? Of course. Supervisor Yang laughed. You single-handedly drove off the flower protector of the second son of the Zhou family with just a few punches and kicks. Who in the company doesn't admire you? Furthermore, with such a handsome security guard in the company, which young lady wouldn't want to steal a few glances and perhaps harbor a secret crush? Is that so? Pang Tianchong touched his face against the stainless steel surface. Am I really that charming? Absolutely. Supervisor Yang smiled broadly. The elevator stopped at the 10th floor, and 2 employees entered, prompting the two to shift topics. Little Pang. Supervisor Yang asked, do you want to change into something else before we go? No need. Pang Tianchong waved his hand. This security uniform is quite good. It looks sharp, and who knows, this baton might come in handy. Then let's head to the basement. I'll drive, Supervisor Yang said, pressing the button for the elevator. Upon retrieving the vehicle from the underground parking lot, the duo hastened toward Dongya Hospital. Throughout the journey, Manager Yang, visibly perturbed, incessantly apprised Pang Tianchong of the creditor's circumstances. Xiao Pang, he cautioned, you must exercise caution when speaking of the hospital. This my boss is not one to be trifled with. I have had several dealings with him, and he is quite formidable. He dismisses individuals at the slightest disagreement, leaving no room for dialogue. Pang Tianchong lit a cigarette, lowered the car window, and exhaled a plume of smoke into the air, responding nonchalantly. Whether he is Bai or He, settling debts is a matter of principle. If he refuses to pay, then I shall teach him a lesson. No. Manager Yang quickly interjected. This by boss has connections with the notorious underground forces in Bianqing. Many disputes involving medical staff have been resolved through the intervention of gangsters on his behalf. He is exceedingly arrogant. Confrontation is unwise. Pang Tianchong regarded the anxious Manager Yang with a hint of confusion. If you all fear this by boss so much, why did you supply so many goods to his hospital in the first place? Were you coerced? Alas, sighed Manager Yang, the story is lengthy. The owner of this hospital is a friend of the former Manager Dai. Former Manager Dai? Pang Tianchong inquired. Ah, you mean Dai Qianlin, the cousin of the current Manager Dai? Precisely. Why not have Dai Qianlin collect the debts? Pang Tianchong suggested impulsively. Isn't he close to Bai? Oomph. Manager Yang scoffed. His relationship with Manager Dai is merely superficial. He has secretly undermined him on numerous occasions. Good luck expecting him to collect the debts. Pang Tianchong instantly grasped the situation. It appeared that the internal strife within the family had rendered Dai Qianchue's tenure rather precarious. Nevertheless, Manager Yang continued. However, Manager Dai has proven to be quite capable. In less than 2 years, he has managed the company with remarkable efficiency, aside from this troublesome debt. That's inconsequential, Pang Tianchong replied coolly. When we arrive, simply locate the person named Bai for me. The rest is of no concern to you. Just observe, and I will handle everything. Manager Yang glanced at the self-assured young man seated in the passenger seat, her lips twitching slightly as she reluctantly urged, Xiao Pang, I know you possess some skills, but this is not our company, and Bai Tong is not Zhuo Ershao. It will be prudent not to act impulsively, all right? Time will tell. Half an hour later, their vehicle entered the parking lot of Dongya Hospital. Manager Yang, having visited numerous times, led Pang Tianchong directly to the office of Bai Zong on the top floor. At that moment, a middle-aged man with thinning hair, who was quite rotund, sat leisurely behind the desk in a tailored suit. He was none other than Bai Tong, the proprietor of the hospital. Bai Tong, with his corpulent frame and a face full of flesh, leaned back, a cigar in hand, enveloped in clouds of smoke. A young secretary stood nearby, slightly leaning forward, awaiting his instructions. Notify everyone, Bai Tong commanded, taking a puff of his cigar. Have all department heads in my office at 10 o'clock for a meeting. I have words to share. Yes, I will arrange it immediately. The secretary replied respectfully, nodding before turning to exit, brushing past Manager Yang and Pang Tianchong. Hello, Bai boss. Manager Yang greeted with a smile as she and Pang Tianchong entered the office sequentially. Bai Tong rolled his eyes, flicked a cigar, and remarked insincerely, Manager Yang, it's been a while. Oh, why did you bring a little security guard with you? Is he your bodyguard? Manager Yang hastily clarified, this is a new employee from our company, here to settle the payment. Pang Tianchong cast a glance at the rotund man, remaining silent as he plopped down onto the adjacent sofa, deftly retrieving a cigarette to light. Sure, Yangjia, let's sit and converse. Noticing Pang Tianchong's calm demeanor, Manager Yang realized that today, he was the focus and there was no need for her to take the lead. Thus, she obediently settled onto the sofa, refraining from further commentary. What unfortunate timing, Bai Tong said, taking a draw from his cigar and scrutinizing Pang Tianchong with hawk-like intensity. Manager Yang, I have another meeting to attend. Perhaps you two would be better served to return another time. Not all, Pang Tianchong retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Bai Tong with a grin. Boss, since we have traveled such a distance, it would be most efficient to settle the payment before you head to your meeting. It is hardly a monumental task. Ha! Bai Tong sneered. This young brother speaks as if it were simple, several $100,000 in payments, and you think it can be settled just like that? Dream on. As he spoke, Bai Tong raised his arm to check his ostentatious gold watch, slowly standing as if to leave. Where do you think you're going? Pang Tianchong rose as well, positioning himself in front of the door. Settle the payment, and then you may proceed to your meeting. Otherwise, you shall not exit this room. How audacious! Bai Tong was momentarily taken aback, his face quivering with anger. You insolent fool! Dare you challenge me? I will make you pay dearly for this. With that, Bai Tong puffed out his chest, his substantial belly leading the way as he attempted to stride past. Suddenly, a sharp slap rang through the air as Pang Tianchong delivered a resounding slap to Bai Tong's face. The unexpected blow sent Bai Tong reeling, his eyes spinning with stars, blood streaming from his nose and mouth, and two teeth flying from his mouth as his hefty form tumbled to the ground with a thud. Ah, it hurts. It hurts so much. In mere moments, half of Bai Tong's face swelled, resembling an inflated balloon. Pang Tianchong had delivered the slap with sufficient force, demonstrating precision and decisiveness. Through his conversations with Manager Yang during the journey, he had gathered that Bai Tong was indeed a nefarious character. Despite operating a hospital dedicated to healing, he was a greedy and unscrupulous owner, taking advantage of patients and bullying business partners, truly a rogue. Thus, upon entering, Pang Tianchong had resolved to impart a lesson to this scoundrel. If action could be taken, there would be no need for idle chatter. Dazed and bewildered, Bai Tong struggled to regain his bearings, his head spinning as he wiped the blood from his nose, and in a fit of rage, he bellowed, "You filthy security guard! How dare you strike me? If I don't kill you, I shan't bear the name Bai." Having lived half a lifetime, Bai Tong had never endured such a blow. Enraged, he seized the phone, yelling, "Get in here! Someone is causing a ruckus in my office. Come and deal with him." Manager Yang was taken aback, completely unprepared for Pang Tianchong's sudden aggression on enemy territory, and the severity of the situation left her trembling with fear and uncertainty. What to be done now? In a state of panic, Manager Yang contemplated rushing to assist Bai Tong, but her legs trembled, rendering her unable to stand. She could only watch helplessly as Pang Tianchong escalated the situation. Bai Tong's reinforcements arrived promptly. Within 3 minutes, 7 or 8 security guards stormed into the office. The lead guard brandished a rubber baton, demanding, "Who the hell is causing trouble here?" "That one," Bai Tong shouted, his eyes bloodshot, one hand clutching his swollen jaw while pointing at Pang Tianchong. "It's this little bastard. Beat him to death. It's on my account." "Understood." The head guard waved his hand, and several security guards raised their batons, encircling Pang Tianchong without hesitation, ready to strike. Fueled by youthful vigor, the guards were unyielding in their aggression. In an instant, the office was filled with chaos as shadows flitted about. Batons swung down toward Pang Tianchong. "No!" Manager Yang cried out, clutching her head, desperately shouting, "Don't hit him! Don't hit him!" But it was too late. Pang Tianchong, not waiting for the blows to land, leaped into action, delivering a powerful kick that sent the lead guard flying across the room, immediately following a cacophony of sounds. Several security personnel were propelled outside like cannonballs, landing heavily on the ground, unable to rise for a moment. Alas! Ouch! A group of onlookers failed to catch a glimpse of how Ping Tnch had executed his kick, as he was already sprawled on the ground, howling like a ghost. "Fatty, continue shaking people down. Just you wait." Bit, feeling a bit flustered, retreated behind the desk and once again seized the telephone. "Hello, long go it's Bit. The portly man trembled as he held the receiver, speaking hurriedly. "Some troublemakers have come to my hospital, and they're quite formidable. Please dispatch some capable brothers to help restore order." "Yes, they're right in my office. Don't worry, I understand the rules. Hurry." After hanging up, Bit seemed to gain some confidence, abruptly tossing his head and spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Bah!" Bit gritted his teeth, declaring, "You brat, if you have guts, don't run." "Shoo!" Ping Tnch tilted his head, exhaling a perfect smoke ring, and replied with a grin, "Rest assured, you fatso. Until the debts are settled, I won't be leaving today." All right. Bit glared at Ping Tnch with fury, threatening, "You'll regret this soon enough. We'll see who has the last laugh." At this moment, Supervisor Ying was pale with fright. During the earlier scuffle, she had covered her head and hadn't seen clearly, only feeling the incessant sounds overhead, followed by the sight of security guards sprawled in the corridor, wailing for their mothers. Upon witnessing Ping Tnch's overwhelming victory, her racing heart calmed slightly. However, just as she settled down, she heard Ting calling for more reinforcements, seemingly a large number, causing her heart to race once more. Xiao Ping, we should leave. This is escalating beyond our control. No worries, sister. Ping Tnching replied with a nonchalant smile. Just sit here and wait for the bill. If the sky falls, I'll hold it up. Supervisor Ying felt a slight ache in her teeth. Leaving was not an option, nor was staying, her heart pounding like a drum, as if sitting on pins and needles. Before long, a cacophony of footsteps echoed in the hallway, and a group of burly men wielding steel pipes stormed into Ting's office, led by a muscular bald man. Fatty, the bald man bellowed upon entering. Where's he? Who the hell dares to cause trouble here? Don't they know this place is under the protection of the Him. The bald man turned his head to follow Ting's pointing finger and immediately froze upon seeing Ping Tnching lounging on the sofa, smoking. Teacher Ping. Ping Tnching lifted his eyelids and couldn't help but chuckle. He recognized the visitor as Qing, the bald man from the Who. What brings you here, Qing? Are you here to mediate? No. Qing waved his hands in denial. If I had known it was you, I wouldn't have dared to come even if you beat me to death. At this moment, Qing wished he could vanish. He knew all too well the might of the man before him, having been psychologically scarred from their last encounter. Clang, clang. The others, upon recognizing Ping Tnching, dropped their steel pipes and lined up obediently, heads bowed, not daring to utter a word. You're just in time. Ping Tnching extinguished his cigarette and lazily stood up. This fatso owes our company money, and he has yet to settle it after several years. You will act as an intermediary and help us resolve this matter. Upon hearing this, Qing's head felt as if it had expanded a size. Chapter 30, Debt Collection, Part 4. Qing was equally vexed. He had never imagined that the medical disturbance he was to handle would involve Ping Tnching, a figure he knew all too well to be formidable. How could he possibly mediate between the two parties? Did he dare to utter a word of disagreement with Ping Tnching? Qing stood there, his expression grim, as uncertainty gnawed at him. Whack! Ping Tnching would not grant him the luxury of contemplation. He swiftly struck Qing with a rubber baton, causing a ringing in the bald man's head as he nearly fainted. What the hell are you still doing? Hurry up and handle this. My company is waiting. All right. Qing, seething from the blow, directed his anger toward Ting. With a swift motion, he swung his left arm, delivering a resounding slap to Ting's face. You fatso, what are you still dawdling for? Pay your debts immediately. If Longa comes, he won't spare you. Ting was left dazed, clutching his cheek in confusion, thinking, what is happening? I called you to mediate, and now you're hitting me? Moreover, his left cheek was still numb from Ping Tnching's earlier strike, and now his right cheek was swollen from Qing's slap. Great, now he was symmetrical. Listen, Qing raised the steel pipe threateningly, banging it on the table. If you anger Teacher Ping, I'll make sure you regret it. Do you believe me? All right. I'll transfer it right away. Ting nodded vigorously, fear evident in his eyes. How much does your company claim? Over 7 million. Supervisor Ying was bewildered, still reeling from the rapid developments. It felt as though she had been on a roller coaster. 757,000. Supervisor Ying finally regained her composure, trembling as she clutched the paperwork, adding, this is all the receipts. Transfer them 760,000. Qing commanded sternly. The extra 3,000 is interest. Hurry. Yes. Ting immediately picked up the phone to call the finance office. Ing Qij? Transfer the funds to Ing immediately. Yes, right now. Transfer 760,000. You will transfer it. No questions asked. Hurry up. Now. Smack. Ting hung up the phone, forcing a strained smile. Teacher Ping, the money will arrive shortly. Tnching nodded, pulling out a cigarette to place between his lips, reaching for his lighter to ignite it. Qing, quick-witted, immediately produced his lighter and lit the cigarette for Ping Tnching with a fawning expression. Just then, Ting's secretary hurried in, glancing around the room, and cautiously said, Bizing, everyone from the departments has arrived. Would you like to go down for a meeting? What meeting? Bit Ng's face turned green with anger as he glared. Can't you see I'm busy? Tell them today's meeting is canceled. They can go about their business. Understood. The secretary, frightened, quickly retreated, casting a glance at the intimidating figures in the office. A moment of silence enveloped the room, with everyone too afraid to breathe. Finally, Ing broke the silence, saying, I say, Ing, you should refrain from violence in the future. Wouldn't it be better to engage in legitimate business? At the very least, like me, you could find a company and work as a security guard without going hungry. Yes, yes. Ing then pointed to Bit Ing. And you, Fatso, should also stop scamming people. The essence of a hospital is to save lives. Accumulating virtue is not a bad thing. Yes, yes. Bit Ing grimaced, agreeing wholeheartedly, not daring to utter a single word of contradiction. He was still trying to grasp the magnitude of Ing's influence, which had the Hil Ing who in such trepidation. Ding, ding, ding. Dingling. Just as Baitong was conversing, his phone rang. It was a call from the finance department, and the voice on the other end was exceedingly polite. Hello. The sum of 7,600,000 has been transferred. Baitong placed the phone down, wearing a smile as he said, Teacher Pang, the money has been transferred. If you don't believe it, you may call to verify. Yang Jia. Pang Tianchong gestured with his chin towards the still-dazed Supervisor Yang. Call the company and ask if it's true. All right. Supervisor Yang took out his phone, but before he could dial, it rang, revealing it to be the finance department's call. Hello. A surprised female voice greeted him. Is this Xiao Yang? The money from Dongya has arrived. However, there seems to be an extra 30,000. Good, good. As long as it has arrived. With the matter settled, Pang Tianchong had no desire to linger, standing up and grinning at Baitong. President Bai, it's all done. We shall take our leave now. After he finished speaking, Pang Tianchong adjusted his cap and departed downstairs with Supervisor Yang. Meanwhile, in the office, the plump man and bald Chong slumped onto the sofa like two deflated balloons, staring blankly at each other, their expressions darker than if they had just lost a parent. Chapter 31. An Unexpected Surprise. Dai Kong Building. President's Office. Dai Qianxue furrowed her brows slightly, spinning a pen in her hand as she silently stared at a document. Lost in thought, she was somewhat distracted, her mind wandering. Suddenly, she recalled a concern. The temperament of that little ruffian seemed rather poor. Would there be a confrontation with the other party? She had heard that Bai Laoban was quite a tough character. Could the situation escalate beyond control? Might it even attract the attention of the police? She regretted allowing Pang Tianchong, this reckless youth, to confront the debtors at Dongya Hospital. If something serious were to happen, it could lead to enormous trouble, especially since the company was already facing turbulent times. The more she thought, the more she feared the potential for conflict, causing her to grow increasingly anxious. Dingling, dingling. Just then, the phone on her desk rang. An inexplicable wave of panic washed over Dai Qianxue as she reached for the receiver, hesitating to lift it, her mind racing with thoughts. Could it be the police calling? Had Pang Tianchong been arrested? Hello. After a moment of hesitation, she finally answered, her voice barely above a whisper. President Dai, I have good news for you. The excited voice of the finance department manager came through. The money owed by Dongya Hospital has just been transferred. What? Dai Qianxue could hardly believe her ears. Pressing the receiver tightly against her face, she asked in disbelief, Are you saying that the bad debts from Dongya have been settled? Yes. Moreover, there is an additional 30,000. How peculiar. Dai Qianxue held the receiver, lost in contemplation. Hello, President Dai. Are you listening? Yes, yes, yes. No need for that. Dai Qianxue interrupted. I will call her directly. Additionally, this debt collection was thanks to Security Department's Pang Tianchong. The extra 30,000 will serve as his personal reward, to be included in his salary at the end of the month. Furthermore, we will allocate 3 million from this sum of over 7 million to the R&D team in the laboratory as their research funds. Understood. I will take care of it immediately. And with that, Dai Qianxue hung up the phone, promptly flipping open a telephone directory to dial Supervisor Yang's number. Hello, is this Supervisor Yang? President Dai, it's me. Where are you right now? All right. After ending the call, a subtle smile crept across Dai Qianxue's lips as she twirled the pen in her hand, murmuring softly to herself, This fellow truly has some skills. Who has skills? At that moment, Assistant Gong Xiaoshuang entered, holding a document. Speaking of Pang Tianchong, what about the money from Dongya Hospital? Indeed. Why is that? Gong Xiaoshuang's eyes widened in surprise. Is it because of his fair complexion? Who knows? Gong Xiaoshuang gently placed the document on the desk. This document requires your signature. Please take a look. Dai Qinshua picked up the document, skimmed through it, and then signed her name. Meanwhile, Gong Xiaoshuang poured herself a glass of water. Taking a seat on the sofa, patiently waiting. President Dai, Assistant Gong. Supervisor Yang greeted them warmly, his face beaming with barely contained joy. Please have a seat. Dai Qinshua gestured, then inquired, Your debt collection went quite smoothly, didn't it? The money has arrived so quickly. Not really. Supervisor Yang shook his head. To speak frankly, it was quite a tumultuous journey. Is that so? Supervisor Yang continued. When we first encountered Bai Tong, he was as obstinate as ever, acting like a rogue, claiming he had a meeting and trying to dismiss us. I had no choice, but young Pang would not agree. He went up and delivered a resounding slap, leaving Bai Tong bloodied with a few teeth knocked out. What? Gong Xiaoshuang gasped. How could he be so reckless? Wouldn't they retaliate? Indeed. Supervisor Yang continued. Bai Tong was furious and immediately called for backup. Soon, 7 or 8 security personnel charged in, surrounding young Pang, but to our surprise, our valiant Pang swiftly took them down. Ha! This reckless youth. Dai Qinshua chuckled. He really does prefer to resolve issues through force. And that was the end of it. Gong Xiaoshuang asked incredulously. Nothing is ever that simple. Supervisor Yang shook his head gently, seeing that his men were no match for Pang. Bai Tong called for reinforcement from the underworld, summoning a group from the Black Dragon Society. Is there such an underground force? Dai Qinshua said with concern. The Black Dragon Society is notoriously vicious, and I have heard that their members are all skilled fighters. And then? Gong Xiaoshuang pressed eagerly. The Black Dragon Society members arrived swiftly. Supervisor Yang recounted 20 or so burly men burst into the office, exuding an intimidating presence that nearly sent my heart racing out of my chest. Yet, our young Pang remained unfazed, casually sitting on the sofa, smoking a cigarette, barely lifting an eyelid, as steady as a mountain. What happened next? Gong Xiaoshuang urged. He. Supervisor Yang smiled lightly, who knew that the fierce-looking leader would turn pale at the sight of Pang Tianchong, frantically apologizing, and his underlings all tossed down their weapons, standing in a line like obedient schoolchildren, too scared to make a sound. How could that be? Dai Qinshue and Gong Xiaoshuang exchanged glances, both filled with curiosity. Supervisor Yang continued. Not only that, young Pang was still unsatisfied. He stood up and struck the leader, causing him to grimace in pain, but not dare to cry out. Young Pang then said, All right, since you are here to mediate, now that the hospital has not settled our debts, you figure it out. After that, he sat back down to enjoy his cigarette. Did the Black Dragon Society really heed Pang Tianchong's words? Dai Qinshua asked in confusion. They were exceedingly obedient. Supervisor Yang explained. The leader was left dumbfounded, his face twitching for a while, before he suddenly slapped Bai Tong across the face, shouting, Hurry up and settle the account, or I will skin you alive. Bai Tong, utterly stunned, wasted no time and immediately notified finance to transfer the funds. So that was how it happened. Chapter 32. Investigation and Surveillance. Supervisor Yang vividly narrated the events, leaving Dai Qinshue and Gong Xiaoshuang astonished, feeling that the debt collection process was more thrilling than any crime drama or television series, filled with suspense and twists. It was exhilarating and immensely satisfying. Even after Supervisor Yang concluded his tale and took his leave, the two women remained in stunned silence, exchanging wide-eyed glances. Xiao Shui, Gong Xiaoshuang, curiously stroking her golden locks, inquired, Why do you suppose that the underworld figures fear this little rogue, Pang Tianchong? They comply with him as if he were their master. Who knows? Dai Qinshue shook her head. Could it be that this fellow is a renowned figure in the underworld? I have heard from my family that the Hailonghui holds sway in Bianqing, and many businesses pay them protection fees. These individuals are notoriously ruthless and not to be trifled with. In particular, some merchants dread encountering Hailonghui members even more than they would the urban management officers. Xiaoxue, Gong Xiaoshuang suddenly exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Do you think we have stumbled upon a treasure? With this esteemed Pang in our company, no nefarious characters or ruffians would dare to provoke us. But Dai Qinshue furrowed her delicate brows. Would someone with such formidable skills and foresight remain with us as merely a security guard? True, Gong Xiaoshuang chuckled. With his fortune-telling abilities, he could easily earn a monthly income exceeding 10,000. Moreover, Dai Qinshue continued, I have already instructed that the 30,000 yuan collected from debtors be awarded to Pang Tianchong. For the time being, he should not be in want of money. Ah, Gong, Xiaoshuang exclaimed. Does this mean that with this 30,000, he can repay the 8,008 he owes you and then leave our company? Theoretically, yes. Why are you so naive? Gong Xiaoshuang chided. Why reward him? Wouldn't it be better to have him serve faithfully as our security guard? He is a rare talent. Oh, please. Dai Qinxue rolled her eyes. You can't expect a horse to run without letting it eat grass. He has accomplished a great service for the company. Oh dear. Gong Xiaoshuang exclaimed in exasperation. You do not understand my point. I want you to keep him in the company long term. He may prove invaluable in the future. Forget it. I won't argue with you. I have work to do, she said, picking up the signed documents from the table, swaying her hips as she departed. You little brat. Dai Qinxue muttered, watching Gong Xiaoshuang's retreating figure. Do you think I do not wish to keep him? But surely, there must be a suitable reason. In the afternoon at the Luo family estate, the old matriarch expressed her puzzlement about this young man, seemingly having appeared from nowhere in Bianqing without any known relatives or friends. Their investigation revealed no family ties, save for a decent friendship with a security guard named Ding Tai from Daikang's company. On his first day at Daikang, he even fought with the second young master of the Zhua family. Oh, the old lady paused, surprised. The dandy from the Zhua family? Indeed. What provoked the altercation? The old butler explained, the second young master, one of Dai Qinshue's suitors, often harassed the Dai family lady. That day, he was attempting to woo her, displaying an array of flowers at the entrance to Daikang, accompanied by a crowd, and no one dared to intervene. I suspect someone incited the uninformed Pang Tianchong to take action. He delivered a thorough beating, causing the Zhua family's entourage to flee in disarray. Hee hee. The old lady chuckled, nodding in approval. I did not anticipate that this young man possesses such formidable skills. Well done. At such a young age, he is worthy of our Luo family's acquaintance. By the way, she inquired, has someone been assigned to watch over Shaoqi? Have there been any developments? The old butler replied, everything is in order. There is someone monitoring around the clock. However, nothing particularly noteworthy has occurred. The day before yesterday, her team apprehended some petty thugs. Yesterday was Sunday. Miss Qi rested at home and did not encounter anyone suspicious. In the afternoon, she went shopping with a friend named Gu Xiaowan, purchasing some daily necessities without any contact with dubious individuals. This morning, she dealt with work-related matters. Oh, by the way, the old butler added, I just received a call from the surveillance team. They reported that at noon, Miss Qi accompanied a colleague to a lottery outlet beside the office to purchase a few tickets. What? The old lady exclaimed, rising from her wheelchair, visibly agitated. You mean Qi bought lottery tickets? Indeed. When did she learn to gamble? No, the old butler quickly clarified. Miss Qi has never had a habit of buying lottery tickets. This time, it was her colleague who insisted on bringing her along. Her colleague is an avid lottery player and, after much persuasion, Miss Qi relented and purchased 5 tickets for a total of 10 yuan. I see. The old matriarch mused, pacing the room with her cane, repeating, incredible. Truly incredible. Afyu, she suddenly commanded, call Shaoqi at once and invite her to the old estate for dinner tonight. As evening descended at 7 o'clock, a warm and sumptuous dinner unfolded quietly at the Luo family estate. In a dining room adorned in traditional style, fragrant aromas wafted through the air, illuminated by the soft glow of a dazzling crystal chandelier that cast gentle light upon the old matriarch's wrinkled yet kindly face, making her smile radiate warmth. She sat patiently in her chair, brimming with anticipation for her beloved granddaughter's arrival. The dining table was laden with an array of delectable dishes, savory roasted meats, colorful vegetables, sweet fruits, and an assortment of exquisite pastries. Though not overly abundant, the meal exuded warmth and allure. At that moment, a tall figure clad in a deep blue police uniform entered, exuding grace and confidence. It was none other than Luo Qi, the matriarch's granddaughter. Grandma's been waiting for you for ages. The old lady greeted her with enthusiasm. Luo Qi scanned the surroundings, curious. Grandma, why are you alone? Where are the others? There are no others. Today, it is just you and me dining together. Why? Hurry and wash your hands. I will explain shortly. Ah, Grandma, are you keeping me in suspense? Luo Qi laughed as she dashed off to wash her hands. A moment later, the two sat across from each other, commencing their dinner together. Come, my dear granddaughter, try your favorite roasted meat, the old matriarch said, smiling as she pushed a platter of roasted meat toward Luo Qi. Thank you, Grandma. But what is the reason for this? The old lady rolled her eyes playfully, replying, I missed you. Does that reason suffice? Oh, come on. I know you well enough, Grandma. That's just one reason. There must be another, right? As for the second reason, the old matriarch's smile deepened. I have seen your fortune shining brightly these past few days. Prosperity is on its way to you. Thus, I wish to congratulate you in advance. Luo Qi had just taken a sip of red wine when she nearly spat it out. Grandma, you've only had a few sips. How can you be drunk and start rambling? She chuckled, calling her a silly girl. Luo Laotai, with a serious demeanor, replied, Do you think your grandmother is joking with you? Isn't she? Luo Qi retorted with wide eyes. Of course not. Luo Laotai took a gentle sip of her wine and said calmly, Did you not just buy a lottery ticket? The results are tomorrow, and you are certain to win over 5 million. What? Luo Qi's eyes nearly popped out of her head, bursting into laughter. Grandma, your daydreaming is rather whimsical. So you believe because I bought a lottery ticket, I will certainly win 5 million? Are you trying to make me laugh to death, dear Grandma? She continued. My colleague Gu Xiaowan has been buying lottery tickets for years and hasn't won even 500 yuan. How can I, on my first try, win 5 million? Do you think I'm a deity? Luo Laotai remained unruffled, quietly enjoying her meal while allowing Luo Qi to mock her without retort. Wait, how did you know I bought a lottery ticket? Luo Qi suddenly stopped laughing, analyzing the situation. No one knows about it besides me and Xiaowan. And she wouldn't tell you. Did you have someone follow me? No wonder I felt something was off these past few days, as though a pair of eyes were watching me from the shadows. So what was your doing? Why? Quite simple. The elder lady calmly set down her wine glass, picked up a piece of meat, and began to chew slowly. Because you are destined to come into a fortune in the next few days, and Grandma is just worried. So I had someone watch over you. That doesn't explain it. Luo Qi was almost doubled over with laughter. I don't understand how you could be so certain I would win and come into wealth. I have my ways, Luo Laotai replied nonchalantly. I just met master, and he predicted it. A master? Luo Qi's mouth nearly twisted in disbelief. How could someone as shrewd as you be fooled by a charlatan? Nonsense. Luo Laotai shot her a glare. My leg has been weak for many years. How can I blame someone else for it? All right. Luo Qi laughed again. I won't argue with you. Whatever you say goes. I'll just take it as a joke. Hey, Luo Laotai set down her chopsticks. Why don't you believe your grandmother? At my age, would I joke about something so trivial? Then let us make a bet. A bet on what? Luo Qi inquired, a chopstick tip resting in her mouth. Here's the deal, Luo Laotai said with solemnity. If you don't win tomorrow, I will exceptionally give you 10,000 yuan as pocket money this month. What do you say? Sounds great. Luo Qi clapped her hands. That way if I win, I get money, and if I don't, I still get money. What's not to like? If you do win the grand prize, Luo Laotai continued, you must treat Grandma to a lavish meal. Specifically, treat that master to a grand feast. Do not fear spending. Deal. Luo Qi agreed enthusiastically. If I truly win the grand prize, rest assured, Grandma, I will definitely treat you both to a sumptuous meal at a 5-star hotel. Agreed. It's a promise. Chapter 34. Winning the jackpot. Thus, the delightful agreement between Luo Laotai and her granddaughter Luo Qi was established, and the meal was enjoyed thoroughly, with the duo toasting and laughing together. Due to the wine, Luo Qi could not drive, so she stayed overnight at the old residence. The next day was Tuesday, the day of a lottery draw. Grandma is not senile, Luo Qi thought, watching the spinning balls, pondering whether she could truly win. How is this possible? Gu Xiaowan has been buying tickets for years and hasn't won a single prize. Can I really have such extraordinary luck? The young lady clutched her lottery ticket tightly, watching the television, lost in her thoughts and anticipations. The draw commenced on time, and Luo Qi compared the numbers on her ticket with those displayed on the screen. The first set matched. The second set matched. The third set matched as well. When the final set of numbers aligned perfectly, Luo Qi's heart raced, and she was filled with excitement, nearly leaping from the upper floor. I really won the jackpot. How unexpected. Truly, fortune does smile upon me, she thought, her mind racing as she grabbed her phone to call her grandmother. At that moment, Luo Laotai was still awake, seated in the living room, and engaged in casual conversation with the old butler, a Fu, discussing family matters. The phone rang, and Luo Laotai answered it. Hello, Grandma. On the other end, Luo Qi's voice was deliberately subdued. I lost our bet. You lost. Isn't that a good thing? That means you must have won. Luo Laotai responded, slightly puzzled. You won. I truly won. How much? Luo Laotai's eyes sparkled as she held the phone close to her ear, holding her breath in anticipation. 560,000. Luo Qi could no longer contain her excitement, her voice rising in pitch. You were right. You. Luo Laotai was nearly startled enough to drop the phone. You silly girl. Why are you shouting? You'll give your grandma a heart attack. Ha ha. Luo Qi laughed. I'm just too excited. I never dreamed this would happen. Happiness has come so suddenly. Calm down, child. Ha ha. The laughter from Luo Qi rang louder. I that unrefined? Grandma, wait for me. I'm coming to sleep with you tonight. Go, go, go. Luo Laotai teased. How old are you now and still want to sleep with me? You're not 3 anymore. All right, I'm coming. Luo Laotai set her phone down, momentarily dazed, then turned to a foo. A foo. Chi's ticket really won the jackpot. 560,000. Amazing. The old butler exclaimed. So that master truly predicted it accurately. How incredible. Indeed, Luo Laotai mused. There are truly remarkable individuals in this world. He is young, yet comparable to Zhuge Liang of old. A foo. How should we establish a good relationship with this young gentleman? Hee hee. The old butler chuckled. That matter will require your wise decision. Well, Luo Laotai nodded thoughtfully. In any case, our initial acquaintance is a kind of fate. We shall honor our prior agreement and have a grand meal another day. Meanwhile, Luo Qi terminated the call and hurried out, driving toward the old residence, eager to share her joy with her beloved grandmother. As she drove, she also called her colleague Gu Xiaowan, the one who had encouraged her to buy the lottery ticket, feeling the need to express her gratitude. Hello, Xiaowan, Luo Qi said, putting on her earphones. What are you doing? Just lying in bed, preparing to rest. Did you watch the draw? Did you win anything? Alas, I have no luck. Gu Xiaowan's voice was calm and languid, as if accustomed to not winning. I won, Luo Qi exclaimed. That's why I called to thank you first. If you had tea, encourage me to buy one. How much did you win? Gu Xiaowan asked, her tone still steady. 5 million. What? Gu Xiaowan's voice shot up, nearly blowing out Luo Qi's eardrum. Ha ha ha. Luo Qi laughed heartily. Calm down. Why are you getting so excited? The one who won is me, not you. Are you serious, or just joking? Of course it's true. In the dead of night, would I joke about something like this? It's utterly absurd. Absolutely. Luo Qi readily agreed and continued. Happiness has come so unexpectedly. I too am perplexed about how I stumbled upon such incredible luck. However, there's something even stranger. What? My grandmother knew 3 days ago that I would come into great wealth and has been secretly monitoring me these past few days. Ah, has the old lady become a deity? It's not that my grandmother is divine, Luo Qi explained, but she encountered a master who predicted this. Just yesterday, she even bet with me that if I won 5 million, I would treat that master to a meal. I am currently on my way to the old residence to discuss the bet with her. Is that so? I want to meet that master too. In her earphones, Gu Xiaowan's voice became lively. Xiao Qi. We agreed that you must find a way to get that master's contact information. I also want to consult him about my fortune this year. Moreover, my mother has been pressing me to marry. I want the master to divine my romantic prospects. All right, Luo Qi promised. I will definitely introduce you when the time comes. If all else fails, I will even resort to handcuffing the master to bring him before you. It's a deal. It's a deal. Chapter 35. The Luo family treats guests with this turn of events. The debt of 8,880 for the stockings could be repaid, and from now on, he would be free to soar high as a bird and leap freely like a fish in a vast sea, no longer needing to remain here as a security guard. This was 2 months earlier than he had anticipated, as he thought he would have to work for 3 months to clear his debts. How could he not be elated? Pang Tianchong was on duty at the company when his phone rang. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Their SA call for you. He glanced instinctively at his phone. It was an unfamiliar number. After a moment's thought, he answered the call. Hello? A somewhat familiar voice came through the line. Hello? I'm the old lady who asked you for a fortune reading 3 days ago. Do you remember me? Very well. Pang Tianchong laughed. You were quite generous, giving me 800 yuan at once. How could I forget you? I will remember you for a lifetime. Ha! The old lady chuckled. You little rascal. You certainly know how to flatter. Of course. I'm always friendly towards good people. The old lady paused before continuing. That day, you predicted that my granddaughter would come into great wealth, and it turned out to be true. So, as per my promise, I must treat you to a meal, and I hope you will honor me with your presence. Really struck it rich? Indeed, I won over 5 million in the lottery. Wonderful, wonderful. Pang Tianchong sincerely congratulated her. Congratulations. Where do you work? The old lady asked knowingly. After work, I will have my granddaughter drive to pick you up, and we will have dinner together. Old lady, you are truly treating me? Of course. A promise is a promise, so please do not decline. All right. It would be rude not to accept. I will also go to seek some of your family's good fortune. Pang Tianchong chuckled. I am currently working as a security guard at Daikon Company. When your person arrives, just ask at the gate, and you will find me. Very well. Tonight, let us not miss each other. After hanging up, Pang Tianchong felt a surge of joy. A free meal is a free meal. After all, that old lady's family is wealthy, and having won the lottery, it doesn't matter if he goes out for a meal. Besides, he had been eating in the company cafeteria every day, and the food was rather bland. So a good feast would be quite nice. Hey, Brother Pang. Ding Tai, who was nearby, said enviously, someone is treating you to a big feast? Not bad. Just a small matter. Pang Tianchong replied casually. How about you join me tonight? Forget it. No way. Pang Tianchong nudged Ding Tai with his elbow. What beauty. It's just an old lady who previously consulted me for a fortune reading and said she wanted to thank me. Ha ha. The two laughed heartily. Just shortly after Pang Tianchong hung up the call, Luo Qi, who worked at the city's southern branch, received a call from the old lady as well. Hello. My dear granddaughter, the old lady's voice was warm and kind. Are you busy? Did I interrupt you? Not really. I'm not too busy at the moment. Luo Qi replied calmly. What instructions do you have for me, Venerable One? As we agreed, I am preparing to treat that master to dinner tonight, the old lady instructed. At our own hotel, Tianhai Longgong, in the VIP room. After you finish work, go pick him up. I will send you his number shortly. So be sure to save it. No problem. Luo Qi readily agreed. Just tell me where he is staying. He works as a security guard at Daikon Company. When you arrive, just ask at the gate, and you will find him. He is a young man in his 20s. What? Luo Qi suddenly became agitated. A young security guard? Grandmother, are you sure? A 5-star hotel, a VIP room, treating a young security guard at dinner, and you want me to pick him up personally? What is wrong with that? The old lady replied sternly. What is wrong with a young security guard? I have always taught you not to look down on anyone or view them through colored glasses. Have you forgotten that? No. Luo Qi, sensing her grandmother's displeasure, hastily explained in a low voice, I was just thinking he might be a master with an ethereal presence, and now you say he is just a security guard. Isn't there a bit of a disparity? I meant no offense. Oomph. The old lady rolled her eyes inwardly. I could guess your little thoughts with my eyes closed. I tell you, do not underestimate this person. He is currently a dragon lurking in the depths. When he eventually soars to great heights, I fear you, as a mere police officer, will find it hard to even catch a glimpse of him. All right, Venerable One, Luo Qi said impatiently. I will follow your orders and make sure to pick him up after work. You don't need to lecture me over the phone, okay? Oomph. The old lady snorted. Remember, be on time to pick him up. Luo Qi hung up the phone, feeling somewhat frustrated. Her grandmother was a prominent figure in Bianqing, the leader of one of the 4 great families. Why was she placing such importance on a mere security guard? Not only inviting him to dinner, but also insisting that Luo Qi personally fetch him? A simple phone call would suffice. What are you daydreaming about? Seeing Luo Qi lost in thought, Gu Xiaowan walked over and teased. Are you thinking about your crush? Get out of here. Where'd I have a crush? Luo Qi replied irritably. My grandmother called to say she would treat someone to dinner and want me to personally pick him up after work. What big shot could make your grandmother treat them to dinner? Well, load of nonsense. Luo Qi replied disdainfully. He is just a small security guard from a company. Oh, by the way, he's the so-called master I mentioned last time. I suspect my grandmother has been deceived by him. A master? Gu Xiaowan exclaimed excitedly. Remember to give me his contact information. I want to consult him about my fortune. Cut it out. Luo Qi scoffed. I told you. He is just a small security guard. It's likely he just got lucky by chance. How about this? After work, you come with me to see him. No. Gu Xiaowan waved her hands repeatedly. Your grandmother is treating guests. I wouldn't dare to intrude. I feel nervous just thinking about seeing her. Even more so than meeting our boss. What a coward. Really? Don't worry. Luo Qi confidently patted her chest. If he dares not come, I will give him a good beating. Chapter 36. Picking up the guest at Daikon Company in the president's office as work hours approached their end. Dai Qinxue remained seated at her desk, staring blankly at the data on her computer screen. This was a newly transmitted research report on a drug from the laboratory, detailing the development progress of the new medication, codenamed Drug 3, and its achievements thus far. This was a research project she had vigorously championed, investing heavily despite family opposition after taking on the role of president. Once a new drug emerges, 80% of cancer patients will find themselves cured. This development will undoubtedly be hailed as a miracle in the annals of world medicine, and the architect of this marvel is none other than the Daikon Group. Under her leadership, at last, the dawn of victory is within sight, and Dai Qinxue feels a profound sense of satisfaction. Knock, knock, knock. Someone is at the door. Please come in. Dai Qinxue closes her laptop, preparing to conclude her workday. Xiaoxue, it's time to leave. Her assistant, Gong Xiaoshuang, enters with a smile. Just about to head out, Gong Xiaoshuang strides to the floor-to-ceiling window and points downstairs. I saw a car parked there just now. I wonder what it is. Dai Qinxue muses, also curious as she approaches the window. Indeed, a police car is stationed at the entrance, with a striking female officer standing beside it. Dai Qinxue remarks, that officer looks somewhat familiar. I believe her name is Luo Qi, someone from the Luo family. Do you know her? Gong Xiaoshuang inquires. Not personally. Dai Qinxue shakes her head, but I've seen her in the newspapers. She is quite the renowned police flower in Bianqing. She is indeed beautiful. Gong Xiaoshuang nods in agreement. But what is she here for? Look, that little rogue is approaching. Could it be that she is here to apprehend Pang Tianchong? Dai Qinxue suddenly recalls the debt collection issue. Could Bai Tong have reported him to the police? The two women exchange glances, both sensing the likelihood of this possibility. Let us call him and ask. Dai Qinxue pulls out her phone, but hesitates. I don't have his number. Didn't he call you before? Why didn't he save it? Check with Human Resources. They should have his contact information. All right. Downstairs, Pang Tianchong is leisurely walking toward the police car, casually smoking and exhaling rings of smoke. Hello, beautiful, he greets Luo Qi as he tosses his cigarette but aside and glances at her, and then the car. Are you here to pick me up? Yes. Luo Qi grits her teeth in response. I called you earlier. You sure take your time to come out. Luo Qi is quite displeased with the delay caused by an elderly lady treating young security guard to a meal, and she dares not voice her discontent. So her demeanor toward Pang Tianchong is far from amiable. Pang Tianchong eyes Luo Qi, appreciating her beauty despite her stern expression. She possesses a tall and curvaceous figure. Her fair complexion is smooth and delicate. Her features are exquisite, exuding a vibrant charm, especially her long, slender, elegantly arched eyebrows, which are set wide apart. One can tell from her appearance that she is a carefree woman with a generous spirit, unburdened by worries. Is it time to clock out? Why not change into something else? What is so special about that uniform? Pang Tianchong remarks, slightly reproaching Luo Qi. Is driving a police car supposed to be impressive? What do you mean? Luo Qi rolls her eyes. I'm just picking up a security guard. Do I need to dress up extravagantly and arrive in a luxury car? What do you think I am, a big shot? That's not what I meant. Pang Tianchong gestures toward the police car, explaining. You realize this looks like you're here to take me away, right? People might think I'm a criminal being arrested. I am a law-abiding citizen. One of the future top 10 outstanding youths. Quit with the nonsense. Get in the car. Luo Qi, already impatient, glares at him as she opens the car door and takes a seat, starting the engine. Slow down. Do you even know how to drive? Pang Tianchong admonishes. With that temper of yours, you'll never rise to a leadership position. Oomph. Luo Qi retorts, that's none of your concern. I'm currently the youngest team leader in the bureau. That's only because your family is wealthy and you bought your position through connections. Luo Qi's irritation reaches a peak as she feels her temper flare. But just then, Pang Tianchong's phone rings. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. It's a call. Oomph. Luo Qi scoffs at the cheesy ringtone. Hello. Who is this? Pang Tianchong answers the call. This is Dai Qinxue. Oh, President Dai. Pang Tianchong quickly clarifies. I'm not being taken away by the police. It's just a fan of mine who has been crying and insisting on treating me to a lavish meal. I can't refuse such hospitality. ISNT at the Baitong who got beaten up that filed a report. Are the police here to apprehend you? Dai Qinxue inquires. Concerned. Of course not. Pang Tianchong assures her. Baitong wouldn't dare report me, even if he had 100 lives. Thank you for your concern, President Dai. You need not worry about me. Oomph. Who has concern about you? The call ends abruptly. Suddenly, Luo Qi slams on the brakes, causing the car to jolt violently. What's going on? Pang Tianchong exclaims, nearly hitting his head against the windshield. Who is this fan of yours who has been crying and wanted to treat you to dinner? You're just a security guard. Who do you think you are? Luo Qi's eyes blaze with fury, her chest heaving with indignation as if it might burst without the seatbelt holding it together. Hee. Pang Tianchong grins. Just boasting a little in front of my boss. Don't take it to heart. From now on, keep that foul mouth of yours shut. Luo Qi angrily commands. Can I have a cigarette? No. Then I want to go to this dinner, he declares, reaching for the car door handle. Luo Qi grinds her teeth in frustration, but remembers her grandmother's advice and suppresses her anger. She floors the accelerator, and the car speeds off toward the Tianhai Longgong Hotel. Chapter 37. The feast when Pang Tianchong arrives at the Tianhai Longgong Hotel, following the fuming Luo Qi. He finds that the elderly matriarch, Luo Laofuran, has been waiting in the VIP room on the top floor for quite some time. The old steward of Fu is also present, directing two young and attractive servers as they arrange the tea set on the table. Pang Xiao, you welcome. Upon seeing him, Luo Laofuran stands to greet him. Despite her mobility issues with her right leg, she takes a couple of steps forward, grasping his hand and guiding him to the dining table. This gesture leaves Luo Qi momentarily stunned. In her memory, her grandmother has never been so warm and affectionate with any guest, even prominent figures. It seems she is more welcoming than she would be with her own grandson. Truly a remarkable sight. Good day, elder. Pang Tianchong assists the elderly lady as they both take their seats. You are far too kind. This is merely a chance encounter, and I feel undeserving of such hospitality. Come, let us have some tea first, the elderly lady warmly offers, her smile radiant as the spring sun. Let us take a look at the menu. What do you like to eat? As Luo Laofuran speaks, a server promptly hands the menu to Pang Tianchong. He takes it, glances through it, and then hands it back to the elderly lady, humbly stating, I'm not adept at ordering. Please choose a few dishes at your discretion. I'm easygoing and don't have many dietary restrictions. Very well. I will take care of it, the elderly lady replies, and after a moment of contemplation, she adds, I'm not sure of your tastes, so I'll select a few from both Chinese and Western cuisines to accompany each other. That works. Pang Tianchong responds softly. I have a good appetite and am not picky. The elderly lady then invites Xiaoqi. Fu, you both should sit down as well. Let us all eat together. Grandmother. Luo Qi shoots a sideways glance at Pang Tianchong and suggests, why don't you two eat? After all, I brought him here. I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Sit down. Luo Qi, pouting, reluctantly took her seat and murmured softly, I dislike dining with strangers. The elderly lady smiled at Pang Tianchong and said, Xiao Pang, allow me to introduce you. This is my granddaughter Luo Qi, who works at the Chengnan branch. Pang Tianchong chuckled. I'll learn about her on the way. She is a team leader, vibrant and accomplished. I admire you greatly. Luo Qi rolled her eyes, finding his flattery insincere. The elderly lady shot her a disapproving glance before pointing to the wine cabinet. Xiao Pang, what kind of wine do you prefer? White or red? Domestic or imported? Pang Tianchong examined the extensive selection of wines, whites, reds, champagne, and various beverages. Let us go with the Mouton, he said, gesturing casually. I quite enjoy its flavor, though it doesn't quite compare to Lafite. Excellent choice. Mouton it is, the elderly lady remarked, signaling a beautiful waitress who promptly opened the bottle and poured it into a decanter. Think carefully, my dear, she added. What dishes do you particularly enjoy? Let the kitchen know to prepare them. No need, Pang Tianchong replied, lighting a cigarette and taking a deep drag before exhaling a cloud of smoke. I'm not too particular about food. As long as it fills the belly, I'm satisfied. Could you refrain from smoking? Luo Qi protested, covering her nose in distaste. It's suffocating. My apologies, Pang Tianchong said, taking another puff before extinguishing the cigarette. I forgot I was in the presence of a lady. No sense of public decorum. Luo Qi fanned the smoke away with her small hand, her eyes rolling dramatically. The elderly lady observed the banter between them, smiling without intervening. When the elderly chairman arrived for dinner, the dishes were served promptly. Before Pang Tianchong could finish his cup of tea, the waitstaff began bringing out an array of dishes. Peking duck, Buddha jumps over the wall, squirrel fish, blackfish roast soup, Australian lobster, Japanese sashimi, French foie gras, filet mignon, and Italian pasta, all vibrant and aromatic. Please dig in, the elderly lady gestured. Xiao Pang, try our Luo family hotel-esque cuisine and see how it measures up. Wow, Pang Tianchong exclaimed, elderly lady, you've truly outdone yourself. Luo Qi felt a pang of envy as she gazed at the lavish spread, realizing she had never enjoyed such a feast with her grandmother before. Have you dined on Western cuisine? She asked condescendingly, "Do you know how to use a knife and fork?" "Xiao Qi," the elderly lady admonished. "How do you speak to Xiao Pang? What did I teach you growing up?" "It's fine." Pang Tianchong waved his hand dismissively. "It is natural for a young lady from a wealthy family to look down on common folk. I take no offense. Now, please enjoy our hotel's dishes and tell us if they suit your palate," the elderly lady said with keen interest, observing Pang Tianchong's hands and the cutlery before him. "I will not hold back," he replied with a slight smile, deftly picking up the knife and fork, elegantly cutting a piece of foie gras and savoring it. The elderly lady watched quietly, her heart stirred. She mused that this was clearly a well-traveled individual. Pang Tianchong nodded after a moment of chewing. "It's good. I D-rated a 9. Umph." Luo Qi interjected, somewhat displeased. "Have you ever tasted this French foie gras? What does it lose a point?" Pang Tianchong raised his hand, interrupting, "I can tell, the Michelin 3-star chef's skills are indeed remarkable. But my point is that the foie gras used here lacks a certain finesse." "Foie gras?" The elderly lady's eyes widened in curiosity. "What is wrong with it?" "This is not from the French mainland," Pang Tianchong remarked, smacking his lips. "It must be Hungarian. The fat content is slightly inferior." "Is that so?" The elderly lady immediately turned to the nearby waiter, instructing, "Go. Call your manager over." Chapter 38. The Supreme Card at the Tianhai Longgong Grand Hotel. In the VIP room on the top floor, Pang Tianchong's casual critique shocked everyone present. Even the well-traveled elderly lady could not discern such subtleties in Western cuisine, let alone a mere security guard. The most astounded was Luo Qi, whose beautiful eyes were glued to Pang Tianchong, her disbelief evident on her face. "What pretentiousness," she thought, nearly voicing her disdain, but swallowing it instead, for Pang Tianchong's first assertion was undeniably accurate. This was indeed a dish prepared by a Michelin 3-star chef. Luo Qi and her grandmother, along with the elderly housekeeper, Ah Fu, exchanged bewildered glances just as the door to the private room gently opened. And a portly man with a bushy beard entered. "Madam," he said respectfully, approaching the elderly lady, "how may I assist you? Are you the manager of this hotel?" She inquired. "Indeed. Tell me," the elderly lady pointed to the foie gras on the plate, "is this foie gras flown in from France?" "Speak frankly." "Not anymore," the manager replied, shaking his head slightly. "Previously, we did import foie gras from France. However, due to supply issues over the past 2 months, we switched to Hungarian foie gras, which we continue to use. This is a matter of necessity." The manager's words felt like a sharp slap to Luo Qi's face, reddening her cheeks as she fell silent, her toes digging into her shoes in embarrassment. How utterly mortifying! Just moments ago, she had doubted Pang Tianchong's experience with Western cuisine, only to discover his discerning palate was far superior. "Oh," the elderly lady nodded, gesturing towards Pang Tianchong. "This is no longer a secret of our hotel. This gentleman identified that the foie gras is Hungarian, not French. Is that so?" The manager's eyes widened in disbelief as he scrutinized Pang Tianchong. "Currently, he is the first to recognize the difference in our hotel's foie gras. It's remarkable." The elderly lady disregarded the manager's astonishment and continued, "Therefore, you should strive to use French foie gras whenever possible. There will always be those who notice the difference." "Yes, yes." The bearded manager nodded vigorously. "We will continue to liaise with our contacts in France. Allow me to introduce you," the elderly lady continued. "This gentleman's surname is Pang. He is Pang Tianchong, a distinguished guest of our Luo family. Please arrange for him a Supreme Card and bring it to him. I will take care of it right away." The hotel manager bowed and departed. "Madam," Pang Tianchong grinned, "with such fine wine and food, you needn't trouble yourself with a Supreme Card. It feels rather excessive." "Not at all." The elderly lady smiled. "I find you quite agreeable, and besides, our meeting amidst such a vast crowd is a stroke of fate, so there is no need to overthink it. Now let us pour some wine." The elderly lady signaled the waitress to refill their glasses, and the 4 of them raised their cups together, officially commencing the feast. After several rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, the ever-quiet old steward could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "Mr. Pang, I am quite intrigued. Given your impressive skills, what brings you to humble yourself as a security guard?" "Oh," Pang Tianchong glanced at Afu and responded, "This gentleman. I too am curious as to how you, a practitioner of late-stage Anjin, discern that I possess martial prowess." "Hee." The old steward chuckled amiably, "To be precise, I cannot definitively assert you possess such skills merely by sight. However, Upon hearing of your formidable encounter with the members of the Black Dragon Society, I realized you are indeed a concealed expert. Oh, I see, Pang Tianchong acknowledged, coming to the realization that his dealings with the Black Dragon Society were no longer a secret. You possess martial skills as well? Luo Qi, who had been engrossed in her meal, suddenly interjected with an inquisitive gaze directed at Pang Tianchong, challenging him. Do you dare to spar with me? Not at all. Pang Tianchong shook his head, resolutely declining her challenge. TCH. Luo Qi scoffed, coward. Hee hee. The old steward laughed, Miss Qi. Mr. Pang's refusal is not born of fear, but rather a concern that in the course of sparring, he might inadvertently cause you harm. What? Luo Qi retorted defiantly. Are you implying that I am no match for him? I'm a champion of the city's Sonic competition. I am well aware of your championship title. The old steward continued, but even if 10 champions like you were to join forces, you would still not approach Mr. Pang's skill. What nonsense! Luo Qi's countenance fell, feeling somewhat embarrassed. She was indeed among the top fighters at the police station. How could she possibly be outmatched by a mere security guard? Miss Qi, the old steward said with a knowing smile, how do you suppose you would fare against someone of my age and experience? Of course, you are far inferior to him, Luo Qi admitted, deflated. However, the old steward remarked candidly, with my abilities, I fear I would not last even 3 exchanges against Mr. Pang. Is it truly that exaggerated? Luo Qi's cheeks flushed crimson, and upon glancing at Pang Tianchong, she found him unrefutably calm and unassuming, his expression as tranquil as a still pond. Could this possibly be true? In that moment, Luo Qi felt yet another blow to her confidence. Chapter 39, Healing the Leg, Part 1, Becoming a Security Guard was, in truth, an unforeseen circumstance. Having lost both home and family, one must find some means of sustenance, mustn't he one? After all, how else could one support oneself? Yet, lacking any formal qualifications, I had not considered any alternative to being a security guard. Pang Tianchong felt somewhat embarrassed to divulge his unsavory encounter with Dai Qianxue, and with a self-deprecating smile, he deflected the conversation. Why not consider joining our Luo group? The old lady suggested with a hint of playfulness. You may choose any position across our diverse industries, and the salary is entirely negotiable. I assure you, I will not haggle. How does that sound? Hee, we shall see. To be frank, my tenure at Daikon Company is merely temporary. Once I locate my parents, I may very well depart. Have you found them yet? The old lady, noticing Pang Tianchong's reluctance to switch jobs, swiftly changed the topic. Not yet, Pang Tianchong replied. I've only just begun working and have been quite busy. In a couple of days, I intend to inquire into their whereabouts. Oh, this matter is simple. Xiaoqi, you shall take charge of this. Ensure you track down Mr. Pang's parents. Absolutely. Luo Qi, for once, regarded Pang Tianchong with a measure of seriousness and said, provide me with their names, and I shall investigate during my shift tomorrow. Thank you. Not at all. While they spoke, the hotel manager returned, holding an exquisite card. Mr. Pang, the manager said respectfully, presenting the card with both hands. This is the supreme card of Luo's hotel, which grants the bearer complimentary access to any of our establishments. Thank you. Pang Tianchong accepted the card, casually tucking it into his pocket, raising his glass to clink with the old steward, and then downing the contents in one go. To be candid, during his time in the Western underground world, he had accrued a multitude of similar cards, rendering this one rather unremarkable. However, to the young lady, this display appeared ostentatious, igniting a desire within Luo Qi to deliver a resounding slap across his impassive face. Nevertheless, the astute old lady perceived the situation differently. She was convinced that the young man before her had surely experienced the grandest of worlds and was someone worth befriending. Just then, the old lady's expression changed as she began to tremble, instinctively clutching her leg and falling silent. Pang Tianchong, noticing the old lady's unusual behavior, contemplated for a moment and said, Madam, as the saying goes, no merit, no reward. You have treated me to a meal and bestowed a card, and I find myself at a loss to repay your kindness. However, I would prefer not to owe anyone a favor. How about this? I observe that your leg appears to be troublesome. After we finish dining, I could examine it to see if I might be able to alleviate your discomfort. Alleviate? Luo Qi's eyes widened incredulously. You must be joking. My grandmother's leg has resisted the best of doctors both domestically and internationally. What can you possibly do? Are you out of your mind? Pang Tianchong, well-intentioned, felt his patience wane at the young lady's obstinacy, and his expression turned serious as he glared at Luo Qi, saying, "I say, Luo Qi, why do you always judge others through a narrow lens? It seems you're the one who is unwell." "You." Luo Qi was about to retort when Pang Tianchong interjected. "What is the matter? You suffer from insomnia, experience cold extremities, and have irregular menstrual cycles, correct?" Luo Qi's face flushed as she lowered her head, for he had accurately pinpointed her ailments. As the saying goes, a master can discern skill at a mere touch. Pang Tianchong's revelation struck home, leaving her both embarrassed and infuriated, yet unable to retort. The astute old lady, observing her granddaughter's reaction, realized that Pang Tianchong had indeed hit the nail on the head. Stirring her thoughts, "Young friend Pang," the old lady's eyes sparkled with interest. "You truly possess medical knowledge?" "Certainly." Pang Tianchong nodded, shedding any pretense, as further modesty might lead the young lady to regard him with disdain. It was better to present himself with confidence. "I have accompanied my master in practicing medicine for many years, encountering a myriad of complex ailments." "Wonderful," the old lady exclaimed. Come, let us finish our meal. And afterward, you shall examine my leg closely. Hee, let's toast another glass." Overall, the meal proceeded rather splendidly, with only the occasional banter between Luo Qi and Pang Tianchong, yet the atmosphere remained pleasant. After the meal, the servers cleared the plates and refilled the tea, signaling the time for Pang Tianchong to showcase his skills. "Come, old lady," he declared theatrically, "allow me to take your pulse." In truth, with his abilities, merely opening his third, I would reveal the old lady's entire meridian system, acupoints, and ailments with crystal clarity, rendering pulse-taking unnecessary. His actions were merely a guise, presenting the facade of an elderly Chinese physician for the onlookers. He placed his hand on the old lady's wrist, gently closing his eyes as he opened his third eye, allowing a stream of spiritual energy to flow through his fingertips into her body, traversing her entire meridian system. At that moment, both Luo Qi and the old steward watched in wide-eyed curiosity, captivated by Pang Tianchong's seemingly mystical performance. After approximately half a minute, Pang Tianchong withdrew his hand and instructed Luo Qi, "Roll up your grandmother's pant leg, so I might take a closer look." "Oh." Luo Qi rolled her eyes but complied, bending down to gently roll up the old lady's trousers, revealing a misshapen calf. Pang Tianchong scrutinized the leg closely and gently squeezed it, sighing, "Madam, you have endured much hardship over these past 30 years. With that single remark, the old lady nearly shed tears. After all, it had indeed been 30 long years of suffering with that leg, an affliction that had persisted despite countless treatments. There were moments when she even contemplated amputation, believing it would be a welcome release from her torment. Pang Tianchong uttered 2 words with a casual tone, "Poison curse." Chapter 40, Treating the Leg, Part 2. In the midst of the gathering, a single phrase sent a wave of astonishment through the room. "Xiao Pang." The elderly lady's voice trembled. "Are you saying that I have been afflicted by a curse?" "Indeed," Pang Tianchong continued. "This curse is known as Ziwu Inyanggu. It manifests around midnight and noon, causing excruciating pain in the afflicted area. Is that how it feels for you?" "Yes." Old Lady Luo nodded, pain evident in her eyes. "Every night, I am awakened by the agony, and it strikes again at noon. For 30 years, I have not been able to take a nap. Do you know who is responsible for your suffering?" Pang Tianchong inquired. "This curse is quite rare and is said to originate only from the southern regions. Furthermore, it has seldom appeared in recent years. Alas, initially, the pain was mild and I did not pay much attention. However, over the past decade, it has worsened significantly. Even when not in crisis, my leg is inconvenient for walking." Listening to the old lady's lament, Luo Qi's tears flowed as she choked out, "Grandmother, you have endured so much over the years. We were aware of your mobility issues, but never imagined it was this severe, suffering such torment daily. Why didn't you say anything?" "What would I have said?" Old Lady Luo replied with a bitter smile. "I have always been strong-willed. What is this pain in the grand scheme of my life? Besides, even if I told you, what could you do to alleviate my suffering?" "Ha." Pang Tianchong. Luo Qi's tear-filled eyes fixed on him as she asked, "Since you have identified the cause of my grandmother's ailment, can you heal her leg?" Pang Tianchong cast a glance at the tearful maiden and replied with a gentle smile, "Remove the word count from your query." "Really?" Luo Qi's tears transformed into laughter, suddenly finding this young security guard less irksome. "Nonsense." Pang Tianchong replied with seriousness. "Do I appear to be jesting?" quickly assist the old lady to the bed. I shall treat her now. All right, all right. Luo Qi and the old steward promptly moved to help old lady Luo into the adjoining room, gently laying her on the bed. Pang Tianchong retrieved a small leather pouch resembling a wallet from his pocket. He opened it to reveal a collection of gleaming silver needles. Old lady, please remain still. He instructed while inserting the needles into specific acupoints. I will first insert several needles to clear your meridians and then slowly expel the curse. It's fine. I am composed, old lady Luo reassured him. You may proceed without concern for my old bones. As the silver needles punctured her leg, Pang Tianchong directed his spiritual energy through the needles into her body, allowing it to traverse her meridians. Approximately 5 minutes passed, and her leg began to tremble in response to the needles. Hiss! Old lady Luo gasped, it hurts. Xiao Pang, why has the pain returned? It's all right. Endure it for a moment, Pang Tianchong clarified. The curse is being forced to move. Just hold on for a few more minutes. He gently pressed his index finger on her Yongquan acupoint, a warm current flooding her leg, swiftly alleviating her pain. How delightful! Old lady Luo smiled. Xiao Pang, is this the legendary true energy? You could say that, Pang Tianchong replied, while channeling his energy. However, my version of true energy is meant for healing. The old steward, astonished, regarded Pang Tianchong with newfound respect, realizing only a master could emit true energy with such control. It was truly incredible. As Pang Tianchong spoke, a viscous black liquid began to seep from the old lady's leg, emitting a foul odor. Within the dark liquid, something thin appeared to wriggle, about an inch long. It's out. Pang Tianchong turned to Luo Qi, instructing, quickly bring a napkin. Here. Luo Qi promptly handed him a napkin, her gaze fixed on each of his movements. Pang Tianchong folded the napkin, pinched the curse, gently crushed it, and tossed it into the trash. After another 5 minutes, he began to remove the needles, effortlessly gathering them with a flourish. Wipe your grandmother's leg clean. I'll massage her shortly. He meticulously returned the needles to the pouch while instructing Luo Qi. In that moment, Luo Qi complied with every word, hastily retrieving wet wipes from her bag to gently clean old lady Luo's leg. Done. Once satisfied that her leg was clean, Pang Tianchong placed his hands on her calf, saying, Relax, I will now give you a massage. As he spoke, a layer of white mist slowly enveloped old lady Luo's calf, moving in rhythm with his hands. Luo Qi and the old steward were left speechless, hardly daring to breathe, utterly captivated by the miraculous scene before them. At that moment, all of old lady Luo's meridians were unblocked. Though they could not see the energy being channeled, they felt her calf warm and soothing, an indescribable sensation of bliss. This feels wonderful. Minutes later, Pang Tianchong withdrew his energy, declaring, All right, old lady, from today onwards. You may discard your cane and move freely. Take a few steps. Ah, old lady Luo exclaimed joyfully, Can I truly walk now? Remove the word can from your statement. Pang Tianchong nodded, encouraging her, Go on, try it out. Hee, your words uplift my spirits. I shall take a few steps. With that, Pang Tianchong signaled for everyone to step aside, allowing the old lady to descend from the bed. As her feet touched the ground, she tentatively took a small step, discovering that the pain had vanished entirely. Then, she began to stride confidently around the room, laughing joyfully like a child. Grandmother, Luo Qi's tears flowed once more. Overwhelmed with joy, you will no longer have to suffer. Hee. Thank you, Pang Tianchong. No need for thanks. Pang Tianchong waved his hand dismissively. In the future, when I indulge at your hotel, do not feel sorry for me. As if, Luo Qi laughed through her tears. Who would feel sorry? Am I that petty? Ha 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 ha. Chapter 41. The kidnapping old lady Luo circled the room 3 times, repeatedly lifting her legs to the ground before finally believing that her leg had truly healed. Devoid of any pain. Grasping Pang Tianchong's hand, she expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Xiao Pang, thank you. I never expected that someone so young could be a divine healer. This time, I owe you a great debt of gratitude. In this Bianxing, if our Luo family can be of service to you, do not hesitate to ask. No need to be courteous. Pang Tianchong replied, waving his hand. Did you not say that this is all fate? There is no need to keep in mind. You have already given me a supreme card. We are even now, haha. That one tea do. No. Old lady Luo felt a twinge of regret. Pang Tianchong continued. Actually, I am quite wealthy and possibly not less than you. As he spoke, he instinctively glanced at Luo Qi beside him. Noticing her lack of reaction and that she no longer looked down on him, he continued, "However, my money is kept with my senior sister. Once I find my parents and settle down, she will return it to me." Indeed, old lady Luo realized, with your capabilities, earning money should be incredibly easy. How could you truly lack funds? It seems I was overly concerned. Now, let us discuss serious matters. All right, old lady Luo said excitedly. Thank you, Mr. Pang. She felt fortunate to have met such an extraordinary person who could cure her ailment of 30 years. The hotel staff, perceptive and quick-witted, soon brought pen and paper to Pang Tianchong. Pang Tianchong picked up his pen and swiftly prepared several traditional Chinese medicinal herbs, handing them over to the old steward. Just as he was about to offer further instructions, his phone suddenly rang. Your Majesty, there's a call. Pang Tianchong extracted his mobile phone and casually pressed the answer button, only to be greeted by a chilling voice on the other end. Hello, is this Pang Tianchong? It's me. Who are you? Your friend Ding Tai is in our custody. You have half an hour to arrive at the Hong Yuanyang bar. If you arrive even a moment late, I will sever one of his hands. Wait. Pang Tianchong's mind raced as he immediately grasped the situation. His partner Ding Tai had been kidnapped. Friend, let's talk things over calmly. Don't act rashly. I will be there shortly. If anyone dares to harm my friend in the slightest, I will make them regret ever being born. As he spoke, an aura of murderous intent erupted from him. In that instant, the temperature in the room seemed to plummet, causing everyone present to shudder inexplicably. Does anyone know where the Hong Yuanyang bar is? Pang Tianchong asked, suppressing his fury. I have urgent matters to attend to. It's on Chongqing Road in the north of the city. The old steward, A Fu, quickly replied. I heard it's the territory of the Baihu gang, Mr. Pang. What has happened? As he spoke, he suddenly swayed and dashed out the door. The people in the room felt a flash before their eyes, and when they focused again, Pang Tianchong had vanished without a trace. What just happened? The elderly Luo was astonished and turned to A Fu, asking, why did I suddenly feel a chill? That was Mr. Pang's anger, an unintentional release of his murderous aura. The old steward explained, still shaken. From the sound of it, it seems the Baihu gang in the north has provoked him. Huh, how amusing. The elderly lady chuckled. It seems some blind fool has dared to provoke him again. Grandma, Luo Chi voiced her concern. Should I notify the police and send some people over? No need. The elderly lady interrupted. A mere Baihu gang is not worth Mr. Pang's attention. Then the old steward pondered, should we send a few people to observe the situation? That could work, the elderly lady nodded. Send a few capable individuals to assist him discreetly if necessary. Understood. The old steward pulled out his phone and swiftly exited the private room. All right. The elderly lady hastily made her way toward the door. Grandma, slow down. Luo Chi instinctively reached out to support her, but was pushed away by the elderly lady. What support? Can't you see your grandma is walking steadily? Elderly lady, just enjoy your moment. The two shared a hearty laugh together. Returning to Pang Tianchong, he exited the hotel and immediately hailed taxi. Driver, to Chongqing Road, Hong Yuanyang Bar. Make it quick, Pang Tianchong commanded, pulling a 100 yuan bill from his pocket and slapping it against the windshield. Keep the change. Certainly, the driver exclaimed happily, deftly steering the car toward the north of the city. The taxi soon arrived at the Hong Yuanyang Bar. As Pang Tianchong exited, two burly men approached him. Are you Pang Tianchong? I am. Pang Tianchong replied coldly, casting a glance at the men. Where's your master? Take me to him. Follow me. One of the men led the way, while the other trailed behind as they hurried toward an unmarked van parked by the roadside. Once inside the vehicle, Pang Tianchong asked again, is my friend unharmed? You haven't done anything to him, have you? Your friend is fine. One of the men grinned. He's just chatting with our people over there. Haha. As long as he is unharmed, Pang Tianchong gritted his teeth. If anything happens to him, you all will pay dearly. Chapter 42. Rescuing a friend. Pang Tianchong rode in the van with the two men, one of whom started the engine and drove north. Heading outside the city, the other pulled out a phone and dialed. Hello, boss. The one named Pang is already here. He's in our vehicle. Does he have any accomplices? No, it's just him. Good. Bring him over quickly. Pang Tianchong listened to their conversation, casually lighting a cigarette and smoking leisurely, completely unconcerned about where they were taking him. This is what one might call skillful and fearless. The two men ceased their chatter. One focused on driving, while the other remained alert beside Pang Tianchong. Both aware that this man was formidable, and should they provoke him, the consequences would be dire. After about 10 minutes, The van stopped in front of a dilapidated temple outside the city. The temple had long since fallen into disrepair, with few visitors. Your friend is inside. Go on in. One of the men opened the door and cautiously stepped aside. Pang Tianchong alighted from the vehicle, discarded his cigarette butt, and surveyed his surroundings. The flickering candlelight inside the temple illuminated several shadowy figures. Nearby, a few off-road vehicles were parked, revealing that a trap had indeed been set for him. As a chill breeze swept through, Pang Tianchong felt a surge of clarity wash over him, shaking off any remnants of inebriation. Without hesitation, he strode toward the temple, the two men following closely behind. Inside, the dim lighting revealed a crowd of around 30 to 40 individuals gathered. At the center, on an incense altar, sat an elderly man with gray hair, a large head, a broad forehead, and a black cloth covering his face, obscuring his features except for a pair of piercing triangular eyes that coldly fixed on the entrance. Beside him, secured tightly to a rickety chair, was a man with a cloth stuffed in his mouth, none other than the hapless security guard Ding Tai. Upon seeing Pang Tianchong, Ding Tai's eyes welled with tears, and he began to cry out, though his words were indistinct. Don't worry, Ding Tai. Pang Tianchong waved his hand reassuringly. I will get you out of here. As he spoke, he nonchalantly retrieved another cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag, exhaling a long stream of white smoke. The entire exchange was executed with a casual demeanor, as though the armed thugs surrounding him were mere figments of his imagination, entirely disregarded. Who is this Pang Tianchong? The elderly man seated at the altar narrowed his eyes, fixating on Pang Tianchong. It is I, Pang Tianchong replied, exhaling another plume of smoke. Since you have targeted me, now that I have arrived, release my brother and we can discuss matters leisurely. The elderly man waved his hand, and someone stepped forward to untie Ding Tai and remove the rag from his mouth. Freed, Ding Tai dashed forward and threw himself into Pang Tianchong's embrace. Chongge, you've come. It's all right. Pang Tianchong patted Ding Tai's back reassuringly. Wait outside for a moment. I need to have a few words with this elder. All right. Ding Tai wiped away his tears, realizing that remaining there was futile, and fled outside in a state of shock. Speak. Pang Tianchong turned his attention to the elderly man, calmly inquiring, what do you intend to do with all this elaborate planning and effort? Mr. Pang, the elder replied coldly, to be frank, we are merely hired hands. Someone has offered 300,000 for your leg. As the saying goes, one takes money to do the bidding of others, so you cannot blame us. I see. Pang Tianchong nodded, then smirked. Truly, it is said that people die for wealth and birds die for food. If someone offered you $1 million to end your life, would you comply? Damn. The elder nearly choked on the words, his forehead veins throbbing. In a fit of rage, he commanded, attack. Break one of his legs. At his order, a thug leapt forward, wielding a long stick, launching a swift strike toward Pang Tianchong's legs. The long staff swept through the air, its sound reminiscent of a dragon emerging from the sea, howling as it approached. Pang Tianchong, skilled in discerning the wind, did not even need to turn his head. With a deft movement of his toes, he propelled himself into the air, effortlessly evading the staff. In mid-flight, he executed a graceful spin and delivered a powerful kick that connected squarely with the jaw of the burly man, sending both him and his weapon soaring through the air. Those behind were caught off guard, collapsing to the ground amidst a cacophony of shouts and cries. Pang Tianchong's movements flowed seamlessly, a fluid display executed in the blink of an eye, marked by a remarkable precision and efficiency. You seek death. Before he could touch down, another large man, wielding a heavy blade, swung fiercely at his legs with unstoppable force. Curse you! Pang Tianchong cursed vehemently, sidestepping to evade the blow and striking the man down with a single palm, following through with a kick that shattered the man's wrist. Ah! The man screamed in agony. Rolling aside, dare you wield the blade again? Pang Tianchong continued his tirade as he swiftly seized another staff that had been flung his way, drawing it close to him. He then launched into the air again, executing a powerful kick that sent another burly man flying. With the staff now firmly in hand, he infused it with his internal energy, swinging in a grand arc that toppled multiple adversaries in one sweeping motion. As he struck the ground with the staff, he leapt once more, delivering a flurry of kicks that sent the remaining standing opponents crashing to the ground. The scene erupted into chaos, with cries of dismay echoing around as no one was left standing. The elder seated at the incense table looked on in astonishment, having witnessed many skilled fighters, yet never one as formidable as this. Among the crowd were several practitioners of martial arts, yet none could withstand even a single strike from Pang Tianchong. Such prowess was truly terrifying. After vanquishing the throng, he tossed the staff aside, clapped his hands, and turned to the dazed elder. "Old man, stop just watching. I know you have your own skills. Why don't you join the fray?" The elder's face turned ashen, and he sprang from the incense table. Drawing a handgun from his waist, the dark muzzle aimed squarely at Pang Tianchong. "You boy," the elder sneered. "You are indeed formidable. The most formidable I have ever encountered. But tell me, does your might surpass the bullets in my gun?" Chapter 43. The Three Rules of Engagement. In the dilapidated temple to the north, Pang Tianchong remained unperturbed, with a gun barrel pointed at his head. At his level of mastery, he had become akin to a demigod. Ordinary weapons could scarcely harm him. With a thought, he summoned a protective aura. The bullets struck him as if they had collided with a concrete pillar, leaving only faint marks. "Huh, old man, are you panicking? Have you resorted to your ultimate weapon? Go ahead and shoot. If I flinch, then I am not a hero. Pang, don't push me." The elder's face shifted from green to red, his frustration boiling over as he bellowed, "Kneel, or I will shoot. Go ahead, pull the trigger." Pang Tianchong scoffed. "An ant is merely an ant, and even if you wield a gun, you are but an ant with a firearm. Boss, shoot this little bastard dead," yelled a portly man lying on the ground, clutching his leg in pain. "I want him dead." Silence. Pang Tianchong did not even glance his way, casually pointing, unleashing a sharp force that pierced the man's thigh, instantly staining the ground with blood. "Ah!" The portly man shrieked in agony, collapsing into unconsciousness. Everyone else stood frozen in terror, their minds racing with thoughts of the legendary Six Meridians divine sword, capable of inflicting mortal harm with a mere gesture. Silence enveloped the scene, the remaining bandits biting their lips, too frightened to utter a sound. The elder's face turned pale, his hand trembling around the gun, fear gripping his heart. "Fire!" Pang Tianchong urged. "If you don't shoot, I will take action." Bang! Bang! The elder, steeling himself, finally squeezed the trigger twice. The bullets whizzing toward Pang Tianchong's legs. After the gunfire ceased, the elder peered closely, expecting a torrent of blood and screams, yet none came. Pang Tianchong's pants bore mere holes, emitting wisps of smoke, without a single drop of bloodshed. "Continue." Pang Tianchong lightly patted his leg, brushing away the smoke. "You still have 4 bullets, don't you? Keep going." The onlookers gasped in disbelief. Was he even human? The elder felt tears welling up as he realized his fate was sealed. Gritting his teeth, he pulled the trigger again. Bang! 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 He emptied his gun in one breath. Yet, Pang Tianchong remained unmoved. Only his shirt bore 4 additional holes. Finished? Pang Tianchong's cold gaze fixed on the elder as he casually brushed off his clothes and shook his leg. With a clatter, several bullets fell to the ground, echoing ominously in the night. "Now it's my turn," Pang Tianchong declared, striding toward the elder. "Pang, spare me." The elder was utterly panicked, scrambling to the ground and kneeling, bowing repeatedly. "Spare me?" Pang Tianchong sneered. "When you pulled the trigger earlier, did you think of sparing my life?" "Pang, please." The elder whimpered. "If you spare us, the Baihu gang will be at your command, and we will do your bidding, attacking whoever you wish." "Baihu gang?" Pang Tianchong ripped the black cloth from the elder's face, scolding. "Now you acknowledge your identity? Hiding your old face behind a rag, pretending to be mysterious? I already guessed you were that old scoundrel Lu Wanshou from the Baihu gang." Yes, I am Lu Wanshou. Please, Pang, spare us." "Not a chance." Pang Tianchong glared fiercely at Lu Wanshou, stepping forward and snapping his right arm with a crisp crack. Then, he spun again, crushing the handgun underfoot into fragments. "Ah!" Lu Wanshou cried out, collapsing to the ground. "Those who do wrong must face the consequences," Pang Tianchong continued. "I'll let you live today, since you merely tied someone up without harming my friend." "Thank you, Pang. Thank you for your mercy." Lu Wanshou rejoiced. "What Pang? Call me Teacher Pang." Pang Tianchong ordered. "I am your instructor in the ways of life. In the future, if I catch you doing anything morally wrong, I will teach you a lesson. Do you understand?" "Understood, Teacher Pang." Lu Wanshou agreed, prostrate on the ground, eager to comply for the sake of survival. And Pang Tianchong added, "You must ensure they do not speak of today's disgrace." "Of course, I will make sure of it," Lu Wanshou replied hastily, eager to keep the incident under wraps. "Secondly, send someone to break the leg of the second young master of the Zhou family. He wanted my leg, so I shall return the favor in kind. Can you do that?" Yes. I will do it immediately." "Thirdly, if I need assistance from the Baihu gang in the future, you must respond immediately. If you're even a moment late, I will break your legs. Yes, yes. We will obey teacher Pang without question. Very well. By the way, your bullets ruined my clothes. Remember to make me a new outfit and deliver it to my company tomorrow. Did you hear me? Yes, yes. No problem. A burly man, who had been lying on the ground, scrambled to his feet, stuttering, I'll go do it right now. The fellow initially contemplated retreating, yet upon recalling the formidable prowess of P.Ing.T.N.C.H.ing, he swallowed his words and resolutely walked outside. Chapter 44. The B.I.H. being realized its folly. P.Ing.T.N.C.H.ing swaggered out of the dilapidated temple, only to find D.Ing.T.I. leaning against a van, eyes closed and trembling all over. That night had subjected D.Ing.T.I.'s fragile heart to torment. First, he was inexplicably abducted and brought to this desolate wilderness. At long last, he awaited rescue from P.Ing.T.N.C.H.ing, only to be nearly petrified by the gunfire moments ago. He understood that the shots must have been fired by the bandits, for P.Ing.T.N.C.H.ing certainly bore no firearm. The most formidable weapon they, as security guards, possessed was merely a rubber baton. How could they wield guns? D.Ing.T.I.'s imagination spiraled. If P.Ing.T.N.C.H.ing were to be shot, would he too be silenced? He tried to stand and flee, yet his legs betrayed him, refusing to cooperate. It's over. D.Ing.T.I.'s mind was in utter disarray. Was he truly to perish like this? He had yet to marry, to savor the joys of life, and now he faced death while still so young. Oh, woe is me. Old D.Ing. Time to go. Startled, D.Ing.T.I. opened his eyes to see P.Ing.T.N.C.H.ing beaming at him. He quickly grasped P.Ing.T.N.C.H.ing's hand and rose to his feet. Brother P.Ing, you're not dead? The warmth of P.Ing.T.N.C.H.ing's hand reassured him that he was indeed alive, for ghosts possess no warmth. Bah, what nonsense are you spouting? P.Ing.T.N.C.H.ing admonished. I am invincible against any foe. What can a bunch of petty thieves do to me? What gunfire? That was merely firecrackers. They were trying to scare me, but I gave them a good thrashing. Ask this fellow if you don't believe me. Right. The man hastily started the vehicle, fearing that any misstep in his words might further irk P.Ing.T.N.C.H.ing. Thus it was prudent to escort this esteemed gentleman away swiftly. All is well. D.Ing.T.I.'s heart finally settled, and they hastily departed. He flung open the door, followed closely by P.Ing.T.N.C.H.ing, and they both climbed inside. The van roared to life and sped towards the city. Once the van vanished from sight and silence enveloped the area, the individuals within the broken temple began to rise from the ground, dejectedly surrounding Li Di, lamenting their plight. Li Yi, we suffered a great setback today. If word spreads, how will the B.I.H. being maintain its standing in the underworld? Indeed, boss, we were brutally beaten tonight. Can we be blamed for this? That peeing fella is simply too formidable. He is not human. Silence. Li W.'s countenance darkened to an extreme, cradling his severed arm, his slanted eyes glinting with menace as he bellowed, Shut your mouths. If anyone dares to utter a single word about today's events, I'll flay him alive. Right? The group solemnly vowed. No one would speak a word. M.G. quickly echoed. P.Ing.T.N.C.H.ing has warned that anyone who speaks will have their legs broken. I propose we silence them permanently. Only the dead can keep secrets. In the flickering candlelight, M.G.'s face appeared particularly sinister. M.Z., a burly man objected, retorting, You're not suggesting we eliminate everyone, are you? No. M.G. waved his hands frantically. I mean anyone who dares to speak of today's events should be silenced. Not that we would eliminate everyone. All right. The others nodded in agreement, still shaken from the events of the previous encounter. Boss, M.G. seemed to ponder something, narrowing his eyes. Do you not find today's events a bit peculiar? What seems off? Li furrowed his brow. M.Z. reminded at the time. The second young master of the Zhu family mentioned that the H.I.L.ing who engaged in a fight with P.Ing.T.N.C.H.ing, and that the H.I.L.ing exchanged blows with him, both suffering internal injuries. Could this be a deception? Exactly. Before Li Yi could respond, a burly man realized. That scoundrel must have lied. How could the H.I.L.ing possibly match P.Ing.T.N.C.H.ing, let alone sustain injuries? What a load of rubbish. The H.I.L.ing is only slightly stronger than I. Even 10 of them together would not be a match for P.Ing.T.N.C.H.ing. Damn it. Li Yi spat. We've been duped. They must have known of P.Ing.T.N.C.H.ing's might all along, which is why they intentionally provoked us. No wonder they offered 30,000. It was merely a price on our heads. Boss, this matter is far from over. We need to confront them, someone proposed. MG ground his teeth. What s there to discuss? Let s break that scoundrel s legs first. It's a ping T and CH ing instructed. Then it's settled. Let s move. However, Captain D in Gu X in remained awake, squatting at the entrance smoking, waiting for D T I's late return. D T I was his fellow townsman, also someone he had introduced to the company. Now, with D T I missing and unable to be reached, D Gu X in felt a twinge of concern. As D Gu X in was lost in thought, a van suddenly halted at the entrance. P T and CH ing and D T I emerged together, the vehicle not pausing for even a moment as it sped away. ATI. Oh, don't mention it. In the dormitory, some were still awake. Upon hearing their conversation, they quickly turned on the lights. D Gu X in queried, "What trouble have you stirred up with the BIH being?" Enough. Enough. P T and CH ing replied impatiently. DUI? It's late. We shall discuss matters tomorrow. Suddenly, D Gu X in noticed P T and CH ing S clothing and exclaimed, "It looks like it's been shot." What? The mention of bullets stirred the veterans among the security guards. Upon hearing the word bullet, some immediately sat up, scrutinizing P T and CH ing S chest. Indeed, it resembles a bullet hole. What do you mean it resembles? The old squad leader who had previously clashed with P T and CH ing reached out to tug at his clothing, asserting this is undoubtedly a bullet hole. What? Chapter 45, A Handshake Cures Illness. The old squad leader's assertion determined that the holes in P T and CH ing S clothing were indeed bullet wounds, followed by another security guard stepping forward to corroborate. The old squad leader speaks the truth. This former soldier rubbed his eyes, gazing intently at the garment. I once shot at a scarecrow in training. The holes left in the clothing looked just like this. It was evident that the security personnel of D.I.K. ing Company possessed commendable military training, as some recognized the significance of P T and CH ing S attire. Having endured the night's tumult, fatigue washed over P T and CH ing, his eyelids heavy with slumber. Disinterested in explaining himself, he waved the crowd away. I've already stated it was merely firecrackers. Stop speculating. Sleep now. With that, he stripped off his clothing and climbed in a bed, falling into a deep sleep. The veterans, however, were far from sleepy. Yet, they dared not disturb P T and CH ing and instead surrounded D T I, interrogating him. ATI. D T I was equally flustered, stammering, at that moment, Brother P instructed me to leave while he dealt with those BIH being fellows. I saw nothing. Did it sound like firecrackers to you? DUI interjected. There's a distinct difference between gunfire and firecrackers. Firecrackers are sharp and piercing, while gunfire is dull and thunderous. What was your impression? Indeed, the old squad leader pressed. Did the sound strike your ears as sharp? T. I scratched his head. At that moment, I was so terrified I nearly wet myself. How could I discern such nuances? Damn, the old squad leader lamented. If only I had been present. Not that it's your fault. You've never served. Wait a moment. The old squad leader leaned closer to P T and CH ing, examining his unscathed abdomen with curiosity, if it were a bullet wound. How is it that he remains entirely unharmed? Indeed, quite peculiar. Others began to voice their doubts. Enough. Let us sleep. It's too late. DUI finally urged. With a head full of questions, he extinguished the dormitory lights. The night passed in silence. The following morning, P T and CH ing awoke, donned a set of D.T.I.'s old clothes, and went about his day normally, discarding the torn garments into the trash. After all, he was confident that the BIH being would compensate him with a new outfit, a concern he held no trepidation about. Indeed, around 5 in the afternoon, as the workday drew to a close, 2 vehicles came to a halt at the entrance of Daikon Company, one behind the other. One was the police car belonging to Luo Qi, and the other was a Land Rover associated with the Baihu gang. Earlier that morning, armed with the names of Pang Tianchong's parents provided by him, Luo Qi had conducted a search on the company's internal network and swiftly located their home address. Ordinarily, such a trivial matter could be resolved with a simple phone call to Pang Tianchong. Yet for reasons unknown, her grandmother insisted that she personally deliver the address. A case of making a mountain out of a molehill. The individuals in the Land Rover were there to deliver clothing. Throughout the morning, they had tirelessly sought out a manufacturer that produced uniforms identical to those of Daikon's security team, ultimately purchasing a set and arriving in the afternoon. Upon reaching the entrance, they encountered Luo Qi's police car and, wary of the situation, chose to wait until it departed before proceeding. Thus, the two vehicles remained poised at the entrance, facing each other. This scene was fortuitously observed by Dai Qianxue, who stood pondering by the floor-to-ceiling window on the 19th floor. What is happening? Dai Qianxue furrowed her brow in confusion just as her office door was knocked upon, and her assistant, Gong Xiaoshuang, entered. Time to clock out. Xiaoxue, she teased. What has you so engrossed? Oh, ISNT, that the policewoman from yesterday? What brings her back? Glancing down, Gong Xiaoshuang curiously added, and there's a Land Rover too. Surely, they're not both here looking for that little rogue, are they? Haha, look, what is the she handing him? Could be a love letter? Upon receiving the paper from Luo Qi, Pang Tianchong examined it closely. Neatly inscribed on it was an address, Huang He Road, Moonlight Bay Community, Building 8, Apartment 2902. Thank you, he said, tucking the note into his pocket. You've done me a favor, and I'm unsure how to express my gratitude. How about this? Extend your hand. What for? Luo Qi instinctively reached out her right hand, and Pang Tianchong grasped it firmly. You carry an excess of cold energy, which can lead to numerous ailments. Allow me to dispel some of that chill as a token of my gratitude for your assistance. Luo Qi's cheeks flushed. Who needs your gratitude? That seems rather petty. Suddenly, she felt a warm current flowing from her arm through to her limbs, a sensation akin to basking in the gentle embrace of spring. This, Luo Qi's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this what they call true energy? On the 19th floor, Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang stood, dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the extended handshake. What is going on here? Gong Xiaoshuang blurted. Is he behaving inappropriately? Xiaoxue, didn't I tell you? This guy can't resist a pretty face. Just look at that peculiar maneuver. That doesn't seem likely, Dai Qianxue replied calmly. I've heard that Officer Luo has quite a temper. If he were being inappropriate, she would have kicked him where it hurts long ago. Strange indeed. What is this all about? 3 minutes later, Pang Tianchong released Luo Qi's hand with a faint smile. All done. You should enjoy a restful night. Is that true? Luo Qi asked, her face still reddening. Will my issues really resolve? Absolutely. Thank you, she replied, opening her car door and driving off in haste. Such a character. Pang Tianchong watched her retreating vehicle, smirking to himself, confident in his abilities to handle a mere girl. As chapter 46 unfolded, Luo Qi drove away, the exhaust fumes still lingering as the door of the Land Rover swung open. A young man emerged, holding a uniform with both hands. Teacher Pang. He bowed respectfully, his demeanor obsequious. Our boss sent me to deliver this outfit for you to try on. If it doesn't fit, we'll procure another. Of course. He nodded vigorously, ensuring he would relay Teacher Pang's words. With that, the Land Rover sped away. In a short while, both vehicles had departed. Yet on the 19th floor, the two women remained motionless at the window. What is this all about? Gong Xiaoshuang exclaimed, her eyes wide. Didn't the company issue uniforms? Why is someone delivering clothes to that guy, and in a Land Rover no less? Surely, a dry cleaner wouldn't drive a Land Rover, would they? Have you ever seen anyone take their work uniform to a dry cleaner? Dai Qianxue added, perplexed. Well, never mind. She waved her hand dismissively. As the company president, why should I concern myself with such trivial matters? It would be beneath my dignity. By the way, Gong Xiaoshuang suddenly exclaimed, aren't we scheduled to travel to the southwest for a business trip in a couple of days? Why not bring him along as a bodyguard? What do you think? Sure. Gong Xiaoshuang nodded eagerly. Dai Qianxue continued, my family is uneasy, so I plan to arrange for 2 people to accompany me. Why let your family decide? Gong Xiaoshuang argued. Our company has skilled individuals available, like Captain Ding, who is a former Special Forces soldier. ISNT Mr. Pang, even more capable? I think we should just have them accompany us. That makes sense, Dai Qianxue mused. Should we inform them in advance? Seek their opinions? You know, I think you're quite interested in Mr. Pang. Always asking about him, Dai Qianxue teased. Are you not curious? Gong Xiaoshuang rolled her eyes, a hint of defiance in her tone. With a smile, Dai Qianxue picked up the phone on her desk and called the security department. Minutes later, the decisive Ding Wuxin knocked at the door of the president's office. President Dai, you called for me? Yes, Dai Qianxue nodded slightly. In 2 days, there will be a pharmaceutical investment exchange meeting for the 5 provinces in the southwest, and I'd like you and Pang Tianchong to accompany me. Is that acceptable? I have no objections. Why would I? Gong Xiaoshuang interjected. He is your subordinate. Surely he must comply with your orders. Indeed, Dai Qinxue recalled the earlier scene. Wasn't he that the policewoman who provided him the address? How did they know each other? Yes, Captain Ding affirmed. As for how they met, I'm not entirely sure. I heard she invited him to dinner at Tianhai Longgong yesterday. Tianhai Longgong? Gong Xiaoshuang glanced at Dai Qinxue, puzzled. The most luxurious hotel in Bianqing. Dai Qinxue explained. Their Chinese and Western cuisine is exceptional. This guy's impressive. Gong Xiaoshuang whispered, swallowing hard. By the way, regarding that outfit, Captain Ding contemplated for a moment before responding candidly. That was provided to Peng Tianchong by the Baihu gang. They had a bit of conflict last night, which resulted in his clothing being damaged, so they delivered a new set today. But wasn't he invited to dinner? How did it escalate to a conflict? Well, that is how it was. Captain Ding didn't conceal anything and briefly recounted the incident where the Baihu gang had kidnapped Ding Tai, and Peng Tianchong had intervened to rescue him. Dai Qinxue and Gong Xiaoshuang exchanged astonished glances, both taken aback. Are you certain the Baihu gang used firearms against Peng Tianchong? Dai Qinxue inquired, her eyes wide with concern. Did he sustain any injuries? We veterans believe the holes in his clothing were made by bullets. Yet he insists it was caused by firecrackers, Captain Ding replied, exasperated. The specifics are unclear, but he emerged unscathed. That much is true. When he sleeps, he wears only his underwear, and he is perfectly clean. No scars whatsoever. Suddenly, Gong Xiaoshuang asked, wasn't Ding Tai involved in this? Doesn't he know what happened? Sigh. Enough said. Ding Wuxin waved his hand dismissively. That fellow was kept at a distance by Peng Tianchong and was completely oblivious to the unfolding battle. How peculiar. Gong Xiaoshuang murmured to herself. Just how formidable is this little rogue? Even the Baihu gang fears him. It's hard to say. Captain Ding shook his head. None of us can discern his true capabilities. His martial arts are unfathomable, and no one stand a chance against him. How about this, Captain Ding? Yes. Ding Wuxin responded affirmatively and turned to leave. In the office, two beautiful women exchanged glances, each pondering in their hearts. Will he agree to accompany us on the business trip? Chapter 47. Young Master Zhuo's leg is broken as night fell and the city lights illuminated the sky within a certain dance hall in Bianqing. The atmosphere was vibrant with dazzling lights and booming music, heralding the onset of revelry. A group of handsome men and beautiful women, adorned in extravagant makeup, showcased their graceful dance moves, exuberantly jumping and occasionally erupting in high-spirited cheers, gasps, and laughter. On stage, the singer was melodiously narrating a romantic tale, while couples embraced tightly, kissing and entwining, passionately expressing their love and exuberance. This was a place brimming with fervor and vitality, a realm filled with passion and romance, where the lines between humanity and beast, spirit and flesh, intertwined. At this moment, in a luxurious private room on the third floor, the ambience was intoxicatingly delightful. Zhuo Ershio's indulgence was raw and palpable. Two girls, clad in revealing attire, nestled on either side of him, playfully coaxing him to drink. Zhuo Gij, let me keep you company for another drink, shall I? No, I can't. I'm too drunk. Just one more. I can't drink any more unless you feed me. Zhuo Ershio, with bleary eyes, cast a flirtatious gaze, a lewd smile gracing his lips. All right, I'll feed you right away. The girl on the left lifted a glass, took a sip, leaned forward, her bosom pressed against Zhuo Ershio, and kissed him, gently transferring the liquid into his mouth. Zhuo Ershio greedily savored the drink, his heart fluttering as he squeezed the girl's rear, chuckling, "You little vixen, feed me another sip. It's my turn now." The girl on the right, unwilling to be outdone, skillfully took a sip, swayed her bosoms, and seductively leaned in. Just as Zhuo Ershio was lost in indulgence, the lights in the room suddenly extinguished with a thud. Instantly, a bright beam illuminated his face. "Who is it?" Zhuo Ershio shouted angrily, shielding his eyes. "Who the hell turned off the lights?" In a daze, he pushed the girls aside, kicked the coffee table, attempting to rise and assert his dominance. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed, followed by Zhuo Ershio's anguished scream. "Ah, my leg!" The blinding light abruptly vanished, and through the dimness, the door to the private room swung open, revealing a fleeting figure before it slammed shut with a resounding bang. "Turn the lights back on. Hurry!" Someone shouted in the darkness, and soon after, the lights flickered back on, revealing chaos. Zhuo Ershio's right leg was grotesquely deformed, crushed by an unknown object, the bone clearly broken. connected only by a thin layer of skin, a sight too gruesome to behold. Someone, quickly, as the cries echoed, for bodyguards rushed into the room in a flurry. Young master, what happened? You bastards! Zhuo Ershao cursed vehemently. Where have you all been? Someone just broke my leg. Go chase him down and kill him. The lead bodyguard, alarmed, hastily instructed two of his comrades. Go after him. We must find the assailant. You, call for an ambulance. Moments ago, a few of them had stepped into the hallway to smoke, and now, in this brief time, Zhuo Ershao had met with disaster. How would they explain this to the Zhuo family? 10 minutes later, the ambulance arrived, and several individuals hurriedly lifted Zhuo Ershao onto the stretcher, rushing him to the hospital. The lead bodyguard then called to report the situation to the head of the Zhuo family. The assault on the young master was no trivial matter, and they dared not conceal it, especially since Zhuo Ershao was the apple of Zhuo Xiuqing's eye, cherished dearly. Zhuo Xiuqing had 2 sons and 1 daughter. The elder son, Zhuo Jia, and the daughter were from his late wife, while this youngest son, Zhuo Biao, was from his current wife, hence he was particularly doted upon, with several attendants assigned to him daily. At this moment, the head of the Zhuo family was enjoying tea in his study, savoring the fragrant steam wafting from his cup while massaging his temples. Hello, Zhuo Xiuqing answered the phone. Not good, master. The anxious voice of a bodyguard came through. The second young master has been attacked and has a broken leg. He is currently being taken to the hospital. What? Zhuo Xiuqing leaped to his feet. Who did it? Have they apprehended the assailant? The perpetrator fled. Our men are investigating and reviewing the surveillance from the dance hall. Useless fools. The head of the Zhuo family seethed with rage. What are you all good for? Where is the ambulance taking him? To the First People's Hospital. Zhuo Biao was transported to the hospital, shouting and crying. The attending physician, upon learning that it was the Zhuo family's young master, acted swiftly, organizing immediate treatment and preparing for surgery. Just then, Zhuo Xiuqing arrived at the hospital in a whirlwind, accompanied by a group of aides. Dad! Upon seeing his father, Zhuo Ershao burst into tears. Someone broke my leg. You have to avenge me. Don't worry. Zhuo Xiuqing, filled with paternal concern, grasped his son's hand. Gazing at the broken leg, vowing, do you know who did this? I will have their skin peeled off. I didn't see who it was. I just got hit. Zhuo Xiuqing's face darkened, glaring at a bodyguard. Have they been identified? Where are they? Master. Just then, the bodyguard who was reviewing the surveillance footage rushed in, drenched in sweat. The assailant was too cunning. They vanished right after the attack. Here, I have the surveillance footage I retrieved, he said, opening his phone and showing it to Zhuo Xiuqing. The footage from the hallway's camera depicted a young man wearing a mask and large sunglasses entering the private room. Within a minute, he exited swiftly. The individual moved quickly and vanished into the elevator. Biao, can you recognize this person? Zhuo Xiuqing handed the phone to Zhuo Ershao. Zhuo Ershao leaned in closely, scrutinizing the screen, muttering, damn it, he looks a bit like that little scoundrel with the surname Pang. Which Pang? Chapter 48. Wang Lao takes action in truth. The act of breaking Zhuo Ershao's leg was not the doing of Pang Tianchong. He had no interest in targeting a spoiled rich kid. This task was orchestrated by Lu Yi of the Baihu gang, who arranged for someone to carry it out. The cunning old fox, while arranging this task, took special care to find a young man of similar height and build to Pang Tianchong, equipping him with a mask and sunglasses, especially at night, making it challenging to discern his identity. To further the deception, Lu Wanxiu had the young man adopt a hairstyle identical to Pang Tianchong's and spent a day observing him from a building across from Daikon Company, mimicking his gait to achieve a striking resemblance. After all, the Zhuo family was one of the 4 major clans, and Lu Wanxiu did not wish to openly oppose them. However, he dared not disregard the words of Master Pang. Thus, the old fellow devised this scheme to obfuscate the truth, leading Zhuo Ershao to mistakenly believe that Pang Tianchong was responsible. Zhuo Biao had only seen Pang Tianchong once and did not have a deep impression, making the case of mistaken identity entirely plausible. However, the head of the Zhuo family, feeling a pang of concern for his son, acted impulsively without much contemplation and immediately inquired of the bodyguard, do you know where that young man resides? Upon hearing that he was residing in the employee dormitory of Daikon Company, Zhuo Xiuqing clenched his jaw and turned to the elder beside him, saying, Wang Lao, I need you to pay him a visit and break both of his legs. I demand he repays blood with blood for daring to harm my son. Understood? Yes. The elder replied, promptly turning to leave. At this moment, within the employee dormitory of Daikon Company, Pang Tianchong was lounging in shorts, sprawled across the single bed. while Captain Ding Wuxin sat beside him, earnestly persuading him to go on a business trip. Xiao Pang, Captain Ding said with utmost seriousness. This is a request specifically made by President Dai for your accompaniment. It is not my personal suggestion. Besides, everyone knows your exceptional skills. You are the most suitable candidate to serve as a guardian. I'm not going. Ding Wuxin, feeling cornered, replied, it's not my insistence. It's President Dai's arrangement. If you have any objections, you can address them directly in her office tomorrow. I'd rather not visit her office. I'm too lazy to endure that icy demeanor of hers. Then you can expect to join the trip the day after tomorrow. Ding Tai added, our President Dai is remarkably beautiful. Are you really comfortable with her going alone on a business trip? What's there to worry about? She is not my wife. Pang Tianchong retorted dismissively. We have plenty of people in our team. Why must it be me? Pangu, Ding Tai continued to persuade. While we have many people in our team, none possess your unparalleled martial prowess. I believe that is precisely why President Dai has chosen you. Just go. I would like to go, but I'm not sure I can. Hey, Captain Ding. Pang Tianchong suddenly recalled something and asked, is there any bonus for this trip? Yes. Ding Wuxi nodded. There is a travel allowance. How much can it cover? At that moment, an elder stood at the door, accompanied by a security guard. The elder, appearing to be in his 60s, had a commanding stature, with a full head of snow-white hair neatly arranged. Despite the deep lines on his face, his gaze was sharp and penetrating, exuding a powerful aura. Clad in a simple, loose black robe, with a coarse belt at his waist and sturdy cloth shoes on his feet, he seemed unremarkable at first glance. Yet his late-night visit undoubtedly signaled ill intentions. Ding Wuxin immediately rose, his brow furrowing, as he sensed the danger emanating from the elder, a reflex honed from his background as a special forces soldier. Who is Pang Tianchong? Step forward. The elder scanned the surroundings, his voice low, and with a flick of his wrist, he carelessly tossed the security guard aside, as if discarding trash. What the hell? Pang Tianchong, pinching a cigarette, took a deep drag and squinted at the elder, asking, who are you? Why are you seeking me at this hour? You are Pang Tianchong. The elder's gaze locked onto Pang Tianchong's face, revealing a murderous intent. Yes, that's me, Pang Tianchong replied, cigarette in mouth, as he slid his feet into his sandals and stood up. You have broken the legs of the second young master of Ijua family. I have come on behalf of the family head to collect your legs. Come out. With that, the elder beckoned and turned to leave. Xiao Pang. Captain Ding reached out to intervene, but Pang Tianchong brushed him aside, saying, don't worry. One half-step master is no match for me. With that, he didn't even bother to put on his shirt, slipping on his sandals and swaggering after the elder. Others rushed out of the dormitory, rallying behind Pang Tianchong. Boy, the elder looked at Pang Tianchong, puzzled that he hadn't even dressed properly. Pang Tianchong flicked his fingers, tossing the cigarette but into a nearby trash bin, and said, let us get on with it. Stop wasting time. You reckless fool. The elder, enraged, swung his right arm, a white mist enveloping his entire limb, and then transformed his palm into a blade, striking towards Pang Tianchong's thigh. The onlookers were taken aback, alarmed at such skill, and worried for Pang Tianchong's safety. Yet he remained unfazed, lightly tapping the ground with his toes, spinning aside just in time. The razor-sharp blade energy sliced through the stainless steel railing of the flower bed, causing it to snap in half with a resounding crack, sparks flying. My heavens! The security guards were left in shock, retreating in fear. The elder, having missed his strike, swiftly repositioned himself and raised his palm again, intending to deliver another blow. However, Pang Tianchong would not grant him a second opportunity. He reached out, seized the elder's wrist, and with a gentle twist, there was a sharp crack as the elder's arm broke completely. The elder cried out in agony, attempting to retreat, but Pang Tianchong was relentless, delivering a powerful kick that sent him soaring over 2 meters, crashing heavily onto the ground beyond the flower bed. Get lost! The elder gasped, struggling to rise, fear evident in his eyes as he looked at Pang Tianchong and said, thank you for your mercy, sir. With that, he staggered and vanished into the vast night. Chapter 49. Business Trip. Pang Tianchong, unable to withstand the persistent persuasion of Captain Ding and Atai, ultimately agreed to accompany the leadership on a business trip to the southwest. His reasons were twofold. First, if he declined, he would have to face President Dai in her office to clarify the matter, which he found cumbersome. Second, his 6 senior sister's family resided in a certain province in the southwest, where she thrived, and he might have the chance to see her during the trip. This fiery and extraordinarily beautiful woman evoked both love and resentment in Pang Tianchong, who held her in high regard. She was like an older sister and a mother to him. Over the past 19 years, she had cared for him meticulously in life and served as a mentor in his martial training, often taking on the role of instructor in the absence of their master, demanding rigorous practice from him, sometimes even more so than their master. When Pang Tianchong was sent to hone his skills in the underground world of the West, she had always discreetly watched over him, fearful he might encounter misfortune. It could be said that her affection for him rivaled that of a mother, thus earning his deep respect. Furthermore, the money he earned during his training in the West was entrusted to her for safekeeping. Hence, he consented to the trip. The product exchange conference was scheduled to take place in Yunjiang City in the southwest, set for Saturday and Sunday. The marketing team had departed 2 days prior for preparations, and President Dai, as personal attendance, was primarily to meet a significant client, rumored to involve a deal worth millions. For the sake of convenience, President Dai decided to drive there herself. The journey spanned approximately 1,000 kilometers, which would take roughly 10 hours on the highway, with Captain Ding and Pang Tianchong alternating as drivers, allowing them to arrive by night. Thus, on Friday morning, Ding Guixin and Pang Tianchong received notification to wait at the company entrance. The two shared a cigarette outside the company as they awaited President Dai. Before long, a red Porsche slowly approached, belonging to Dai Qinxue. As the car neared, the window rolled down and a head of bleached hair popped out, exclaiming, "Little rogue, put that cigarette out and get in the car. What are you smoking so early in the morning?" "Damn." Pang Tianchong frowned. "Yellow-haired fairy. Can't you speak properly? I'm an employee of the company, not some street thug." Oh. Not happy about it. Gong Xiaoshuang laughed heartily. The car came to a stop, and Dai Qinxue exited, waving at Ding Guixin. "Captain Ding, you could drive." With that, she opened the back door and took her seat. Gong Xiaoshuang also exited from the front passenger side, nudging Pang Tianchong. "Little rogue, you sit in the front." Faced with two youthful beauties, Pang Tianchong momentarily lost his focus. Dai Qinxue donned a light yet exquisitely tailored outfit in a soft gray hue, complemented by a pair of high-quality leather shoes and an elegantly simple wristwatch. Her 3,000 strands of hair appeared subtly groomed, cascading down her back in a natural and tidy manner, adorned with delicate makeup. Her finely drawn eyebrows resembled a crescent moon ascending gracefully. Coupled with a hint of eyeshadow and a refined lip line, her visage radiated an air of nobility and ethereality, untouched by the mundane world. Gong Xiaoshuang, on the other hand, wore a lightweight blazer paired with a form-fitting pink skirt, accentuated by chic high heels. Her neatly tied blonde hair and golden earrings sparkled under the sunlight, revealing her own subtle makeup that highlighted the delicacy of her features. With a disdainful glare, Pang Tianchong shot a look at her before leisurely entering the car, gathering his thoughts as he fastened his seatbelt. "Ah, it smells quite nice in here, doesn't it?" Gong Xiaoshuang teased. "I bet you've never been in such a fine vehicle before." "Oof." Pang Tianchong scoffed, "As if this car belongs to you." Gong Xiaoshuang rolled her eyes, pouting in frustration. "All right." At that moment, Dai Qinxue interjected. "Enough bickering. Let us get going. We should aim to arrive before nightfall." Ding Guixin adjusted his seat and drove straight towards the highway entrance. With his background as a special forces soldier, he exhibited remarkable speed and stability, the vehicle gliding smoothly as if it were a crimson cloud floating above the earth. Once on the highway, a serene silence enveloped the car. Ding Guixin, usually stern and taciturn, focused intently on driving, while Dai Qinxue wore a contemplative expression and Gong Xiaoshuang busied herself with a small mirror, applying makeup. Pang Tianchong felt an urge to smoke, but hesitated, not wanting to offend the two lovely ladies present, fidgeting nervously. "Gong Xiaoyao." He finally broke the silence. "Can we discuss something?" "What is it?" Gong Xiaoshuang replied absent-mindedly, still preoccupied with her reflection. "Could you refrain from calling me little rogue in the future?" Pang Tianchong proposed with a conciliatory tone. "It tarnishes my noble image." "What should I call you then?" "You may refer to me as Teacher Pang," he replied nonchalantly. "I generally prefer to be addressed as such." "Oh." Gong Xiaoshuang laughed while putting her mirror away. "I never imagined someone so young could be so eager for respect. Do you really think you deserve to be called teacher?" As he leaned back, closing his eyes, he sighed. Dai Qinxue found their exchange amusing, chuckling at Pang Tianchong's plight. "Hey, Gong Xiaoshuang noted Pang Tianchong's irritation and playfully continued, Teacher Pang. Teacher Pang. Speak. Pang Tianchong replied lazily. If you have something to say, just say it. You're so rude. Gong Xiaoshuang rolled her eyes. I heard you're quite skilled. How many people could you take on at once? I don't know. Pang Tianchong huffed. Gong Xiaoshuang pouted. Then don't say anything. At that moment, both Dai Qinxue and Gong Xiaoshuang's mouths fell open in astonishment, for they knew that Captain Ding would never jest. Whatever he stated was undoubtedly true. In reality, Ding Guoxin had understated Pang Tianchong's prowess. Having witnessed his skills firsthand, he knew that such capability could easily defeat 100 ordinary individuals without effort. So, you're quite formidable, aren't you? Gong Xiaoshuang expressed her admiration. What is so impressive about it? Pang Tianchong replied languidly. After years of training, taking down 100 useless opponents is no trouble at all. As the conversation progressed, Pang Tianchong instinctively turned his head and caught Dai Qinshue's gaze, eliciting a subtle stir within him. Her delicate features and bright eyes reminded him of a couplet. Autumn waters as spirit, jade as bone, peony-like face, willow-like brows. An exquisite visage, sculpted like ice and carved from jade, akin to a white lotus swaying in clear water. What do you imply? Pang Tianchong asked softly, his throat constricting. Are you suggesting that you'd like me to be your bodyguard? Indeed. Coincidentally, there is an empty room next to my office that could serve as your rest area. How does that sound? With such an invitation from a beauty, how could he refuse? Pang Tianchong scratched the back of his head and replied, well, as long as the payment is satisfactory, it's certainly feasible. What are your salary expectations? Dai Qinxue inquired further. As long as it's not excessive, I am open to consideration. Salary expectations? Gong Xiaoshuang interjected, displeased. Pang, don't get greedy. I'm the assistant to the president, assisting her in daily tasks. I'm the president's bodyguard, ensuring her safety. Pang Tianchong countered sharply. Tell me, what is more important, work or life? Gong Xiaoshuang was momentarily speechless. What do you mean by you? Pang Tianchong continued. Didn't you hear President Dai say it? A driver and a bodyguard performing 2 jobs. I'm not demanding double the salary, which is already generous of me. What more do you want? Working for free? Who said anything about working for free? Gong Xiaoshuang clarified. I merely meant your salary doesn't need to be that high. Oomph. I find your claim hard to believe. Pang Tianchong retorted. You must be crazy about money. 1 million? 1,000 would be more reasonable. There are certain things you shouldn't discuss with a summer insect. Pang Tianchong shook his head, dismissing her. Gong Xiaoshuang, exasperated, jabbed her tiny fist at Pang Tianchong's head. At that moment, Ding Guoxin, who had been driving, interjected, assisting Gong. In truth, Xiao Pang isn't exaggerating. After retiring, my former captain became a private bodyguard overseas, earning $100,000 a year. In terms of skill, he far surpasses Pang Tianchong. Is that so? Gong Xiaoshuang and Dai Qinxue exchanged glances, a bit bewildered, finding it hard to believe. Captain Ding, don't mind her. Pang Tianchong grumbled impatiently. She doesn't understand the world of the wealthy. With someone like her, if they were kidnapped, the ransom would only be 5,000 at most. Ha ha ha. Smack. Gong Xiaoshuang leaned forward, delivering a punch to Pang Tianchong's shoulder, scolding, You think you're so clever. You're not even worth 500. Enough. Dai Qinxue interrupted. I will consider this matter. You two should cease your quarrel. I've noticed you both bicker whenever you meet. Can't you show a little restraint? Sigh. Pang Tianchong sighed. Perhaps our fates simply clash. Ever since the first day we met, she has been bullying me. Thankfully, she is beautiful. If she were a man, I would have slapped her by now. Recalling their encounter at the airport, Dai Qinxue couldn't help but laugh at Pang Tianchong's embarrassment. Since we're colleagues now, both of you should exercise a bit of restraint. Brother. Ding Guoxin chuckled. I'm not criticizing you, but your temper is quite formidable. Did you know? The brothers in the squad are all afraid of you. 1, because of your skills. 2, because you argue unrelentingly. Is that so? Pang Tianchong scratched his head, realizing he needed to be more mindful in the future. Captain Ding, please keep an eye on me. I shouldn't lose my temper. It's not good. Reflecting on his master's intentions for sending him down the mountain, Pang Tianchong smacked his forehead. Ha! Dai Qinxue was once again amused by his antics. You're certainly not the humble type. No supervision will change that. I admit, my skin is a bit thick, Pang Tianchong nodded. However, my heart is not wicked. For instance, at the airport, if I had wanted to leave, not even 10 policemen could have stopped me. That is true. Gong Xiaoshuang, seeing his remorse, calmed down and nodded in agreement. Now I also believe you are a good person. If you do become President Dai's driver and bodyguard, being her assistant means we'll cross paths often. It's best to coexist peacefully. Pang Tianchong nodded in agreement, and a sense of harmony filled the car. The vehicle sped down the highway. In the blink of an eye, for hours passed. Dai Qinxue occasionally raised her wrist to check the time on her watch, saying, "It's almost noon. Let us stop at the service area ahead to grab a bite and rest before we continue." "All right." Ding Guixin slowed down the vehicle, changing lanes to the right, and drove towards the nearby service area. The four of them disembarked at the service area, eating, using the restroom, and resting briefly before resuming their journey. This time, it was Pang Tianchong's turn to drive, with Ding Guixin in the passenger seat. As the car maintained a speed of 120 kilometers per hour, racing ahead. After a satisfying meal, it was easy to succumb to drowsiness. Gong Xiaoshuang was the first to show signs of fatigue, reminding, "Drive steadily, all right?" "Teacher Pang, I'm feeling a bit sleepy. I'll take a short nap." "I'm feeling a bit drowsy too." Dai Qinxue, seemingly influenced, tilted her head to one side and said with a smile, "Drive well. Your skills are being tested now. Let me see if you qualify as a driver. Rest assured, by the time you wake up, we might just be at our destination." Pang Tianchong assured with a pat on his chest. After traveling for about another hour, both Gong Xiaoshuang and Dai Qinxue fell asleep in the back seat. With no conversation, Ding Guixin also succumbed to slumber. Pang Tianchong glanced at the three of them, all blissfully asleep, and then checked the odometer, realizing there were still 500 kilometers to their destination. What to do? He yawned. Without the banter of Gong Xiaoyao, he felt a bit drained as well. Yet there were still several hours of driving ahead. Around 2 in the afternoon, the heat intensified and the traffic dwindled. Pang Tianchong gradually slowed the vehicle and parked at a curve. Observing that the three were still deeply asleep, he quietly exited the car. In an instant, the vehicle was positioned just before the Yunjiang City Expressway toll station, less than 2 kilometers away. This was a spell passed down to Pang Tianchong by his master, allowing for the instantaneous relocation of various items, which he referred to as Qianquandano E. "Hey!" Pang Tianchong pulled the car to the side and gently tapped Gong Xiaoshuang's head, exclaiming, "Gong Xiaoyao, wake up. We need to pay the toll." Where are we?" Gong Xiaoshuang, groggy, rummaged through her bag, retrieving a few hundred yuan bills to hand to Pang Tianchong. "How much is it?" Dai Qinxue was also roused by their voices, glancing out the window and suddenly gasping, "Where is this?" "Yunjiang City." Pang Tianchong chuckled. "Didn't you see the sign above the toll station?" "No way." Dai Qinxue raised her wrist to check her watch. "It's not even 3 o'clock. Ah." As Gong Xiaoshuang rubbed her eyes and read the sign above the toll station, she too gasped in astonishment. Chapter 51. The Feast of Hongmen, Part 1. Stop the car. The startled exclamations of the two awakened Captain Ding, who jumped out of the vehicle. In fact, he had even forgotten that the car was already parked on the emergency lane. After stepping out and surveying his surroundings to confirm they had indeed arrived at Yunjiang City, he re-entered the car, staring at Pang Tianchong with wide eyes, akin to that of a startled bull. "This is exceedingly strange. How did you manage that?" Captain Ding was utterly baffled. As someone with a background as a special forces soldier, the fastest he had ever driven was a mere 280 kilometers per hour. How could Pang Tianchong cover 500 kilometers in just 1 hour? Moreover, the highest speed of this vehicle was just over 300 kilometers per hour. How could they have traveled 500? It defied logic. This was utterly bizarre. At this moment, the eyes of the three widened in disbelief, staring at Pang Tianchong as if he were a monster, especially Dai Qinxue, whose cheeks flushed with excitement and astonishment. She knew her vehicle all too well. How could it possibly reach a speed exceeding 500 kilometers per hour? "Speak. How did you drive the car?" Pang Tianchong, observing her radiant face, grinned and replied, "What do you think, Dai Zong? Am I a qualified driver for you?" "Cut the nonsense." Gong Xiaoshuang firmly grasped Pang Tianchong's shoulder, insisting, "Quickly tell us how you drove the car. What else could I do?" "Just kept the pedal to the metal." Pang Tianchong snatched the bills from Gong Xiaoshuang's hand and added, "It's mainly because Dai Zong's car is exceptional." With that, he started the vehicle, a roar erupting as they approached the toll station. "No way." Gong Xiaoshuang, exasperated, gritted her teeth. She could not believe that merely pressing the accelerator could achieve such speed. This was a car, not an airplane. Yet, without Pang Tianchong's explanation, there was nothing they could do. The three exchanged incredulous glances, each wearing expressions of disbelief. This scene, if not witnessed firsthand, will be dismissed as utterly unbelievable. It was simply astonishing. The car exited the expressway and entered the city, where Pang Tianchong eased off the speed, skillfully maneuvering the Porsche through the bustling traffic. Upon arriving at the designated hotel, Dai Qianxue's phone rang. "Hello, Dai Zong." A polite male voice greeted on the line. "Are you in Yunjiang today?" "Hello, Wanzong." "Yes, we just arrived at the hotel," Dai Qianxue responded courteously. "That's wonderful. I've already reserved a restaurant for 6 o'clock to welcome you and discuss our collaboration." "Thank you, Wanzong. See you tonight." "See you tonight." After hanging up, Dai Qianxue exclaimed with excitement, "There's still time. Let us go rest for a bit. At 5:30, you all accompany me to a banquet." "Okay." Pang Tianchong maneuvered the steering wheel, parking the car in the hotel lot, and reminded with a smile, "It's not the Hongmen banquet, is it? At this late hour?" "You jinx." Gong Xiaoshuang rolled her eyes. "We've already made arrangements with this company. As long as Dai Zong arrives, we'll sign the contract. We have it with us. Even if it's the Hongmen banquet," Dai Qianxue raised an eyebrow. "You still have this big bodyguard with you. What is there to fear?" "Exactly." Gong Xiaoshuang chimed in. "One person can take on 100 foes. I truly want to see such a master in action." "I'm merely offering a word of caution," Pang Tianchong replied nonchalantly. "You two are too beautiful. When out and about, you must be vigilant. Otherwise, it could bring me trouble." "As if." Gong Xiaoshuang dismissed him, stepping out of the car and quickly pulling Dai Qianxue toward the hotel. Pang Tianchong lit a cigarette, leisurely following behind Ding Wuxin. The two took a shower at the hotel, and after a brief rest, time swiftly passed to 5 in the afternoon. Gong Xiaoshuang knocked on the door. Pang Tianchong. "Ding Wuxin, it's time to head out." "Didn't Tiwi say 5:30? Pang Tianchong replied impatiently. "It's only 5 o'clock. Why are you disturbing us? We're ahead of schedule. The client is already on the way to the restaurant. Dai Zong wants us to go over immediately." "We're coming." The four of them hurriedly drove to the designated restaurant, where Wanzong, the caller, was already waiting at the entrance. He appeared to be around 30, of average height, with neatly styled thick hair and cleanly trimmed eyebrows that slightly arched, giving him an air of mystery. His skin was fair, with sharply defined facial features and high cheekbones, adding a hint of cunning charm to his countenance. His nose was prominent, with full, rosy lips that curled slightly upward, revealing an elegant and confident smile. This was the host of the evening, the general manager of Yunbei Pharmaceutical Company, Wan Zi. Upon seeing Dai Qianxue, a greedy glint shone in Wan Zi's eyes as he extended his right hand from afar. "Dai Zong, welcome to Yunjiang." Dai Qianxue took a couple of steps forward and shook Wan Zi's hand gently, politely apologizing. "I'm sorry for keeping you waiting, Wan Zong." "It's no trouble at all, Dai Zong," Wan Zi replied with a broad smile. "Third floor, room 308. Please, Dai Zong." "After you, Wan Zong." Dai Qianxue gestured for him to lead the way. Wan Zi casually glanced at Ding Wuxin and Pang Tianchong out of the corner of his eye, smiling. "Dai Zong, you even brought bodyguards along?" "Just our driver," Dai Qianxue clarified. "We drove here." Then, she quietly instructed, "You two can just grab a bite in the lobby. Xiaoshuang and I will go upstairs to discuss matters with Wanzong. We'll call you if needed." "All right." Pang Tianchong shrugged nonchalantly, casting a fleeting glance at Wan Zi, before taking a seat by the window in the hall alongside Ding Wuxin. They casually ordered a selection of dishes and began to eat at a leisurely pace. "Ding, let's have a drink. Is that appropriate?" Ding Wuxin whispered, expressing concern. "Our task is to ensure the boss's safety. One tea drinking interfere with that? Let us keep it minimal." Pang Tianchong smiled. "Just a bit of beer to cool down in this heat, and I won't drink excessively." "Miss Waitress." A few bottles of cold beer, no need for glasses. The two men popped the caps and clinked their bottles together, taking a hearty swig. "Refreshing." "Hey, Xiaopang. Put down the beer bottle," Ding Wuxin said with a hint of worry. "I noticed that the boss's order seems rather unorthodox. Will Dai Zong and the others manage to close this deal?" "Close a deal? Not a chance," Pang Tianchong replied, chewing on a morsel of food. "I just met that kid, a seasoned player in the world of indulgence. Definitely not a good person. I fear there won't be any good wine or good feasts here." "Then are they in danger?" Ding Wuxin's concern deepened, knowing that Pang Tianchong had an uncanny ability to read people, often with remarkable accuracy, having once earned over 1,000 in one morning. "If there is danger, can you prevent them from going in?" "No, I can't," Pang Tianchong replied matter-of-factly. With such a lucrative deal on the line, Do you really think that silly girl would listen to us? What do we do then? Ding Wuxin asked, beginning to panic. Pang Tianchong tilted his head back and took another swig of beer, slamming the bottle down on the table, and said with an air of calmness, "What to do? Let be." Chapter 52. The Banquet, Part 2. Room 308 was the most opulent in the hotel. Upon entering, one felt as though they had stepped into a resplendent palace. The ceiling was adorned with dazzling crystal chandeliers, twinkling like stars, casting a soft and enchanting glow. The walls were elegantly lined with ornate golden patterns against deep red satin wallpaper, exuding an aura of nobility and luxury. In the center of the room stood a grand circular dining table, crafted from fine ebony, its surface as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the lights in a brilliant and warm manner. The table was meticulously arranged with exquisite bone china, while silver cutlery gleamed sharply under the illumination. At the heart of the table was an artistic sculpture surrounded by a bouquet of vibrant flowers, their charming fragrance infusing the room with vitality and romance. "Ladies, please take a seat," Ruan Zi said gallantly, pulling out the chairs with a charming yet inscrutable smile. "Thank you." Dai Qinxue and Gong Xiaoshuang graciously sat down. "Ruan Zong, you are too kind. When you visit Bianqing next time, I will certainly extend my hospitality." "This is my cousin's business," Ruan Zi replied, handing the menu to Dai Qinxue. "This restaurant is among the best in Yunjing. Order whatever you like, don't hold back. Just something simple will do. And I shall just watch." Ruan Zi flipped through the menu, made a few arrangements with the waiter, and ordered a couple of bottles of red wine to breathe before finally settling down with a smile. "Business must be discussed, but we should also enjoy our meal. Let us start with some ordinary wine. My cousin will soon send over a bottle of 82 Lafite." No. Dai Qinxue hastily waved her hands. "Ruan Zong, please don't trouble your cousin. Neither of us can handle alcohol." "Not a bother at all," Ruan Zi chuckled. "He would be delighted to share a drink with two beautiful ladies." After a brief period of light conversation, the waiter began to serve the dishes. Exquisite French cuisine, fresh Australian seafood, delicate Japanese dishes, and finely textured Italian pasta dazzled the senses and whetted the appetite. "Come, Dai Zong Gong Xiaojing." Ruan Zi raised his wine glass, saying, "Welcome to Yunjing. It is my honor to treat you to a meal. Il propose à toast." He gently clinked his glass with theirs and took a generous sip. Dai Qinxue and Gong Xiaoshuang politely held their glasses, taking only a symbolic sip. After 3 rounds of wine, Ruan Zi began to reveal his true nature, fervently encouraging them to drink. His persuasive words flowed effortlessly, captivating his audience with eloquence, as if a torrent of water was surging westward. Moreover, he had a remarkable capacity for alcohol, consuming red wine as if it were mere water. Dai Qinxue sipped cautiously, gradually succumbing to the effects of intoxication. Ruan Zong, she interjected, stopping Ruan Zi from raising his glass again. "We really can't drink anymore, or we'll be inebriated. Let us discuss the collaboration instead." No rush. Ruan Zi deflected, insisting they enjoy their meal first. "My cousin S. 82 Lafite will be here shortly." Just then, the door to the private room swung open, and a man in his 30s with a buzz cut entered, carrying a bottle of high-end red wine. He was burly, dressed in a tank top, with prominent pectorals and bulging veins on his arms, his temples throbbing, unmistakably a person of strength. "I apologize for the delay," he said with a broad smile, approaching them. "I had a minor matter to attend to. Please try this wine." Ruan Zi quickly stood up to introduce him. "This is my cousin Jean Baozi. This is Dai Zong, and this is Gong Xiaojing. Pleasure to meet you." Jean Baozi raised his glass, saying, "Dai Zong, Gong Xiaojing, welcome to my humble establishment. Let us get acquainted." To be honest, Dai Qinxue found this unexpected arrival rather irksome. However, as he was a relative of their client, they felt compelled to share a drink with him. Thus, they reluctantly sipped again. As the saying goes, good things come in pairs. "Come, Dai Zong." Jean Baozi raised his glass again, a look of insistence on his face. "No," Gong Xiaoshuang quickly interjected. "Boss Jean, Dai Zong has already had too much to drink. She isn't good with alcohol. Let me take this one for her." In a crucial moment, Dai Qinxue's friend stepped in valiantly. "Very well." Jean Baozi grinned broadly. "This glass shall be replaced by the lovely Gong Xiaojing. Truly, she has a hearty capacity. The fairer sex can certainly hold their own." Although Dai Qinxue was feeling tipsy, her mind remained clear, and she hadn't forgotten the purpose of her visit. However, seeing that the other party was merely urging drinks without discussing the collaboration, She grew increasingly displeased, considering retreating and postponing the conversation. Ruanzong, Dai Qinxue blocked her glass, stating firmly, "We really cannot drink anymore. After all, we are women and cannot handle alcohol well. If you two wish to continue drinking, why not have my driver come up to drink with you?" At this moment, she felt a pang of fear, especially as she noticed Jean Baozi as leering gaze fixated on her and Gong Xiaoshuang, clearly with ill intentions. Thus, she immediately thought of Pang Tianchong. Yet, her suggestion was quickly dismissed by Jean Baozi. No, such fine wine should not be wasted on a driver. It is only fitting that the beautiful Dai Zong partake. Then Dai Qinxue turned to Ruanzong. Let us finalize the collaboration before we drink. Otherwise, if we drink too much, we won't be able to discuss anything. Ruanzi, seeing Dai Qinxue's resolute stance and her piercing gaze fixed on him, decided to drop the pretense. He waved at the waiter. "You all may leave. I need to discuss something with Dai Zong." The waitstaff promptly exited, closing the door behind them. "You all talk things over. I'll just have a bite." Jean Baozi chuckled knowingly at Ruanzi. "Cousin, don't dawdle. Let us get to the point." Clearing his throat, Ruanzi gazed at Dai Qinxue with a glazed expression and said, "Dai Zong, our collaboration is quite simple. If you agree to one condition, I will sign this $1 million contract immediately." "What condition?" "As long as you can accompany me well tonight. I will not only sign immediately, but also prepay 30% of the payment. What do you think?" In Chapter 53, The Hongmen Banquet Part 3, Ruanzi ceased to feign and finally revealed his true colors. It turned out that his warm invitation for Dai Qinxue to travel a great distance to Yunjiang was not to appreciate the products of Daikon Company, but rather to covet the person of General Dai. In that moment, Dai Qinxue comprehended everything. She had come here filled with hope, only to find herself ensnared by Ruanzi's schemes. In a fit of rage, her brows furrowed and her fury ignited. She seized the wine glass before her and splashed it across Ruanzi's face. Get lost. The more she reflected on the situation, the angrier she became, her entire body trembling with indignation. Ruanzi, caught off guard by the red wine splattering across his face, erupted in fury, springing to his feet and raising his hand to strike Dai Qinxue, whose face had flushed with anger. The force of that slap could have marred her delicate visage irreparably. At that critical juncture, Gong Xiaoshuang sprang into action, rushing from the side and pushing Ruanzi to the ground. She then grasped Dai Qinxue's hand, urging her, "Hurry, let's go." Where to escape? Jean Baozi kicked over a chair, his imposing figure blocking the path of Dai Qinxue and Gong Xiaoshuang. "I say, little girl, don't reject good intentions. It's a blessing for my cousin to fancy you. What is wrong with spending a night with him? You want to lose a piece of flesh. You shameless fiends." Dai Qinxue trembled with rage, her words stumbling as she faced the towering figure before her, who exuded an aura of menace. In desperation, she swiftly pulled out her phone to call Pang Tianchong. Little did she know, Jean Baozi was quicker. Snatching the phone from her grasp. "What do you intend to call? The police want to come to my territory. Give up on that thought." "What now?" Dai Qinxue and Gong Xiaoshuang exchanged glances, both at a loss. On the first floor, Pang Tianchong and Ding Wuxin were nearing the end of their meal, casually smoking and engaging in light conversation, appearing quite satisfied. In particular, Pang Tianchong squinted slightly, exhaling clouds of smoke, as if pondering some matter. In truth, his third eye had long been open, closely monitoring everything in room 308. He clearly witnessed the scene of Dai Qinxue erupting in fury. At that moment, he knew it was time for him to intervene. Ding! Pang Tianchong abruptly rose, extinguishing his cigarette in the plate. "They are in trouble. We must hurry." With that, he swiftly made his way towards the stairs. Ding Wuxin was startled, lifting his gaze only to find that Pang Tianchong had vanished from the hall. In room 308, Ruanzi, having been unexpectedly shoved by Gong Xiaoshuang, fell to the ground in a disheveled state, his face turning green with anger. However, despite his lustful thoughts, he did not lose his wits. Seeing the two beauties attempting to flee, he scrambled to his feet, warning Jean Baozi, "Cousin, there are two bodyguards of hers in the hall. Quickly find someone to deal with them." Rest assured, Jean Baozi licked his lips, eyeing the two lambs awaiting slaughter with a lewd grin. "Neither of these lovely ladies will escape. Tonight, each of us brothers shall have one, and we shall indulge to our heart's content." As he spoke, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Guangzi," a respectful voice came through the line. "Boss, What are your instructions? Immediately send a few people to the first floor to capture the two from Bianqing. Before Jean Baozi's words had fully escaped his lips, the door to the box was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang. A young man with a solemn expression stepped inside, his icy gaze locking onto Jean Baozi. It was none other than Pang Tianchong. Upon meeting Pang Tianchong's gaze, Jean Baozi's body trembled, nearly dropping his phone. He felt an overwhelming aura of murderous intent, rendering him immobile. Especially those piercing eyes, akin to swords that had taken countless lives, sent chills down his spine. Experience and instinct warned him. This young man, despite his age, was undoubtedly a ruthless killer. After a moment of shock, Jean Baozi quickly altered his command on the phone. Forget the first floor. Bring your men to room 308 immediately. A formidable character has arrived. At that moment, Dai Qinxue and Gong Xiaoshuang, feeling lost and anxious, were suddenly filled with excitement upon seeing Pang Tianchong enter, nearly moved to tears. Simultaneously, their anxious hearts began to settle. General Dai, Pang Tianchong cast a cold glance at Jean Baozi, tempering his aura before turning his attention to Dai Qinxue and inquiring, "What happened? Is someone trying to bully you?" "They want tea, let us leave," Dai Qinxue replied with a sense of grievance. "Thank goodness you arrived in time, otherwise, everything is fine." Pang Tianchong offered her a reassuring look. "I will handle this. I am eager to see which dog dares to obstruct our path." "You." Jean Baozi's lips twitched in anger. "Do you know who I am?" "I don't care who you are," Pang Tianchong replied, lighting a cigarette with a calm demeanor. "Daring to lay hands on General Dai is simply unacceptable." His voice was not loud, yet it exuded an undeniable authority. Dai Qinxue felt warmth in her heart, suddenly realizing how secure she felt with Pang Tianchong by her side. "I am the leader of the Crocodile Gang," Jean Baozi threatened. The Crocodile Gang is the ruler of the underworld in Yunjiang. If you're familiar with the underworld, you should know we are not to be trifled with. "Oof." Pang Tianchong exhaled a wisp of smoke. "I don't care if you're a crocodile, a catfish, or a shrimp. Today, I will serve you all a mixed stew to prevent you from causing further chaos." As Jean Baozi was about to erupt in anger, he noticed movement at the doorway, and Ding Wuxin had arrived as well. Pang Tianchong. Ding Wuxin surveyed the situation within the room, already grasping the general idea. Just as he was about to inquire, Pang Tianchong interrupted. "It's fine. Just keep an eye on Assistant Gong. I will handle the rest." "Oh." Ding Wuxin nodded, stepping forward to stand beside Gong Xiaoshuang, his expression frosty as he vigilantly observed Ruanzi and Jean Baozi. At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from the hallway, followed by a group of individuals exuding murderous intent storming into the private room. "Boss! Boss!" A dozen men burst into the room like a pack of hungry wolves, their eyes gleaming with ferocity. Each one held a firearm. Upon entering, they immediately encircled Pang Tianchong and the others, their dark muzzles aimed squarely at each person as head. In Chapter 54, The Hongmen Banquet, Part 4, Pang Tianchong had not anticipated the audacity of the underground forces in Yunjiang, brazenly brandishing firearms in broad daylight. As the guns were pointed at them, he flicked away his cigarette, but then swiftly positioned himself in front of Dai Qinxue. Simultaneously, he channeled his internal energy to protect his entire being, his fists clenched instinctively extending outward, resembling a hen shielding her chicks. Although this gesture was fleeting, Pang Tianchong quickly returned to his normal demeanor, yet Dai Qinxue noticed it clearly. A stirring memory from her childhood flashed in her mind, a silhouette of a little boy who had once played with her. Whenever she faced danger, he would always stand in front of her, mirroring the protective stance of Pang Tianchong before her. Dai Qinxue found herself momentarily dazed. However, the urgency of the situation demanded her attention, as Jean Baozi's laughter quickly shattered her thoughts. "Ha ha ha! How is it, my friends? Do you still wish to leave tonight? In our Crocodile Gang's territory, you cannot escape." He deliberately glanced at P-ing Tnching and said, "I know you are a formidable character, but tell me, can you evade the fire from over a dozen guns?" "Indeed." P-ing Tnching clapped his hands, swiftly scanning the faces of each armed individual to ensure they would not suddenly open fire without orders. He then smiled faintly and remarked, "To possess such an arsenal, the Eye of Bang is indeed powerful. Are you scared now?" "Ha ha ha! The Eye of Bang, is it?" Unperturbed, P-ing Tnching pulled out his mobile phone and said, "I shall make a call and see if anyone recognizes you. You wish to seek help, do you?" JNBA sneered. "Go ahead and call." In YNJIing, It won't be of any use. As I have stated, I am a sovereign here. Very well, you are impressive. Peeing TNCH Ing replied as he dialed the number of his senior sister, Yu Ying Hu Peeing. At that moment, D. I Chin Su, Ji Ing Shi A Shu Ing, and even D. Gu XN felt their hearts rise to their throats. Especially D. I Chin Su, whose face turned pale with fear. After all, they were facing over a dozen guns. No matter how formidable P. Ing TNCH Ing was, could he withstand the hail of bullets? Were they truly destined to become their playthings or meet a tragic end tonight? In an instant, tears welled up in D. I Chin Su's eyes, threatening to spill over. The call was quickly answered, and a gentle female voice came through. Hello, little junior brother. Li Ji. Peeing TNCH Ing pressed the phone tightly to his ear, recalling that she had mentioned her connections in the southwestern region. Is that right? Ah, my home is over here. What? Do you wish to visit your sister? I am in YNJIing. Your family is from YNJIing, correct? No, my family is from the city. Why have you come to YNJIing? I accompanied our boss to attend some pharmaceutical promotional exchange meeting. YNJIing is not far from us. Once you're done, come visit. It has been a long time since I last saw you. That won't do, Li Ji, Peeing TNCH Ing said in a deliberately troubled tone. I am currently under the threat of over a dozen guns, unable to move, and was just about to ask for your help. What? Yu Ying Hu Peeing's voice suddenly rose by an octave. Who dares to be so audacious in my territory? It is someone from the Iu Bang. The Iu Bang. Is it? They go by the surname JN, correct? Put the phone on. The woman's voice was filled with fury. Very well, Peeing TNCH Ing said, handing the phone to JNB Outs. My sister wishes to speak with you. JNB Oz, already impatient, seized the phone. Your sister? Even if she comes, it won't help. TCH. Peeing TNCH Ing looked at JNB Oz as if he were a fool. Fully aware of Li Ji's temperament, she was a ruthless figure capable of killing without a second thought. Over the years, the number of lives lost at her hands must have been no fewer than 800, so JNB Oz was in for a rude awakening. Hello, JNB Oz shouted into the phone. Who the hell are you? Do you think you can meddle in my affairs? Unexpectedly, the voice on the other end was even more aggressive. You, JN, have a death wish, don't you? Do you dare to point a gun at my little junior brother? Sister. JNB Oz turned pale, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Little junior brother? He stammered. Who? Who is your little junior brother? Stop acting innocent. The person I handed the phone to is my little junior brother. If you dare to lay a hand on him, believe me, I will wipe out your entire family and annihilate the Iu Bang. No, no, no. JNB Oz was drenched in sweat. This is all a misunderstanding. I had no idea he was your person. Otherwise, even if you gave me 100 times the courage, I wouldn't dare to offend you. JNB Oz was nearly terrified to the point of losing control. This was a big shot he could not afford to offend. The infamous red-clad demoness, who struck fear into the hearts of all in the underworld. When she threatened to annihilate his family, she truly meant it. The voice continued, I do not care whether it is a misunderstanding. Today, if my little junior brother does not forgive you, I will personally go out and take lives tomorrow. You can consider yourself warned. The call ended abruptly, devoid of any unnecessary words. JNB Oz stood there dumbfounded, staring blankly at his phone, his expression more wretched than if he had lost a parent. So, what now? Peeing TNCH Ing leisurely lit a cigarette and inquired, What did my sister say? JNB Oz raised his hands, crawling desperately to Peeing TNCH Ing's feet. Please spare me this time. I implore you, do not hold it against me. The situation had turned dramatically. No one had anticipated that a single phone call could reduce the once mighty leader of the Iu Bang to such a pitiful state. Cousin, Ru Nzy was equally bewildered, fully aware of how ruthless his cousin usually was. To have someone instill such fear in him was unimaginable. Enough of the chatter. Kneel. JNB Oz glared fiercely at Ru Nzy, who had gotten them into this predicament. He was now tempted to end his life. And all of you kneel as well. If this esteemed gentleman does not forgive us today, none of us will escape alive. The dozen or so men, once menacing, now appeared stunned, hastily dropping their weapons and kneeling in unison. In that moment, Ru Nzy, too, was gripped by fear. He had never seen his cousin so frightened before. It was clear they had crossed paths with someone far beyond their league, although he did not know who it was. Seeing his cousin kneel, he dared not remain standing. Without a second thought, he also knelt before Peeing TNCH Ing. Chapter 55. The banquet at HNGM Inn, Part 5. I Chin Su was on the verge of tears, feeling utterly hopeless when she least expected that a single phone call from TNCH would turn the tide completely. The once arrogant JNB Oz and Ru NZY suddenly resembled two frightened dogs, cowering on the ground. The sensation of surviving a perilous encounter left her in a daze, momentarily unable to comprehend the situation. "Spare us, my lord." The armed men who had previously threatened them were now begging for their lives, the room filled with chaos. "Silence!" TNCH shouted, his head pounding from a noise. "What are you yelling for?" "My surname is Ping. Call me Ping Elosh." Yes. Ping Elosh. "You are magnanimous. Please do not stoop to our level. Do not rush." TNCH took a puff from his cigarette and said, "Let's settle accounts one by one. You deceived DIZ into coming from afar under the pretense of discussing a partnership. So let us first address the contract, and we shall discuss the other matters later." Right. Let's discuss the contract first." JNB Oz's eyes brightened, and with a swift motion, he slapped Ru NZY on the head. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and sign the contract with DIZ. Brother, that is $1 million. Ru NZY protested with a troubled expression. Smack. JNB Oz slapped him again, scolding softly. "What is more important, $1 million or your life?" "Oh, yes. I will sign." I Chin Su and Shi Ashu exchanged glances, both astonished that this was happening. Shi Ashu at a loss for what to do, hesitated for a moment before instinctively looking at TNCH. "What are you staring at? Quickly take out the contract." TNCH exhaled a smoke ring. "Ensure it states they must transfer the payment tomorrow." "Oh." Shi Ashu hurriedly opened her bag, extracting the contract, her small hands trembling with excitement. This was a deal worth millions, and with TNCH's word, it was signed on the spot. Ru NZY took the contract, signed it without even glancing at it, and respectfully handed it back to Shi Ashu, fearful that if he delayed, his cousin's large hand would once again strike him. "All right." TNCH observed the contract had been signed and turned his gaze towards JNB Oz. "Let us consider the contract settled. Now, let us discuss the matter of your offense against me." Yes. Please enlighten us, Elosh. JNB Oz nodded eagerly. "Let me tell you the truth." TNCH pointed at JNB Oz with his cigarette in hand before this. "Anyone who dared to point a gun at me has long since become fertilizer. Tell me, how shall we deal with you scoundrels?" Jin Baozi was drenched in cold sweat. Although I had never witnessed Pang Tianchong's martial prowess, it was evident that with such a formidable senior sister, this junior brother's skills could not be lacking. I, too, found him intimidating. Contemplating this, I grimaced and proposed, "How about we compensate 5 million yuan as a form of mental anguish for teacher Pang?" To my astonishment, Pang Tianchong glared at me and retorted, "Do I look like someone in need of money?" At that moment, Jin Baozi felt on the verge of tears. Gritting his teeth, he glanced at the dozen or so individuals present and, steeling himself, shouted, "Guangzi, break one arm of each person." "Understood." Guangzi responded, drawing a machete from his lower back, blade facing down, and bellowed, "Everyone extend one hand quickly." With a series of pained cries, the arms of the dozen individuals were shattered. Finally, Guangzi gritted his teeth and extended his left hand, using his right to swing the blade, resulting in a sharp crack as he too severed his own arm. Those who navigate the underworld truly possess a ruthless streak. This scene was heart-stopping for Dai Qinxue and Gong Xiaoshuang, who turned their heads away, unable to bear the horrific sight. After Pang completed this gruesome task, Jin Baozi looked at Pang Tianchong with pleading eyes and cautiously suggested, "What if we let this slide this time?" Pang Tianchong flicked his fingers lightly, sending the remaining cigarette, but soaring like a meteor, striking Jin Baozi's wrist. With a resounding crack, Jin Baozi's left arm fell limp. Caught unawares, Jin Baozi screamed, his body trembling in fear as he gazed at Pang Tianchong, his heart racing with dread. "Damn it, Huang Yaoshi's finger-flicking technique is nothing compared to this. What are you staring at?" Pang Tianchong coldly commanded. "Pick up that cigarette, but and get lost." Yes. Jin Baozi dared not hesitate, quickly retrieving the butt from the ground and fleeing the scene. At this moment, Ruan Zi's face had turned pale, caught in a dilemma, unable to move forward or backward, fearfully eyeing Pang Tianchong, utterly at a loss. You can leave too. Pang Tianchong glared disdainfully at Ruanzi and cursed, if I ever catch you again engaging in wrongdoing, I'll make you regret it. Get out. Yes, yes. I'm leaving now. Ruanzi felt as if he had received a reprieve and dashed out, faster than a rabbit. Once everyone had departed, Pang Tianchong turned back, grinning mischievously at Dai Qinxue. Director Dai, I didn't frighten you, did I? Let us get going. Dai Qinxue shot Pang Tianchong a glance, initially intending to express her gratitude. But upon seeing his somewhat gleeful expression, the words caught in her throat, and she remained silent. In truth, she was immensely grateful to Pang Tianchong. Had he not been there, her predicament was too frightening to contemplate. Let's go. Pang Tianchong led the way out of the private room, with Dai Qinxue and the others silently following behind. No one spoke. The two girls, recalling the earlier events, still felt a lingering fear, shaken by the experience. We've been drinking, Ding Guoshun quietly reminded. What if we get pulled over for a breathalyzer? No worries. Our luck won't be that bad. Pang Tianchong dismissed the concern. If we do get stopped, I'll call that guy or want to sort it out. Why him? Gong Xiaoshuang blurted out, now back in her own group's vehicle, finally regaining her composure. Just because that scoundrel deserves to run errands for us. Pang Tianchong chuckled. If he dares to refuse, I'll show him what happens. Gong Xiaoshuang and Dai Qinxue exchanged smiles before jokingly adding, from what I see, if we're talking about wickedness, he might not even surpass you. You should know better than to speak carelessly. Pang Tianchong shot a glance at Gong Xiaoshuang. It should be said, righteousness prevails over evil. Do you understand? Ignorance is truly frightening. As night fell, the neon lights flickered. After a light rain in Yunjiang City, the vibrant reflections danced on the wet pavement, resembling a dynamic oil painting. The night breeze brought a refreshing coolness, dispersing the day's clamor and leaving behind the unique tranquility and beauty of the evening. Pang Tianchong drove towards his residence, and just as he was midway, his phone rang. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, a call is coming in. Hello. Pang Tianchong steadied the steering wheel with one hand while answering the call. It was his sixth senior sister, Ouyang Huaping. Hello, little junior brother. Have you dealt with the situation? I was puzzled. A dozen guns? Is it really necessary to call for help? The sixth senior sister questioned. Why not just handle it yourself? Why have you become so inept? Well, my boss is present, I replied. If I act rashly, what if a stray bullet injures them? What then? After a pause, I continued. Besides, don't you often say you're quite influential in the southwestern region? This is a perfect opportunity to prove it. Haha. Cheeky little rascal. The laughter on the other end was lighthearted. By the way, after the investment conference, why not come visit me for a few days? That might not be possible. I declined. I'm currently the dedicated driver for my boss. How can I leave so easily? Maybe next time. A friend who prioritizes romance over camaraderie. Ouyang Huaping jested. If you don't come, then just tell me where you live, and I'll send some gifts your way tomorrow. Gifts? That sounds delightful. I'm at such and such hotel. As the call ended, Dai Qinxue, who had been silent until now, suddenly grew interested and teased. Your Majesty, can you tell us who that call was for? Hearing Your Majesty, I was taken aback. I hadn't expected this ice princess to engage in banter. Clearing my throat, I replied, it was my sixth senior sister. Dai Qinxue chuckled before inquiring. What does she do? She is so formidable. She made the crocodile gang members kneel and apologize with just one word. I'm not entirely sure what she does. I explained, but she is quite influential in this southwestern region. I'm not exaggerating. When she clears her throat, the entire southwestern provinces tremble. Please, isn't that just boasting? Gong Xiaoshuang scoffed quietly. Dai Qinxue sincerely remarked, how should I thank her? No need to thank her. I laughed. Just express your appreciation to me. Thank you? No problem. Dai Qinxue smiled and nodded. Oh, by the way, old Ding, when we get back, have Gong Xiaoyao settle our dinner bill. I must say, Teacher Pang. Gong Xiaoshuang pouted, curiously asking, why did you refuse the 5 million when they offered it? Are you really that stingy? Why should I accept? I countered. That was a business matter. If I demanded 5 million, it wouldn't be fair to keep it all for myself. I'd have to share a million with you, wouldn't I? Dream on. Bah. Gong Xiaoshuang retorted disdainfully. So you're afraid I'd take your money, is that it? What kind of person are you? Ha 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 ha. I laughed heartily. The truth is, I'm not short on cash. A few million means little to me. Oh ho, not short on cash. Gong Xiaoshuang continued to tease. You couldn't even produce 8,000 yuan, and yet you're bragging. Upon hearing this, even Dai Qinxue chuckled, recalling the embarrassing moment at the airport. Unable to suppress her laughter, Gong Xiaoyao. I turned and shot her a fierce glare. Why must you bring that up? I've said before, it's not that I don't have money, it's just that I don't have it on me right now. Still boasting, Gong Xiaoshuang shot back. If you're so capable, why not just buy the moon as well? Who would sell it to you? This exchange even drew laughter from Ding Wuxian, who had been silent throughout. All the while, Captain Ding had been pondering the incident where I had used a cigarette but to break Jean Baozi's arm. The astonishing display of my skills had once again reshaped his understanding. How could there be such a vast difference among practitioners? And so, the night passed without further incident. The following morning, Dai Qinxue resolved to return, as the purpose of her journey had been fulfilled, and lingering would serve no purpose. As for the matter of investment, it was entirely under the jurisdiction of the marketing department, and there was no need for her, the CEO, to involve herself personally. Thus, early in the day, Gong Xiaoshuang knocked on the doors of Pang Tianchong and Ding Wuxin. Pang Tianchong, wake up. President Dai has decided we return today. Why are you shouting? Pang Tianchong responded lazily, dressing and heading to the restroom. Just as he settled onto the toilet, there was another knock at the door. Knock. Knock. What are you knocking for? Are you out of your mind? Pang Tianchong yelled from the bathroom. Old Ding. Open the door. Let them wait a few minutes. I can't even have a moment's peace. Having finished his morning routine, Ding Wuxin hurriedly opened the door, revealing not only Assistant Gong, but also 5 or 6 perspiring men. Upon seeing Ding Wuxin, the men's faces lit up with excitement, and one eagerly asked, "Are you Mr. Pang Tianchong? What do you want?" Ding Wuxin replied, slightly bewildered, wondering what this crowd was doing there so early. He instinctively glanced at Gong Xiaoshuang, who shook her head, equally puzzled about the well-dressed men's intentions. "We are pharmaceutical representatives from various provinces and cities," one of the men explained. "We rushed here overnight to discuss collaboration with Mr. Pang's company." "Oh, please come in." Ding Wuxin gestured for them to enter. Pang Tianchong is still getting ready. You can wait here for a moment. Hearing they were there to discuss collaboration, Gong Xiaoshuang's eyes brightened, and without hesitation, she dashed back to her room. Dai Qinxue, what's going on? You seem a bit frantic. Are they both up? Dai Qinxue glanced at her excited friend. Yes, they're up. Gong Xiaoshuang swallowed hard. A large group of people has come, all representatives from the southwestern provinces and cities, to discuss collaboration with our company. What did you say? Dai Qinxue's eyes widened in astonishment. It took her 3 seconds to comprehend the situation. Was it truly this easy to attract investment now? Previously, they struggled to find even a few clients at investment fairs, and now people were coming to them seeking collaboration. Are you sure? Gong Xiaoshuang tugged at Dai Qinxue. They are in Pang Tianchong's room. If you don't believe me, go see for yourself. Let us go. Dai Qinxue headed towards Pang Tianchong's room, and indeed, she found 7 or 8 formally dressed individuals seated on his bed, wiping the sweat from their brows while sharing their respective situations. I drove all night to get here. Fearing Mr. Pang would check out early, a tall, slender young man expressed his relief. Who isn't? Another portly man chimed in. I arrived by train, just in time at dawn, so I'm glad I'm not late. Mr. Liu, why are you here personally? Of course, since everyone has come, I, Liu, also wanted to join the excitement and meet Mr. Pang. The middle-aged man named Liu grinned. Laughter filled the room, creating a lively atmosphere. Though they were strangers, as they were all from the same industry, conversation flowed easily. Upon seeing Dai Qinxue enter, Ding Wuxin quickly introduced her. Everyone, this is our general manager, Dai Qinxue from Dai Kong Group. If you wish to discuss collaboration, you can talk to her. Hello, general manager. Several individuals stood, greeting her respectfully. Hello, everyone. Dai Qinxue nodded politely. Are you all here to discuss agency collaboration with our company? Yes. Yes. The portly man spoke first. We are representatives from various pharmaceutical companies in the southwestern provinces and cities, looking to represent your products. Our company plans to sell goods worth 10 million. Before he finished, the slender young man interjected. Our company also aims for 10 million. I brought the contract. I'm aiming for 8 million. We're at 5 million. Hey, why are you joining in with 5 million? The room erupted into a lively debate as everyone seemed to compete for the orders. Dai Qinxue was overwhelmed with joy, momentarily at a loss for words. This was a business worth millions. If they signed all these deals, the company's profits this year would soar to new heights. How about this? Dai Qinxue controlled her excitement and suggested, let's find a larger room to discuss this in detail. shall we? It's a bit cramped here. Wait, wait. The portly man waved his hand. General Manager, let us not rush. We should meet Mr. Pang first before discussing further. Oh, Dai Qinxue instantly understood. It seemed these individuals were primarily interested in Pang Tianchong. Feeling slightly awkward, she inquired, where is Pang Tianchong? Gong Xiaoshuang, a bit anxious, asked Ding Wuxin. Doesn't he know so many people are waiting for him? Ding Wuxin pointed towards the restroom. He is occupied. Knocking on a restroom door, Gong Xiaoshuang called out. Pang Tianchong, are you done? Everyone is waiting for you. What is the rush? Came Pang Tianchong's impatient voice from inside. I just finished. I haven't even wiped yet. Want to come in and help? You could go to hell. Gong Xiaoshuang's face flushed with embarrassment as she turned and stormed out. Dai Qinshu bit her lip, nearly bursting into laughter at the shameless fellow. The others suppressed their laughter, turning their faces away. After about a minute, the restroom door swung open, and Pang Tianchong emerged humming a tune. He was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the room filled with strangers. Having been so focused on his business inside that he hadn't noticed the commotion outside. What are you doing here? Get out. As Pang Tianchong appeared ready to erupt. Dai Qinshu quickly stepped forward to explain, Pang Tianchong, don't misunderstand. They are here to discuss collaboration with our company. Oh, collaboration? Pang Tianchong's expression shifted rapidly, transforming into a smile. Great. Please discuss with our general manager. I still need to wash up. Mr. Pang. The portly man stepped forward, shaking Pang Tianchong's hand. I'm Liu, the manager of Yunbei Pharmaceuticals. It's a pleasure to meet you. The slender young man quickly followed suit, shaking Pang Tianchong's other hand. Mr. Pang, I'm Gao Shan from Nanshui Pharmaceuticals. Nice to meet you. Pang Tianchong laughed, withdrawing his hands and pushing the men towards Dai Qinshu. For collaboration, speak to our general manager. Once that's settled, we can get to know each other. I'll just wash my face. All right then. The group turned towards Dai Qinshu. General manager, let us find a place to talk and sign the contracts. Please, follow me. Dai Qinshu gestured for them to proceed. With purposeful strides, she led the way, her high heels clicking rhythmically. Unbeknownst to her, the business discussions were going exceptionally well, almost as if they were fated to succeed. She had no idea that these individuals had come rushing overdue to Ouyang Huaping's reputation, eager to sign without even negotiating the prices. Contracts worth 10 million, 8 million, 7 million, none were less than 5 million. All were substantial deals, amounting to several tens of millions. Moreover, payments were promised promptly, with some pledging to transfer funds that very day, others by Monday, and some even arriving with checks in hand. Dai Qinshu could hardly contain her joy, her typically icy demeanor thawing in the warmth of the moment. Indeed, a pleasant collaboration and prosperous business. After bidding farewell to the clients, Dai Qinshu suddenly pondered a question and inquired of Gong Xiaoshuang. How should we express our gratitude? Gong Xiaoshuang, with gritted teeth, retorted, let us dismember him. Chapter 58. The plans of the Zhua family at the First People's Hospital of Bian City. In the special care unit, Zhua Biao lay languidly on the hospital bed, his face haggard as he stared vacantly at his right leg. The post-operative pain caused him to grit his teeth. His severed leg had been successfully reattached, now encased in plaster and securely wrapped in bandages. Beside the bed sat an elderly man with a solemn demeanor, the head of the Zhua family, Zhua Xiuqing. Opposite him sat a middle-aged man with slicked-back hair, an imposing presence, a square face, thick eyebrows, and a short beard. He sat upright, emanating an air of authority. This was Zhua Jia, the eldest son of Zhua Xiuqing, currently serving as the chairman and general manager of Zhua Group. Outside the ward, several bodyguards dressed in black suits stood rigidly at either side of the door, safeguarding the room's security. Father. Inside the ward, Zhua Jia inclined his body slightly and spoke. That Pang Tianchong has been investigated. This fellow has only recently arrived in Bian City, and I cannot ascertain his origins. Have we uncovered his background? Zhua Xiuqing inquired. Is he from Bian City? No. Zhua Jia nodded. I had Xiao Si from the police station check his records. His ID indeed indicates he is from Bian City, with a registered address at Haiyang District, Fuguiyuan Community, Building 39. However, upon further investigation, the owner of the villa in Building 39 is surnamed Wang, and he is not related to this fellow in any way. This man seems to have sprung forth like a monkey from a rock crevice, leaving no trace. The ID must be forged. Zhua Xiuqing furrowed his brow, and he possesses excellent martial skills. What is his true background? Regardless of his origins, Zhuo Jia declared indignantly, it is unacceptable for him to bully our Zhuo family. I shall ensure he pays the price. Moreover, Zhuo Jia paused momentarily before continuing. We cannot place all the blame on that fellow surnamed Pang. My younger brother shares some responsibility as well. I discovered that he has recently transferred 2 sums of money to the accounts of the Black Dragon Society and the White Tiger Gang. You should inquire what he has been up to. Oh, Zhuo Xiuqing was taken aback. How much? Zhuo Jia replied. One was 20,000 and the other 30,000. Neither is a trivial amount. Second son, Zhuo Xiuqing's expression soured with anger. What on earth have you been doing with such a sum? Speak honestly. Zhuo Ershio's gaze flickered, stammering, I had them deal with Pang Tianchong. And the result? Zhuo Xiuqing's expression darkened. Did they take the money without completing the task? No. Zhuo Ershio explained. The Black Dragon Society claimed that they engaged in a confrontation with that Pang fellow, resulting in mutual injuries, and they could not subdue him. Why? Call them and find out, commanded Zhuo Xiuqing. See what the White Tiger Gang has to say. Yes. Zhuo Ershio immediately produced his phone and made the call. The phone was quickly answered, and Zhuo Biao glanced at his father's face, instinctively pressing the speaker button. An irate voice erupted from the phone. Is this Zhuo Ershio? Ah, it is I. We were just about to call you. You have truly put the White Tiger Gang in a terrible predicament this time. What do you mean? Zhuo Ershio was bewildered. How had the blame shifted to him? What do you mean? The voice on the other end seethed, with Pang Tianchong's remarkable martial prowess. Why did you not inform us beforehand? Were you deliberately sending us to our deaths? Now our boss has had his arm broken by that Pang fellow, and the other brothers are injured or worse. The losses are devastating. What do you suggest we do? I am the one who paid you to do the job. How dare you ask me what to do? You failed to follow my instructions to break Pang's leg, and instead, it was my leg that got broken by him. Useless. You're all utterly useless. Smack. Zhuo Ershio vented his frustration, infuriated, and hung up the phone. Zhuo Jia looked at his father and remarked, it seems that this Pang fellow is indeed formidable. Oof. Zhuo Xiuqing scoffed. Regardless of his capabilities, we must deal with him. Tomorrow, I will visit Xishan and seek out President Zhuo of the Martial Arts Association, requesting them to dispatch experts to handle him. Wait a moment. Zhuo Jia interjected, Father, what do you think of this approach? Let us take multiple avenues. What do you mean? First, let's call the Dai family and demand an explanation. Isn't Pang working at the Dai family's company? We should have them dismiss him. After a pause, Zhuo Jia continued. Second, let Xiao Si from the police station take a team to investigate Pang Tianchong for forging identification. If confirmed, that entails a prison sentence of no less than 3 years. Third, let's file a complaint with the Martial Arts Association. Pang Tianchong, as a martial artist, openly assaulted an ordinary person, contravening the principles of the association, and we should request their experts to deal with him. Fourth, if all else fails, we can place a bounty on the dark web, with sufficient reward. There will surely be brave souls willing to take his life. Excellent. Zhuo Ershio clapped his hands in praise. Brother, you are truly thorough in your planning. Splendid. This young man was so delighted that he nearly let out a bubble of snot, grinning foolishly. Indeed, Zhuo Xiuqing nodded in agreement. Let us proceed as planned. I shall call the old man of the Dai family right away to demand an explanation. Saying this, Zhuo Xiuqing took out his phone and dialed the number of Dai Jingma, the head of the Dai family. Hello. An elderly voice answered on the other end. It was indeed Dai Jingma, the patriarch of the Dai family. Old Dai, Zhuo Xiuqing replied curtly. I'm calling to demand an explanation from your Dai family. Oh, the voice on the phone responded with surprise. What has caused you, Zhuo Laozhu, to be so upset? One of your security guards has broken my second son's leg. How do you propose to handle this matter? What? The voice on the other end gasped. How could such a thing happen? Old Zhuo, please do not be angry. Tell me, which of your companies is involved? I will send someone to address this immediately. It is your beloved granddaughter, Dai, Qinshue's Daikon Company. I heard it was a newly appointed security guard named Pang Tianchong. Pang Tianchong. Dai Jingmo repeated the name softly. I have not heard of him. Regardless, it is as I have stated, old Dai, you may handle it as you see fit. With that, Zhuo Xiuqing decisively hung up the phone. At the Dai family's villa, Dai Jingma held his phone, stunned for a full 5 seconds before placing the watering can aside, gripping the phone as he fell into deep contemplation. Patriarch, what has transpired? A robust middle-aged man beside him softly inquired. He was his bodyguard, Fan Hai. It was Zhuo Xiuqing's call. Dai Jingma mused for a moment, stating, He says a security guard from Qianxue's company broke the leg of his second young master. Ah, Fan Hai exclaimed. Who has such audacity? How intriguing. Dai Jingma suddenly chuckled. To have Zhuo Laozhu call me indicates that this matter is somewhat complicated. The Zhuo family has not resolved it. A mere security guard. When did Qianxue's company produce such a figure? I must make a call to inquire. Chapter 59. The Return Journey Saturday, sunny. The weather today is exceptionally pleasant, with bright sunshine and a clear blue sky. A gentle breeze caresses, and fluffy clouds drift lazily by, complemented by the mountains, trees, flowers, and rivers lining the roads, forming a picturesque scene. On the highway, a red Porsche raced along at lightning speed, pursuing the endless horizon ahead. The driver was Peng Tiancheng, who wore sunglasses and hummed a tune, weaving through the highway as if competing with the wind and accompanying the clouds. Seated in the car were Dai Qianxue and Gong Xiaoshuang, both exhilarated. This business trip had been exceedingly fruitful, yielding unexpected rewards. It could be said that they had achieved a resounding victory. Thus, along the way, they reveled in the rare good weather, gazing at the fleeting scenery outside the window, their spirits soaring with joy. At this moment, the world seemed to lie beneath their feet, dreamlike and ethereal. The future beckoned ahead, shining brilliantly. Ding Guoshun has always been composed and taciturn, sitting in the passenger seat, quietly gazing at the scenery outside. Among the four, Gong Xiaoshuang is the one who can hardly endure the silence. She nudges Peng Tiancheng's shoulder and urges, "Hey, Teacher Peng, could you drive as fast as you did on the way here? We should reach Biancheng in 1 or 2 hours." "Absolutely not." Peng Tiancheng replies without a moment's hesitation. "Driving too fast might scare you all." "I'm not scared. That still won't do." Gong Xiaoshuang rolls her eyes in frustration, complaining, "You are so dull." "Ha!" Dai Qianxue intervenes. "Let it be, Shuang Er. Let him drive slowly. There's no rush. Safety comes first." In truth, she too is quite curious about Peng Tiancheng's extraordinary driving skills, but feels too shy to voice it. Exactly. Gong Xiaoshuang was about to explode when Dai Qianxue's phone suddenly rang. She picked it up and saw it was her grandfather calling. Immediately, she answered the call and raised a finger to signal Gong Xiaoshuang to be quiet. "Hello, Grandpa? Is that you, Xiaoxue?" An elderly voice came through the line. "Are you home? If not, come visit Grandpa." "Grandpa, have you forgotten?" Dai Qianxue chuckled. "I'm on a business trip. You know there's a pharmaceutical exchange conference in the southwest region. I told you about it." "Oh, right. The old man suddenly remembered. "How did it go? Did you gain anything from attending?" "It went wonderfully." "What?" The voice on the phone exclaimed. "You've really become quite capable. Haven't you? How did you manage to secure so many orders?" "It was mainly thanks to an employee named Peng Tiancheng who helped a lot," Dai Qianxue said, casting a glance at Peng Tiancheng. "Without his assistance, how would we have gotten so many orders?" "Oh," the voice on the line became curious. "Is Peng Tiancheng the new security guard at your company?" "Yes." Dai Qianxue was surprised. "Grandpa, do you know him?" No, the old man laughed. "I don't know a security guard. Just be careful on the road. I have things to attend to. Goodbye." The call ended abruptly. Dai Qianxue held her phone with a puzzled expression, wondering what had gotten into the old man today. Who was that? Gong Xiaoshuang was also intrigued by the sudden phone call. "My grandfather," Dai Qianxue replied in confusion. "He clearly called for something, but then hung up without explanation. He probably had something to discuss with you, but since you're away, he let it go," Gong Xiaoshuang speculated. "That could be it." Dai Qianxue nodded slightly, feeling that something was amiss. She then tapped Peng Tiancheng on the shoulder and asked, "Do you know my grandfather?" "Your grandfather?" Peng Tiancheng looked puzzled. After thinking for a moment, Dai Qianxue suddenly understood that perhaps news of Peng Tiancheng's involvement with the Baihu gang had spread in the community, and her grandfather had caught wind of it. With that thought, she decided not to dwell on it further. The car sped along, and since Peng Tiancheng refrained from using any magical techniques, they finally arrived in Biancheng around 10 o'clock in the evening. Having exited the highway, all four were ravenous and somewhat exhausted. "Boss Dai," Peng Tiancheng was the first to bring up the topic of food. "Aren't you hungry?" "I'm absolutely starving. I feel like my stomach is glued to my back." "You think you're the only one who is hungry? But where can we eat at this hour?" Dai Qianxue felt a bit lost, as she rarely eats out at night. "There's a barbecue place next to the company that is quite good. How about we go there for some skewers?" Ding Shun suggested. "I'm just worried that you two ladies might not be accustomed to it." "Is it Lao Wu barbecue?" Peng Tiancheng asked. "Yes," Ding Shun confirmed. "We often go there. The food is decent. That's south the place, Pang Tianchong said. I've been there with a Thai. The owner is nice. We can eat there. If you two don't like it, you could just leave. Who says we want tea like it? Gong Xiao Shuang retorted. We can handle it, right, boss Dai? All right, let us go there, Dai Qian Shui finally decided. The car sped towards the barbecue restaurant. Upon arriving at the bustling venue, surrounded by smoke and noise, a lively atmosphere prevailed with many patrons enjoying drinks and skewers, embodying the essence of earthly delights. The four found an empty table, and the owner promptly approached them with enthusiasm. Hey, young man, you're back. The owner recognized Pang Tianchong and greeted him with a smile. Hello, boss. Pang Tianchong nodded. We do like 100 yuan worth of lamb skewers, 4 side dishes, and 4 bottles of beer start. We'll order more if necessary. Can we also have 2 chicken wings? Dai Qian Shui added. Of course. The owner nodded, diligently jotting down their order. Before he could finish, someone across the table shouted, Boss, whatever they eat at that table, put it on our tab. Huh? Dai Qian Shui and Gong Xiao Shuang exchanged confused glances, bewildered by the unexpected gesture. What does that mean? They looked towards Ding Wushun and Pang Tianchong for clarification, but Captain Ding merely shook his head, indicating he was also unfamiliar with the situation. Pang Tianchong, however, waved cheerfully, Hey there, guys. It's great to see you again. He recognized the group as the young men he had encountered during a previous dinner with Ding Tai. To his surprise, they had crossed paths again today. Unable to contain her curiosity, Dai Qian Shui asked, Are they your friends? Not really. I don't know them well, Pang Tianchong quickly clarified. We just met once during dinner. So just meeting once warrants a free meal? What can I say? Pang Tianchong shrugged, laughing. It's hard not to be popular when you're as handsome as I am. Cut it out. Dai Qian Shui rolled her eyes. You really have some nerve. The beer and side dishes quickly arrived. Edamame, peanuts, tripe, and a plate of smashed cucumber, while the barbecue grill emitted thick smoke. Cheers! Pang Tianchong popped open a beer bottle and raised it, exclaiming, To our victorious return, cheers! Cheers! Dai Qian Shui followed suit with a bottle of mineral water, adding, On behalf of Daikon Company, I also want to thank Pang Tianchong. If you want to thank me, it can't just be words. Pang Tianchong chimed in, taking a sip of his drink and seizing the opportunity. I think some material compensation would be appropriate. Huh? Dai Qian Shui laughed. What kind of reward do you want? Speak up. As long as it's not too excessive, I'll consider it. What else could it be? Gong Xiao Shuang interjected. This guy must want money. But I must warn you, Pang Tianchong, the company is currently tight on funds, so don't ask for too much. You truly live up to your title as the president's assistant, giving a heads up in advance. For such a large order, 3,000 or 2,000 as a commission doesn't seem excessive, right? Pang Tianchong gazed intently at Dai Qian Shui's pretty face, initially planning to ask for 10 or 8,000, but for some reason, he felt his resolve soften. All right, that's generous. Pang Tianchong gave a thumbs up, praising. Boss Dai is indeed straightforward, unlike some people who are as stingy as a yellow-haired miser. Don't you dare, Gong Xiao Shuang warned. We're in public here. Everyone is watching. Oomph, she huffed, glancing around, noticing many eyes were indeed directed toward them. Little did she know, the arrival of the 2 beautiful women at the barbecue stall was akin to celestial beings descending to earth, drawing the attention of many, leaving countless patrons nearly bumping into their own skewers in awe. The 2 individuals were strikingly conspicuous, particularly Dai Qian Shui, renowned as the most beautiful woman in Bianxing, a genuine embodiment of beauty that could captivate nations. Ah, indeed, Pang Tianchong remarked while gnawing on a mutton skewer. The last time he suggested covering the bill, he yielded, yet this time, it seemed he had developed a warm-hearted disposition. Oh, spare me, Gong Xiaoshuang retorted. During your first encounter, they graciously offered to pay for you. And yet you appear so flustered. Are you not convinced? Pang Tianchong shrugged indifferently. He was disinclined to engage in a debate with this spirited girl who always challenged him. At that moment, a young man with long hair ambled over, a beer bottle swaying in his grasp. Hero, the long-haired youth grinned at Pang Tianchong. Here's to you. My brother, let us get acquainted. I am Zhui Xiaowang. Pang Tianchong clinked his beer bottle with the young man S and casually introduced himself. Brother Pang, Zhui Xiaowang exclaimed excitedly. I forgot to take your contact information last time. Do you have a business card? Damn, I am merely a security guard. I have no business card, Pang Tianchong replied. My phone number is 137-3876. Just a moment, let me save it. Zhui Xiaowang, speaking quickly. took out his phone to jot down Pang Tianchong's number. Brother, I frequent the antique market area. Pango, when you have some free time, let us hang out. I won't disturb you further now. With that, Zhu Xiaowang cast a glance at Dai Qianxue and tactfully turned to leave. Wait, Pang Tianchong called out. You need not cover our bill. We are being treated by the company, you know? All right, Zhu Xiaowang replied regretfully. I intended to cover your bill last time, but couldn't. Let us save it for next time. Until we meet again, haha. Next time. Pang Tianchong raised his beer bottle in farewell as he saw off the enthusiastic Zhu Xiaowang. I'm nearly done. Ding Wuxin nodded in acknowledgement. Look at your level of ambition. Gong Xiaoshuang scoffed. I hope you choke on that, you little rascal. Pang Tianchong ignored her mockery and called out to the boss. Hey, give us 50 kwai worth of skewers, plus 2 large kidneys. His voice rang loudly, capturing the attention of those present. Dai Qianxue nearly spat out the water she had just sipped, her cheeks burning with embarrassment as she lowered her head and gently bit the skewer, secretly vowing never to dine in such a place with this insufferable fellow again. What are you shouting for? Gong Xiaoshuang rolled her eyes, wishing she could stab the impudent boy before her with a skewer. What kind of person are you? Yelling without any decorum. Pang Tianchong, oblivious to the awkwardness of the two, unabashedly asked, Are you two eating? Should I order 4 more? Dai Qianxue, unable to endure any longer, slammed down her skewer and exclaimed, Get lost. Chapter 61. Returning home, perhaps it was the effects of the alcohol, or perhaps the coolness of the evening air, or perhaps the fatigue from a long drive. But that night, Pang Tianchong slept soundly, drifting in a slumber until dawn, when the morning sun gently crept through the sheer curtains. Casting its rays upon his half-bare form, he slowly opened his eyes. His eyelids felt as though they were weighed down by lead, requiring immense effort to pry them open. Squinting, he stared blankly at the pristine white wall, his consciousness lingering between dreams and reality. Realizing this, he quickly dressed, washed up, and tidied himself. After indulging in a modest breakfast and purchasing some gifts, Pang Tianchong followed the address Lu Qi had provided him, taking a taxi toward the Liangwan neighborhood on Huanghe Road. Upon arriving at the entrance of the complex, he looked up in awe at the towering high-rises that pierced the clouds. Impressive. Holding the gifts, he strode eagerly toward the community. Halt! A stern-faced security guard stationed at the entrance raised his hand to stop him. Who are you visiting? Please register. The guard scrutinized him, noting his unfamiliarity. Sorry, may I see your ID? When asked for his ID, Pang Tianchong felt a pang of discomfort. The ID issued by his 6th senior sister bore a false address, which would not suffice for verification. Moreover, the counterfeit document was currently in Dai Qianxue's possession. I don't have my ID with me. Which building are you visiting? Which building? Register. The guard's expression darkened further, his gaze fixed on Pang Tianchong. How can you not know your own address? You're not suffering from dementia, are you? Pang Tianchong felt a surge of frustration. Fine, I'll register. He set down his belongings and leaned over the desk to write down his name and phone number, grumbling, we're both in the same line of work. Aren't we? Why make it difficult for a fellow security guard? After Pang Tianchong completed the registration, the guard pointed inside. Just keep walking. At that flower bed. Turn left. That S building 8. Thanks. Pang Tianchong nodded, picking up his things and hurrying inside. Knock. Knock knock. Arriving at building 8, he cautiously rapped on door 2902, his heart racing in sync with the sound of his knocks. Who is it? A bright voice chimed from within, and moments later, a young girl's face appeared at the door. The girl, clad in simple loungewear, a light purple top paired with white casual pants, exuded a fresh and sweet aura. Her delicate features, bright eyes, and rosy lips, framed by a cascade of long hair loosely tied back, accentuated her natural charm. Little sister, Pang Tianchong exclaimed with excitement. Are our parents home? Instinctively, he felt this girl was indeed his sister. Peering through the security door, the girl scrutinized Pang Tianchong and asked, Who are you looking for? What do you need? I'm your brother. Open a door. My brother? The girl frowned. Are all the scammers nowadays so unprofessional? Impersonating family without checking facts. I have no brother, so leave. Otherwise, I'll call the police. Bang! The door slammed shut. Pang Tianchong was left in shock, momentarily frozen. He began to piece together his thoughts. When he left home 19 years ago, his sister had just been born. It was understandable that she wouldn't recognize her older brother, but surely their parents knew of his existence. He knocked on the door once more. Knock. Knock knock. Why haven't you left yet? The girl opened the inner door, her expression decidedly icy. If you don't leave, I will genuinely call the police. Little sister. Pang Tianchong tried to soften his voice. When I left home, you were still small. You wouldn't remember your brother. Where are mom and dad? You should let them know. They will certainly recognize me. Mom isn't home. What about dad? Bang. The girl gritted her teeth and slammed the door shut again. Pang Tianchong felt an urge to kick the security door down. How could he not enter his own home? Rubbing his face vigorously, he contemplated his next move. If his parents were home, his sister would likely recognize him and not deny entry to a stranger. What to do? Pang Tianchong sank onto the floor, feeling utterly perplexed. He hesitated to knock again. If his sister truly called the police, it would only escalate the situation. After sitting there for a good 10 minutes, he finally stood up and decided to leave. He resolved to return another day. At the same time, as Pang Tianchong was attempting to reconnect with his family, Dai Qinxue received a call that summoned her to her grandfather's residence. Grandfather Dai sat in a grand chair. Holding a teacup, his eyes slightly squinted, while Dai Qinxue kneaded the old man's neck and massaged his shoulders. She recounted the events of the investment meeting and shared her thoughts on Pang Tianchong's character. Grandfather, Dai Qinxue inquired, why are you suddenly so interested in Pang Tianchong? Is it wrong to be interested? Dai Jingma, with a stern expression, remarked that he had broken the leg of the young man from the Zhua family. This infuriated the elder Zhua, who had even called me to demand an explanation. Wasn't it necessary to clarify the situation? Ah, Dai Qinxue exclaimed in disbelief. Did he truly break the leg of Zhua Ershao? If he did, then so be it. That scoundrel had been harassing me for half a year. A bit of suffering is warranted. What? The elder turned to his astute granddaughter and inquired if she was unaware of this incident. Unaware? Dai Qinxue shook her head. Previously, she had heard him mention that if the Zhua family dared to trouble him, he would break Zhua Ershao's leg. It seems the Zhua family must have sent someone to deal with Pang Tianchong, which led to the injury. Oh, the elder's interest was piqued. This young man is not afraid of the Zhua family. Then, was the Zhua family to fear? Dai Qinxue said nonchalantly, you may not know, but he is a formidable expert. He fears no one, not even the heavens or the earth. Excellent, excellent. The elder exclaimed excitedly. I must meet such a remarkable youth. Chapter 62. The driver's position as the company president, Dai Qinxue was always decisive in her actions. Last weekend, she proposed that Pang Tianchong be reassigned as a driver. On Monday, as soon as she returned to the office, the Human Resources Department called Pang Tianchong for a discussion. In the HR office, Manager Lon personally poured a glass of water for Pang Tianchong and placed it before him. Little Pang, have a sip of water first. Thank you. Thank you. Pang Tianchong feigned astonishment, expressing his gratitude. Lon Jie, it is indeed an honor for a prominent manager like you to serve me. He instinctively glanced at Manager Lan's ample bosom. To be honest, he held a certain fondness for this voluptuous woman. After all, her towering figure was a beautiful sight. Enough of the flattery. Lon Shangyun chuckled. I was just about to invite you to dinner, but have not found the time. I heard you accompanied President Dai on a business trip last weekend and performed admirably. Oh, not all. Pang Tianchong humbly replied. I merely benefited from others' brilliance. It is nothing significant. A deal worth tens of millions, and you say it is insignificant? Manager Lon remarked. It seems I had underestimated you. You are indeed someone who has seen the world. Lon Jie, you flatter me. Pang Tianchong took a sip of water. I am just a simpleton who has recently come down from the mountains, scarcely familiar with the world. Let us get to the point. You didn't call me just to flatter me, did you? If so, I might become conceited. Humph, you rascal. Manager Lon rolled her eyes and changed the subject. Just now, President Dai called to inform me of your position adjustment to be her dedicated driver. You have no objections, do you? None. Pang Tianchong shook his head. I am but a revolutionary brick. Wherever I am needed, I shall go. Ha! Good. Manager Lon replied. Starting today, you need not stand guard or patrol. Report to the 19th floor. Moreover, the company has assigned you a private office. Look at your treatment. It rivals that of senior executives in the company. Really? Pang Tianchong grinned. Will I also have a female secretary? Get lost. On the 19th floor, in Office 1918. This was a modest room, diagonally opposite the president's office. Although the space was small, it was tidy, with all other office supplies removed, leaving only a computer on the desk. Pang Tianchong sat comfortably in a chair. His feet crossed atop the desk, his security cap set aside. Since drivers do not have a professional uniform, he still wore his security attire. looking sharp nonetheless. He lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, and exhaled a long plume of smoke. Then, he reached for the computer to download a game to pass the time. Otherwise, sitting alone in the office would be dreadfully boring. The roles of driver and bodyguard were not unfamiliar to him. During his years in the Western world, he had protected several prominent figures, even the Queen of England. Now, safeguarding a modest company president was a trivial task. Even with his eyes closed, he could ensure Dai Qianxue remained unharmed. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was at the door. Come in. Pang Tianchong lazily called out. The door swung open, revealing a blonde-haired head. It was Assistant Gong Xiaoshuang. What do you want? Pang Tianchong, cigarette in mouth, glanced sideways and asked Assistant Gong. Nothing much. Gong Xiaoshuang scanned the room and replied. I just want to see if Driver Pang has reported for duty and what he is up to. What else could I be doing? Pang Tianchong shifted in his seat, a mischievous smile forming on his lips. I'm just bored, watching some adult films. Care to join me? Get lost. Gong Xiaoshuang slammed the door behind her, shouting, Perverted scoundrel. A dog cannot produce ivory. Ha ha. Shortly after Gong Xiaoshuang left, there was a knock at Dai Qianxue's office door. Knock, knock. Come in. With Dai Qianxue's call, a figure almost burst through the door. The speed startled Dai Qianxue, and upon looking up, she saw it was the financial director, Wan Ruoyan. In her 30s, Wan Ruoyan had fair skin and wore black-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of scholarly elegance, akin to a university lecturer. President Dai. Wan Ruoyan appeared either excited or out of breath from climbing the stairs, her face slightly flushed. Manager Wan, is there something I can assist you with? Dai Qianxue inquired curiously, gesturing for her to take a seat. It's madness. Simply madness. Manager Wan gulped, saying today, over 20 million suddenly appeared in the company's accounts. President Dai, your recent recruitment efforts have been incredibly fruitful. Our company has never been so wealthy. I just inquired with the business department, and they seemed unaware of this money. Oh, Dai Qianxue finally grasped Manager Wan's meaning and explained. It's likely that Assistant Gong has not yet communicated with the business department about the contracts. This is an unexpected windfall. Someone assisted in signing several significant clients. All provincial representatives, and the payments were prompt. Wan Ruoyan's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Who is so impressive? You must ask Pang Tianchong. Yes, it's him. Dai Qianxue nodded. The company has decided to award him a bonus of 30,000 yuan. Please remember to include this when salaries are distributed. Absolutely. Manager Wan eagerly agreed, then adjusted her glasses and continued. Who exactly is Pang Tianchong? I should visit the security room to meet him. He sounds extraordinary. After saying that, she turned to leave. Hey, Dai Qianxue quickly reminded, I have reassigned him. He is no longer in the security department. Where has he been reassigned? He is now my driver. In Office 1918 across the hall. If you wish to see him, you may go there. In Office 1918. Pang Tianchong had just downloaded a game onto his desktop and was about to start when there was another knock on the door. Knock, knock. Who is it? Come in. As the door opened, Wan Ruoyan gracefully entered. You must be Pang Tianchong? Manager Wan scrutinized Pang Tianchong and asked, Are you the one who helped sign several major clients? Who are you? Pang Tianchong's eyes roamed over the beautiful woman who had just entered. I am Wan Ruoyan, the financial department manager, here to get acquainted with you. The legendary figure. Manager Wan smiled as she introduced herself. Financial department? Upon hearing this, Pang Tianchong sprang from his chair. Are you here to deliver my bonus? Come in. Come in, take a seat. With that, he took hold of Wan Ruoyan's arm and guided her to the sofa. Chapter 63. Checking identification on the 19th floor. In Office 1918, Financial Department Manager Wan Ruoyan was unexpectedly pressed onto the sofa by Pang Tianchong, caught off guard and genuinely flustered. Hey, what are you doing? Why are you being so handsy? Oh dear, my arm. She gently massaged her arm while glaring at P-ing-T-N-C-H-ing with her white eyes. Hee. P-ing-T-N-C-H-ing grinned and asked, Sister, what is your surname? My surname is W-N Ru-Y-N. Manager W-N replied with a hint of annoyance. You are so rude, lacking any manners. I beg your pardon, W-N-G-A. P-ing-T-N-C-H-ing scratched his head and chuckled. I was just so excited. Excited about what? Haven't you seen a beautiful woman before? No. I was thinking you must have come to deliver my bonus. What perfect timing. I happen to be short on pocket money these days. Go away. Who is sending you a bonus? W-N Ru-Y-N said, half amused. I merely passed by and decided to drop in to meet this legendary figure of your company. Not to deliver money. What? WN Ru Yn laughed. If it's not money, does that mean I am not welcome? You change your mind faster than you can turn a page. Not at all. Inang TNC Inang shrugs. I can read a page for half the night without flipping it until I fall asleep. Ha! WN Ru Yn laughed. Her bright eyes and white teeth, making her smile quite enchanting. This invigorated P-ing TNCH-ing once more, WNGA. I've heard that every company's finance staff is beautiful. Can you introduce me to a pretty girl from your office? By the way, are you married? Why do you ask? WN Ru Yn immediately dropped her smile. Sister child is already over 3 years old. TSK. P-ing TNCH-ing clicked his tongue. What a fine cabbage. I wonder which wild boar has already dug it up. You, WN Ru Yn, incensed, grabbed a pencil from the coffee table and threw it at him. Stop talking nonsense. WNGA. Do not be angry. P-ing TNCH-ing exclaimed as he caught the flying pencil with his fingers, smiling. I only wanted you to introduce a beautiful girl, not to offend you. Please do not misunderstand. Oof. WN Ru Yn snorted. What pretty girl could be as beautiful as our director DEI? She is the foremost beauty of by NCHing. Why not pursue her since you were so close? Why bother our finance department? She is not my type. What do you mean? WN Ru Yn inquired with a laugh. Too cold. Always wearing a stern expression. It makes me uneasy. P-ing TNCHing shook his head. She might even be frigid, not suitable. WN Ru Yn burst into laughter. You are just talking nonsense. Be careful. If Director DEI hears about this, you might get fired. Don't laugh. P-ing TNCHing said earnestly. I am serious. Are there any beautiful girls in your office? Introduce one to me. I will treat you. Go away. WN Ru Yn rolled her eyes. I see you're never serious. I won't talk to you any longer. If I do, I will go mad. With that, she stood up and walked outside. Wait. P-ing TNCHing hurried to see her off. And as they reached the door, he called out to her back. Sister, pay attention. Do not forget the matter I asked of you. From afar, a single word floated back from the corridor. Scram. Manager WN left, and the office returned to silence. P-ing TNCHing, feeling bored, began to play games. However, just 5 minutes in, there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Come in. The office door was pushed open again, but it was not a company employee who entered. Rather, it was 2 police officers, one tall and one short. P-ing TNCHing looked up and was stunned. Who are you looking for? We are from the NCHing police station. The shorter officer waved his badge, his small eyes glinting coldly. You're P-ing TNCHing, right? Ah, yes. We have received a report from the public stating that you are suspected of producing fake identification. Please accompany us to the police station. Wait. P-ing TNCHing was bewildered. What fake identification? I am just a security guard. How could I have that skill? Let me see your ID card. P-ing TNCHing suddenly realized that the issue lay with his ID card, as the address on it had been haphazardly filled out by his 6th senior sister, and it did not match. What to do now? However, Lu Q, that girl, seemed indifferent towards him. Would she help with this? Yes. I will call her grandmother and ask the old lady to arrange it. Thinking of this, P-ing TNCHing stood up and cleared his throat. Ahem. Officer, regarding the ID card issue, it might be an oversight. My grandmother must have made a mistake with the address due to her poor eyesight. Please hold on a moment while I make a call. With that, he immediately took out his phone and called the elderly lady who happened to be taking a stroll at WK Lee Square. Recently, her legs had improved significantly, and she enjoyed walking around the small square every day, feeling immensely pleased. The old steward, F, was still accompanying her, and the two chatted as they walked. Old madam, the steward reported, yesterday, we received news that the second son of the Zhu family had his leg broken by P-ing TNCHing. Oh, the old lady instantly perked up. It must be that the Zhu family went looking for trouble with young P-ing again. Otherwise, that child would not have gone to break the leg of a Zhu family playboy. Whether it was indeed P-ing NSHing who broke, it is still uncertain. This is merely one side of the story from the Zhu family. After a pause, the steward continued, as a result of this matter, the head of the Zhu family even dispatched his aide, old W-ing, and it turned out that even old W-ing's arm was broken by P-ing NSHing. What? The old lady was somewhat taken aback. Did you not say that old W-ing was a half-step master? How could that be? Indeed, the steward nodded. He is a half-step master, one of the top experts in by NCHing. Yet it is said he did not last 3 moves against P-ing NSHing. Impressive, the old lady exclaimed. This young man is truly a prodigy, so deeply concealed. Hence, I assert that he is at least a master. The steward confirmed once more, perhaps even a grandmaster. Goodness, this is the first time I have encountered such an extraordinary individual, and so young. Dingling, dingling. Just then, the old lady's phone rang. Hello. The old lady took out her phone and saw it was ping TNCHing calling. She immediately answered. Chapter 64. Arrest phone call connected. Ping TNCHing glanced at the two serious-looking police officers before speaking with the old lady. Grandma, what are you doing? I hope I'm not disturbing you. Not at all, came the kindly voice of the old lady from the phone. I'm just out for a walk. Your leg is much better now, right? Ping TNCHing continued with a tone of concern. I was going to come give you another acupuncture treatment these days, but I guess that won't be possible. Oh, the old lady paused noticeably. What happened? Young Ping, is there a problem? Nothing major. Ping TNCHing replied. As I mentioned last time, I moved recently, but I have not updated my address on the ID card. So that is the issue. Where are you now? I am at the company. The old lady noticeably sighed in relief over the phone. It is all right. Child, I will have Lu Q handle this matter. Just wait a few minutes. Okay. Thank you. After hanging up the phone, Ping TNCHing felt relieved, knowing that his savior would arrive shortly. Are you done? The leading officer said coldly. I am done. Please accompany us for a while to clarify the situation. Wait. Ping TNCHing raised his hand. I just realized something. Who reported me? I have never taken my ID card out. How would anyone know whether it is real or fake? That. The leading officer hesitated for a moment before replying. Do not worry about who reported you. We will not disclose that information. In any case, without evidence, we would not come looking for you. You two can sit here and rest for a moment, Ping TNCHing said nonchalantly. My grandmother said she's sending someone to investigate this matter, and someone will explain it to you soon, so do not worry. We still need to go to the station to clarify this. Come with us. The short officer was becoming impatient, his triangular face turning a shade of blue. At that moment, a cool voice echoed from outside the door, and a beautiful figure entered, revealing the company president, Dai Qinxue. Having just reviewed some documents and intending to take a brief respite, she picked up a cup and headed to the tea room to make herself a cup of coffee. Passing by Pang Tianchong's office, she noticed the door ajar and cast a glance inside, only to witness two police officers attempting to take him away. Without hesitation, she stepped inside. The moment the petite police officer laid eyes on Dai Qinxue, he momentarily faltered, but quickly regained his composure and declared with righteous indignation, We are conducting an investigation. Please do not obstruct our duties. I am the general manager of this company, Dai Qinxue replied coldly. May I inquire what crime my employee has committed that warrants his detention? Despite the presence of the officers, she maintained an imposing aura, her gaze piercing as she scrutinized the smaller officer, clearly embodying a protective stance. He is suspected of forgery. The petite officer retorted defiantly. We need to take him to the station for further questioning. What forgery? She inquired. His identification card. The officer asserted, his tone unyielding. It is a counterfeit. Do you not understand this is a criminal offense? What is counterfeit? Dai Qinxue challenged. His identification is in my office drawer, and I have examined it. Do you think an ordinary person could replicate such advanced anti-counterfeiting features? Show it to me from your drawer. The officer demanded sharply. Wait here. Dai Qinxue cast a cold glance at him before turning and striding toward her office. Observing her fierce demeanor, Pang Tianchong felt a sudden warmth in his heart. This president truly cared for her employee. Soon, Dai Qinxue returned with Pang Tianchong's identification card and handed it to the petite officer. Take a look. What part of it appears to be counterfeit? The officer examined the card closely and pointed to the address. This address is fake. We have investigated. And at 39 Fuwa Garden, this person does not bear the surname Pang. And what of it? Dai Qinxue shot back. You are abusing your authority and acting illegally. I will ensure our company's lawyer files a lawsuit against you. Unyielding, she positioned herself firmly at the doorway, refusing to budge. The commotion attracted attention from neighboring offices. And soon, a crowd had gathered behind Dai Qinxue, voicing their disapproval of the officers, both in support and for the spectacle. Just as the standoff continued, hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor, followed by an impressive female officer sprinting toward them. It was Captain Luo Qi. Upon approaching, Luo Qi briefly assessed the nonchalant Pang Tianchong, then glanced at the formidable Dai Qinxue, finally fixing her gaze on the petite officer. Zhusi, what do you think you're doing? Captain Luo, what brings you here? The petite officer stammered, his bravado swiftly dissipating. What forgery? Luo Qi queried with a stern expression. Pang Tianchong is our informant. I intentionally concealed his residential address. Do you have any objections? Furthermore, his actual address is not within your jurisdiction. Zhuo Si was left speechless, his face reddening as he shot a glare at Pang Tianchong. Then, he nodded to his taller companion. Let us go. Leave the identification card. Dai Qinxue stepped forward, snatching the identification card from Zhuo Si's grasp and tucking it into her pocket. Bah! Zhuo Si spat, frustrated as he and his taller colleague retreated in defeat. Dai Qinxue extended her hand to Luo Qi, expressing sincerely, Thank you, Captain Luo. I saw you in the newspapers. Not at all. You are quite beautiful yourself. The two women exchanged pleasantries. Once the officers had departed, Pang Tianchong suddenly recalled a question and promptly asked, Captain Luo, you referred to that little officer as Zhuo Si. Is he related to the Zhuo family? Indeed, Luo Qi confirmed. He is the cousin of Zhuo Biao, the second young master of the Zhuo family. You should be cautious not to give him any leverage over you. How infuriating! Pang Tianchong exclaimed, slapping the table. I think that Zhuo heir Xiao deserves another broken leg. What? Both Dai Qinxue and Luo Qi turned to stare at him, their eyes wide with astonishment, as if he were some sort of creature. Could you please tone it down? Dai Qinxue admonished. You've only just arrived at the company, and you're already attracting police attention. Exactly, Luo Qi added. Isn't it enough that you broke one of his legs? If he were to sue you, you'd be facing a lengthy prison sentence. Hey, I say, Captain Luo, one can eat recklessly, but one cannot speak recklessly, Pang Tianchong protested. Did you see me break Zhuo heir Xiao's leg? No. Then, as I said, one must speak with evidence. If he wishes to sue me, he must have proof. How audacious of you. Luo Qi rolled her eyes. Why didn't you resolve the identification card issue yourself? Pang Tianchong fell silent, caught off guard. What do you mean by what? Luo Qi glared at him. Come with me to the station. What for? Pang Tianchong questioned warily. Those two didn't take me away, and now you want to? Not all. Luo Qi chuckled. Come with me to the station to replace your identification card. Otherwise, you'll encounter further trouble. Oh, Pang Tianchong suddenly understood. That works. President Dai, may I take a half-day leave? Go ahead. Dai Qinxue waved her hand, eager to avoid any future complications. All right. Luo Qi bid farewell to Dai Qinxue and led Pang Tianchong toward the elevator. It was only when they stepped into the elevator that Dai Qinxue suddenly remembered she had yet to make her coffee. In truth, replacing an identification card is a remarkably simple task, especially under Captain Luo's guidance. A quick photo, a form to fill out, and they could retrieve the card on another day. Once the matter was resolved, it was nearly time to clock out. Captain Luo, Pang Tianchong suggested, you've taken the time to assist me today. Allow me to treat you to lunch as a token of my gratitude. No need. Luo Qi waved her hand dismissively. Helping you is simply fulfilling my grandmother's orders. You should thank her instead. Pang Tianchong was momentarily taken aback by her forthrightness. He instinctively glanced upward and remarked, so that's why it stopped raining. You've left me speechless. Luo Qi burst into laughter, perhaps realizing her bluntness and feeling slightly apologetic. She softened her tone. I know you don't like owing favors, so fine. I'll accept your invitation for a meal. Wait for me at the entrance while I change into civilian clothes. Deal. Pang Tianchong snapped his fingers and turned to head toward the entrance. After stepping outside for a smoke, he watched as Luo Qi emerged, her attire transformed. Wow! Pang Tianchong felt a sudden brightness in his vision. Luo Qi, now out of her police uniform, resembled an elegant flower blooming under the summer sun, graceful and exuding charm. She wore a simple white dress that fell just above her knees, revealing her beautifully shaped, slender legs. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders like a waterfall, with slightly curled ends adding a playful touch. Despite not wearing makeup, her exquisite features radiated brilliance, and her clear eyes sparkled with both determination and kindness. Even without the authority of her uniform, the aura of justice and bravery she exuded was impossible to overlook, as if emanating a radiant light from deep within her soul. What are you staring at? Luo Qi noticed Pang Tianchong gazing at her, her cheeks flushing slightly. Do you not recognize me? Wow! Pang Tianchong exclaimed. You are truly beautiful without the police uniform. I almost didn't recognize you. Enough. Luo Qi interjected. Stop joking around. Let's decide where to eat. This area is your territory. You choose, as long as it isn't too expensive. Heh, look at your ambitions. With a sideways glance, Luo Qi pointed. There's a Jiangnan Yuja over there that serves decent food. Let's go there. The two arrived at the restaurant and settled into a spot by the window, where a waitress promptly approached them. What would you like to eat, gentlemen? Pang Tianchong gestured towards Luo Qi. Ask her. Luo Qi perused the menu. Let us have a Westlake vinegar fish, oil braised bamboo shoots, Wensi tofu, a big pot of dried tofu, a grouper soup, a bottle of beer, and a soft drink. That should suffice for now. If we need more, we can order later. Got it. The waitress turned to leave, and Pang Tianchong picked up the teapot on the table to pour water. Hey, Pang Tianchong asked with a smile. How did you know I love beer? Obviously. This saves you some money. Liquor is so pricey. Besides, I don't drink, and one bottle of liquor is too much for you to finish alone. Luo Qi watched as Pang Tianchong gently rinsed the cup with tea and suddenly asked with curiosity, Uncle Fu has always said your skills are profound, even claiming you are a master. I find that hard to believe, since the Dishes Haven tea arrived, and there aren't too many people around. Why don't you show me a trick? Uncle Fu isn't entirely correct. What master? Pang Tianchong replied while arranging the cups. A master is nothing before me. Cut it out. Luo Qi scoffed. Show me a trick. Really? You want me to show you something? Yes. But don't blame me later. As long as you don't provoke me, I'll one tea hold it against you. All right. Pang Tianchong gently poured half a cup of tea, felt the cup to ensure it wasn't tea hot, and then raised it, handing it to Luo Qi. Catch it. Be careful not to spill. As he spoke, Pang Tianchong slightly moved his hand holding the cup, channeling his energy. With a subtle force applied to the bottom of the cup with his pinky, the glass shattered like a needle, creating a perfectly round hole the size of a pinky finger. Just as Luo Qi reached out to catch the cup, Pang Tianchong quickly withdrew his pinky, causing tea to spill all over her hand. Though not scalding, it startled her. Ah! Luo Qi exclaimed, hastily inspecting the cup, where a small round hole was gushing tea. She was dumbfounded, staring blankly at the cup in her hand, clearly remembering it was intact when Pang Tianchong rinsed it moments ago. How could it have a hole now? What happened? Pang Tianchong chuckled. I warned you to catch it carefully. Look, tea is spilled everywhere. He swiftly grabbed a napkin to wipe the table. How did you do that? Luo Qi clutched the cup tightly, her eyes wide with disbelief. This is unbelievable. Look, Pang Tianchong shrugged. You insisted on me showing you a trick, and now you see the result? You've got tea all over your hands. Hurry and wipe it off. Chapter 66, Luncheon Together at Jiangnan Yujia. Luo Qi was utterly astonished by Pang Tianchong's display. It is known that a martial artist who has reached a certain level can easily crush a glass cup with bare hands. However, penetrating a glass cup with a single finger while leaving the rest intact was something she had never heard of before. The dishes are here. At that moment, the waitress began serving their meal. Enjoy your meal, gentlemen. Miss. The waitress noticed the hole in the cup and, despite her astonishment, immediately apologized. I'm so sorry, sir. I apologize, miss. I will bring you a new cup right away. With that, the waitress promptly fetched a clean cup from a nearby, unoccupied table and continued apologizing. I sincerely apologize for our mistake. All right. Luo Qi gently dabbed at the water stains on her skirt with a napkin and then wiped the damaged cup, stating, I won't complain about you anymore. This broken cup is mine now. Is that acceptable? Of course. The waitress nodded vigorously. You may do as you wish with the cup. Good. Now you can get back to work. Luo Qi said, opening her bag to carefully place the cup inside. As the waitress left, she scratched her head in confusion, muttering, That's strange. I wash cups every day, yet I've never seen one with a hole before. After this little incident, the two began to enjoy their meal. To be honest, dining with a beautiful woman is quite a romantic experience. And Pang Tianchong was thoroughly enjoying himself, finishing the first bottle of beer quickly. Let us have another bottle. He waved to the waitress. One bottle is enough. Luo Qi rolled her eyes, reminding him, I still have work this afternoon. It's fine. Pang Tianchong laughed. I could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. What is the matter? I have to drive this afternoon. He suddenly recalled a crucial point. He was the boss's driver and shouldn't he drink. Then why are you drinking? Luo Qi shot him a look, then called out, Waitress, cancel the beer. Hey, Pang Tianchong, I've always had a question for you. What is it? You say your skills are so impressive. Why are you content being a security guard at Daikon? Are you interested in Dai Qinxue? Be honest. Go away. Pang Tianchong retorted, I didn't have a choice. I ended up as a security guard. What do you mean you had no choice? Tell me. Luo Qi looked at him with eager curiosity. I owe her over 8,000 yuan, so I'm working to pay off my debt. It's that simple. That doesn't make sense. Luo Qi's professional instincts kicked in. You just arrived in Biancheng. How could you owe her money? If you're lying, at least make it logical. Really, I'm not lying. Pang Tianchong sighed. You'll laugh when I tell you. I want to laugh. Hurry up and tell me. Luo Qi was thoroughly intrigued. Promise you want to laugh or tell anyone. All right, I promise. Pang Tianchong then recounted how he met Dai Qianxue at the airport and accidentally scalded her thigh. This made Luo Qi burst into laughter. Doubling over and pointing at Pang Tianchong, you still say you're not a rogue. If it had been me on duty that day, I would have taken you to the station. Sighing, Pang Tianchong remarked, it was a beautiful misunderstanding. Oh please, Luo Qi teased. A beautiful misunderstanding? You just thought the girl was pretty and your heart fluttered like a lovesick fool. While they were chatting and eating, a few young men dining nearby took notice of them. Hey, one tall, lean young man nudged another with curly hair beside him, Dong Xiao. Look at that girl over there. She is quite stunning. The curly-haired one, Dong Xiao, glanced at Luo Qi, swallowing hard. She really is something. Are you capable? If you can get that girl's phone number, I'll treat everyone at this table. The tall young man challenged. What do you say, Dong Xiao? It won't be easy. Dong Xiao rubbed his face. That girl seems to have a boyfriend. Who cares? The tall young man pressed on. If that guy dares to oppose us, we'll make sure he doesn't get away with it. Go ahead, go ahead. The other young men chimed in. Dong Xiao. With your charm, she will surely give you some face. All right. Dong Xiao stomped his foot. You'll be treating us tonight too. Absolutely. The tall young man thumped his chest. It's a deal. Go for it. All right, just watch me. Dong Xiao said, swaggering over with a bottle of beer. Approaching Pang Tianchong and politely asked, Bro, can I sit down and share a drink with you? Pang Tianchong looked up at the curly-haired fellow, noting that he was decent-looking, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, though his dark circles and pale complexion suggested he might be a bit unhealthy. He turned his gaze back to the table of companions and immediately understood that this group of dandy youths had set their sights on Luo Qi. How unfortunate. Thus, Pang Tianchong said nonchalantly, All right. However, you must first settle the bill for us. No problem. Dong Xiao waved his hand dismissively at the dishes before them and called out, Waiter, please bring the bill for this table. The total came to 380 yuan. The waiter hurried over, standing respectfully beside the curly-haired youth. Here. Dong Xiao pulled out 400 yuan notes from his pocket and handed them to the waiter, saying, No need for change. Thank you. The young girl expressed her gratitude and cheerfully departed. In truth, Luo Qi had long noticed these young scions. With her keen instincts as a police officer, how could she not be aware of the attention directed her way? She merely feigned ignorance. Holding her teacup with both hands, she quietly observed the scene, feeling a sense of delight in her heart as she thought, These brazen fools have come to provoke me. It's a perfect opportunity to witness how Pang Tianchong, a skilled fighter, handles such situations. However, upon seeing Pang Tianchong consent to let the curly-haired fellow sit down to save money, Luo Qi felt a twinge of displeasure and inwardly cursed. What a miser. Yet, she wondered if she were his girlfriend, would he allow others to disturb their peace? Ugh, what am I thinking? Luo Qi scolded herself internally, and without realizing it, her cheeks flushed. Chapter 67. A foolish gambler. Dong Xiao was elated, having exchanged 400 yuan for the chance to drink with others. He grinned broadly as he settled into the empty seat beside Pang Tianchong, casting a glance at the beautiful Luo Qi, feeling somewhat smitten. With a lecherous smile, he said, Beautiful lady, allow me to introduce myself. I am the young heir of Jiantuan Group. Stop right there. Luo Qi waved her hand. No need for introductions. Just get to the point. Oh, very well. Dong Xiao grinned. Now that I'm seated, could you share your phone number with me? We might have the opportunity to get to know each other better. Fine. Luo Qi shot a glance at Pang Tianchong. I'll give it to you, but you cannot start any trouble today. It would ruin our meal. All right. I promise not to cause any trouble today. Remember this. 1373876. My surname is Pang. Luo Qi glanced at her phone and relayed Pang Tianchong's number to Dong Xiao. Damn it. Pang Tianchong's mouth twitched in irritation. He thought to himself, What a cunning girl, giving away my phone number. He shot a fierce glare, but felt too embarrassed to reveal it, instead sitting quietly and sipping his tea. After obtaining the phone number, Dong Xiao left in high spirits. Pang Tianchong and Luo Qi lingered for a while longer, and after enjoying their meal, they exited the restaurant together, heading toward the police station. Meanwhile, Dong Xiao, filled with triumph after acquiring Luo Qi's phone number, flaunted it like a victorious general returning from battle. How about that? My friends, I got her number. The tall, lean youth's eyes sparkled with excitement. Let me see it, he urged. You can see it, but remember, we can't cause any trouble today. The beauty said so. Nonsense. The tall youth snatched Dong Xiao's phone, found the number, and immediately dialed it. At that moment, Pang Tianchong and Luo Qi were just arriving at the police station. Luo, we shouldn't have to pay for a taxi. We could just use your police vehicle, right? It's not like you have to pay for gas. That's not going to work. You saved a few hundred at lunch. Does 20 yuan for a taxi really matter? Luo Qi scoffed. What a miser. As they continued their banter, Pang Tianchong's phone rang. He instinctively answered it, and before he could speak, a polite voice came through. Hello, is this Miss Pang? Miss Pang, my foot. I'm a man, not a miss. Upon realizing it was the same group of youths from earlier, Pang Tianchong erupted in anger. If you dare call me again, I'll make you regret it. He slammed the phone down, only to see Luo Qi already laughing heartily as she dashed through the entrance of the station. Will you send me off or not? Not a chance. An elderly man, his face marked by the passage of time, yet still possessing a vigorous spirit, stood before him. Sparse silver hair was neatly combed atop his head, reflecting a style of discipline and order. Hey, old man, Pang Tianchong inquired. Who are you? What brings you to my office? Ah, so you are Pang Tianchong? The elder replied, evading the question. I'm a retired employee of the company. I was feeling bored at home, so I decided to come for a stroll. A stroll is fine, but how did that lead you to my office? Pang Tianchong glanced at the chess pieces the old man was fiddling with. Are you here to challenge me to a game of chess? Ah, the elder sighed. Since retiring, I have nothing to do. I thought I'd seek out the security team for a couple of games, but they said they were busy and recommended I come to you, saying you would be free. Who said that? That's absurd. If you have time, let's play a few games. The elder set up the chessboard and invited Pang Tianchong to play. All right, Pang Tianchong thought, finding it a pleasant way to pass the time. He shut the office door, offered the elder a cigarette, lit one for himself, and began to engage in a fierce match of chess. Move the horse. Jump. Go for the chariot. Fly the elephant. As the elder played, he casually conversed with Pang Tianchong. Young man, I heard you broke the leg of the second young master of the Zhou family? Huh. You're quite well informed, old man. Who told you that? I heard it from a few security guards downstairs. Damn, those fellows can't keep a secret. Are you not afraid of retaliation from the Zhou family? They are a prominent family in Bianqing. Their influence is not to be underestimated. Fear? Not at all. Pang Tianchong scoffed. When trouble comes, I'll meet it head on. If they provoke me, I'll take care of them. Whoa, you're quite the confident one. The old man chuckled. I've heard the patriarch of the Zhou family has close ties with the Martial Arts Association. I hear you have some skill, but can you really take on our experts? Move the horse. Push the pawn. Pang Tianchong replied dismissively, I don't care about their 5 or 6 tricks. If they dare to provoke me, I'll set them straight. You're young, but you sure have a big mouth. The elder remarked. I've heard there are masters within the Martial Arts Association. Are you claiming to be a grandmaster? Whether I'm a grandmaster or not isn't important. I can easily deal with so-called masters, Pang Tianchong asserted. You don't need to worry about that. At that moment, the elder accidentally knocked a piece into Pang Tianchong's territory and quickly adjusted it. I'm not moving that, haha. Hey, old man, Pang Tianchong protested. You can't take back your move. Once a piece is placed, it's final. Don't you know that? Just one step back. Just one step. The elder chuckled. You're not a lousy player, are you? Who is a lousy player? The elder exclaimed, his eyes widening. I only made a mistake because I was distracted by your boasting. I say, old man, you can't blame the earth for not having enough gravity just because you can't produce something. Pang Tianchong joked. If I made a mistake, it's not because I was boasting. Did I ever boast? You say you can defeat a master. Isn't that boasting? I'm speaking the truth. Pang Tianchong asserted, waving his hand. Forget it. You wouldn't understand martial arts, so why bother explaining? Hey, old man, Pang Tianchong continued, it's your turn. The elder, taken aback, contemplated for a moment before decisively placing a piece on the board. Checkmate. However, as he declared this, he suddenly swayed and collapsed to the ground. Chapter 68. Treating cervical spondylosis in the office of Daikong Building, room 1918. As Pang Tianchong engaged in a heated chess match with the elder, the old man unexpectedly slumped over, unconscious on the floor. This startled Pang Tianchong immensely. Damn, who knew a game of chess could lead to such dire consequences? What a foolish player. Pang Tianchong, feeling quite unfortunate, grasped the old man's wrist and checked his pulse. Simultaneously, he activated his third eye to discern the cause of the elder's ailment. To his astonishment, the diagnosis was alarming. Sighing deeply, Peng Tianchong reflected that the old man was fortunate to have encountered him. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Without delay, he swiftly lifted the elder and seated him comfortably on the sofa. He then retrieved several silver needles from his person and skillfully inserted them into specific acupoints on the elder's head. In an instant, the needle tips quivered, releasing a stream of white vapor. Concurrently, he placed his palm on the back of the elder's neck, channeling his inner vital energy to assist in the restoration of the protruding intervertebral disc. Within a minute, the elder regained consciousness, gradually opening his eyes. Upon awakening, he immediately felt a warm and soothing sensation in his neck, an unprecedented relief. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted. "Do not speak," Peng Tianchong instructed in a firm tone. "Your cervical spondylosis is quite severe, and I am treating you now. Please bear with me for a few minutes." The elder, somewhat bewildered, was acutely aware of his own condition, having consulted numerous prestigious hospitals to no avail. Firstly, his advanced age rendered surgical intervention too risky. Secondly, his condition was rather peculiar, making surgery impractical. Consequently, he had endured years of torment, resorting only to temporary relief through massage, with fainting spells occurring intermittently. To his surprise, he had collapsed in Peng Tianchong's office today, and the oddity was that this young man could actually treat him. The elder found it hard to believe that a mere youth could remedy his complex ailments. However, the comfort radiating from his neck piqued his curiosity and provided an unparalleled sense of relaxation. After approximately 5 minutes, Peng Tianchong withdrew his hand and declared, "All done. The root of your ailment has been eradicated. You shall no longer experience pain or fainting." "What?" The elder's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you boasting? You expect me to believe you've cured my cervical spondylosis in such a short time?" "Indeed," Peng Tianchong replied. The elder closed his eyes, carefully assessing the sensations throughout his body, discovering not only a newfound ease in his neck, but also an extraordinary sense of overall well-being. Could it be that his cervical spondylosis, which had plagued him for years, was truly cured? At that moment, the elder's heart surged with tumultuous emotions, no longer able to maintain his composure. "Young man," he exclaimed, tears nearly welling in his eyes, "is my ailment truly resolved? Are you truly a miraculous healer?" "Miraculous healer or not," Peng Tianchong replied nonchalantly, "for a minor ailment like yours, it is merely a matter of skill." "Oh, thank you, thank you." The elder stood up, grasping both of Peng Tianchong's hands, overwhelmed with gratitude and flustered speech. "Do not move. You still have needles in your head. Are you really a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner?" The elder stared intently at Peng Tianchong, unable to tear his gaze away. "Yes, I am a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner." Peng Tianchong rummaged through his drawer for paper and pen, composing a prescription while conversing with the elder. "You are fortunate to have encountered me today. Had you fainted on the street, no one would have dared assist you. Indeed, people would fear I might accuse them of wrongdoing. Never mind. Your encounter with me is fate. Consider this treatment a complimentary service. I do not lack funds. You, a security guard, can earn so little. How about joining me? I could offer you 200,000 a year." "Ha! Elder, I know you possess wealth, but do you believe I am someone who would bow to material gain? Here is the prescription. Keep it safe. These are all common Chinese herbs, easily obtainable at any pharmacy." As he spoke, Peng Tianchong approached the elder, gracefully retrieving the silver needles from his head with a flourish, their gleaming surfaces catching the light. "Wow!" the elder exclaimed in astonishment. "Those were just in my head?" "Of course. Otherwise, how could you have awoken so swiftly?" Peng Tianchong collected the needles and waved his hand, stating, "You may leave now." The elder, somewhat taken aback, responded, "But we have yet to finish our game." "What game?" Peng Tianchong chuckled. "You are a dreadful player. Let us postpone for another day." "Very well." The elder chuckled awkwardly. "I am a bit overwhelmed. I shall take my leave for now and return another day. Goodbye." Upon exiting Dai Kong Company, the elder did not venture far, but instead entered a BMW parked outside. The driver, upon seeing the elder enter, promptly fastened his seatbelt and prepared to start the vehicle. "Please call Dr. Wong at the First Municipal Hospital and inform him that I need to check my cervical spine," the elder instructed calmly. "Understood." The driver immediately pulled out his phone and called the First Municipal Hospital, then started the car, heading toward the First People's Hospital. The elder was none other than Dai Jingma, the patriarch of the Dai family and grandfather of Dai Qinxue. He had specially come to Dai Kong today to meet Pang Tianchong, but unexpected events had transpired, leaving him quite unsettled. He remained skeptical of Pang Tianchong's claims. Could this young man truly be a miraculous healer? Thus, he felt compelled to visit the hospital to verify the state of his cervical spine and to confirm the truth of Pang Tianchong's assertions. The vehicle soon arrived at the hospital. Upon entering the hospital building, a doctor wearing gold-rimmed glasses awaited him at the entrance. Dai Lao, Dr. Wang greeted warmly. What brings you here? Is your cervical spondylosis acting up again? Indeed, the elder replied with a smile. I am here for another checkup. Right this way. In the hospital, the process was swift, and the results of Dai Jingma's examination quickly made their way to Dr. Wang. However, Dr. Wang held the X-ray film, examining it closely, yet remained silent for an extended period. Dr. Wang, what is the verdict? The elder's eyes widened with anticipation, eagerly awaiting Dr. Wang's response. Dai Lao, after a considerable pause, Dr. Wang finally swallowed hard and inquired, which esteemed hospital treated your cervical spondylosis? Cured? The elder's throat felt dry. Are you saying it has been cured? Indeed, doctor. Wang set the film down, his expression one of disbelief. I remember your cervical disc herniation was quite severe. Now, everything appears normal, as if you were in your youth again. It is truly remarkable. Please tell me where you received this treatment. At chapter 69, I suspect he is a grandmaster. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky was adorned with vibrant hues of orange and crimson. The gentle, gauzy glow of twilight enveloped the Luo family's ancestral home, creating a serene and tranquil atmosphere that instilled a sense of calm. The small garden was ablaze with an array of blossoming flowers, their vibrant colors dancing in the evening breeze, filling the air with delightful fragrances that uplifted the spirit. Old Madame Luo moved gracefully among the flora, expertly wielding a pair of shears as she tended to the overgrown vines. Grandmother, at that moment, a melodious voice rang out, accompanied by a graceful figure approaching with the swiftness of the wind. Chia, the elderly lady, straightened her back, her face lighting up with a warm smile. What brings you here? Just came to scrounge a meal. Luo Chi approached and linked her arm with her grandmother S, playfully chiding, Stop working already. You never used to tend to the flowers. Now you have taken up the task. Previously, I was hindered in movement, but now that my legs are well, how could I possibly sit idly? The elderly lady replied, snipping away at a withered branch with a crisp sound. Oh dear, that's enough. Luo Chi exclaimed as she snatched the shears from her grandmother's hands. Someone has something to tell you. You should stop working. All right. The elderly lady chuckled as she washed her hands and walked with Luo Chi back towards the house, chatting as they went. Grandmother, did you know? All my little ailments have disappeared. What do you mean by all gone? All the insomnia and irregularities I had before gone. What did you receive treatment? It was Pang Tianchong who cured me, Luo Chi said with a smile, her lips curling upward as she continued. That day, didn't you ask me to help find out his parents' address? You insisted I deliver it in person. Indeed, did you find it? The elderly lady's interest piqued, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. I did. Luo Chi recounted that it was when she sent him the address that he cured her. Oh. The elderly lady turned to her granddaughter, inquiring how he had treated her. Did he give you acupuncture? No, she replied. Then he asked me to extend my hand, and after a brief handshake of less than 5 minutes, I felt a warm current flowing throughout my body, an indescribable comfort. Strangely, that night, I slept soundly without a single dream. Truly, he is remarkable. As Luo Laofuren listened, she nodded slightly indeed. Grandmother knows that if you assist Mr. Pang, he would not let you do so without recompense. Have you addressed today as matter for him? Yes, I have procured a new identity card for him. And how did he express his gratitude this time? The elderly lady asked with curiosity. He treated me to a meal. Is that so? The elderly lady's eyes sparkled as she gazed intently at Luo Chi. Did you both enjoy your meal? Grandmother. Luo Chi tilted her head, looking at the elderly lady. I suddenly realized that he invited me to dinner, not you. Yet, you seem even happier than I am. Is that so? The elderly lady feigned ignorance. Come, tell grandmother about your meal together. There is not much to say about the meal, Luo Chi replied. The main point is that before we dined, I made him demonstrate his skills. You all say he possesses extraordinary abilities, but I always doubted it. Grandmother, look. As she spoke, she retrieved a damaged cup from her bag and handed it to the elderly lady. What do you need a broken cup for? Luo Laofuren inquired, perplexed. Take a closer look. Hmm? The elderly lady cradled the cup in her hand and suddenly noticed a small hole at the bottom. How? Is this a broken cup? Why not try inserting your finger? Luo Qi suggested. Following her suggestion, the elderly lady gently inserted her ring finger into the small hole, which fit perfectly. This, the elderly lady exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment, was done by Pang Tianchong? Yes. Luo Qi was pleased with her grandmother's reaction, boasting, when he handed me the cup. He gently poked it with his pinky, and a hole appeared, spilling tea all over my hand. My goodness. The elderly lady's eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of skill is this? Fu, the old steward, upon hearing his name called, rushed over. Old madam, how may I assist you? Take a look at this cup, the elderly lady said, handing the cup to the steward. With your abilities, can you create such a hole with your finger? That's absurd. The steward examined the cup closely, then inserted his pinky, feeling the fit. Not even a master could achieve this. How can such a peculiar cup exist? But, Luo Laofu Run interjected, this is precisely what Pang Tianchong accomplished. Ah, the steward was taken aback, so I surmise he must be a master, perhaps even a grandmaster. Though I have never encountered a grandmaster, my previous master was one, and to my knowledge, he could not create such a hole with his finger. It's simply incredible. Fubo, Luo Qi asked curiously, are you suggesting that Pang Tianchong is the legendary grandmaster? It seems so, the steward replied solemnly. Mr. Pang is indeed impressive. To break a cup with bare hands is truly enlightening. The steward slightly shook his head, his expression filled with disbelief. A figure of such prowess. Yet the Zhou family continuously seeks to confront him. Truly, they are living recklessly. Indeed, Luo Qi continued. Today that Zhuasi was also involved. He must have investigated Pang Tianchong, discovering inaccuracies in his identity card, which prompted him to act maliciously. Luo Laofu Run chuckled knowingly. The foremost family in Bianqing, the Zhou family, thinks they can challenge him. Who knows? Perhaps this first family will soon change hands. Is it really that serious? Luo Qi remarked dismissively. Can one person truly oppose an entire family? Indeed, the steward explained, Miss Qi may not be aware, but even a master could easily annihilate a family like the Zhou family, let alone Mr. Pang, who is a grandmaster. To destroy the Zhou family would be effortless. Wow! Luo Qi gasped, her eyes widening. She understood that Fu Bo was not one to exaggerate. Then in the future, her eyes suddenly lit up. If we encounter formidable bandits, we could ask him for assistance, right, grandmother? That's a splendid idea. Luo Laofuren replied with a smile. But what reason would he have to aid you? After all, he owes you nothing. Do not think to persuade grandmother with notions of justice. Chapter 70. The arrangement of the Dai family patriarch almost simultaneously. At the Dai family villa, the patriarch Dai Jingma was engaged in a profound conversation with his granddaughter Dai Qinxue. His mind was consumed with thoughts of Pang Tianchong. For this young man was astonishing. A few acupuncture needles and some massage had eradicated his long-standing ailment completely, leaving him astounded. As Dr. Wang from the hospital remarked, it seemed almost unscientific. If it is unscientific, it becomes intriguing. They say that great talent hides in plain sight. Could it be that Pang Tianchong is the living deity concealed within the Dai company? The elder found the notion increasingly peculiar, prompting him to call his granddaughter before office hours concluded, insisting she come to see him after work. Dai Qinxue was puzzled, wondering what her grandfather was up to. He had just spoken with her yesterday and was now summoning her again. Had he developed a peculiar obsession? Nevertheless, she had to heed her grandfather's command. Hence, as soon as her workday ended, Dai Qinxue hurried over. Grandfather! Upon entering, she called out, Why the urgency in summoning me? What is it? What is this? Dai Laojia rolled his eyes. Is it not permissible for my precious granddaughter to join me for a meal? Look at how you phrase things. Dai Qinxue pouted, accustomed to placing her bag on the sofa before starting to massage her grandfather's neck. All right. The elder waved his hand to stop her. No need for that anymore. What? Dai Qinxue was taken aback. Grandfather, are you still angry with me? Refusing even a massage? No. The elder shook his head again. I am not angry. Rather, my neck ailment has been cured, so I won't trouble you all for massages anymore. Come now. Dai Qinxue rolled her eyes. Do you think I'm 3 years old and easily fooled? I have heard you claim that this ailment would accompany you to the grave. How can you be well after just one day? Look, the elder said, handing her a plastic bag containing the results of a recent examination. Is this for real? Dai Qinxue asked skeptically, taking the bag and extracting the diagnosis. Though she could not comprehend the imaging, the written report was clear. It succinctly stated, all normal. Chinchue was stunned. Could there have been a mistake? Grandfather. Indeed. The elder replied, retrieving another plastic bag from the drawer. Thus, I underwent another MRI. Take a look at this. Chinchue promptly accepted the bag, opened it, and revealed another diagnosis stating, all normal. The elder stroked his beard and smiled slightly. Today, I encountered a miraculous physician who administered acupuncture and massage, leading to my complete recovery. Which miraculous physician? Chinchue's eyes widened in surprise. Is he a national treasure? Where is he from? The elder shot her a sideways glance. From Kong Company. Surely, as a major executive, you are aware of this? What? Chinchue exclaimed. Grandfather. Are you joking? There can't be such a person in our company. Who is it? How come I am unaware? Pang Tianchong. The elder's voice suddenly rose as he exclaimed, it's that little security guard from your company. Such a remarkable individual, yet you have him working as a guard. How can I possibly respond to that? Who? In an instant, he appeared somewhat flustered, his mind filled with the image of that charming rogue. To his astonishment, he was also a skilled healer. I heard you have promoted him to be your driver. What are the salary arrangements? Di-Chi nodded. I just transferred him to be my driver and bodyguard, with a salary equivalent to that of my assistant. However, she hastily added, to comply with regulations, the additional salary will be covered by me. Is that acceptable? The elder smiled with satisfaction. A bodyguard is indeed a good choice. Is he providing 24-hour, close protection? Grandpa, what are you saying? Di-Chi's cheeks flushed. He only assists me with my commute and provides protection when I go out. How can that be sufficient? The elder's expression darkened. He must move in with you for 24-hour security. You are so beautiful. What if something were to happen? You. Di-Chi's face reddened further. How could a grown man stay in my home? It would be inappropriate. Inappropriate. The elder's eyes widened. You have a villa with so many empty rooms. What harm is there in letting him occupy one? Such an extraordinary person as your bodyguard is invaluable. Others would pay a fortune for him. The elder, feeling frustrated, commanded, have Xiaoping move in tomorrow. This decision is final. Di-Chi felt troubled. Her face flushed. Grandpa, how can you expect a young woman like me to discuss this with him? Moreover, my parents would never agree to a stranger living with me. Leave that to me, the elder retorted. If they disagree, I shall disown them from the Di family. Grandpa, Di-Chi was taken aback, muttering softly. Have you lost your mind over a stranger, forsaking family? Nonsense. The elder asserted. I have observed Tnching. He possesses good character, is handsome, and has remarkable abilities. Just wait and see. What do you mean by that? Di-Chi asked curiously. Why do you hold him in such high regard? You will understand in due time, the elder replied cryptically. Just remember to follow my instructions. Did you hear me? Also, regarding Xiaoping's salary, the extra will be covered by me. Understood. Di-Chi replied, grabbing her bag from the sofa, preparing to leave. Where are you going, girl? We haven't eaten yet. I'm not hungry. How can you not be hungry? You must eat. Chapter 71. Reunions now, with his new role as a driver. His movements have become significantly more convenient, enjoying the luxury of a high-end vehicle, which brought him immense comfort. With beauty and a lavish car, coupled with ample time, Tnch was quite satisfied with his current job. The car soon arrived at Yuli NGWN, and upon seeing a Porsche approach, the security guard promptly stood at attention, saluted, raised the barrier, and allowed passage without question or registration, maintaining a respectful demeanor. Tnch couldn't help but feel a sense of irony. It was clear that appearances mattered greatly in this world. Upon reaching Building 8, he nervously knocked on the door of Unit 2902. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? A familiar yet unfamiliar voice responded from within, slightly hoarse and weary. Tnch felt a lump in his throat, nearly shedding tears. This was his mother's voice, and after 19 years, hearing it again stirred a whirlwind of emotions within him. Moments later, the door opened, revealing the face of a middle-aged woman, his mother, Nexi. Compared to his memories, she had indeed aged considerably. Her face was thin yet warm, her eyes bright and filled with curiosity. Her hair loosely tied up, showing signs of gray, yet radiating a mature charm. She wore a simple yet elegant shirt paired with a light blue skirt, exuding grace and dignity. Mom. Tnch's voice trembled as he called out. Is that you? Nexi froze momentarily. hurriedly opening the door to scrutinize the young man before her. "It's me, little tiger." "Little tiger?" Her voice shook as tears welled in her eyes, pulling him into the light of the room. "You look just like you did when you were younger," she murmured, examining his face closely. "Mom, it's been 19 years. Do you still recognize me?" With a smile, Ping wiped a tear from the corner of his eye while gazing at his mother. "My child, I can't believe you are alive." Nexi embraced him tightly, tears streaming down her face. Ing gently caressed her white hair, whispering, "Mom, I left a letter for you when I departed. Why did you believe I was dead?" "The letter?" Nexi replied tearfully. "Yes, there was a letter, but we couldn't trust its origin as it was slipped through the door. Your father and I searched everywhere for news of you over the years, believing you. Alas." Ing sighed. "It was all my senior sister's fault. She failed to communicate properly, causing you unnecessary worry." After some time, Nexi managed to compose herself, leading her son to sit on the sofa. "My child, please tell me where you have been all these years." Ping gathered his thoughts and recounted his experiences studying at KNLNSHN, including the loss of his memory. As she listened intently, Nexi nodded continuously, her face radiating happiness and warmth. "By the way, Mom, where is Dad?" "Your father." Nexi expression faltered momentarily. "He is on a business trip." "Oh." Ping did not dwell on it, continuing to inquire, "What about my sister, Qin Qian?" "She's doing well and is in college now." Ping chuckled. "Last Sunday when I came, she thought I was a fraud and refused to open the door." "Really?" Nexi laughed. "That mischievous girl. But I can't blame her. We never told her about you. How'd you find this place?" "I had no choice but to find a job first, and gradually learned of our address through a police friend." "You found a job?" Nexi said with relief. "Where are you living now?" "I'm staying in the company dormitory." "Oh dear." Nexi exclaimed. "What do you mean by dormitory?" "I have been talking too much. Let me prepare a room for you." "All right." Ping nodded, instinctively pulling out a cigarette to calm his nerves, savoring the feeling of being home again. That night, Ping slept soundly in his mother's home, free of dreams. The next morning, his mother had breakfast ready, calling him to rise. "Little tiger, wake up and eat. Don't be late for work." Her voice was gentle and cheerful, filled with love. "Coming." Ping quickly dressed and washed up, mindful that he had just begun his role as Su's driver and could not afford to be late. The breakfast was simple: 2 dishes of soup, steamed buns, and fried dough sticks. "Eat up. Mom made your favorite shredded potatoes when you were little." "No need." Pang Tianchong took a sip of plain porridge and said, "This weekend, I will treat you and my sister to a grand feast at a 5-star hotel." "No, no, no." Xiao Manxiang waved her hands repeatedly. "How expensive that would be. You should save your earnings for the future, perhaps for when you marry. By the way, Xiao Hu, you still don't have a girlfriend, do you?" "No." "Aren't you anxious at 26? Xiao Manxiang gazed lovingly at her son, smiling as she continued. "The young man next door is a year older than you, and he has already become a father this year, with his parents now holding a grandchild." "Don't worry, Mom." Pang Tianchong replied nonchalantly. "Your son is handsome. What is there to worry about? I fear that soon there will be a multitude of girls at our door, making it hard for you to choose." All right, Xiao Manxiang said as she accompanied her son down the stairs. Watching Pang Tianchong drive away in his Porsche, she stood at the entrance, smiling blissfully. Chapter 72. The arrival of the Martial Arts Association at Daikon Company in the finance department. Manager Wan Ruoyan had just arrived at work when there was a rapid knock on the office door. "Come in." With the call, the door was pushed open, and a young man with a playful grin walked in. It was the newly appointed driver, Pang Tianchong. "Manager Wan," Pang Tianchong exclaimed. Wan Ruoyan looked up, curious. "What brings you here? Is there something you need?" "What do you mean?" Pang Tianchong plopped down on the sofa, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it skillfully. "No smoking in the office." Manager Wan glared at him and said, "If you have something to say, just say it." All right. Pang Tianchong took a deep drag and said, "I need to advance some salary. I'm short on cash." "How much?" 30,000. When I went on the business trip, Dai Chinchua promised to reward me 30,000. So I deal like that now. Salary will be issued soon. Why the rush? It's only a couple of days. I have urgent expenses. We don't have that much cash on hand. Maybe just over 20,000. I can give you 20,000 for now. Just write a note. 20,000 is fine. Pang Tianchong quickly wrote the receipt and handed it to Manager Wan. "Sister Wan, he said, receiving the note with a grin. "Isn't the girl next door pretty? How is the matter I entrusted to you? Get lost. Hello. Who is it? Pangu." The call was from Ding Tai. His voice, somewhat grave. "Come down for a moment. Two people are looking for you at the entrance." "Who?" "I don't know them. They look unfriendly and quite fierce. So be careful." Pang Tianchong cursed inwardly. His sixth sense told him they were here to cause trouble. Downstairs, at the company entrance, two elderly men, one lean and one slightly plump, wearing martial arts uniforms, sat with cold expressions and intimidating presence. As Pang Tianchong approached, both elders raised their eyelids simultaneously. "Are you Pang Tianchong?" The plump elder spoke in a calm, yet authoritative tone. "Yes, that's me. We are from the Martial Arts Association. Please come with us." "Our president wishes to see you," the lean elder commanded. "I'm not going," Pang Tianchong replied without hesitation. "I don't know any president. Nor do I care about your association. You should leave. You're old enough to not be causing trouble here." "Hey," the plump elder's temper flared. "You're quite arrogant, aren't you? Tell me, did you break the leg of the second son of the Zhua family?" "I guess so." Pang Tianchong rolled his eyes, not denying it. "That's it then," the plump elder said sternly. "Do you know that as a martial artist, you should never strike at ordinary people?" "I don't know." Pang Tianchong shook his head. "It doesn't matter who they are. If they provoke me, they will face the consequences. If you two are here on behalf of the Zhua family, I won't hold back." The plump elder was nearly livid. They, as members of the Martial Arts Association, were respected and feared wherever they went. Never had they been so scorned, especially by a mere young man. "You're looking for fight." The plump elder erupted with anger, his aura rising as he swung a punch towards Pang Tianchong's face, the wind from his fist chilling. "Oomph." Pang Tianchong tossed aside his cigarette, gracefully evading the elder's punch. The elder missed and leaped into the air, pursuing Pang Tianchong like a shadow. However, as he burst out of the door, before his feet could touch the ground, a resounding slap struck his face. "Ah!" The plump elder screamed, collapsing to the ground, his face swelling while blood streamed from his mouth. Quick! Too fast! He hadn't even seen how Pang Tianchong struck before being knocked senseless. The lean elder, witnessing his companion being defeated, lost his composure, launching himself outside. At the same time, he extended his right hand, fingers curled, aiming for Pang Tianchong's shoulder. His attack was swift and fierce, with faint white energy emanating from his fingertips, indicating that his eagle claw technique had reached a remarkable level. If caught, not only would bones break, but the injuries would be gruesome. The security guards watched in shock, especially Ding Tai, who had not closed his mouth since the plump elder attacked, and was now sweating for Pang Tianchong as he observed the lean elder's ferocity. "Be careful." Before the warning could escape his lips, Pang Tianchong remained unflustered, suddenly retracting his shoulder to evade the elder's grasp, lifting his palm and delivering another resounding slap to the lean elder's face. This time, Pang Tianchong exerted some strength, sending the lean elder flying like a sandbag several meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. Half of the elder's face was distorted, and with a loud exclamation, he spat a mouthful of blood. "You dare to ambush me? I'll fight you to the end." The plump elder, now back on his feet, bellowed angrily, his face contorted as he charged at Pang Tianchong again. He was unwilling to accept that, as a half-step master, he had been knocked to the ground by a single slap. If this got out, how could he maintain his standing in the martial world? Thus, the old man fought desperately. However, he was unaware of his opponent's prowess. Before he could even approach Pang Tianchong, he was kicked away, tumbling out the door and unable to rise again. After kicking the plump elder away, Pang Tianchong walked towards the fallen lean elder. At this moment, the lean elder understood that he was no match for Pang Tianchong. The gap was too vast. The best course of action was to flee. Without waiting for Pang Tianchong to approach, he rolled away in a panic, grabbing the plump elder and sprinting away. "Damn it, this kid is too powerful," the lean elder thought as he fled, realizing that if Pang Tianchong wished to take his life, it could be done in an instant. "Damn it, today, I'll let you off." Chapter 73. The president takes action in a luxurious villa on the outskirts of Bien City. An elderly man with graying hair and a ruddy-faced middle-aged man were enjoying tea and chatting amicably. The elderly man was Zhuo Xiuqing, the head of the Zhuo family, while the middle-aged man was Gu Qinglei, the president of the Bien City Martial Arts Association. The Martial Arts Association is an organization in the martial world, with branches in every region, each led by a respected and powerful individual. Its purpose is to mediate disputes among martial artists and prevent conflicts between martial artists and ordinary people. Gu Qinglei, a master in his own right, had been overseeing Bian City for several years and maintained a very close relationship with the Zhuo family. Zhuo Jiazhu today arrived at Wuxia, intending to accuse Pang Tianchong, seeking vengeance for his son. The two deputies of Wuxia had already gone to Daikon Company to apprehend the perpetrator, leaving Zhuo Jiazhu and President Gu waiting here for good news. President, please. Zhuo Jiazhu set down his teacup, producing a bank card from his pocket and handing it over. This card contains 200,000 with a password of 6 zeros. My brother. Take it and enjoy some tea. You are too kind. Gu Qinglai replied with a slight smile, eyeing the bank card. Rest assured, once we capture that Pang fellow, I will leave his fate in your hands. With Wu Xie backing you, taking his life is no issue. The martial world operates on a thin line between life and death. Zhuo Xiuqing clasped his fist in a respectful plea. President, if possible, it will be best to take that young man's life. If not, breaking his legs would suffice for avenging my son. No problem. Gu Qinglai waved his hand, gently slipping the card into his pocket. Just then, several car horns blared outside, followed by the opening of the courtyard gate, as two figures limped inside, supported by each other. It was the two elderly men sent to capture Pang Tianchong. Gu Qinglai immediately set down his teacup and stood up, sensing something was amiss. Report. President. What? Gu Qinglai's heart sank. A young man? What is his background? How could he be so formidable that even both of you were no match? Unknown. The lean elder shook his head. We could not discern his origins. He was simply too quick for us to react. Excellent. Gu Qinglai squinted, realizing they were dealing with another master. Damn it. When did the martial world produce such a young master? President, should we summon more experts from your headquarters? I fear no need. Gu Qinglai waved his hand dismissively. Even if he is a master, there are levels among masters. I, Gu, am an established master. Defeating a mere youth is more than sufficient. Wait, the lean elder urgently interjected. President, we should still contact headquarters for reinforcements. That young man is rather sinister. And he even said, what did he say? He said that anyone who seeks trouble with him will. Well, what? He said he would break your dog legs. Gu Qinglai erupted in fury, nearly striking down the lean elder, but then realized these were Pang Tianchong's exact words, causing him to rage even more. Prepare the car. I will go kill that Pang fellow. With the president's wrath, no one dared to speak. Some hastily went to start the car, while others quickly gathered their gear, following the president's vehicle directly to Daikon Building. At this hour, Daikon Company was about to close. Gong Xiaoshuang arrived at the president's office with a lunchbox, ready to dine with Dai Qianxue in the cafeteria. Xiaoxue, it's time for lunch. All right. Dai Qianxue closed her documents, stretched, and was about to rise when she heard the roar of cars and the clamor of voices from downstairs. What is happening? Gong Xiaoshuang rushed to the floor-to-ceiling window to look down, noticing numerous cars blocking the company entrance. What are they doing? Dai Qianxue asked curiously. Call the security desk to inquire. She also approached the window, glancing down and exclaiming, goodness, several cars are blocking the entrance, and a group of people has gotten out. Confronting the security. Hello, is this the security desk? What are those people at the entrance doing? Gong Xiaoshuang quickly dialed the security department's number. They are here to cause trouble. Whose trouble are they seeking? Pang Tianchong. We have already notified him. He is coming down to resolve it. The voice on the phone was heard by Dai Qianxue, who immediately furrowed her brow, perplexed. Who are these people looking for Pang Tianchong? No mention. Gong Xiaoshuang hung up her phone and suddenly pointed below. Look, Pang Tianchong is coming out. Ah. Dai Qianxue hastily focused her gaze downstairs, where she saw Pang Tianchong swaggering toward the entrance, cigarette in hand. Will there be a fight? She asked nervously. Should we call the police? Let's observe first. Gong Xiaoshuang reassured her. Pang Tianchong should be able to handle it. I have yet to see him in action. Let us just watch. The two hid upstairs to watch the spectacle, momentarily setting aside their concerns. Meanwhile, Pang Tianchong had already approached the group. He lifted his gaze to scrutinize the burly man at the forefront, and then turned to the lean elder beside him, impatiently inquiring. Did you bring the person I asked for? And now you come back empty-handed? I brought him. Gu Qinglai glared, declaring, this president does not believe in such sorcery. I must see if you can indeed break my legs. Hush. Pang Tianchong exhaled a puff of white smoke, casually replying, very well. Since you have come seeking a beating, I shall oblige you to make your move. Stand back. Gu Qinglai bellowed, channeling his energy, causing a gust of wind to swirl around him, lifting dust from the ground. The entourage accompanying him recoiled in fear, sensing that this was a battle between masters. Any misstep could lead to calamity. On the 19th floor, Dai Qinxue and Gong Xiaoshuang gasped in unison, having never witnessed such a scene where the wind stirred before the combat began. The arrival was immensely formidable, and both felt a pang of anxiety for Pang Tianchong. In that moment, neither dared to blink, their eyes fixed upon him. Gu Qinglai gathered his internal energy, launching a punch that whistled through the air, aimed straight at Pang Tianchong's face. Unfazed, Pang Tianchong swiftly darted behind Gu Qinglai, leaning against a BMW, cigarette in hand. Leisurely taking another drag, Gu Qinglai's punch missed, the force creating a tumult that shattered the air, crashing into the security desk at the entrance. With a resounding bang, the desk exploded into splinters, debris scattering everywhere. Chapter 74. Breaking the president's legs, Gu Qinglai was aware that Pang Tianchong was not to be trifled with. Hence he struck with lethal intent, unleashing his full strength without holding back. However, Pang Tianchong was faster. Just as Gu's fist reached him, only an afterimage remained, the real person having vanished. Gu Qinglai's earth-shattering punch failed to subdue Pang Tianchong, yet it obliterated a table in its wake. On the 19th floor, Dai Qinxue and Gong Xiaoshuang both cried out, their hearts nearly leaping from their chests. Terrifying. This person is too formidable. A single punch could destroy a table. Had it struck Pang Tianchong, he would surely be dead. Their eyes once again searched for Pang Tianchong's figure, only to find him leaning against the car, still smoking. Damn it, Gong Xiaoshuang exclaimed. Xiaoxue, look at him. He's in grave danger yet still smoking. Why isn't he running? Dai Qinxue bit her lip, her heart racing. Her small fists clenched tightly, feeling an unexplainable worry for Pang Tianchong at that moment. Gu Qinglai, missing his target, quickly tuned his senses, detecting the movement behind him. The air shifted with a rush, the speed of his attack catching him off guard. Gu Qinglai threw another punch, but suddenly his vision blurred, and Pang Tianchong vanished again. Yet, it was too late to retract his fist. Bang! The punch struck the BMW with great force. The car skidded several meters, crashing into another vehicle with a loud bang, shattering the windshield into a spiderweb of cracks. My goodness! On the 19th floor, Dai Qinxue cried out again, gripping Gong Xiaoshuang's arm tightly, urging call the police. This person is too powerful. Don't panic. He hasn't been hit yet. Gong Xiaoshuang feigned calmness. He is still smoking. Just as her words fell, Pang Tianchong below made a move, flicking his finger, sending the cigarette but soaring through the air. Suddenly, he shifted his body, and with a swift motion of his left hand, seized Gu Qinglai by the throat. Gu Qinglai, gathering his inner energy, was about to unleash a third punch when he felt a tightening around his neck, rendering his entire body powerless. Spare me, brother. In an instant, Gu Qinglai's breath became faint, leaving him without the strength to retaliate. Damn it! Pang Tianchong tightened his grip, cursing as he did so, with such pathetic skills. You dare to stand up for the Zhou family? Are you tired of living? As he spoke, Gu Qinglai began to roll his eyes, his face turning a deep shade of purple, struggling to breathe, his life hanging by a thread. The members of the Martial Arts Association looked on, their eyes wide with fear, yet none dared to approach. Their president was a master, yet he was taken down in one move. Anyone else would only be throwing their lives away. Hero, spare our president. Please spare his life. The crowd fell to their knees, bowing and pleading with Pang Tianchong for mercy, fearing that their president might soon succumb. As Gu Qinglai's body grew limp, Pang Tianchong, with a sudden jerk of his arm, flung him to the ground like a dead dog. Then, stepping forward, he cruelly stomped down on Gu Qinglai's calf, breaking it with a sickening crack. Gu Qinglai screamed in agony, unable to catch his breath, and immediately lost consciousness. President, two young members of the Martial Arts Association rushed over to support Gu Qinglai, looking at Pang Tianchong with desperate pleas. Hero, please spare our president. What hero? Pang Tianchong retorted. You think this is ancient times? Call me Teacher Pang. I am your mentor in how to be a person. All right. The crowd echoed in unison. Teacher Pang, please spare our president. Spare him. Can you hear me? Yes. They nodded vigorously, not daring to utter a single word of dissent. Get lost. Pang Tianchong waved his hand dismissively and turned to walk back to the company. The members of the Martial Arts Association felt as if they had received a reprieve and shouted, "Thank you, Teacher Pang. Thank you, Teacher Pang." On the 19th floor, Dai Qinxue and Gong Xiaoshuang were utterly astonished by the scene before them. They had seen just how formidable that man was. Yet he had been subdued by Pang Tianchong with a mere grip on his throat, collapsing to the ground and failing to rise again. One could only imagine the caliber of Pang Tianchong himself. The two beauties exchanged glances, utterly forgetting about going to the cafeteria. Like a bough when lying down, like a pine when standing. Unmoving like a clock when seated, walking like a gust of wind. Southern fist and northern kick, Shaolin and Wudong techniques. Taiji and Bagua. The marvelous arts of China, echoed Pang Tianchong's voice from the elevator into the corridor. Pang Tianchong. Gong Xiaoshuang suddenly opened the office door and called out, "Come here." "What is it?" Pang Tianchong stepped into the office, glancing at the two of them. "Aren't you going to eat?" "I was just about to go get some food. If I'm late, there one TB any left." "Eat, eat, eat. That is all you think about." Gong Xiaoshuang pushed him forward, saying, "Chairman Dai has something to ask you." "Huh? What is it?" "It's about the Martial Arts Association." Pang Tianchong scoffed. "The one who got beaten is their president. Why would they come looking for you?" "Nonsense." Pang Tianchong's displeasure was evident. "Isn't it the Zhou family that hired them? Damn it, is this never-ending? If they anger me, He almost said he would wipe out their entire family, but swallowed his words, fearing it would frighten the two beauties. The Zhou family? The two exchanged glances, speechless. It seemed the Zhou family had not yet given up and continued to send people to trouble Pang Tianchong. What were they to do? Is there anything else? If not, I'm going to eat. Pang Tianchong rubbed his belly and rolled his eyes at Dai Qinxue, saying, "I'm starving. Someone said they de-treat me, but they Haven tea delivered." TSK. Gong Xiaoshuang turned her gaze to her. "You talked to him about the bodyguard matter." Remembering her grandfather's instructions, Dai Qinxue hesitated to speak. "Oh." Gong Xiaoshuang understood and said, "Pang Tianchong, since you are now Chairman Dai's driver and bodyguard, for safety's sake, why not simply live in Chairman Dai's villa? This way, it will be more convenient for you to take her to work, and you won't have to stay in the company dormitory. What do you think?" "Why?" Pang Tianchong crossed his arms, feigning fear. "Don't try to manipulate me. I'm not someone easy to deal with." "You." Dai Qinxue was instantly exasperated. Chapter 75. A glimpse of talent in Dai Kong Corporation's president's office. Pang Tianchong's words made the two beauties roll their eyes in frustration. Gong Xiaoshuang immediately scolded, "You lecher. What are you thinking? How can my little Shuet possibly like you?" "Hee hee." Pang Tianchong grinned. "That's not certain. With my good looks, which girl wouldn't be fond of me?" TSK. "You shameless fool." Gong Xiaoshuang scoffed. "Are you moving in or not? Give a straightforward answer." "Well." Pang Tianchong scratched his head, chuckling. "Let us discuss it after you treat me to a meal. Chairman Dai still owes me a feast, doesn't she? Eat, eat, eat. That is all you care about." Dai Qinxue rolled her eyes. "Today is just the weekend. After work, I'll treat you to dinner. Is that all right?" "All right then." Pang Tianchong snapped his fingers. "It's settled then. I'm off to eat." "Why do you care?" "Just asking casually. In ancient times, when a lady married, she would also receive a maid. Right?" "Huh." Gong Xiaoshuang, furious. "Kick Pang Tianchong in the butt. Get lost." "Ha ha ha." Pang Tianchong laughed heartily, taking off towards the cafeteria. This shameless rogue. Gong Xiaoshuang, still seething, looked at Dai Qinxue with concern. "Shui, is it all right if this guy moves in with you? Just look at his character. What does your grandfather think?" "Sigh." Dai Qinxue sighed. "I don't know. It seems Grandpa values him highly." "Why?" "He has met Pang Tianchong." "Met him?" Dai Qinxue explained. "The day before yesterday. He came to challenge Pang Tianchong to a game of chess, but his cervical spondylosis flared up and he fainted in Pang Tianchong's office." "Ah," Gong Xiaoshuang exclaimed. "What happened then?" "In the end, it was Pang Tianchong who saved him. He gave him acupuncture and massage, curing his cervical spondylosis." "What?" Gong Xiaoshuang asked curiously. "That guy can even heal?" "Yes." Dai Qinxue nodded. "My grandfather's cervical spondylosis was very severe. He had visited countless hospitals without any improvement and had almost given up. But when Pang Tianchong intervened, he was completely healed." "Completely healed?" Gong Xiaoshuang stared in disbelief. "Yes, completely healed." Dai Qinxue nodded again. "I saw the scans he took at the hospital. The protruding parts had all realigned. As good as new. So miraculous." Gong Xiaoshuang exclaimed. "I know a bit about this ailment. Aside from surgery, there is no other remedy. How did that guy manage to realign the protrusion? It defies logic. Indeed. I'm curious too, Dai Chinchue remarked. He is so young, yet he is a miracle worker. Truly, a hidden gem. Wow, Gong Xiaoshuang exclaimed. You've hired an exceptional bodyguard. Now you even have a family doctor, so in the future, if there are minor ailments, you and T need to go to the hospital. Ha! Dai Chinchue chuckled. Let us go. It's time to eat. If we delay any longer, there might not be any food left. The two hurried into the company cafeteria. Upon entering, they found that half of the hall was already vacant, indicating that some had already eaten and left. However, turning their gaze, they noticed a table by the window, surrounded by a crowd, animatedly discussing something. Master, Gong Xiaoshuang, while getting her food, couldn't he help but ask, what is happening over there? The cafeteria chef glanced over and replied, it seems to be that new security guard eating over there. Pang Tianchong? Yes, that is him. Dai Chinchue and Gong Xiaoshuang instantly understood. The crowd must have heard about the fight at the entrance and were now surrounding Pang Tianchong as if he were spectacle. After getting their meals, the two took a seat close to the group, eating while straining to catch snippets of their conversation. At this moment, the table beside Ping Tnch was crowded with people, and a throng stood around, creating a tight barrier. Across from him sat a rotund man, holding a bowl of soup that had long since cooled, his wide eyes fixed on Ping Tnch as he inquired, Brother Ping, I witnessed the fight at the entrance today. That individual was incredibly formidable, able to send a car flying with a single punch. Yet you effortlessly seized him by the throat. What martial arts do you practice? Please reveal a glimpse to us. Ping Tnch, unfazed, continued to enjoy his meal, responding, reveal what? Should I strike you with my palm? No, no. The rotund man quickly shook his head. I cannot withstand your palm. You would surely flatten me. Indeed, chimed in another. One blow from the great hero would surely dislodge the rotund man's bowels. Ping Tnch shot a glare at the speaker, scolding, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you not see I am in the midst of dining? Laughter erupted among the crowd. Nearby, Ji Ing Shi Ashuing nearly spat her soup onto the table, desperately biting her lip to stifle her laughter. Di Chin Su, biting the end of her chopsticks, had her eyes crinkled with mirth. The rotund man, undeterred, pressed on, brother. Just show us a little. We are genuinely curious. Yes, yes. He nodded vigorously, while others around him sparkled with anticipation. Ping Tnch glanced at the rotund man's bowl, a mischievous smile creeping onto his lips. If I show you, do not blame me, all right? Of course not. Very well. Ping Tnch declared, reaching for the rotund man's stainless steel bowl. He deftly exerted pressure with his fingers, and with a sudden pop, a hole appeared at the bottom of the bowl. The soup gushed out, splattering onto the rotund man's chest. Fortunately, the soup was cold. Otherwise, it would have scalded his flesh. Startled, the rotund man quickly felt the bowl, while the other hand still held a bowl from which soup continued to pour, soaking the table and benches. Goodness gracious! Wow! The crowd gasped in astonishment. Incredible! Truly remarkable! The commotion drew the attention of two women nearby, prompting Ji Ing Shi Ashuing to push through the crowd to get a closer look. Look! The rotund man's soup is all gone, he lamented, holding up the empty bowl. My iron rice bowl has been punctured. Ah! Ji Ing Shi Ashuing exclaimed at the sight of the damaged bowl. Did your finger drill a hole like an electric drill? Enough, enough! Ping Tnch, having displayed his prowess, waved his hand impatiently. Let us be. Cannot a man enjoy his meal in peace? As the crowd dispersed, they noticed Ji Ing Shi Ashuing and Di Chi and Su still present, and they hurriedly fled. Only the rotund man lingered, reluctantly shuffling away while muttering, my iron rice bowl has been punctured by Ping Tnch. Ping Tnch, spotting Di Chin Su and Ji Ing Shi Ashuing, approached them with his plate, grinning. Why did you not arrive sooner? If you had sat with me, we wouldn't have attracted such a crowd. Chapter 76. The strategy of the six senior sister Ping Tnch boldly settled himself across from Di Chin Su and Ji Ing Shi Ashuing, showing no signs of discomfort or restraint at dining alongside the general manager. For him, sharing a meal with the president felt no different than dining with a neighbor's daughter, casual and relaxed. Di Chin Su rolled her eyes but remained silent, focusing on her meal. In her memory, she had never dined so closely with a man. During her school days, she was known for her aloofness, rarely allowing any boy to approach her, let alone the current company president. Yet, she found herself unbothered by the presence of this loquacious fellow before her, a fact that puzzled even her. In contrast, Ji Ing Shi Ashu was far more animated. Since Ping Tnch Ing had taken a seat, she had been incessantly asking questions. Ping Tnch Ing, she exclaimed like an inquisitive child. How can your fingers be as powerful as an electric drill? That was a stainless steel bowl. You poked right through it? Ping Tnch Ing nodded. Is there a problem? How extraordinary. Ji Ing Shi Ashu shook her head. I have only seen such skills in television dramas. Please, enlighten us on the extent of your abilities. That's difficult to say. Ping Tnch Ing frowned slightly. I am not one for boasting, and I have yet to encounter a true master. Given my strength, I doubt anyone in the country could rival me. Is that so? Ji Ing Shi Ashu scoffed. Why not just declare yourself the best in the world while you're at it? No rivals in the country, indeed. Listen to how you speak. Ping Tnch Ing replied nonchalantly. Isn't it commendable for this handsome fellow to exhibit a bit of humility? One must remain low-key. Do you understand? Uft. Di Ichin Su's stoic expression shattered as she laughed. You are claiming to be the best in the world, and yet you call that modesty? Exactly. Ji Ing Shi Ashu chimed in. That is not humility. It sounds more like delusion, like a fantasy. Just you wait. Ping Tnch Ing was about to retort when his phone rang. He answered it casually. Hello? Who is this? Hello? Is this Mr. Ping? A deep male voice came through the line. I am sent by your sick senior sister to assist you in Bianching. You are at Deaking Company, correct? I will arrive in 10 minutes. Shall we meet? Ping Tnch Ing was momentarily taken aback and instinctively replied, Please come. I am in office 1918 on the 19th floor. See you shortly. Once the call ended, he lost interest in his meal, pushed the bowl away, and stood up to leave. Hey, Ji Ing Shi Ashu called out. You haven't finished your meal? Why are you leaving? Forget it. Both Di Ichin Su and Ji Ing Shi Ashu rolled their eyes in unison. He pondered a question. Why had his sixth senior sister sent someone? She was aware he was working as a security guard at Deaking. Why send assistants? Were they to work together as security guards? Lost in thought, there was a knock at the door. Come in. As the door opened, a well-dressed man entered. He appeared to be in his 30s, exuding a sharp and capable demeanor, wearing black-framed glasses and carrying a briefcase. Hello, Mr. Ping. The man bowed respectfully. My surname is M.T.N., as in the Enovt N. Shu. Oh, Mr. Tien. Ping Tnch Ing responded. Please, just call me Old M. Ping Tnch Ing gestured for him to sit. What has my senior sister sent you here for? MTN replied politely. Sister Yuing sent me to assist you with your work. I have been in Bianching for a year. Wait, Ping Tnch Ing interrupted. I am merely a security guard. What assistance do I require? Is my sixth senior sister out of her mind? Haha. She has invested your funds to acquire shares in several companies and even build a skyscraper in the city center, MTN explained, pulling out a stack of contracts from his briefcase. These are the share transfer agreements. I have already signed them. All that is needed is your signature, and you will become a shareholder in these companies. Is that so? Ping Tnch Ing took the contracts. You mean my sixth senior sister used my money to invest in several companies and build a skyscraper? Indeed. MTN nodded, continuing, not just me. The whole team has come. From now on, you will be our boss. Oh, yes, the company of the Zhu family, the foremost family in Bianching. MTN clarified, we have bought a stake in all four major families of Bianching, including Deaking Company, where you currently work. Absolutely not. Ping Tnch Ing shouted, pointing at the Zhu family's company, withdraw my shares immediately. Why? MTN questioned. This company is performing well, and we have already seen profits. I have a vendetta against the Zhu family. We are embroiled in conflict. Ping Tnch Ing replied angrily. I am currently devising a plan to deal with them. How can we collaborate? Withdraw the shares from the Zhou family and exchange them for those of Daikong. I see. Emotan pondered for a moment and said, very well. I will immediately commence the process of divesting the shares and find a crucial point to outmaneuver the Zhou family. Excellent. Pang Tianchong glanced at Emotan, feeling quite satisfied with his subordinate who was obedient, decisive, and straightforward. Currently, these projects are still operating under my name. You just need to sign the equity transfer agreements, and thereafter, you will be the legal representative. Emotan continued. And regarding the large building in the city center, it has also been completed and is undergoing interior renovations. In the future, it will serve as the headquarters of our company. Whatever size office you desire, I will design it specifically for you. Pang Tianchong scratched the back of his head and said, I haven't thought about that yet. Let us go take a look one day. Just the other day, I passed by that building and wondered why it was constructed so high. I never expected it would be mine. Ha ha ha. Now I, as a security guard, have transformed into a big boss. Mo Tan laughed in response. Indeed, a big boss worth billions. Chapter 77, Dai Chinxue Treats. Daikong Building, Office 1918. After listening to Mo Tan's detailed report, Pang Tianchong felt a warmth in his heart. He had not anticipated that during these years of focused cultivation on a mountain, his sixth senior sister had quietly arranged everything for his return. Having such a caring senior sister brought him great comfort. Boss, Mo Tan finally inquired, when do you think you should meet with our employees so everyone can get to know you? No need. Pang Tianchong thought for a moment and replied, you remain in charge of everything. Continue operating as per the original plan. I am enjoying my time at Daikong, so I will not make an appearance for now. If there is anything, just let me know. Also, in the future, when you report to me, do not come to Daikong. We will meet elsewhere. Understood. No problem. And Mo Tan stood up, took out a bank card from his pocket, and said, this card has 300 million. It is your pocket money from Sister Ouyang. And the password is her birthday. However, she made it clear that if you forget her birthday, you won't be able to spend this money. Ha! That's sixth senior sister. Pang Tianchong took the bank card and chuckled. I certainly remember her birthday. Goodbye. Mo Tan gently closed the door as he left. Pang Tianchong placed the bank card in his pocket, casually tossed a pile of equity transfer documents into the drawer, lit another cigarette, and began contemplating his future. All of this felt like a dream. Meanwhile, at the Zhua family villa, the head of the family, Zhua Xiuqing, was deep in thought, contemplating the next move against Pang Tianchong. Chairman Gu did not accompany his men when they went to confront Pang Tianchong. To be honest, he did not fully believe that Gu Qinglia's martial arts surpassed those of Pang Tianchong. Capturing Pang Tianchong would certainly be advantageous, but even if they failed, it would not matter as long as they could incite conflict between the Martial Arts Association and Pang Tianchong. That would achieve his objective. The Martial Arts Association is a national organization with masters who are certainly stronger than Pang Tianchong. Should Gu Qinglai fail, the association would naturally send even more formidable experts to Bianqing. At that time, how would Pang Tianchong respond? As Zhua Xiuqing was contemplating, a messenger rushed in with a troubled expression. Master, the messenger said with a grim face, Chairman Gu has also been defeated. Really? Zhua Xiuqing frowned, surprised to find that even a master could not match that surname Pang. Indeed, he suffered a broken leg. Zhua Xiuqing excitedly slammed the table. Splendid. Now, the enmity between the Martial Arts Association and Pang Tianchong has been established. Ha ha ha. At 6 in the evening, the sun began to descend, casting a warm orange glow across the horizon. The buildings lining the streets appeared particularly warm and tranquil in the light of the setting sun. Pang Tianchong was driving a Porsche through the bustling streets, accompanied by Dai Qinxue and Gong Xiaoshuang, who were discussing the culinary delights of Bianqing. Hey, Teacher Pang, Dai Qinxue suddenly asked, what do you want to eat? Anything. How about we go for Western cuisine? Sure. Pang Tianchong readily agreed. Then let us have Western food. I have no preference. Great. Dai Qinxue declared. Turn left at the intersection ahead, and after 2 traffic lights, there's a very nice Western restaurant. Let us go. Pang Tianchong pressed the gas pedal, and the car sped forward. This Western restaurant was indeed delightful, with an elegant and serene ambience. Soft lighting filtered through the ornate chandeliers, casting warm shadows on the polished wooden floor. The classical oil paintings adorning the walls exuded a beautiful essence, as if narrating the tales of time, adding an artistic flair to the entire space. At this moment, there were not many patrons in the hall. A few tables were scattered with diners. A pianist was playing a gentle tune that floated through the air, refreshing the spirit. The trio found a window-side table, and just as they settled in, a young man in a suit dashed over excitedly. Dai Qinxue, Dai Zong. The newcomer, short and plump with a round face and gold-rimmed glasses, beamed with a sunny smile. You are Gu Ming. Dai Qinxue paused for a moment before immediately calling out the person's name. Yes, it's me. The little chubby guy was so excited that he nearly burst into tears, saying, Goddess, it's rare for you to remember me. Truly a stroke of fortune. Ha ha ha. As he spoke, he extended his chubby hand, his eyes gleaming with greed. Dai Qinxue stood up to gently shake his hand, then asked old classmate, what brings you here? Enough. This is, Gu Ming looked at Pang Tianchong with dissatisfaction, then back at Dai Qinxue. He is a great contributor to our company. Today, I invited him to dinner. Let's chat another day. Dai Qinxue subtly issued a dismissal. Oh, it seems this security work is going well. Gu Ming looked at Pang Tianchong in his security uniform with disdain, though his expression remained impassive, saying, having Dai Zong treat you to a meal is quite a fortune. Huh, damn. Just as Pang Tianchong was about to explode, a foreign waitress approached. What would you like to eat? The waitress greeted them in broken Chinese and handed over a menu filled with foreign text. Gu Ming's eyes lit up as he immediately grabbed the menu and placed it in front of Pang Tianchong, saying, since this security brother is being treated, let him choose the dishes. Dai Qinxue cast an apologetic glance at Pang Tianchong, fully aware that Gu Ming was up to no good but hesitant to say anything. I'll handle it. Gong Xiaoshuang, fearing Pang Tianchong would feel awkward, took the menu and glanced at it, only to be stunned. What's wrong? Dai Qinxue asked, noticing her friend's unusual expression. It's in French. Gong Xiaoshuang sighed. I thought it would be in English, haha. She had assumed that after living in the beautiful country for a few years, her English would be quite good and had intended to help Pang Tianchong out. But she didn't expect the menu to be in French. She was taken aback. Oh, Gu Ming, seeing this, snatched the menu back and handed it to Pang Tianchong, saying, let this security brother choose for himself. Whatever he likes is fine. Tonight he is the guest. Cut. Pang Tianchong glanced at the ill-intentioned chubby man and then casually picked up the menu, beginning to peruse it. Chapter 78, A Pleasant Dinner. Both Dai Qinxue and Gong Xiaoshuang were fully aware of Gu Ming's ulterior motives, yet they felt too awkward to expose him, so they could only watch Pang Tianchong closely, curious to see how he would navigate this predicament. Pang Tianchong calmly held the menu, glanced through it briefly, then turned to the waitress and began ordering in fluent French. French escargot, Swiss chicken wings, eel fillet, little red shrimp from the island of Corsica, 3 servings of German steak, well done. The foreign waiter, efficiently jotting down the order, gave a thumbs up to Ping Tnching, praising him, sir, your French is impeccable, as if you were from our hometown. Not bad. Ping Tnching smiled, and a seafood soup as well. The waiter appeared as if he had encountered an old friend, his cheeks flushed with excitement, nodding vigorously. This scene left Di Ichin Su and Ji Ing, Shi Ashu Ing utterly astonished, while GM Ing was utterly embarrassed, quickly retreating. She was immensely curious. How could Ping Tnching speak French? Ji Ing Shi Ashu Ing directly inquired. How do you know French? Truly, it felt like peering at someone through a crack in the door. Ping Tnching rolled his eyes and retorted. Is it permissible for you to know English, but not for me to know French? Besides, I not only speak French, but also English, German, Spanish, and perhaps a dozen other languages. Is that true? Di Ichin Su and Ji Ing, Shi Ashuing exchanged astonished glances. Of course it is. Ping Tnching nodded. I've spent a few years in the Western world, so I've picked up a bit of each language. Of course, I'm not as proficient in Eastern languages. For instance, I only know one phrase in Japanese. Yamade. Get lost. Di Ichin Su and Ji Ing, Shi Ashu Ing's faces flushed with indignation, wishing they could hurl the plates on the table at this little rogue. Ha ha ha. Ping Tnching laughed heartily, then shifted the conversation. Di Iz Ing. I suggest you learn some martial arts from Hu Ing, our Ing in the legend of the Condor Heroes. What kind of martial arts? Di Ichin Su asked, puzzled. Learn the dog-whacking, stick technique. Ping Tnching said earnestly. You never know when you might encounter a flatterer. He glanced at the departing Ji Ming, who was occasionally sneaking glances their way. Giggling, Di Ichin Su and Ji Ing Shi Ashuing suddenly understood Ping Tnching's implication and couldn't help but laugh. Ping Tnching gazed at the 2 radiant women, feeling a flutter in his heart. Di Iz Ing, you have a lovely smile. Why do you always wear a stern face, as if someone owes you money? Nonsense. Di Ichin Su immediately retorted. Aren't you the one who owes me money? Ping Tnching was momentarily speechless, rubbing his nose, thinking, truly, why bring up such matters? Just then, the waiter began serving the dishes, steak, desserts, and more. One by one. I specifically order my steak well done. Ping Tnching resumed his chatter. We are not like Westerners who prefer their meat medium or rare. They are still primitive. After all, look at those foreigners, they all have hairy chests. That's absurd, Di Ichin Su countered. You are belittling Westerners. It merely reflects the cultural differences in cuisine. Regardless, Ping Tnching said, glancing at both women. I prefer our Eastern beauties, with skin as fair as jade, smooth and radiant. Upon hearing this, Di Ichinsu's face turned crimson, while Jiang Shi Ashuing scolded him. Get lost, you filthy rogue. No ivory can emerge from that mouth. Hee hee. Ping Tnching, unperturbed, grinned. Come on, let us eat. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead. I almost forgot. I need to call home and tell them not to save food for me. He reached for his phone. Have you found your home? Di Ichinsu asked impatiently. In which district? Yes, just found it. Why are you eating out? Isn't food outside so expensive? The voice on the phone was laced with concern. Well, Ping Tnching explained softly. The company president insisted on treating me to a meal I couldn't refuse. I see. Bye. After hanging up, he suddenly noticed the two stunning women at the table were gazing at him with strange expressions. Hee hee. Ping Tnching grinned, just bragging to the family. Don't mind me. Understood. Di Ichinsu nodded with a smile. What a good child. Ah. Di Ichinsu felt her cheeks flush, apologizing. I'm sorry. I was just mad at you. Jiang Shi Ashuing interjected with 2 words. Serves you right. Ping Tnching was unfazed, continuing to eat. After all, I finally found the address of my new home. When I went there, my sister was the only one home. She thought I was a scammer and refused to open the door, so I returned empty-handed. You tell me, with my good looks, how could I resemble a scammer? You do. Jiang Shi Ashuing shot back. If I were your sister, I wouldn't let you in either. You. Ping Tnching rolled his eyes. I don't have a sister as unreasonable as you. What do you mean, unreasonable? Jiang Shi Ashuing protested. Explain yourself. Unreasonable? Just look at your hair. Ping Tnching laughed. That yellow hair alone is quite peculiar, like a fairy. Get lost. Jiang Shi Ashuing, infuriated, kicked Ping Tnching on the shin. Hey, Ping Tnching teased. A gentleman uses words, not fists. Why are you not worth my time? Jiang Shi Ashuing shot him a glare, burying her head in her meal and falling silent. Ping Tnching changed the subject. About moving in with Di Ichinsu, I think I should wait a few days. After all, I just found my home, and I'm afraid my mom might be upset. That makes sense. Di Ichinsu nodded. It's good to spend some time with family, especially since you've been away for so many years. Exactly. Jiang Shi Ashuing chimed in. When your mom and sister see you, this troublemaker, they might be annoyed, and then you can move back. Upon hearing this, Ping Tnching's expression darkened. Chapter 79. Underestimating me, he gently opened the door to his home, finding the living room still lit, his mother sitting alone on the sofa, watching television. Mom, Ping Tnching casually asked, why are you still awake so late? Nexing turned off the TV and patted the space beside her on the sofa. Come, son, keep your mother company. Aren't you tired? Ping Tnching removed his jacket, hanging it on the coat hook by the door. Tired? Nonsense. Oh. Ping Tnching obediently sat beside his mother, placing a bulging envelope on a coffee table. Mom, this is my salary. You can use it for pocket money. Ah. Nexing was momentarily taken aback. Didn't you just start working not long ago? How could you have received your salary already? I advanced a bit to help with household expenses. How much? Just take a look for yourself. Nexing cautiously opened the envelope, her eyes widening in shock. This is 20,000. Yes. Tnching nodded. 20,000. You can use it for now. When I get my salary, it will be several times more. How could your salary be so high? Nexing focused her gaze on her son's face, staring intently, unmoving. My salary isn't that high. Ping Tnching quickly clarified. This month, I secured several major orders for the company, and the boss rewarded me with several thousand in bonuses. I see. Nexing sighed in relief. I thought, how could you, a mere security guard, earn such a high salary? What are you talking about? Ping Tnching retorted. I'm currently the company president's driver and bodyguard. Isn't it normal for my salary to be higher? Really? Nexing's eyes widened again. Son, you must tell me, is your company president named Di Ichinsu? Yes, that's her. Ping Tnching replied, puzzled. Mom, how do you know Di Ichinsu? Is she well known? Didn't you tell me you work at Di Ichinsu company? Nexing explained. So, over the past few days, I looked her up online, and I was astounded to find out that your company president is the most beautiful woman in by Nching. Di Ichinsu. Even more surprising is that my son is the driver and bodyguard of the most beautiful woman. Look at you so delighted. Ping T in Ching scoffed. What is so great about the most beautiful woman? To me, she looks just average, always wearing a stern face. Xiao H. Xiaoman Xiang, brimming with enthusiasm, inquired, quickly tell mom, how did she choose you, this little security guard, to be her driver and bodyguard? Pang Tianchong then elaborated, moreover, the skills I have acquired over the years make me quite the bargain as her bodyguard. Being her bodyguard is indeed a privilege. Xiao Manxiang chuckled. I just wonder if this young lady has a boyfriend. None. Pang Tianchong blurted out. She is so dedicated to her work that she hardly has time for romance. In my eyes, she seems a bit of a naive girl. Ha! Xiao Manxiang's laughter grew more vibrant as she playfully swatted her son. Don't speak nonsense. She is a well-bred young lady, not naive at all. It's you who seem a bit foolish. Time for bed. What do you mean time for bed? Xiao Manxiang replied, still eager to hear about her son's company. If you won't sleep, then I shall. Pang Tianchong said as he hummed a tune and headed to the bathroom. You rascal. Xiao Manxiang affectionately shot her son a glance, clutching the envelope in her hand and smiling with happiness. The night passed in silence. The next morning, while Pang Tianchong was still lost in slumber, he was abruptly awakened by his mother's call. Xiao Hu, get up for breakfast. Pang Tianchong responded groggily, fumbling to get dressed and wash up. Upon opening the door, he spotted two figures bustling in the dining room, one being his mother and the other the youthful and vibrant younger sister, Pang Qianqian. Oh dear. Pang Qianqian felt a bit embarrassed, her cheeks flushing as she stared wide-eyed in silence. Shush. Xiao Manxiang played peacemaker. What nonsense. She is your dear sister. How could she possibly chase you away? Last time, she didn't know you were her brother. That's why you weren't allowed in. Ha. Pang Tianchong laughed. Just joking. Little sister, don't be upset. With that, he swiftly entered the bathroom. Cut out. Pang Qianqian rolled her eyes at her sleepy brother, still grappling with the reality of having him as her sibling. Mom, is he really my brother? Of course. Xiao Manxiang replied. Didn't you notice how much he resembles your father when he was young? You were too little to remember when he left home. Did you tell him about Dad? Pang Qianqian inquired softly. No. She obediently nodded, silently arranging the dishes. Little sister. Pang Tianchong soon finished washing up and sat at the dining table, asking, I heard you are studying at Biancheng University. What major are you pursuing? Business administration. Not bad. Pang Tianchong commended, giving a thumbs up. Once you graduate, I'll start a company for you and make you the CEO. Ha! Pang Qianqian laughed. I appreciate your good intentions, but with you being a mere security guard, just helping me find a sister-in-law would be impressive, let alone starting a company. What a dream. See, you look down on your brother. I know I can work my way through school. What? Pang Tianchong replied seriously. Who said you need to work while studying? I mean, all your expenses for school, graduate studies, or even studying abroad will be covered by your brother. Did you not understand? All right. Pang Qianqian rolled her eyes, mumbling, with your salary as a security guard. How can you afford to support my education? Ha! Pang Tianchong laughed. You little rascal. Why do you hold your brother in such low regard? Pang Qianqian was taken aback, glancing at her mother. Mom, look, give it to him. Xiao Manxiang laughed. Your brother's salary this month is quite substantial. It's no trouble to give you a little. Really? Pang Qianqian was slightly incredulous, yet she relayed her bank account number. Pang Tianchong immediately took out his phone for a transfer. He had 300 million in his account, so he decided to send a little to his sister. Ding! The phone notification rang, and upon seeing the amount, Pang Qianqian was utterly astonished. The string of zeros left her dizzy, her heart racing. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, she silently counted, stunned by the total of 1 million. Is this a dream? She gazed at Pang Tianchong, her voice trembling. Why is there so much? Brother? Before becoming a security guard, I made quite a bit of money, so feel free to spend it. When it's gone, just ask me for more. Pang Tianchong offered his sister a reassuring glance, then casually began sipping his porridge. Noticing her daughter's unusual expression, Xiao Manxiang curiously asked, Xiao Hu, how much did you give her? Not much, just 10,000, Pang Tianchong replied nonchalantly. From now on, you won't need to give her any money. Oh dear, Xiao Manxiang chided. Why give her so much at once? She won't be able to spend it all this semester. What you say is irrelevant. Pang Tianchong dismissed. Qianqian is a young lady now. She should buy clothes, cosmetics, bags, etc. She deserves to spend, and I can afford it. Right, little sister? He winked at her. Having money doesn't mean you should spend it recklessly. Xiao Manxiang immediately admonished her daughter. Completing your studies should be your priority. Do you understand, Qianqian? Pang Qianqian nodded vigorously, her heart racing as her hands trembled while picking up her chopsticks. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, a call for you. Just then, Pang Tianchong's phone rang. Hello, who is this? He answered, pressing the connect button, and a slightly familiar voice came through. It's me, Brother Pang. Who? It's Xiao Zhuxiaowang. Do you remember me? Oh, of course. In an instant, Pang Tianchong recalled the caller, Zhuxiaowang, the young man he had met at the barbecue stand. What is up, Lao Zhua? He asked nonchalantly. I just woke up and am having breakfast. Well, Brother Pang. Zhuxiaowang spoke with excitement. Today is Saturday, and there's a stone gambling event at the antique market. Quite entertaining. Do you want to come and check it out? Stone gambling? Pang Tianchong murmured. I've never seen that. Is it fun? It's thrilling, Zhuxiaowang exclaimed. Come and see for yourself. You'll definitely enjoy the excitement. All right, Pang Tianchong agreed. Where is it? I'll drop by shortly. It's at the antique market. If you're coming, I'll wait for you at the entrance. Zhuxiaowang said enthusiastically. Okay, see you in half an hour. Pang Tianchong nodded. After hanging up, he quickly finished his porridge and made a move to leave. Where are you going? Xiao Manxiang asked anxiously. You haven't eaten much yet. If you have something to do, eat first. A friend invited me to hang out for a bit. Great. Where are you going to eat, brother? Pang Qianqian asked, her eyes sparkling. Tianhai Longgong, Pang Tianchong said, rising and opening the door, rushing out. Hey, Xiao Manxiang wanted to say more, but the door slammed shut, leaving no trace of her son. Wow. Pang Qianqian clapped the table, exclaiming, Tianhai Longgong. Amazing. I've never seen what it's like inside. What's so exciting about that? Xiao Manxiang shot her daughter a stern look. Hurry and finish your meal. I want to eat anymore, Pang Qianqian laughed, pushing her bowl aside. I'll save my appetite for a good lunch. Look at your lack of ambition. Xiao Manxiang chastised. Is that Dragon Palace food really that good? Is it famous? Of course. Pang Qianqian replied confidently. I've seen it online. It's the best restaurant in Bianqing, a 5-star hotel. Xiao Manxiang's eyes widened in surprise. Half an hour later, Pang Tianchong arrived at the antique market. Since becoming a chauffeur for Dai Qinxue, this Porsche has virtually become his personal vehicle. As long as it does not interfere with the boss's usage, he is free to drive it around at his leisure. Pang Tianchong parked the car beside the antique market and, from a distance, noticed a few young men with a rather dubious demeanor standing at the entrance, with the leader being the long-haired Zhuxiaowang. The group, smoking and swaying, immediately approached upon spotting Pang Tianchong. Brother Pang, Zhuxiaowang eagerly offered a cigarette, lighting it with a lighter, displaying an attitude of a subordinate serving his elder. The other young men quickly gathered around, akin to stars orbiting the moon. What's going on inside? Pang Tianchong inquired while taking a puff of his cigarette. Is there anything worth buying? Or is it just a bunch of scams making me waste a trip? No. Zhuxiaowang promptly clarified. There are genuine goods. It's all about luck. Last month, a fellow unearthed a jadeite the size of a duck egg and sold it for over 10 million. If you don't believe me, just ask them. Brother Pang, it's true. Someone immediately chimed in. What Brother Guang said is absolutely correct. We were all there that day. Pang Tianchong nodded. Let's go take a look and see if we could try our luck. The buyers wandered among the stalls, their keen eyes searching for subtle signs of valuable stones. Following Zhuxiaowang, Pang Tianchong visited stall after stall, occasionally examining the oddly shaped stones and the fervent enthusiasts, finding it quite entertaining. From time to time, stall owners greeted Zhuxiaowang. Young Master Zhua, care to buy something? Brother Guang, how about a piece? You seem to be in luck today. Let's take a look first. Zhuxiaowang shook a high-powered flashlight in his hand, feigning inspection of the stones while engaging in light banter. This batch of goods comes from the old market. The chances of finding something are quite high. The stall owners, with their silver tongues, incessantly boasted about their stones. Everyone, don't miss out. After visiting several stalls, Pang Tianchong could not discern any worth. The raw stones varied in size and shape. Yet identifying value with the naked eye proved exceedingly difficult. Thus, after another couple of laps, he discreetly activated his third eye to see if he could detect any clues. To his astonishment, as he examined the stones, he could clearly see their structures and patterns, with greens and reds visible within. Today, I'm going to strike it rich. Pang Tianchong's third eye was no ordinary sight. It was akin to the Buddha's eye. and not only perceive the past and future of individuals, but also discern the composition and structure of objects. In his view, the world was nearly transparent, and nothing was beyond recognition. Time and space fell within his gaze. Typically, he rarely opened this eye, but once it was activated, the revelations were extraordinary. However, after some time, he found himself somewhat disappointed, as most stones were merely plain, with few containing any jade. Some held jade the size of grapes, while others were no larger than peanuts, hardly enticing for a purchase. Old Zhua, Pang Tianchong nudged Zui Xiaoguang, who was intently observing the stones. These stalls don't seem to have anything worthwhile. Are there any impressive stalls in the market? Let us check them out. Yes, Zui Xiaoguang replied eagerly, closing his flashlight and flicking his hair. Not far ahead is the Lung family's shop. They have quite a few good pieces, provided you have the money. Lung family? Pang Tianchong clapped his hands. Do they have a lot of stones? Absolutely. Zui Xiaoguang assessed Pang Tianchong and gestured. Their shop has more stones than these stalls combined. From various origins, all sorts available, though the prices aren't too cheap. I'm not short on cash. Pang Tianchong patted his chest. As long as there's good merchandise, I could buy them out. Let us go. Zui Xiaoguang, invigorated, led the way with the young men following, and they headed straight for the Lung family's store. Brother Pang, Zui Xiaoguang explained as they walked. The Lung family is one of the 4 great families in Bianqing, primarily engaged in jewelry and jade business. Their shop is the largest in this antique market, incomparable to others. It is said that their stones are sourced from Myanmar, boasting a high turnover rate but at a premium. In any case, I can't afford it. Pang Tianchong chuckled, feeling his bank card in his pocket, calculating that his 300 million in pocket money would come in handy today. As they conversed, they arrived at the Lung family's store. Indeed, this establishment was extraordinary, a 3-story building, lavishly decorated, with the first floor hall spanning 2 to 300 square meters, spacious and bright. The hall was filled with various raw stones, standing upright, lying down, or displayed on ornate bases. Each stone exuded an air of sophistication and elegance. However, there are not many individuals selecting stones, only a few scattered groups, likely deterred by the exorbitant prices, leaving many to admire from a distance. Pang Tianchong nodded. Not bad. It looks promising. Please come in. Zui Xiaoguang gestured invitingly but cautioned, be careful. The items here are quite pricey. Just as he spoke, an unpleasant voice interrupted. Zui Xiaoguang, what are you doing in our shop? Get out. A beautiful girl approached with a frosty expression. Hey, Zui Xiaoguang's face twitched, retorting, Princess Lung. In business, there's no reason to turn away customers. He leaned closer to Pang Tianchong and whispered, this is the Lung family's little princess, Lung Ko. Though she is not big, her temper is fierce. Let us try to avoid conflict with her. Pang Tianchong nodded, not particularly concerned, as his mind was solely focused on the stones within. Our customers are distinguished individuals of standing and strength, not the likes of you petty rogues. Leave now, so as not to disrupt our business. Lung Ku's words were sharp, her demeanor icy, clearly intent on evicting them. Pang Tianchong glanced at the awkward Zui Xiaoguang and suddenly laughed. Old Zhua, you don't seem to be doing very well in this area. Even a young girl looks down on you. Zui Xiaoguang's face flushed, forcing a wry smile. Brother Pang, I apologize for the embarrassment. Should we go look elsewhere? No need. Pang Tianchong waved dismissively. I'm not going anywhere. This is the place. With that, he strode confidently into the hall, heading straight for the largest stone in the center. Upon entering, he discovered that this stone contained a promising piece, and it appeared quite green. Hey. The young girl immediately grew anxious. Security. I didn't say anything about you. Just don't cause trouble in my shop. Pang Tianchong had been out and about in his security uniform for days, too lazy to change. Today, he was with the young ruffian Zui Xiaoguang, which led to the girl looking down on him as well. What is up, beautiful? Pang Tianchong replied coldly. Are you afraid I can't afford it? Don't worry. I have plenty of money. Oh, please. The girl scoffed. You have money? Who believes that? Your annual salary wouldn't even buy one of our stones. Hey, no need to argue. Pang Tianchong glanced sideways at the girl, and he had to admit she was quite beautiful. She appeared to be in her 20s with delicate features, petite stature, and a high ponytail. Her large, sparkling eyes, with long lashes, fluttered like a doll. She had a charming figure reminiscent of a Jiangnan woman. While she looked lovely, her judgment was somewhat lacking. Pang Tianchong began to scrutinize, always peering through the door crack, which was rather inappropriate. The young lady's cheeks flushed with indignation as she exclaimed, "If you have money, buy it quickly. If not, leave and do not hinder others from viewing the stones. Purchase it. Why would I come otherwise?" Pang Tianchong rolled his eyes and added, "I came to see you. You rogue." The young lady, infuriated, stamped her foot and pointed at Pang Tianchong, scolding, "You scoundrel. If you do not buy a stone today, you cannot leave." Their quarrel attracted considerable attention, with many turning to observe this little security guard. "Young man," an elderly gentleman clad in a Tang suit approached Pang Tianchong, advising, "If you wish to try your luck, there are affordable stalls outside." "Indeed," a portly middle-aged man chimed in. "As a security guard, how much do you earn a year? You should save for a wife rather than gamble on stones. This is beyond your means." Seeing the crowd rallying to her support, Lung Ku displayed a smug expression, rolling her eyes at Pang Tianchong, insisting, "Buy it. Don't just talk. If you have the money, then purchase it." With a cold chuckle, Pang Tianchong glanced at Lung Ku and then at the few who were complicit beside her. Suddenly, he slammed his hand on a stone and declared, "Buy this one." His impulsive decision astonished everyone present. They stared at him as if he were a fool, including Lung Ku, who found his behavior utterly ridiculous. He had not examined the stone's color, scrutinized its texture, or used a flashlight to assess its transparency. He made a snap decision as if selecting a watermelon, assuming a large one would surely be ripe and sweet. Even when picking a watermelon, one typically taps and inspects it first. Yet here he was, casually selecting a stone without due diligence. "Pangu," Zui Xiaowang hurriedly cautioned, "shoot until you check the price before making a decision. Don't act impulsively." "Price?" Pang Tianchong queried, glancing at Lung Ku. "How much is this stone?" "Boss, isn't the price written up there?" Lung Ku nearly burst out laughing, smacking her forehead in disbelief at this Na'vi individual who hadn't even bothered to check the price before buying. "Oh." Pang Tianchong circled the stone, finally spotting the tag. 388,800. Not even 400,000. I'll take it. He waved at Zui Xiaowang. "Old Zua, this stone is ours now. Keep an eye on it while I find 2 more to take along since we're here." "Ah." Zui Xiaowang's mouth gaped in astonishment. It was today that he realized Pang Tianchong was quite the wealthy tycoon. "What a?" Pang Tianchong said, opening his third eye and began scanning the hall. "I'll take this one too, and that one." He pointed decisively, selecting 2 more stones without a moment's consideration. "Is this for real?" Lung Ku was taken aback, struggling to believe her eyes. After years of running their shop, this was her first encounter with such an extravagant buyer. "It was time to play games with you." Pang Tianchong shot a glance at Lung Ku, nonchalantly pulling out his bank card. "Swipe it. The password is 686839. As Lung Ku took the card and examined the prices of each stone, she stated, 3 stones total 998,000. "Oh." Pang Tianchong nodded and then pointed at a nondescript small stone. "Boss, I'll give you 1 million if you throw in this little stone." Lung Ku glanced at the small stone as price. 4,000. With a smile, she agreed, "Sure, I'll give it to you. But you must ensure that your card holds 1 million. "Of course," Pang Tianchong retorted, glaring, "whether I have 1 million or not. You'll find out when you swipe it. Stop dawdling like a woman." Lung Ku felt her face flush with indignation as she hastily handed the card to the cashier, growling, "Swipe it. 1 million. At that moment, all the customers in the shop who had been examining stones halted their actions, staring incredulously at Pang Tianchong's reckless behavior, especially the elderly gentleman and the portly middle-aged man, who stood to either side of him, observing in silence. Soon, Lung Ku returned with the bank card and receipt, handing them to Pang Tianchong. "You know the rules, right? No returns, whether the goods are available or not." "Oomph." Pang Tianchong scoffed. "What do you mean returns? Buying a few stones is just for fun. Isn't it? Fine. Do as you please." Lung Ku rolled her eyes, choosing not to argue further. Unable to contain himself, the elderly gentleman interjected, "Young man, aren't you being a bit rash? Buying so much without a thorough inspection? What is there to inspect?" Pang Tianchong retorted with a smile. "Gambling stones is about luck. With good fortune, anything is possible. Unlike some who wander around aimlessly, unable to settle on a single stone." The elderly gentleman's face flushed with embarrassment, and he remained silent. The portly man also felt a warmth in his cheeks, awkwardly clearing his throat, cough. "Young man, I won't buy stones today either. I'll just observe whether these stones yield anything. Right?" The elderly gentleman straightened his neck, adding, "I won't buy either. I'll just enjoy the spectacle." "Ha ha." Pang Tianchong laughed. The more, the merrier. Boss, arrange for my stones to be processed. Let us see what they yield. Processed? Everyone was left speechless. Was he this confident? As they spoke, a small cart was brought over. Ins with Xiao Wang and the others assisted in loading the 3 large stones onto it, transporting them to the processing site. Pang Tianchong lifted the small stone, handing it to Zhui Xiaowang. Old Zhua, this little fellow is a gift for you. After all your hard work, you shouldn't be left out. Zhui Xiaowang accepted the small stone, expressing, Pang Gu, is this appropriate? You bought it. ISNT a gift? Enough chatter. It's yours. You open it later. Thank you, Pang Gu. Zhui Xiaowang felt a surge of joy. After all, it was priced at 4,000. When they arrived at the processing site, it turned out that not many were opening stones at that moment, and the small stones with Xiao Wang held quickly made its way to the stage. Ready to open? The gem cutter secured the small stone and glanced at Zhui Xiaowang for confirmation. Go ahead. Zhui Xiaowang shouted excitedly, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. The saw word to life, cautiously cutting into the stone. 1 cut, 2 cuts. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, It's green. Ah. Zhui Xiaowang rubbed his eyes. Indeed, the cut side of the small stone shimmered with a vibrant green glow. The crowd erupted in cheers, all applauding. Zhui Xiaowang was so elated he nearly cried. Being familiar with the local scene, he seldom won at such gambling. Yet this time, Pang Tianchong had casually gifted him a stone that turned out to be a success. Thank you, Pang Gu. Thank you, Pang Gu. The onlookers were ecstatic, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. Calm down. Pang Tianchong kicked Zhui Xiaowang lightly, scolding, What s with all the excitement? I still haven't opened my 3 stones. He. Zhui Xiaowang chuckled, rubbing his backside and grinning widely. Moments later, the remaining stones were all cut open, revealing a jadeite the size of a duck egg. Although its quality was not excellent, it was still jade. Immediately, someone approached, asking, Young man, is this jade for sale? I'll offer 200,000. Ah, 300,000. A bespectacled middle-aged man extended 3 fingers, gesturing towards Zhui Xiaowang. At that moment, Zhui Xiaowang was utterly bewildered, turning to Pang Tianchong in hopes of receiving guidance. What are you staring at? Pang Tianchong snapped impatiently. I've given you the stone. How much you sell it for is entirely your decision. In Chapter 83, titled Gambling on Stones, Part 2, Zhui Xiaowang's stone was ultimately sold to a jade merchant for 330,000. This incident quickly ignited excitement among the onlookers. The previously bemused elderly man in a Tang suit and the rotund middle-aged man now regarded Pang Tianchong with newfound respect, no longer viewing him as a fool. If they only knew that this small piece of stone was merely a gift, and 3 larger stones remained untouched, what treasures might those larger stones reveal? The anticipation was palpable. In the shop, Lung Ku, who had mocked Pang Tianchong for being foolishly wealthy, was the first to hear the news. What? Lung Ku exclaimed in astonishment. The small piece, gifted by that man, turned out to be green? Indeed, miss. The informing employee nodded vigorously, adding, It sold for 330,000. Wow. Lung Ku chuckled. I underestimated that foolish security guard. What about the 3 larger stones? Have they been opened yet? They are about to be. She was informed. Her interest piqued. She quickly instructed her subordinates and hastened towards the stone unveiling site. Upon her hurried arrival, the first large stone had already been placed on the workbench, and the master of the stone unveiling was eagerly preparing to make the first cut. Pang Tianchong was marking lines with a marker in the center of the large stone. Master, please make the first cut along this line. The master of the unveiling was taken aback. Young man, I've been opening stones for over a decade, and I've always carved from the outside inwards. I've never cut straight from the center. That could ruin what's inside. The crowd, equally stunned, began to murmur among themselves. Is this fellow out of his mind? What kind of amateur makes such a cut? Zhui Xiaowang was anxious. Brother Pang, we can't cut it this way. It will damage whatever is inside. Over the years, he had frequented the antique market and often gambled on stones. Though he had never won, he had witnessed enough to know that such a cut was reckless. Yet, Pang Tianchong seemed oblivious, continuing to draw lines on the stone while instructing the master of the unveiling. Make the first cut, the second cut, the third cut. After marking several lines, Pang Tianchong patted the master on the shoulder, saying, Master, please cut along these lines. After all, it's my stone. Reluctantly, the master of the unveiling nodded and powered on the machine. Oh my! Lung Ku exclaimed, slapping her forehead in disbelief. This fool. Does he truly believe he can play with fate? One cut could lead to poverty, another to wealth. With the first slice, the large stone split in two. Someone quickly moved to take away one half. The chainsaw roared as the master expertly followed the marked lines, executing the second, third, and fourth cuts. Upon a fourth cut, a wave of gasps erupted from the crowd. It's green, and it's a sizable piece like a brick, crystal clear and smooth as a mirror. My heavens! Imperial green, ice-type imperial green. Another voice shouted, and the atmosphere exploded with excitement, leaving everyone agape, especially Lung Ku, who hailed from a family renowned for their jade expertise. From a young age, she had been immersed in the world of jade and possessed an exceptional ability to appraise it. She immediately recognized the substantial value of this imperial green, distinct from the rest. The master of the unveiling was equally astonished. After years of opening stones, he had never encountered a piece so large and with such exquisite quality. He paused the chainsaw, staring at the stone in a daze. "Young man, I'll offer you 10 million. Will you sell it?" The elderly man in the tang suit, now losing his composure, also in the jade business, promptly made an offer to buy the jade. "Nonsense." The bespectacled middle-aged man interjected. 10 million for such a fine jade? I'll offer 20 million. Wait. A silver-haired elder was not to be outdone. 25 million. 28 million. Others chimed in, escalating the bidding. 29 million. The atmosphere became electric. At this moment, Lung Ku was practically stomping her feet in frustration. As an expert, she felt it would be a tremendous loss if such a splendid jade fell into someone else's hands, especially since this stone originated from her family's shop. 30 million. She blurted out. 30 million. We from the Lung family will take it. In her urgency, Lung Ku invoked her family name to assert dominance. The Lung family? The crowd fell silent, many recognizing the young princess of the Lung family, and the uproar subsided. All right, she continued, nudging Zhu Xiaowang beside her. Brother, can't you persuade your friend? 30 million is a fair price. Zhu Xiaowang stumbled, nearly falling over in shock. At that moment, he was still grappling with the previous price of 330,000, and now this stone was worth 30 million. All right, Pang Tianchong smiled nonchalantly. Your persuasion is futile. The stone is mine, and I will sell it to whomever I please. If you truly wish to acquire it, I have one condition. What condition? Lung Ku inquired eagerly. As long as it's not too unreasonable, I can consider it. Pang Tianchong contemplated for a moment. You are aware that this jade is worth far more than 30 million. I've heard your family is in the jade business. If I sell it to you, you must craft a bracelet and a pendant for me using this jade. Not a problem. Lung Ku readily agreed. Rest assured, I will find the finest master for the craftsmanship. Very well. Seeing her enthusiasm, Pang Tianchong ceased bargaining and waved his hand. Transfer the funds. This jade is yours. I'll arrange it immediately. Lung Ku exclaimed joyfully, instructing a subordinate, quickly dispatch someone to deliver this jade to the shop, and have the finance department transfer 30 million to this gentleman's account. Understood, her subordinate replied, swiftly taking action. Soon, Pang Tianchong received a notification on his phone. 30 million had been credited. Meanwhile, Pang Tianchong's second stone was placed on the unveiling master's workbench. How shall he proceed? This time, the master of the unveiling spoke without hesitation, gazing at Pang Tianchong with admiration. Pang Tianchong took up his pen once more, resuming the task of marking lines on the stone. In Chapter 84, titled Gambling on Stones, Part 3, the young Princess Lung Ku, having acquired the jade for 30 million at a bargain, was elated and promptly convened a meeting with her company's designers to strategize on how to develop this precious jade. A group of individuals circled the jade, discussing animatedly, each brimming with enthusiasm. Just as they were engrossed in admiration and lively debate, the earlier employee rushed in, panting. Manager Lung, we've unearthed another piece of glass-type jade. What? Lung Ku sprang from her chair. Repeat that. That little security guard bought our stone, and it has revealed a piece of glass-type jade. Everyone is currently bidding on it. You must see it quickly, or it will be snatched away. Upon hearing this, Lung Ku's eyes widened in urgency. Quick, secure that jade immediately and notify the finance department to prepare the funds. I'm going to take a look. How extraordinary. What luck for that little security guard. The young woman dashed toward the stone unveiling site like a whirlwind. At this moment, the bidding had reached a fever pitch, with several business owners arguing heatedly, their faces flushed. 30 million. I'll bid 30 million. 32 million. 35 million. Li Pongzi, must you contend with me? A middle-aged man wearing glasses grew somewhat impatient, pointing at a hefty figure with a raised voice. Can you not give my brother a chance, son boss? The portly man, undeterred, retorted, we both know this kind of gem is a once-in-a-century find. I plan to acquire it as a treasure for my store. Why won't you give a little ground? Isn't it fair to owe a favor to an elder brother? The bespectacled man hesitated for a moment, about to speak when the spirited Lung Ku arrived and interjected, wait a moment. This stone is being sold by our establishment and rightfully belongs to the Lung family. Let's cease this contention. With just a glance at the jade on the stage, Lung Ku felt nearly blinded by its brilliance. The clarity, color, texture, and size were simply unprecedented. In her memory, she had never encountered such an extraordinarily exquisite jade. It was breathtaking, prompting her immediate resolve to acquire this treasure for the Lung family at all costs. Hey, Miss Lung, the hefty man objected. What do you mean by that? Who determined that the stones sold by your family, once unveiled, still belong to you? This belongs to this young brother and has nothing to do with your family anymore. Correct? Indeed, the bespectacled man chimed in. We are aware of the Lung family's vast wealth, but that does not give you the right to bully others. If this stone is yours, why not open it yourself? Why sell it? Lung Ku found herself at a loss for words and turned her gaze towards Pang Tianchong. Sir, can I still purchase this jade? Why? Pang Tianchong responded, arms crossed, casting a sidelong glance at Lung Ku. Didn't you already buy one? Want another? That seems excessive. Doesn't it? What? Just because you are beautiful, everyone ought to accommodate you? Noting her cheeks flush, Lung Ku quickly defended herself. Look at what you're saying. I'm paying for it, not asking for it for free. How much are you offering? Pang Tianchong pressed. I will offer 38 million. Is that acceptable? Upon declaring her bid, she shot a fierce glare at the hefty man and the bespectacled man, warning them against raising their bids further. Ladies and gentlemen, Pang Tianchong surveyed the crowd, raising his voice. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Let us engage in fair competition. The highest bidder wins. Rest assured, I do not show favoritism. Lung Ku, exasperated, rolled her eyes, inwardly cursing her underestimation of this little security guard. Not only did he possess an eye for gems, having identified 2 exquisite stones, but he also exhibited a distinctly mercantile demeanor. The onlookers exchanged glances, remaining silent. On one hand, they were wary of the Lung family's influence. On the other, 38 million was no trivial sum. They realized that raising the bid further required careful consideration of their own financial capabilities. This was real money, not to be trifled with. Seeing the crowd momentarily speechless, Lung Ku felt a surge of joy and hastily instructed her subordinates. Hurry, take the jade away and inform the finance department to transfer the funds to this gentleman. Hey, why the rush? Pang Tianchong responded with displeasure. Give everyone a moment to think. After all, this isn't as simple as buying a pack of cigarettes. Let us wait a bit. What are we waiting for? Lung Ku maintained a conciliatory tone. This is settled. 38 million is already quite a sum. Be content with it. Just as Pang Tianchong intended to intervene, his phone rang. Your Majesty, their SA call for you. Hold on. Let me take this call first, Pang Tianchong said, pulling out his phone to answer. Hello, brother? The call was from Pang Qianqian. Didn't you say we would have lunch together? Where are you? I'm on my way, he exclaimed, feeling a slight urgency. Any further delay would jeopardize their lunch plans. What? Is there something urgent? Lung Ku observed his demeanor and hastened. Please sell me this jade. All right? Fine. Let us get it done quickly. Hurry up with the transfer. I have things to attend to. Pang Tianchong instructed while also advising his companion, Zhu Xiaowang. I need to head out first. Watch over the remaining stone for me. Once it's sold, transfer the funds to my card. Leave it to me, Zhu Xiaowang assured. I will ensure you receive a good price. All right, I'm off. Pang Tianchong quickly briefed the stonecutter a few more times before departing in haste. Is he leaving already? Lung Ku remarked in confusion. Zhu Xiaowang, your friend is quite trusting, leaving such a significant matter in your hands? What? Do you have an issue with that? Zhu Xiaowang shot her a sidelong glance. This is called trust, you understand? What does he do? Are you too close? Lung Ku was now very curious about Pang Tianchong and wanted to know more. Not particularly. We've just met a couple of times. Ah, Lung Ku exclaimed. He hands over a stone to you after just 2 meetings and leaves? Yes, Zhu Xiaowang nodded. He mentioned he needed to have lunch with his family and didn't want to delay. What? Lung Ku's eyes widened. He asked leaving behind a multi-million deal to have lunch with his family? Zui Xiaowang chuckled proudly. Surprised, aren't you? My friend is quite a remarkable person. You'll come to realize that in time. Goodness. Lung Ku's face twitched. Is he a bit foolish? Chapter 85. The Stone Gamble, Part 4. At the antique market. During the stone-cutting event, Pang Tianchong's third stone was being cut with less haste than before, as he hadn't team-marked it beforehand. The stone cutter had to proceed with the conventional method, slowly cutting and progressing layer by layer. However, the onlookers were unhurried, patiently awaiting another miracle. Today, everyone was stunned into silence. Who has ever witnessed someone uncovering 2 pieces of exquisite imperial green? It was nothing short of miraculous, especially for Lung Ku, who had begun planning an advertisement in her mind to vigorously promote the Lung family's jade business. Simultaneously, she contemplated how to recruit this remarkable little security guard, Pang Tianchong, into the Lung company. That fellow was simply extraordinary. Just as Lung Ku was lost in thought, a wave of gasps erupted from the crowd. The third stone had yielded results as well. This time, it was not green but purple. The stone's center revealed a palm-sized piece of purple, resembling a blooming violet. Crystalline and breathtakingly beautiful. How stunning! Lung Ku exclaimed, pressing her forehead in disbelief. How can every stone yield results? The key is that these stones were all sold from our store. How do I justify this? In that moment, a whirlwind of emotions surged within her, leaving her with an indescribable feeling. 20 million. I'll take this stone. The bespectacled man was genuinely anxious now, offering 2 million. The hefty man shook his head, casting a wary glance at the determined Lung Ku, and sighed. Forget it. I won't contest anymore. As Lung Ku was about to raise her bid, she suddenly realized a pressing issue. Her company's account likely had insufficient funds. What to do? She tapped Zhuo Xiaowang. Could you call that friend of yours? I want this jade too, but can I owe you the money for now? What? The hefty man chimed in as well. Isn't your family being too overbearing? You're feasting while leaving the rest of us starving? Their banter incited further agreement from the crowd. Yes, yes. Miss Lung, leave some for others. Hearing the growing discontent from the crowd, Zhuo Xiaowang helplessly raised his hands. Little princess, I think you should let this piece go. Don't make it difficult for me. Fine. Lung Ku felt somewhat embarrassed by the crowd's remarks. All right, I withdraw. Whoever wants it can have it. The hall, once brimming with stones, was now deserted, with 2 staff members bowing their heads to clean up. Where have all the stones gone? Lung Ku grasped one of the employees. What happened to the stones in this hall? They've all been sold. The employees explained that they had heard our store had acquired 2 exquisite imperial green stones, and everyone was eager to purchase them without even haggling over the price. Additionally, the stones in the warehouse had all sold out. Boss, this time we have struck it rich. Hee hee. As L.N.K. listened, she pinched her thigh hard to confirm whether this was a dream. On this day, she was indeed somewhat overwhelmed. Everything felt like a dream. At this moment, only one name lingered in her mind, P.Ing.T.N.C.H.ing. Her mother and younger sister had also come downstairs and were walking out of the building. A Porsche slowly came to a halt in front of them. Get in. P.Ing.T.N.C.H.ing rolled down the window and waved at his mother and sister, a broad smile on his face. Oh. P.Ing.Chin-Ki exclaimed as she opened the car door. Brother, is this your car? It's so beautiful. What are you thinking? Chi-Em-Nexi-ing shot a disapproving glance at her daughter and said, This is your brother's boss's car. He is currently working as a driver for them. Oh, I see. Slap. Chi-Em-Nexi-ing raised her hand and gently tapped her daughter on the head, scolding. What are you buying? Do you know how much this car costs? With your brother's salary, he couldn't save enough to buy it in 10 years. No way. Ping-Chin-Ki protested, feeling unconvinced. Her brother casually gives her pocket money of $1 million. How could he possibly lack the funds to buy a car? However, since he was keeping this from their mother, she felt too embarrassed to expose it. He could buy it, but now it seems pointless. P.Ing.T.N.C.H.ing explained while making a U-turn. When I decide I no longer want to work, I'll buy one just for fun. No. Chi-Em-Nexi-ing urgently advised. Little tiger, you have just become a driver, and your boss values you so much. You must work hard and never quit. Remember that? Yes. I'll listen to Mom. That's right. Chi-Em-Nexi-ing smiled in satisfaction. Her son was obedient, bringing her great comfort. Brother, where are you working? Mom won't let you quit. Ping-Chin-Ki continued, saying, being a driver is such a bargain for him. Humph. A Deaking company. Ping-T-N-C-H-ing replied nonchalantly. Have you heard of it? Daik-en-he. Ping-Chin-Ki suddenly exclaimed. is the CEO named D. Ichinsu? Yes. You know her? I know her very well. She is my idol. I read about her in a financial magazine. She is such a successful businesswoman. Simply amazing. What do you want, an autograph? Peeing TNCH Ing shrugged, saying, one day we can have a meal together, and I'll introduce you. My sister is not any less impressive than her. Forget it. Peeing Chin Ki and pouted, saying, she is the CEO. You are just a driver. How could a CEO listen to a driver? Don't worry. Peeing TNCH Ing assured, I am her driver and bodyguard. If she dares not listen to me, I'll quit and start my own company. Really? Really? Peeing Chin Ki In was once again excited. Brother, if you start a company, I want you to have to look for a job after I graduate next year. I could just work at your company. What are you thinking? Chi M Nexi Ing interjected, raising her hand to give her daughter another light slap on the head, scolding, focus on your studies. Your brother is just a driver. Where could he possibly start a company? Dream on. Chapter 86, Family Feast at TNHILNGG in Grand Hotel, Room 203. Peeing TNCHing had just seated his mother and sister, having ordered the dishes, when Manager B.O., a bearded man, knocked and entered. Ever since the last time when Lady Lu had given instructions, the manager had been more vigilant and specifically instructed the front desk to notify him immediately if Peeing TNCH Ing came to dine. He could not afford to neglect such an esteemed guest. Mr. Peeing, Manager B.O. greeted politely. Why are you seated in a regular room instead of the VIP room on the top floor? No worries, old B.O. Peeing TNCHing replied with a smile. Just having a casual meal with family. It doesn't matter where we are. You go ahead and be busy. Don't mind us. Manager B.O. expressed his apologies, saying he had somewhat neglected the gentleman, and added, enjoy your meal. If you need anything, just call for me. Go on, go on. Peeing TNCH Ing waved his hand, dismissing the manager. Brother, who was that person? Peeing Chin Ki and asked curiously, surprised to encounter an acquaintance here. The server pouring tea nearby answered, that is our hotel's general manager. Ah, Peeing Chin Ki and was even more curious. The hotel manager? What were you doing before? Why is the manager so courteous to you? I was a security guard. Peeing TNCH Ing chuckled, tugging at his clothing. Didn't you see? I haven't even changed my clothes. TCH. Peeing Chin Ki and rolled her eyes. I don't believe it. A hotel manager wouldn't specially come over to greet a mere security guard. Believe it or not. Peeing TNCHing shrugged. Regardless of what I do, I will always be your brother, and that will never change. That is true. Peeing Chin Ki In smiled, feeling delighted to have such a mysterious brother. While they were talking, the server began to serve the dishes. A feast of delicacies from land and sea, vibrant and colorful, was laid before them. It was quite lavish. Sigh. Peeing Chin Ki In exchanged glances with her mother, and the smiles on their faces immediately faded, replaced by a somber expression. Chi M Nexi Ing hurriedly interrupted. Come on, let's eat, or else the dishes will get cold. Just as Peeing TNCH Ing was about to ask a detailed question, ding dong. His phone in his pocket chimed with a notification. Opening it, he saw a message stating that 20 million had been credited to his account. Wow. Peeing TNCH Ing instantly perked up. Mom, I need to report something to you. This morning, I went out to play with friends and came across some rough stones. I bought a few and unexpectedly made a profit of 70 to 80 million. Not bad, not bad. Chi M Nexi Ing, who was eating, didn't hear it clearly and quickly praised. Making 70 to 80,000 in one go is more than your monthly salary. Good, good, good. Hey, Mom. The astonished Peeing Chin Ki In corrected. It's not 70 to 80,000. Brother said 70 to 80 million. How much? The dish Chi M Nexi Ing had just picked up fell back onto the plate with a clatter. Over 80 million. Peeing TNCH Ing explained with a smile. Today I was lucky. The few stones I bought turned out to be exceptional jade. Oh my goodness. Chi M Nexi Ing was so excited that tears nearly fell from her eyes. Little tiger. Don't be lying to Mom. My heart can't take it. Oh dear. Mom. Peeing TNCH Ing pressed down his mother's trembling hand, saying, I wouldn't dare tell you. In fact, I have quite a bit of money. Don't be fooled by my job as a security guard. That is just an experience of life. Exactly. Peeing Chin Ki In quickly added, Mom. Don't get too excited. Brother is just trying to keep it from you because he thinks you might not be able to handle it. Amit BHA. Amit BHA. Chi M Nexi Ing clasped her hands together, chanting, May Buddha bless. My little tiger has succeeded. Mom. Peeing Chin Ki In chuckled as she watched her mother pray. saying, Brother-'s good fortune has nothing to do with that Buddha. What are you mumbling about? Get out of here. Chiem Nexi Ing shot her daughter a fierce glare, saying, Quit the nonsense. Eat your meal. I'm just happy for your brother. While saying this, she turned her attention back to her son, smiling brightly. Little tiger, now that you have money, I have an idea. What do you think? What? No. Chiem Nexi Ing waved her hand. I mean, do you dare to pursue your boss? If you could marry Di, Chin Su, and make her your daughter-in-law, I would be dreaming and laughing in my sleep. Oh, Mom, what are you thinking? Ping Tnch Ing was about to speak when Ping Chin Ki interjected. Exactly. Mom, what are you thinking? Di Chin Su is the CEO of the company. My brother is just a small security guard. How could she possibly look at him? Slap. Ping Tnch Ing lightly tapped his sister on the head, saying, What are you saying? Brother is so handsome. There are countless girls secretly in love with me. And why do you make it seem like I am inadequate? Ping Chin Ki retorted, If you have the ability, go pursue her. If you could marry my idol as your sister-in-law, I would laugh even in my dreams. Go on. Eat your meal. Ping Tnch chided. I just want to advise Mom not to rush. Maybe in the future, she will have her pick of daughters-in-law. Enough. Who is bragging? Pang Tianchong took a bite of his dish and, while chewing, remarked, Just a few days ago, Mr. Dai discussed with me the possibility of moving into her villa. I have yet to give my answer. Xiao Manxiang instantly became agitated. Are you serious? Does she really want you to stay there? Of course it's true. Pang Tianchong replied nonchalantly. She lives in a villa alone, accompanied only by a housekeeper and servants. If I move in, her safety will no longer be a concern. Then what are you waiting for? Xiao Manxiang exclaimed, slapping her son on the head. Hurry up and move in. I don't need you to keep me company. Exactly. Pang Qianqian chimed in. I also don't need your company. So, just move already. Wait, what? Pang Tianchong was somewhat speechless. Are you both still my family? Are you trying to push me away? All right, let's eat. Pang Tianchong said, serving his mother and younger sister with food, creating a warm and pleasant atmosphere. Brother. Pang Qianqian suddenly expressed her excitement. If you move in, I can visit you and finally meet my idol. Absolutely. That would be wonderful. Chapter 87. Lung Ku's plan. Xiao Manxiang was in high spirits today, proud of her son's success and the promise of a bright future. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. Come in. As the door opened, a tall and striking female police officer entered, holding a bottle of premium red wine. Luo Qi. Pang Tianchong was taken aback. What brings you here? My grandmother heard that your family was dining here, so she asked me to bring over this treasured bottle of red wine, Luo Qi explained. Pang Tianchong immediately thought of the burly man who had come earlier, suspecting he had informed the elder lady. Luo Qi gently placed the wine on the table and smiled at Xiao Manxiang. This must be Andy, right? Greetings. Ah, child. Please take a seat. Xiao Manxiang beamed at the beautiful police officer who had come to deliver wine. Sister, you are so beautiful. Pang Qianqian quickly moved aside, tugging at Luo Qi's sleeve. Come sit down, have a drink, and enjoy some food. No. Luo Qi shook her head repeatedly. I've already eaten at home, and I can't drink and drive. You all enjoy your meal. I'll take my leave. As she spoke, she stood up to head out. Why not eat just a little? Pang Tianchong laughed. You made the effort to come here. It would be impolite to leave without eating. Oh, please. Luo Qi rolled her eyes. Anyway, I've completed my task for Grandma, so I'm off. Goodbye, Annie. She smiled at Xiao Manxiang, waved, and exited quickly. Who was that girl? Xiao Manxiang asked, rubbing her hands together in mild regret as she watched Luo Qi leave in a hurry. That's Luo Qi, the eldest daughter of the Luo family, who works in the criminal police unit. The Luo family of the 4 great clans? Yes. Pang Tianchong nodded. Her father is the director of our Bian City Police Bureau. Their family is quite impressive, and I am well acquainted with their matriarch. Brother, what kind of wine is this? At this moment, Pang Qianqian eagerly examined the wine Luo Qi had brought, full of curiosity. Is it expensive? This is a high-end red wine imported from France. Worth around 100,000, Pang Tianchong explained. But it's rare and not available to just anyone. 100,000? Xiao Manxiang gasped in astonishment. That's so expensive. Little Hu, wouldn't it be a waste for us to drink it? Don't say that. Pang Tianchong chuckled. This is a gift from the elder lady because she heard I was treating you to dinner. We must appreciate her kindness. Now, waiter, open it. At 6 in the evening, in the Lung family villa, Lung Ku's parents, Lung Dezhong and Gan Muqing, were present. Before Lung Cook had settled in, Gan Muqing began her line of questioning. I was delayed by a meeting this afternoon and then got stuck in traffic. Lung Ku explained while picking up her chopsticks to eat. Kur. Lung Dejong took a sip of his drink and casually inquired, how did today's gambling stone conference go? How'd our stones sell? They all sold out. Sold out? Lung Dejong put down his cup, intrigued. Is that true? This year's business seems promising. Indeed, Lung Ku nodded emphatically. Even the inventory from months ago has been sold out. We are currently out of stock. What? Lung Dejong could hardly believe it. How did this happen? It's simple. Lung Ku smirked, glancing at her astonished father. Among the stones we sold, 2 were imperial green, and they were of the glass variety. How astonishing! Lung Dejong exclaimed. I recall we've only produced imperial green once in recent years. And now we have 2 at once. How curious. There's even more to it. Lung Ku added, looking at her father. These 2 stones were purchased by the same individual. In fact, he bought 3 stones in total, selling them for several tens of millions. Lung Dejong was now visibly shaken, placing his chopsticks down and staring wide-eyed at his daughter. Lung Ku then recounted the story of Pang Tianchong's purchase of the stones in vivid detail, leaving her parents astonished. After a while, Lung Dejong chuckled. This young security guard has indeed hit the jackpot. But having earned several tens of millions, he must be overwhelmed. Really? Lung Dejong's smile faded slightly, and he nodded thoughtfully. It seems he is quite worldly. What do you mean? Gan Muqing, who had been silent, interjected. It's a pity he isn't one of our Lung family's employees, Lung Dejong mused. This person must possess an extraordinary intuition for jade. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to sell all 3 stones. Yes, I think so too, Lung Ku agreed. Thus, my next step is to find a way to recruit him. Additionally, I intend to leverage this incident to promote our Lung family jade vigorously. Finally, I will transform those 2 precious stones into ornaments and host an auction to earn several hundred million. Brilliant! Lung Dejong applauded. Simply brilliant. Kur, you truly are a business prodigy. I have complete faith in you to manage Lung's jewelry. All right. Gan Muqing interrupted. Let us eat. You 2 will only talk business when together. Can we not discuss anything else? Lung Ku laughed. All right, let us eat. By the way, Gan Muqing suddenly inquired as they ate. I've heard you mention this young man who bought the stones. What does he look like? Is he handsome? Gan Muqing teased, noticing her daughter's sparkling eyes. With such a wonderful young man, wouldn't he make a great son-in-law for our Lung family? What do you think? Old Lung? Coughing lightly, Lung Dejong remained silent. Lung Ku, however, blushed intensely. Mom, what are you talking about? How could I possibly be interested in a mere security guard? Let us eat. Chapter 88. Assassins strike the full moon hung high, stars twinkling in the vast sky. A gentle breeze swept through, and the night air felt as cool as water. The early autumn night was tranquil and serene. Pang Tianchong sat cross-legged on his bed, facing the window, relaxing his body and mind as he gradually entered a meditative state. This had been his habit for many years. As the night deepened, the autumn insects sang softly, leaves rustled, and the air was filled with a faint fragrance of osmanthus, an aroma unique to early autumn. Entering tranquility, Pang Tianchong gradually became one with nature. Time passed unmeasured, and suddenly he felt a chill run down his spine, every hair on his body standing on end. Experience told him that danger was imminent. No sooner had he recognized it than he sprang into action. Pang Tianchong had no time to ponder. Instinctively, he twisted his body and rolled onto the bed, skillfully evading the window and retreating to the corner of the wall. He swiftly activated his third eye, probing for the source of danger. Indeed, on the rooftop of Building 7 across the way stood a figure, silhouetted in the moonlight, cradling a sniper rifle as it aimed at his window. Damn it! Pang Tianchong silently cursed. A killer had come for his life, clearly tired of living. Just wait until I establish my authority. With that thought, he slipped out of his room, made his way to the kitchen, quietly opened a window, and leapt down. Though it was the 29th floor, Pang Tianchong descended like a leaf in autumn, gracefully landing on the ground. The assassin atop the opposite building had just locked onto his target and was poised to pull the trigger when, suddenly, Pang Tianchong's figure vanished. The assassin was puzzled, still contemplating where he had gone. Was he in the restroom? Through the scope, he saw the room brightly lit yet utterly empty. Damn it! The assassin muttered under his breath. Where had that kid gone? As he anxiously awaited the return of his target, an incongruous voice suddenly called out from behind. Hey, are you talking about me? Startled, the assassin whipped around, not yet able to see the newcomer when a large hand seized his throat, rendering him immobile. Swift as the wind, Pang Tianchong struck like lightning, subduing his opponent before he had a chance to react. "Spare my life." The assassin gasped, his limbs growing weak, eyes filled with terror and pleading. In that moment, he realized just how vast a gap was between him and Pang Tianchong. There was no hope for retaliation. The rooftop was eerily quiet. He had no inkling of how his adversary had approached him unnoticed. "Speak. Who sent you?" Pang Tianchong loosened his grip slightly, demanding an answer. "I don't know." The assassin shook his head, struggling desperately to free himself from Pang Tianchong's grasp. "Refusing to speak, are we?" Pang Tianchong's voice turned icy, and with a sudden motion, he hurled the assassin to the ground with a thud. He then stepped forward, snapping the assassin's right arm with a crisp crack. "Ah!" The assassin groaned, attempting to rise, but a heavy foot swiftly landed on his chest, making breathing difficult once more. "I truly don't know." Crack! Pang Tianchong no longer pressed for answers. He stepped back and shattered another leg. I'll tell you. The assassin was genuinely terrified, his voice trembling. "I took the job online. I don't know who the employer is. The offer was 10 million. Crack! Pang Tianchong exerted force once more, breaking the assassin's remaining leg. "It's Mr. Zhua. I swear, it's just a surname. No given name." "Mr. Zhua." Pang Tianchong immediately understood. It was the Zhua family causing trouble again. Anger surged within him. Damn it, when would this end? With both legs broken, the assassin was certainly unable to escape. Pang Tianchong moved aside, retrieved his phone, and dialed Luo Qi. "Hello, Luo, are you asleep?" "What is up?" came Luo Qi's puzzled voice, as he was preparing for bed. "Don't sleep just yet. I've caught a killer here. Do you want him?" Pang Tianchong teased. "If you don't, I might just toss him off the building." "What? A killer?" The voice on the other end suddenly rose an octave. "Where?" "I'm on my way. At our complex, on the roof of Building 7. Wait for me." After hanging up, Pang Tianchong lit a cigarette, sitting on the rooftop, quietly smoking while awaiting Luo Qi's arrival. The assassin lay on the ground in despair, writhing helplessly, filled with regret. He never imagined the person he was sent to kill would be so formidable. Before long, the sound of sirens echoed as Luo Qi arrived with his team. Upon hearing footsteps, Pang Tianchong flicked away the cigarette butt and leapt down the stairs, gracefully departing. Just then, hurried footsteps approached, followed by several bright lights, focusing on the assassin. Luo Qi and his team surrounded him. "Cuff him," Luo Qi commanded without hesitation. Two team members rushed over, restraining the assassin and swiftly applying handcuffs. "Captain," one team member reported, "all his limbs are broken." "No, it seems like 3 are broken. One arm can still move." Luo Qi's lips twitched, realizing this guy was quite brutal. "Captain," another shouted, "there's also a sniper rifle here." The group instinctively spread out, searching for additional clues. "Where's he?" Luo Qi squatted beside the assassin, demanding, "Where's the person who caught you?" The assassin strained to turn his neck, glancing toward the edge of the building. "He jumped off." "What?" Luo Qi erupted in fury, kicking the assassin in the rear. "Say that again? Where'd he go?" "For heaven's sake." The assassin gritted his teeth, feeling wronged. "He really jumped off. Look, the cigarette, but hasn't even gone out yet. He just left. I'm not lying." "Ah." Luo Qi hurried to the edge of the rooftop and looked down, only to see darkness below, vague and indistinct, with no sign of Pang Tianchong. "Captain," a team member exclaimed incredulously. "No way. This is a 32-story building. Jumping from here, he could survive? Nothing is impossible." Luo Qi replied, gazing into the night. "He is not an ordinary person. He might have truly escaped." "Ah." Another team member's eyes widened. "That's absolutely impossible. Is he a god? Who is he?" "Less chatter." Luo Qi commanded sharply. "Fall back. Fall back." The group hurriedly lifted the assassin from the ground, hastily making their way down the stairs. Chapter 89. High-paying recruitment that night. Pang Tianchong slept soundly, the assassin's appearance having no impact on him. Such violent encounters were nothing new. He had endured 4 years of similar chaos in the Western world and was well accustomed to it. A petty thief would hardly concern him. The next morning, as Pang Tianchong was still waking up, he vaguely heard a series of knocks. "Who is it?" Xiao Manxiang, busy preparing breakfast in the kitchen, wiped her hands and opened the door. "Hello, Aunt." A graceful young woman greeted her with a bright smile. The girl had delicate features, fair skin, and clear eyes, her smile innocent and sweet. Her hair fell naturally, unadorned, yet exuded a refreshing and ethereal charm. with graceful demeanor and elegant poise. She clearly hailed from a distinguished background. "Young lady, who are you looking for?" Qiu Manxiang asked, eyeing her curiously. "I'm Lung Ku, a friend of Pang Tianchong." "Oh, you're Xiao Hu's friend." Qiu Manxiang's face lit up with a smile. "Come in quickly. This rascal hasn't tea woken yet. Have a seat. I'll go wake him." With that, she ushered Lung Ku to the sofa. "Mom, who's here?" Hearing the commotion, Pang Qianqian dashed out of her room like the wind. Upon seeing Lung Ku, her eyes sparkled. "Sister, you're so beautiful." Lung Ku smiled gently. "You're beautiful too. Are you also my brother's friend?" Pang Qianqian curiously inspected Lung Ku. "Wow. Why are all of my brother's friends so pretty?" In the midst of her chatter, she pounded on Pang Tianchong's door, shouting, "Brother, get up quickly. There's a beautiful sister looking for you. What are you banging for?" Pang Tianchong, still bleary-eyed, opened the door and scolded. "Can't you let someone sleep? It's the weekend." "Brother." Pang Qianqian pouted. "Someone is looking for you." "Who?" "Me." Lung Ku quickly stood up. Pang Tianchong paused. "What are you doing here? How did you find my home?" "It's simple. Just a little inquiry, and I found you." Lung Ku chuckled. "I need to discuss something with you." "What matter?" Pang Tianchong moved a stool and casually sat opposite Lung Ku, inquiring whether the jade pendant was ready for delivery. "Not so soon." Lung Ku rolled her eyes and replied, "I'm still designing it. I came to invite you to work at our company, with an annual salary of 500,000. What do you think?" The young lady was straightforward, clearly stating her purpose. 500,000. Pang Tianchong scratched the back of his head, chuckling. "You hold me in such high regard? I'm quite flattered." "Bro," Pang Qianqian excitedly urged, 500,000. That's much more than your current salary. You should consider it." Just then, Pang Qianqian was playfully smacked on the back of the head by their mother. "You little rascal. Adults are talking. What are you butting in for? Go watch the pot in the kitchen." "Miss Lung," Qiu Manxiang smiled. "You two continue chatting. I have another dish to prepare. We'll eat together shortly." "Auntie, you're busy." Lung Ku waved her hand dismissively. "I'll just say a few words and then leave." "So how about it? Give me a straightforward answer." Lung Ku gazed intensely at Pang Tianchong, hoping for a satisfactory response. The offer was indeed tempting. Pang Tianchong grinned. "Well, as the old saying goes, no work, no reward. What could a mere security guard like me do at your company? Just guard the door?" "Not guarding the door, but rather observing the stones," Lung Ku replied earnestly. "I believe you have a unique affinity for stones, don't you?" Hold on. Pang Tianchong waved his hand. "Don't misunderstand. Yesterday was merely a stroke of luck. It was all a coincidence. Don't take it seriously. Besides, I've just been promoted from security guard to the driver for the CEO. It wouldn't be right to switch jobs so quickly." Lung Ku's expression turned awkward. "You can't consider it at all? The salary is negotiable." "There's nothing to negotiate." Pang Tianchong shook his head. "This isn't just about money. It concerns my integrity. I may have been a bit presumptuous today," Lung Ku noted, seeing Pang Tianchong's firm refusal. She smiled slightly. "Since I can't persuade such a formidable individual like you, can we at least be friends? That I can agree to. Well then, I'll take my leave." Lung Ku stood up, calling toward the kitchen. "Annie, I have something to attend to. I'm leaving now." "Hey, you should eat before you go." Qiu Manxiang rushed out of the kitchen. Xiao Hu quickly see Miss Ling off. After Lung Ku departed, the Pang family of three began their meal. At the dining table, Pang Qianqian's excitement surged once again. "Bro, why didn't you accept her offer? 500,000 is no small amount." The young girl gazed at him enviously. "If only I could find a job with such a salary after graduation." "Don't worry," Pang Tianchong replied nonchalantly. "When you graduate, I'll give you 500,000, and you can work in my company." All right. Qiu Manxiang interrupted. "Don't paint such grand pictures for your sister. Starting a company isn't easy. Finding a job with a 500,000 salary is already quite good." "What do you mean, Mom?" Pang Tianchong laughed. "Are you wavering? Just yesterday, you were pushing me to move into Dai Qianchue's villa. I might have been a bit greedy." Qiu Manxiang chuckled. "Mainly, I think that Miss Lung seems rather nice. Quite beautiful, too." Mom. Pang Qianqian tapped the table with her chopsticks, eagerly asking, "Between Lung Ku Luo Qi from yesterday and Dai Qianchue, who do you think is the prettiest?" "What's wrong?" Pang Tianchong shot a fierce glare at his sister. "Are you considering picking one as a sister-in-law? Stop fretting over such things. Is that not allowed?" Pang Qianqian tilted her head playfully. "Aren't all three of them daughters from rich families? Why wouldn't they be suitable for you?" "Huh." Xiao Manxiang listened, her heart filled with sweetness, and diverted the conversation. Let us eat. You both should eat more. Mom, you little girl. True enough. Pang Tianchong sighed, momentarily speechless. Chapter 90. Where did Dad go? In the afternoon, sunlight streamed through thin clouds, casting a gentle warmth upon the streets. The early autumn streets lacked the vibrant life of spring and the passionate exuberance of summer, yet possessed a unique tranquility and depth, allowing one to feel the beauty and warmth of life in this fleeting moment. Pang Tianchong was driving slowly down the street, with his sister, Pang Qianqian, seated beside him. For some reason, she had suddenly refused to take the bus, insisting that her brother drive her to school. Pang Tianchong, doting on his little sister, relented and drove her. Throughout the journey, Pang Qianqian's spirits were low. She attempted to speak several times, but hesitated. This puzzled the sensitive Pang Tianchong, as his sister was usually a lively and talkative person. Little sister. As they neared the school, Pang Tianchong could no longer suppress his curiosity. Is there something you want to tell me? Pang Qianqian hesitated, speaking softly. Mom doesn't want me to say anything, but I can't hold it in. What is it? Speak. Pang Tianchong pulled the car over to the side of the road, fixing his gaze on his sister's eyes. What is it that you're hiding from me? Is it about Dad? Yes. Pang Qianqian's tears began to flow uncontrollably. Where has Dad gone? Pang Tianchong sensed an ominous premonition, maintaining a composed demeanor as he comfortingly asked, Little sister, don't worry. No matter what has happened, I'll handle it. Just tell me everything honestly. Pang Qianqian nodded gently. Brother, I didn't want to tell you at first, fearing it would only cause you more trouble. But yesterday, when I learned that you're quite wealthy and no police officers, I thought maybe you could help with Dada's situation. Hearing his sister's words, Pang Tianchong felt an even greater sense of foreboding. Get to the point. Where has Dad gone? He's in prison. Pang Qianqian said, tears streaming down her cheeks. Why? Pang Tianchong reached out to wipe away his sister's tears, controlling his emotions. Don't cry. Can you tell me why he's in prison? For drug trafficking. Pang Qianqian sniffled. But he was framed. Dad has never touched that stuff. He is honest and runs his own business, but he was unjustly set up. Brother, you must find a way to save Dad. A surge of uncontainable fury coursed through Pang Tianchong, which he struggled to suppress as he patiently asked, Little sister, when did this happen? Do you know who framed Dad? It happened 3 years ago. Dad was sentenced to 7 years. Pang Qianqian wiped her tears. As for who framed him, I don't know. Mom didn't tell me, only saying that they are people we cannot afford to offend. But the young girl bit her lip and continued, I know Mom is just a kind-hearted person with no power, and I'm just a student. Neither of us can rescue Dad. Don't worry. Pang Tianchong suppressed his anger and patted his sister's shoulder reassuringly. I will definitely clear Dad's name, get him out of prison, and bring those who framed him to justice. Trust your brother. Pang Qianqian nodded vigorously. Brother, I believe in you, but I also want to remind you not to act recklessly. Spending a bit more money is fine. After all, you're not short on cash. Understood. Really? Pang Qianqian's spirits lifted, her eyes sparkling. Absolutely. Pang Tianchong assured her once more, my capabilities are far greater than you can imagine. Tomorrow, I will start investigating Dad's case. I will fight tooth and nail to save him. If I can't rescue Dad, I'll make a hole in the sky. That's wonderful. Pang Qianqian exclaimed with excitement, throwing her arms around Pang Tianchong. Brother, I love you. All right. Pang Tianchong chuckled, gently pushing his sister away. We're almost at your school. You can walk the rest of the way. Aren't you going to drop me off at the school gate? Pang Qianqian exclaimed, wide-eyed. I thought you'd let my classmates see my handsome brother in our Porsche luxury car. Such vanity. Pang Tianchong gently patted his sister's head and said, once you graduate, I will gift you a luxury car just like this one. Whatever others possess, you shall have as well. Thank you, brother. Pang Qianqian beamed, opening the car door to step out. Remember, Pang Tianchong advised, if anything arises, do not hesitate to call me. Understood, brother. Pang Qianqian waved her hand, bidding farewell. I shall await your good news. As he watched his sister's silhouette disappear into the school, the smile on Pang Tianchong's face gradually faded, replaced by an unnameable fury that surged through his body. Damn it, he exclaimed, slamming the steering wheel, silently resolving that whoever had framed his father would surely pay the price. With that thought, he took out his phone and dialed Luo Qi's number. After all, Luo Qi was affiliated with the authorities, and through her, he might glean information regarding his father's case. The call was answered promptly. Hello. Master Pang, what can I do for you? Nothing much. I was hoping to treat you to a meal. Would you honor me with your presence? Ha! Luo Qi chuckled. It's barely even early. Let us discuss that over dinner tonight. Ah, by the way, I was just about to inform you that you've made a significant contribution. The assassin apprehended last night is a notorious criminal we've been hunting for quite some time. Stop right there. Pang Tianchong interrupted hastily. I am not interested in accolades. I simply wish to invite you for a meal. Can you make it? Huh. It seemed Luo Qi understood something, and after a brief pause, she suggested, how about a coffee? It's not yet mealtime. Pang Tianchong immediately agreed. Where are you now? I will drive to pick you up. I'm still at the office. Just come to the main entrance. I will be waiting for you. All right. Pang Tianchong hung up and pressed the accelerator. The Porsche speeding away like an arrow released from a bow. Chapter 91. Understanding the case, Pang Tianchong drove swiftly, arriving at Luo Qi's workplace just as she emerged from the building. Not too early, nor too late. Get in. Pang Tianchong lowered the car window and waved at her. Wow. Luo Qi exclaimed in surprise. Whose luxury car is this? It's stunning. This belongs to our boss. Pang Tianchong replied with a faint smile. I was promoted, and now I serve as the boss's personal driver. Haha. Dai Qinshue's car. Luo Qi remarked with a straight face. Impressive. You get to use such a fine vehicle freely. It was taken out secretly. Pang Tianchong explained. I thought since I was treating my family to dinner yesterday, it would be nice to show off a little. Puffed. Luo Qi scoffed. If you want to drive a luxury car, just buy one yourself. You're not short on cash. Let us discuss that later. For now, I'm just borrowing the company car. Now, tell me directly what brings you here. Coffee. Of course. Pang Tianchong grinned. Where can we find a CAF nearby to sit for a while? Turn left ahead. There's a place called Red Rose CAF just a couple of blocks away. Luo Qi pointed out. You're not going to let someone else pay again, are you? Huh. There aren't that many oblivious people around. Pang Tianchong replied, deftly steering towards the CAF. At this hour, there weren't many patrons, and the two found a window-side table, ordering 2 cups of coffee. Captain Luo, Pang Tianchong initiated the conversation. You're not taking a break this Sunday, are you? Break? Luo Qi took a small sip of her coffee. Didn't we capture an assassin yesterday? I had to conduct a surprise interrogation. Did he confess? Who sent him to kill me? Not yet. Today, we were too busy tending to his injuries. You really went hard on him. He's almost incapacitated. Harsh. Pang Tianchong shrugged nonchalantly. If it were a regular person, he would have been shot dead last night. Who's truly harsh here? True, people like him deserve it. Luo Qi nodded instinctively, then suddenly widened her eyes, asking, he mentioned that you jumped from the rooftop. Is that true? Indeed, Pang Tianchong replied coolly. For someone like us who practices martial arts, leaping from rooftops and gliding over water is commonplace. It's nothing extraordinary. Ah, Luo Qi exclaimed in astonishment. That was a 32-story building, and you actually, so what if it was 32 stories? To me, it's no different from jumping off the 3rd or 2nd floor. Pang Tianchong stirred his coffee lightly. I merely intended to intimidate that assassin. I didn't wish to take his life this time. I simply want him to refrain from bothering me in the future. I do not seek trouble, but I am not easy to provoke either. Ha! Luo Qi shot him a glance. If you say you're easygoing, nobody would believe it. Let us get back to business. Why did you really come to see me? Pang Tianchong took a sip of his coffee and chuckled softly. What if I told you I wanted to date you? Would you believe me? Get lost. Luo Qi rolled her eyes. You can't expect anything decent to come from your mouth. Are you going to speak or not? If you don't, I'm leaving. Fine, fine. Pang Tianchong quickly shifted the topic. I want you to inquire about my father's case. You found out? Yes. My mother has been keeping it from me until today, when my little sister could no longer hold back and told me. I discovered your father's situation when I was helping you check the family address last time. He is currently serving time. Luo Qi explained at that time. I hesitated to tell you, thinking that once you found your family, they would inform you, and I didn't want to overstep. Pang Tianchong, maintaining his composure, asked, who is framing him? Uncertain. Luo Qi shook her head. I did some digging into that case, and indeed something seems off. Your father has no prior convictions and has never touched drugs. So how did he end up being reported and caught red-handed? Someone must have set him up. Pang Tianchong slammed the table, cursing, if I find out who it is, they will regret ever coming into this world. Calm down. Luo Qi warned. We live in a society governed by law. Do not make it difficult for me, or I might have to personally apprehend you. I won't cause trouble. Pang Tianchong contemplated for a moment before continuing. So, I came to understand the situation first. Then see if you can introduce me to a lawyer. I want to appeal and free my father. Absolutely. Luo Qi readily agreed. I have a classmate who is a lawyer. I can introduce you to her. However, her fees are quite steep. Rest assured, money is not an issue. Pang Tianchong patted his chest. I made quite a fortune gambling on stones at the antique market yesterday. Around 70 to 80 million. I'm not short on cash. 70 to 80 million. Luo Qi's eyes widened in disbelief. Did you rob a bank? What nonsense. Pang Tianchong rolled his eyes. I bought a few stones, and they yielded some top-quality jade, selling for several tens of millions. Is that too much? Heavens, your luck is astonishing. Luo Qi marveled. I've never heard of anyone making millions from gambling on stones. Puffed. You're overreacting. Pang Tianchong teased. I can't believe someone like you, who has never seen the world, became a squad leader, haha. Alas, it's infuriating to compare oneself to others. Luo Qi lamented. You can earn in one outing what I earn in a lifetime. How is that fair? All right, no need to feel envious. Pang Tianchong chuckled. Your family, the Luo family, is one of the 4 prominent families in Bianqing with a substantial fortune. Your salary should be enough for snacks. Hurry and contact the lawyer for me. I'm in urgent need. Luo Qi smiled sweetly. Sure. I'll call my classmate right now. With that, she took out her phone and dialed a number. Hello, dear. Luo Qi spoke in an unusually gentle tone. Where are you right now? At home, of course. It's Sunday. I don't feel like going out. The voice on the other end was equally sweet. Are there many cases lately? Quite a few, but they're all trivial matters. Nothing of significance. Well, Luo Qi's tone became serious. I have a case here. Are you willing to take it? What case? Upon mentioning the case, the tone of the phone call became notably more animated. Someone had been framed and imprisoned, and now his son sought to overturn the verdict. Luo Qi briefly explained. If you're interested, come to the Hong Meigui Cafe Ting. It is conveniently not far from your home. I am currently with him. Hong Meigui Cafe Ting. The voice on the other end paused. Xiao Qi. Are you dating someone? What nonsense. Luo Qi's cheeks flushed as she retorted sharply. Enough chatter. Hurry and come over. The scene then shifted to chapter 92, featuring the beautiful lawyer. After Luo Qi placed a call to her lawyer classmate, she shyly smiled and lowered her gaze to sip her coffee. How long do you think your classmate will take to arrive? Should we order her coffee in advance? Pang Tianchong inquired in a low voice. Do you know her favorite brand? Huh. Luo Qi looked up and chuckled. I didn't expect Master Pang to be so thoughtful. Even thinking of ordering her coffee in advance? Ha. Waiter, please bring me another cup of herbal tea. Of course, miss, the waiter replied, and shortly after, delivered a cup of coffee. Thank you. Luo Qi expressed her gratitude, then glanced at Pang Tianchong. Her home is not far from here, just a few minutes away. In the meantime, let me tell you something. What is it? Pang Tianchong asked nonchalantly. You're not going to ask me to demonstrate my skills again, are you? TCH. Luo Qi rolled her eyes. A colleague of mine heard that you can tell fortunes and insisted that you give her a reading about her romantic prospects. Master Pang, when will you have time to see her? I'm very busy. When would I have the time? Pang Tianchong replied. What are you busy with as a security guard? After your shift, I can have her treat you to dinner, okay? Pang Tianchong scratched his head, contemplating. Do you have a photo of her? That would suffice. A photo? Luo Qi queried. Intrigued, is that acceptable? I happen to have a group picture in my bag that includes her. That works. Pang Tianchong nodded. As long as I can see her features clearly. Perfect. Luo Qi opened her bag and said, Our team recently took a group photo for an event. Here. Take a look. She produced a picture and pointed out one of the girls. What is her name? Pang Tianchong scrutinized the photograph, quietly activating his third eye to observe the girl's appearance and related information. Her name is Gu Xiaowan, and she's a very close colleague of mine. Oh, Gu Xiaowan. Pang Tianchong softly repeated her name, his mind conjuring images of her future. In less than half a minute, he gently set down the photo and stated, By the end of the year, she will encounter a favorable romantic opportunity. I hope she can seize it. Really? Luo Qi exclaimed, delighted for her colleague. So, by the end of the year, she will be in a relationship? Barring any unforeseen circumstances, it should come to fruition, Pang Tianchong explained. You should advise her to be attentive and not miss out. The young man has large eyes, a high nose, and a small mole on his chin. He is quite a decent fellow, and I hope she captures his attention. Luo Qi's eyes widened in astonishment. Master Pang, you can even predict what her boyfriend looks like? Of course. Pang Tianchong nodded dismissively. Without some skill, would your astute grandmother trust me? Forget it. I might as well draw a picture for you. Waiter, could you please bring me a sheet of paper and a pencil? The waiter quickly delivered the requested items, and Pang Tianchong took them, swiftly sketching a clear image. My goodness, this is truly remarkable, Luo Qi exclaimed. You can also draw? Your skills surpass mine. Even coming from a police academy. This is nothing. Pang Tianchong replied nonchalantly. I am proficient in various arts. It's a trivial matter. Wow. Luo Qi looked at him with admiration before suddenly asking, can you also deduce the appearance of a murderer based on the victim's likeness? That should be possible. Pang Tianchong nodded, then warned, however, do not bother me with every case. I am not obliged to undertake such thankless tasks. My consulting fees are quite steep, not affordable for just anyone. Today is an exception, as you have assisted me. Luo Qi pouted, I understand. I won't bother you unnecessarily, you miser. You. Pang Tianchong was about to retort when the CAF door swung open, revealing a beautiful woman with a briefcase, smiling as she walked toward them. The woman, of average height, had long hair tied in a ponytail. She was clad in a well-tailored deep blue suit that showcased her feminine curves while maintaining a professional demeanor. Her makeup was subtle yet refined, with light eyeshadow and a gentle lip line, exuding both vitality and confidence. Xiaoqi, she called softly as she approached briskly. The lawyer. Luo Qi beamed and stood. Please sit. I have already ordered your coffee. Thank you. The woman replied, her gaze falling on Pang Tianchong. Allow me to introduce you, Luo Qi hastily interjected. This is my classmate and dear friend, lawyer Tian Xiangru. This is my friend, Master Pang Tianchong. Hello. A pleasure to meet you. Pang Tianchong greeted, shaking hands lightly with the woman before taking their seats. Master? What kind of master? Tian Xiangru inquired with a smile as she observed Pang Tianchong. There truly are hidden talents among the security personnel. Xiaoru, Luo Qi quickly interjected, do not underestimate him. He is a folk expert. Despite his security attire, he is adept at playing the fool to catch the wise. Is that so? Upon hearing Luo Qi's words, lawyer Tian Xiangru recognized her previous misjudgment and promptly apologized. My apologies, Mr. Pang. I tend to speak rather bluntly. Please do not take offense. Not at all. Pang Tianchong chuckled. Judging by appearances is a common human flaw. However, I appreciate your straightforwardness. Your integrity and fearlessness in the face of power align well with my expectations. I hope we can collaborate fruitfully. Oh, lawyer Tian Xiangru was taken aback. How do you know? That hardly requires elaboration. Luo Qi quickly clarified. He can read faces and tell fortunes, naturally discerning your character, family background, and fortune. Is that true? Tian Xiangru's curiosity piqued. She knew Luo Qi would not mislead her, and it seemed the seemingly unassuming security guard was indeed a master. Enough of that, Captain Luo. Pang Tianchong interrupted, waving his hand. Let's not stray from the topic. Do not forget the matter at hand. All right. Luo Qi suddenly realized, I was so caught up in gossip that I nearly forgot the important discussion between you two. Thus, she succinctly summarized the case concerning Pang Tianchong's father for lawyer Tian Xiangru. Tian Xiangru listened intently, her expression gradually turning serious. Mr. Pang, she said earnestly, this case is not overly complex. The key lies in identifying the individual who provided false testimony. If we can locate him and extract information, the case can be overturned. Additionally, the person who reported the incident and those who apprehended your father may also be implicated. That makes sense. Pang Tianchong nodded. Lawyer Tian, please coordinate with Captain Luo to understand the case thoroughly and prepare for litigation. I will promptly seek out these individuals to uncover the truth. Understood. Tian Xiangru agreed. I will retrieve the case files tomorrow to familiarize myself, and we shall proceed with our separate tasks. Excellent. Pang Tianchong gave her a thumbs up. I have heard that lawyer Tian's fees are quite high. Let me know the amount, and I will pay you half the retainer in advance. Really? Tian Xiangru laughed. We have yet to sign an agreement, and you're already offering payment? I'm a bit anxious. I hope my father will be released soon. Pang Tianchong stated, pulling out a stack of cash amounting to 100,000 yuan that he had just withdrawn from the bank, slamming it onto the table. Here is the first installment. If it is insufficient, we can discuss further. Tian Xiangru gazed at the pile of vibrant red bills, momentarily taken aback. Chapter 93. Master Pang. The exuberant demeanor of Pang Tianchong astounded lawyer Tian and Captain Luo. What does this mean? Is he paying up front before the work even begins? Tian Xiangru swallowed a sip of coffee and said, Mr. Pang, This case shouldn't require such a substantial sum. She felt somewhat at a loss. Accepting the money felt awkward, yet refusing it was equally troubling. The case had barely begun, yet the funds were already in hand. She instinctively glanced at Luo Qi. Just accept it. No need to look at her, Pang Tianchong remarked. If it's insufficient, I'll add more later. In any case, I have but one request. Get my father released within a month. A month? Lawyer Tian furrowed her brow. I shouldn't have any issues on my end, but it depends on whether the court encounters any complications. Just proceed with determination. In short, no one can prevent my father from being released, and I will ensure that all those involved in framing him will face consequences. As Tian Xiangru hesitated, Luo Qi interjected, Take it, lawyer. Accept the money and get to work. She had a premonition that the upcoming events in Bianqing might unleash a tempest. Really? Tian Xiangru glanced at Luo Qi's serious expression and slowly tucked the money into her bag. Don't believe it? Just wait and see. Luo Qi shot a glance at Pang Tianchong. Anyone who provokes Master Pang will face dire repercussions. However, I warn you, Pang Tianchong, do not engage in reckless actions that would complicate matters for our law enforcement. Look who's talking. Pang Tianchong rolled his eyes. I am a model youth. How could I ever commit unlawful acts? Right, Luo Qi chuckled. You're not exactly innocent. Last night, you nearly incapacitated someone entirely. Hey, Captain Luo, that's ungrateful. I did you a favor, and instead of gratitude, you criticize me? Pang Tianchong protested. I think your methods were a bit harsh. That depends on the context. There's an old saying, for friends, good wine. For foes, a shotgun. Surely you understand this? Luo Qi was momentarily speechless. Lawyer Tian quietly listened to their banter, and for some reason, the 100,000 yuan in her bag felt rather heavy. Let me ask you once more. Luo Qi suddenly changed the subject. Tell me truthfully, did you break the leg of the second young master of the Zhou family? Of course not. Pang Tianchong shook his head. A spoiled rich kid like him isn't worth my effort. Then who did it? Luo Qi asked, puzzled. Those who engage in wrongdoing will ultimately meet their demise. Pang Tianchong replied nonchalantly. Someone like Shuo Ershao will eventually get what he deserves. Mr. Pang, Lawyer Tian inquired with interest. May I ask, are you particularly formidable? You seem to disregard even the Zhou family. Pang Tianchong pondered for a moment before smiling. I'm fairly average. The third best in the world. Luo Qi scoffed. Keep dreaming. Haha. Lawyer Tian laughed. Since Mr. Pang is so impressive, I feel reassured. I will begin working on this case tomorrow. Great. He stood up. I have matters to attend to, so you two old classmates should enjoy your time together. Leaving already? Luo Qi teased Pang Tianchong with a smile. Remember to cover the bill. Rest assured. Pang Tianchong smiled lightly, settled the bill at the bar, and departed. In the CAF, Tian Xiangru gazed at Pang Tianchong's receding figure and mused, I never expected a security guard to be so generous. Is he from a wealthy family? I don't know about his wealth, Luo Qi replied, taking a sip of coffee, but I do know that if he desires to make money, it will be exceedingly easy for him. Oh, Tian Xiangru asked curiously, what makes you say that? Yesterday, he made a trip to the antique market and earned over 80 million in an instant. Do you think it's not easy money? 80 million. Tian Xiangru gasped. Was he robbing a bank? Betting on stones. Luo Qi rolled her eyes at Tian Xiangru. Do you understand? It's a gamble where one can either lose everything or gain immense wealth. He is clearly one of the fortunate ones. Such luck. Tian Xiangru found it hard to believe. No wonder he was so quick to spend 100,000. It's not just luck, Luo Qi retorted. Why don't you try your hand at it? He is a master, a grandmaster of metaphysics. Before you arrived, I even had him read fortunes for my colleagues. Look, the drawing is still here. What? You can read fortunes from a drawing? Tian Xiangru's eyes widened. My colleague asked him when she would find a boyfriend. And what did he say? Of course. He said she would meet him by the end of the year, and he even sketched the man's appearance. Look, she handed the drawing Pang Tianchong had made to Tian Xiangru. No way. Tian Xiangru's eyes grew even wider. Is he a divine being who can foresee the future? I don't believe it. Hey, Tian Xiangru took the drawing and was immediately stunned, exclaiming, I've seen this person. What? Now Luo Qi was also unsettled. I thought he drew it randomly, but it turns out he really knows someone. Who is he? What's his name? I don't know. Tian Xiangru shook her head. I think I saw him during a court session once. He was sitting in the front row of the audience, frequently standing up, so I have some impression of him. Do you think he could know this person? Impossible. Luo Qi immediately replied. He has only been in Bianqing for a few days, working as a security guard. and hardly goes out. He hasn't met many people at all. This is too bizarre. Tian Xiangru murmured, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Believe it or not. Luo Qi casually placed the drawing back in her bag. Moreover, he is also a divine doctor. Do you know about my grandmother's legs? They haven't healed for 30 years. A few days ago, he gave her a few acupuncture treatments and a massage, and now she's fine. I bet you don't believe it. Really? Why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, come to my house and see. My grandmother runs every day in the small square. Also, he cured my illness. With his miraculous medical skills, do you think he can't make money? Tian Xiangru was left speechless. She never expected that a mere security guard could also be a divine physician, akin to a celestial being. Luo Qi smiled at Tian Xiangru, who was lost in thought. Initially, I looked down on him too, thinking he was just a security guard. Why did my grandmother hold him in such high regard? Now, I feel a bit embarrassed to face him. Really? Tian Xiangru, seeing her old classmate so convinced, was fully persuaded. Pang Tianchong was undoubtedly no ordinary person. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "Can he cure my grandfather's chronic leg pain? That is also a decades-old ailment. As long as he is willing to help, I believe it shouldn't be a problem." Luo Qi replied, "However, someone like him isn't easy to invite, so you should first resolve his case." Understood. Tian Xiangru nodded, resolved to successfully resolve Pang Tianchong's case. By then, her grandfather's legs would also be saved. Chapter 94. The security guard becomes a tycoon. After leaving the CAF, Pang Tianchong drove furiously, circling Bianqing for nearly half a lap before calming the rage within him. The situation with his father ignited a murderous impulse. How dare anyone bully the Pang family? They were clearly courting death. Fortunately, this was in the country. Had been a few years ago abroad, he would have unleashed a massacre. He wouldn't have taken the legal route with such composure. Rescuing his brothers from prison would have been his modus operandi. However, this was his homeland. His master had advised him, cultivate a peaceful mind. Since mother chose to conceal matters from father, he too was reluctant to speak further, merely waiting for the opportunity to rescue the person and then surprise his mother. A night passed in silence. The next morning, Pang Tianchong drove to pick up Dai Qinxue for work. The car arrived punctually at a standalone villa, and he honked the horn. Shortly after, Dai Qinxue emerged. A small bag slung over her shoulder, her steps light and graceful. Once she settled into the car and fastened her seatbelt, Pang Tianchong glanced at the villa through the window and remarked, "Such is the grandeur of wealthy households." He then turned to Dai Qinxue and inquired, "In such a large house, do you live here alone?" "No, there is also a cook," she replied. "Oh, so it seems that in affluent families, there is always a second generation indulged in luxury." "What nonsense!" Dai Qinxue rolled her eyes. "My younger brother is still quite young and doesn't understand much. He will mature in a few years." Right. Pang Tianchong feigned distraction. "He'll be fine after a few more beatings." "Cut out," Dai Qinxue retorted. "Stop chattering and drive. What a nuisance." Though her last few words were uttered softly, Pang Tianchong heard them distinctly. "Are you cursing me?" "No, you misheard," she laughed, denying it. "Of course." Pang Tianchong shot her a sidelong glance. "Even if you spoke in whispers, I could hear you clearly." "Oomph, you're quite something. Let us go." Dai Qinxue, realizing she was at fault, ceased her argument and urged him to drive. The journey was silent. When they arrived at the office, they found Gong Xiaoshuang engrossed in a newspaper. Upon spotting Pang Tianchong, she jumped up excitedly. "Teacher Pang, come here quickly." "What is it?" Pang Tianchong was startled and muttered, "Why are you shouting? Have you lost your mind? Look, is this news about you?" Gong Xiaoshuang held out the newspaper in front of him, while Dai Qinxue leaned in with curiosity to see the article. The front page boldly proclaimed, "Young security guard strikes it rich with betting stones. Lung's Jade store cleared in a day." The article detailed how a guard surnamed Pang purchased raw stones at Lung's Jade store and uncovered exceptional imperial green jade. "Wait a moment. Are you the guard named Pang?" Gong Xiaoshuang interrogated him. "That's a bit exaggerated," Pang Tianchong replied after glancing at the article, frowning. "Where did they get $1 billion? I only made over 80 million. It really is you." Gong Xiaoshuang exclaimed. "Your luck is unbelievable. 80 million. Dai Qinxue was equally astonished, gazing at Pang Tianchong's calm expression and exclaiming, "You earned over 80 million in a day. That's nearly half the company's profit for 6 months. This is outrageous." Hey. Pang Tianchong tossed the newspaper onto the sofa, laughing. "What is wrong with you two? Are you upset seeing a poor person suddenly become wealthy?" Are you envious of my earnings? Of course not. Dai Chinchua chuckled. We just find it too easy for you to make money. There's no other meaning. What do you mean there's no other meaning? Gong Xiaoshuang proposed. With such wealth, you should treat us. Let us have a grand feast. Sure, anytime. You can choose any restaurant in Bianqing. Is that acceptable? Pang Tianchong readily agreed. That is more like it. Gong Xiaoshuang and Dai Chinchua exchanged glances, both nodding in laughter. Speaking of which, I must thank Zhui Xiaowang for this, Pang Tianchong explained. He asked that long-haired youth we met while having barbecue. He called me and insisted that I attend a stone betting event at the antique market. I thought I had nothing to do on Saturday. So I went and unexpectedly found a few exceptional stones. Wow. Gong Xiaoshuang circled around Pang Tianchong, her mouth agape. Pang Tianchong, you're getting more impressive. I used to think earning over 1,000 in a morning was great, but now you've made over 80 million in just one morning. Why don't you just fly to the heavens? Pang Tianchong rolled his eyes. You really haven't seen the world, have you? 80 million isn't that much. It's even less than the pocket money my 6th senior sister gives me. What? Gong Xiaoshuang was taken aback. How much does she give you? 300 million. What? Gong Xiaoshuang gasped in disbelief, her eyes almost popping out. That's outrageous. You're a tycoon. I want to have your children. Stop it. Look at your aspirations. Pang Tianchong rolled his eyes nonchalantly, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. This time, even Dai Chinchua was taken aback. After a moment of hesitation, she gently asked, Now that you have money, will you leave Dai Kong? Not for now. Pang Tianchong replied calmly. The 3-month probation period isn't over yet. Why would I leave? I'm someone who sees things through to the end and never abandons my tasks midway. To be honest, a boss from the Lung family visited my home yesterday and offered a salary of 500,000 a year to be her assistant. Gong Xiaoshuang interjected anxiously. Did you accept? No. Pang Tianchong shook his head. I told her that the company just promoted me to driver. How could I abandon her? Oomph. Gong Xiaoshuang snorted. At least you have some conscience. Don't forget who took you in when you were homeless. Dai Chinchua quietly regarded Pang Tianchong and nodded slightly. It's good that you're not leaving. You both can get back to work now. I'll begin my task for today. All right. Gong Xiaoshuang and Pang Tianchong nodded in unison, leaving the CEO's office together. Once they had departed, Dai Chinchua opened her folder, intending to commence her work for the day. Yet, for reasons unknown, she felt a wave of disorientation wash over her, and her emotions grew increasingly complex. Chapter 95. Casting the Net in Truth. Being a driver for the CEO was quite a pleasant job, low stress and not labor-intensive. As long as the boss did not require the car, there was hardly any work to be done. Each day, he could read newspapers, sip tea, and indulge in games when boredom struck. This leisurely existence suited Pang Tianchong well, as it was far more relaxed than being a security guard. 3 days later, upon arriving at the company, Pang Tianchong received a phone call from Lawyer Tian. Hello. Is this Mr. Pang? Yes, this is I. Mr. Pang, I've begun working on your father's case over the past few days and am preparing the appeal materials. At present, there are several issues I need to discuss with you. Are you busy? Not at all. Pang Tianchong pressed the phone closer to his ear. Please go ahead. Well, the voice on the other end paused before continuing. This case has several key points. First, we need to ascertain who influenced the key witness to provide false testimony against your father. I've been trying to investigate this individual, but have had difficulty locating him. Neighbors claim he often roams about and isn't home much. If it's convenient for you, perhaps you could help look for him. Of course. Pang Tianchong readily agreed. Just tell me his name. His name is Gan Wuda. He reportedly has a penchant for gambling and other unsavory habits. Understood. I will find this person as soon as possible. Lawyer Tian continued. Furthermore, it would be prudent to investigate the person who reported the incident and the officers who responded. I have not been able to locate the reporter, but the responding officer's record indicates. Who is it? Pang Tianchong inquired calmly, his voice steady and cold. Zhuisi. The voice explained, referring to the deputy chief of the Chengnan police station. Zhuisi. Pang Tianchong clenched his teeth in silent fury, realizing that his father's case was entangled with someone named Zhua. It was indeed a case of fate's cruel irony. Yes, that's him, Lawyer Tian continued. We should be able to gather information about the reporter from him, but I haven't had the chance to approach him yet. That is fine. I'll go find him, Pang Tianchong replied coldly. I know him well, so you don't need to worry about it. All right. Lawyer Tian changed the subject and said, Moreover, this afternoon, I plan to meet your father to understand the situation at that time. Would you like to join me? Pang Tianchong pondered for a moment and replied, I will not go. I fear that seeing him will stir my emotions uncontrollably. Please convey to him that I will personally come to escort him out of prison another day. Very well, I shall relay your message, Lawyer Tian concluded. For now, those are all the matters at hand. Should there be any developments, I will contact you promptly. Goodbye. Goodbye. After hanging up the phone, Pang Tianchong lit a cigarette and took several deep puffs. He sat in silence, reflecting for a while before promptly dialing the number of Zhu Long from the Black Dragon Society. The phone rang several times before being answered, and Zhu Long's respectful voice came through. Hello, Teacher Pang. Boss Long. Pang Tianchong got straight to the point. I need your assistance with something. Is that acceptable? What is it? You can count on the Black Dragon Society to handle it with utmost clarity. Zhu Long immediately affirmed. I want you to help me locate a person. If you find him, consider it a favor owed. No problem. Zhu Long responded enthusiastically. Teacher Pang, just tell me who it is. As long as he is in Bianqing, we will dig him out for you. His name is Gan Wuda. Understood. I will instruct my brothers to search for him at once. After ending the call with Zhu Long, Pang Tianchong quickly dialed Lu Yi of the White Tiger Gang. Hello, is this Boss Lu? It's me, Pang Tianchong. Did you not recognize my voice? Ah, Teacher Pang, came Lu Wanchio's trembling voice. I didn't hear clearly just now. What can I do for you? I need you to help me find someone. Can you assist with this? Absolutely. Just tell me who it is, and I will send someone right away. Thank you in advance. This person is named Gan Wuda. Once you find him, I will treat you to a drink. All right. After concluding the call with Lu Yi, Pang Tianchong proceeded to dial Zhui Xiaowang's number. Regardless of the situation, having more people to assist is always beneficial. This is what one would call casting a wide net to catch fish. Old Zhua, what are you busy with? Ah, Panga, what a surprise. I was just thinking about when to treat you to a drink, and your call came in. Truly a coincidence. Pang Tianchong chuckled. As much as I would like to drink, I am currently busy. I called to ask for your help. Don't you have some brothers under you? Of course. Before Pang Tianchong could finish, Zhui Xiaowang interjected, Panga, just tell me who to deal with, and I will bring my brothers to handle it right away. No. I need you to help me find someone. This person is very important to me. Finding someone? No problem. Who is it? Zhui Xiaowang immediately agreed. A few of my brothers are free at the moment. I will arrange it right away. His name is Gan Wuda. He should be at any or do well. Got it. Wait for my news. Having cast the net, Pang Tianchong began to contemplate his next course of action. He could not simply sit in the office waiting for a call. Yes, he needed to find Zhuo Si. After pondering for a while, he suddenly thought of Zhuo Si, the director, who had checked his ID just the other day. Surely, this person must know something. He should go and inquire. With this thought, he took out his phone and dialed Luo Chi's number. Hello, Master Pang, came Luo Chi's teasing voice from the phone. What made you think of calling me? Captain Luo, I need your help. It is my honor to serve Master Pang. Pang Tianchong stated directly, I want to know Zhuo Si's home address. What do you want to do? The tone on the other end became serious. I must warn you, Pang Tianchong, do not act recklessly. I simply wish to have a chat with him. I do not intend to do anything else. Just find out where he lives. Fine. Luo Chi relented after a moment of thought. I will look it up and send it to your phone, but I warn you, do not act recklessly. Understood. I just want to have a conversation, nothing more. After hanging up the phone, it wasn't too long before an address was sent to his phone. He opened it, memorized the location quietly, and thought to himself, Zhuo Si, let us see how this unfolds. Chapter 96, Pang Shihua, after Luo Chi sent Zhuo Si's address to Pang Tianchong. She sat there, still holding her phone, lost in thought. The once unremarkable security guard began to loom large in her mind, transforming into a hero, a master, a divine doctor, and even a friend. Are we friends? She pondered, suddenly losing her confidence. Hey, Miss Luo, a voice interrupted her reverie. What are you daydreaming about? Turning her head, she saw Gu Xiaowan, the lottery sister. Gu Xiaowan was a year older than Luo Chi, with a laid-back personality and a hint of irreverence. Although not particularly pretty, she possessed a good figure and charm, making her quite popular. The two had joined the company in the same year and shared a good relationship, often appearing together at work. The last time, they had even gone to buy lottery tickets together. Are you thinking about some handsome guy? Gu Xiaowan asked with a smile. Who is it? Spill the beans. Go away. Luo Chi's face flushed as she rolled her eyes. Not everyone thinks about handsome guys all day like you do. Look who's talking. Gu Xiaowan replied nonchalantly. I'm already in my mid-20s. At this age, what else should I think about if not handsome guys? As the saying goes, Men should marry and women should marry. Isn't it time for that? She swayed her waist playfully, teasing Luo Qi, who could only shake her head in exasperation. By the way, Miss Luo, how's the favor I asked you about? What favor? I asked you to contact that fortune teller. Oh, Luo Qi suddenly recalled. That matter is already taken care of. Taken care of? Gu Xiaowan exclaimed in surprise. Will the master give me a reading? He has already read for you. What do you mean? I haven't even met the master. Luo Qi chuckled and explained, a few days ago, I showed the master your photo for a reading. I got busy and forgot to tell you. What photo? Gu Xiaowan was confused. The group photo from our team. It happened to be in my bag, so I showed it to him. Really? Gu Xiaowan's eyes widened. You guys aren't pulling my leg, are you? What did the master say? He said that by the end of the year, you would encounter your fate, Luo Qi said, pulling out the portrait Peng Tianchong had drawn and placing it on the table. This is him. Just keep an eye out. Don't miss him. Ah, Gu Xiaowan gasped. He even managed to draw a likeness? Is this for real? Of course. Luo Qi replied, somewhat annoyed. Otherwise, why would he be called master? My grandmother, who is so wise, would not believe him otherwise. Right. Just remember to treat me to lunch later. Luo Qi joked. I had to plead with the master for your sake, and my throat is sore from talking. No problem. I'll treat you to the cafeteria. They both laughed. In the afternoon, the light gradually dimmed, and the sky was shrouded in a thick layer of grayish fabric, preventing the sun from penetrating through the gloom, allowing only a few faint rays to filter through the clouds. The air was filled with a dampness, suggesting that a fine drizzle could fall at any moment. At this moment, in a visiting room of Bianqing prison, lawyer Tian Xiangru sat face to face with a middle-aged inmate. The middle-aged man was robust, with thinning hair that was occasionally streaked with white, giving him a somewhat disheveled appearance. His gaze was deep and complex, occasionally revealing an almost imperceptible hint of melancholy between his brows. The middle-aged man is named P. Ing X Hu, and he is indeed the father of P. Ing T. N. C. H. Ing. Uncle P. Ing, T.N. Shi Ngr, opened her notebook and politely introduced herself. My name is T.N. Shi Ngr, and I am the lawyer entrusted by your son. Son, why hasn't T.He come to see me? P. Ing X, whose expression suddenly dimmed, and he murmured to himself, he must be ashamed of me. Please don't misunderstand. Your son is doing well. T.N. Shi Ngr explained, he is quite exceptional, perhaps a bit temperamental. He worries that meeting you might lead to an emotional outburst. However, he asked me to convey that in a few days, he will personally come to take you out of prison. Out of prison? P. Ing X, whose eyes brightened. You are the lawyer here to help me overturn my case? Yes. Lawyer T.N. nodded. I am aware that you have been wrongfully accused, and I will exert my utmost efforts to vindicate you and restore your honor. Thank you. Thank you. P. Ing T. Nu exclaimed excitedly. But I do not wish to pursue the case right now. In 4 years, I will be released. Let us discuss everything then. Why? Lawyer T.N. was somewhat perplexed. How could someone not wish to leave? P. Ing X, whose face turned serious. Because the person who framed me wields immense power. How could a mere child contend with them? If I can live safely, I can wait another 4 years. It matters not. No. T.N. Shi Ngr was at a loss for words and urgently advised, Uncle, you must believe in the law, trust me, and trust your son. He truly is remarkable and has the capability to rescue you. No. P. Ing X, who shook his head. After all, he is just a child, without money, power, or influence. How can I believe in him? Let be. I accept my fate. I understand that legal fees are quite expensive, young lady. Please, do return the fees to my son. T.N. Shi Ngr was utterly speechless. She had come in high spirits, only to find the client so pessimistic and uncooperative. What should she do? As the visiting time was running out, and P. Ing X, who still refused to agree to an appeal, sweat began to bead on lawyer T.N.'s forehead. At that moment, she found this task more challenging than defending someone in court. Uncle P. Ing, she patiently urged, you haven't seen your son. He is truly impressive, a master of metaphysics and a billionaire. T.N. Shi Ngr intended to extol P. Ing T.N.C.H. Ng's virtues to instill confidence in P. Ing X Hu. But her knowledge of P. Ing T.N.C.H. Ng was limited, leaving her at a loss for words. She regretted not inquiring more about P. Ing T.N.C.H. Ng's capabilities before coming. This was indeed troublesome. Chapter 97. Hypnosis. Around 6 in the afternoon, at that moment, the front passenger door was abruptly pulled open, and a young man quickly sat down. Who are you? Zhu S was visibly taken aback. Upon taking a closer look at the visitor, he exclaimed, P. Ing T.N.C.H. Ng. Yes, it's me. Peeing TNCHing grinned. Director Zhu remembers me. What do you want? Zhu S became wary, having heard that Peeing TNCHing was a martial arts expert. He feared that if a fight broke out, he would certainly be at a disadvantage. It's nothing serious. Don't be tense. I simply wish to have a chat with you. What can we possibly discuss? No rush. Just a few minutes. Peeing TNCHing fixed his gaze on Zhu S's eyes and said, I would like to inquire about a case from 3 years ago, and I hope you'll speak freely. Saying this, he pulled out a recording pen from his pocket and began recording. What case? Zhu S's caution heightened. You can come to the station tomorrow to find out. This is after work hours. Just a few minutes, it won't take too long. Peeing TNCHing continued. Look into my eyes and do not lie. As he spoke, he began to hypnotize Zhu S. Zhu S instinctively glanced into Peeing TNCHing's eyes, noticing that his pupils suddenly widened and began to swirl, drawing him in like two deep whirlpools. In an instant, Zhu S lost his sense of direction, unable to see far ahead, feeling weightless and disoriented. In his ears, Peeing TNCHing's voice echoed. Director Zhu, think carefully. Did you handle a drug trafficking case 3 years ago? A drug trafficking case? How do you know that person was involved in drugs? Who told you? My elder brother called me and warned me to be prepared. There might be someone selling powder at a certain entertainment venue tonight. Who is your elder brother? The eldest son of the Zhu family. How do you know about the drug trafficking? I don't know. Zhu S shook his head, then suddenly recalled, in retrospect, I suspect this whole thing might have been orchestrated by my brother. Why do you say that? Because the person who accused Peeing X who of drug trafficking was previously a subordinate secretly trained by my brother. Are you sure? Of course. I handled this matter well, and my brother even facilitated my promotion to director. Who was the informant? I'm not sure. I suspect my brother arranged that too. At this moment, Peeing TNCHing had nearly concluded that the Zhu family had orchestrated the scheme to frame his father. His face turned pale with rage, his anger boiling. However, he quickly suppressed his fury and patiently inquired, Do you know where that witness is now? I don't know. After that, we lost contact. Do you know why the Zhu family frames people? I'm not too clear. I don't meddle in business affairs. But I heard it was to swallow that person's company as they had ongoing cooperation. What else do you know? Nothing more. Suddenly, Peeing TNCHing could no longer contain his fury and raised his right hand, delivering a sharp slap to Zhu S, the sound echoing loudly. Ah! Zhu S screamed, his head spinning 180 degrees, nearly slamming into the car window. At the same time, he instantly regained his senses. The stinging sensation in his cheek reminded him that he had just been struck. Damn it! Zhu S touched the blood at the corner of his mouth, anger flaring within him. How dare you hit me? But upon looking around the car, Peeing TNCHing had vanished. What just happened? What did I do? Zhu S clutched his sore cheek, feeling dazed. Vaguely, he sensed he had said something earlier, yet not a single word came to mind. Had it not been for the lingering pain on his face, he would have thought it was merely a dream. This is truly bizarre. Through Zhu S's testimony, Peeing TNCHing comprehended that the injustice faced by his father was indeed the doing of the Zhu family. Now, all he needed was to obtain the witness's testimony to file an appeal in court. The net had been cast. It remained to be seen if he could capture this person named GNWD that night. Until the matter was resolved, he did not wish to burden his mother with worry. He decided to act as though he knew nothing. The night passed without incident. The next day, at the Southern City branch, as Liu Q arrived at work, a young man with a buzz cut rushed over. Chief, I have something to report. What is it? Liu Q asked casually while organizing her desk. According to one of my informants, last night, members of the HIL-ing Hu and BIHB-ing all mobilized, moving through various entertainment venues across the city. Some smaller factions are also active. Upon hearing this, Liu Q immediately paused her actions and inquired, What are they after? Do you know? They seem to be searching for someone. Chief, should we keep an eye on this? Their large-scale movement is quite rare. Oh, Liu Q suddenly realized that this GNWD was the witness Peeing TNCHing was seeking. No need to pay attention, she replied indifferently. It's just a search for a person. It won't cause any trouble. Understood. The buzz-cut youth acknowledged and hurried off. Liu Q sat at her desk, lost in thought. Just then, her phone rang from her bag. Hello, who is this? It's me. Xiao Qi heard the slightly exasperated voice of Tian Xiangru on her phone. There has been an unexpected turn in the Pang family's case. What does that mean? Luo Qi asked, confused. Have they encountered some difficulties? Yesterday, I met with Pang Tianchong's father, lawyer Tian replied, but he was uncooperative, claiming that the opposing party holds significant power and that he cannot afford to provoke them. He also refused to allow Pang Tianchong to appeal. What should I do? Of course, we must heed Pang Tianchong's wishes. Huh? Tian Xiangru's voice suddenly conveyed astonishment. How could the gangs in Bianqing listen to him? Who knows? Chapter 98. The witness as night descended. A gentle breeze swept through the air. The clamor of the city gradually faded, replaced by a tranquil stillness and a slight chill. Pedestrians meandered through the streets, donned in light jackets, mingling in small groups. Within a brightly lit chess room in the urban village, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement, enveloped in a thick cloud of tobacco smoke. At one of the gambling tables, a young man resembling a fathead fish was eagerly placing his bets. 800. I'm going in with 800. Deal. Just then, the door of the chess room was kicked open, and a bald man accompanied by 2 henchmen stormed in. Ganwuda, the bald man bellowed. You are indeed here, playing cards. Upon hearing this, the fathead fish looked up and immediately donned a smile. Brother Chong, what brings you here? Of course I have business. The bald man, Brother Chong, replied sternly. Stop playing and come with us. Someone wants to see you. Who is it? No more questions. You'll find out when you get there. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, Brother Chong's henchman seized Ganwuda and began to drag him outside. Hey. Brother Chong, what are you doing? Shut up. Brother Chong kicked Ganwuda in the rear, then shoved him into a van, which sped away. After finishing dinner, Pang Tianchong was preparing to practice when his phone rang. Your Majesty, it's a call. He pulled out his phone and, seeing it was a call from Zhulong of the Black Dragon Society, he answered it casually. Hello, Boss Long. Mr. Pang. Zhulong's voice was filled with excitement on the other end. We found the person you were looking for. When would you like to come over? Keep an eye on him. I'll be there shortly. Pang Tianchong hung up and immediately headed downstairs towards the Black Longtan Bathing Center. In a room at the bathing center, Pang Tianchong encountered Ganwuda, whose hands were bound behind his back, looking utterly bewildered. Why have you captured me? I haven't offended the Black Dragon Society, have I? Ganwuda protested. Huh? Boss Long sneered. You may not have offended us, but you have wronged someone you ought not to have. You'll understand shortly. Just then, Pang Tianchong pushed the door open, glanced at the restrained Ganwuda, and waved his hand. You all can leave. I need to have a private chat with this fellow. Understood. The members of the Black Dragon Society exited the room, leaving only Pang Tianchong and Ganwuda. Pang Tianchong lit a cigarette and quietly observed the man resembling a fathead fish, striving to suppress his emotions. Who are you? Ganwuda asked, bewildered with wide eyes. We don't know each other, do we? Allow me to introduce myself. Pang Tianchong replied mildly. I am Pang Tianchong, and 3 years ago, you framed a person named Pang Shihua, who is my father. Now, do you understand why you've been brought here? Ganwuda's demeanor shifted to panic, his gaze evasive. I don't know what you're talking about. Pang Tianchong could no longer contain his anger and delivered a resounding slap across Ganwuda's face. Think carefully. Ganwuda, clutching his face, was about to retaliate, but upon meeting Pang Tianchong's piercing gaze, he deflated. He clenched his teeth, remaining silent. Speak up, Pang Tianchong demanded, delivering another sharp slap. Are you going to talk or not? Ganwuda, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, wanted to resist, but felt constrained by his bindings and guilt. Do not test my patience. Pang Tianchong warned coldly. If you do not speak, I have 100 ways to make your life unbearable. With that, he produced a recording pen and a glimmering silver needle, over 3 inches long, which reflected a chilling light. What are you planning to do? Ganwuda stammered, fear creeping into his voice. If you do not confess, you will soon experience my wrath. Pang Tianchong lifted the silver needle, preparing to jab it at Ganwuda's acupoint. I'll talk. Ganwuda exclaimed, terrified at the thought of such a needle piercing his body. Speak. Why did you frame him? Someone gave me 200,000 yuan to do it. At the time, I was deep in gambling debt. Who gave you the money? I don't know him. Ganwuda replied, panicking. I later found out that he was the secretary of Zhuojia, the head of the Zhuo family. The secretary of Zhuojia? Yes, that's him. Pang Tianchong clenched his teeth, once again suppressing his rage. Are you willing to testify about the truth of this matter in court? I'm not sure. The Zhuo family would kill me. Are you not afraid I might kill you? I am afraid. Ganwuda's face paled as he touched the blood at the corner of his mouth, pleading, could you give me a day to think about it? Fine. Pang Tianchong pondered for a moment. I will give you a few days to contemplate. I shall return to find you. You won't let me leave? Leave? Not a chance. After questioning, Pang Tianchong exited the room and instructed the Black Dragon Society members to keep a close watch on Ganwuda. He then found a secluded spot and dialed Lawyer Tian's number. "Hello, Lawyer Tian," Pang Tianchong politely said. "I hope I'm not disturbing you so late." "Not at all. I was just about to sleep," Tian Xiangru responded calmly. "Did you call to inform me that you found Ganwuda?" "Clever," Pang Tianchong praised. "I found him, and I have also uncovered the truth of the events from years ago, all recorded." "Wonderful," Tian Xiangru exclaimed. "Mr. Pang is indeed impressive. Let us meet at a designated place tomorrow." "That was my intention in calling you," Pang Tianchong continued. "I also obtained testimony from Zhuo Si, which I can provide you as well." "What?" Tian Xiangru gasped. "That's fantastic. How did you manage it?" Pang Tianchong hesitated for a moment. "Lawyer Tian, why do you not inquire about the individuals behind this? Is it necessary?" Tian Xiangru replied coolly. "I am focused on the truth of the matter and the pursuit of justice. Regardless of who commits the wrongdoing, I will always stand on the side of truth." "All right," Pang Tianchong affirmed. "For your words, I am willing to call you a friend. We shall meet tomorrow." Until tomorrow. Chapter 99. Dai Qianfeng Dai Kong Building, President's Office. Dai Qianxue had just begun her workday, perusing through documents when a gentle knock echoed at the door. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in," she called out softly. At that moment, Pang Tianchong entered, wearing a playful grin. "President Dai," he exclaimed, casually tossing a stack of cash on her desk. "Here is 8,800 yuan, repaying your money for the stockings." Dai Qianxue raised an eyebrow, momentarily taken aback. "Did you not receive money just a few days ago? Why remember to repay me today?" "Well, it's payday today," Pang Tianchong explained. "I mentioned I would return the money after receiving my salary, so forget it." "Still owe me?" Pang Tianchong asked, puzzled. "You don't want it back?" "Not that I don't want it. Just that I prefer to let it remain as a debt for now," Dai Qianxue replied impatiently. "I enjoy the feeling of being a creditor, all right? When I need money, I'll come to you." Pang Tianchong scratched his head, feeling a bit bewildered. "All right then. Whenever you need it, just let me know. Also, here is my ID. You can keep it as collateral since I have already obtained a new one." "Agreed. Let us do it this way." Dai Qianxue calmly remarked. "Do not forget. You still owe me money. Now off you go." "All right." Pang Tianchong nodded and turned to leave. Dai Qianxue gazed at his vanishing silhouette, momentarily lost in thought. She was unsure why she hesitated to accept the money. Was it disdain or simply a lack of desire? Regardless, the sharp tension that had existed between her and Pang Tianchong at the airport had long dissipated. 800,000 was now of no consequence. Suddenly, a sharp ringtone interrupted Dai Qianxue's musings. She instinctively picked up her phone and pressed the answer button. "Sister, sister," a frantic voice emanated from the other end. "Please come and save me." It was her younger brother, Dai Qianfeng. "Xiaofeng, I am at the Hong Yuanyang bar in the northern part of the city. I lost 500,000 gambling last night. You must come with money to rescue me, or they will chop off my hand." Woo-woo. The sound of his sobbing tugged at her heartstrings. "Have you called Mom and Dad?" "No, I dare not," Dai Qianfeng lamented. "If Dad finds out I was gambling, he would break my legs. I snuck out last night to have some fun." Dai Qianxue felt a wave of frustration wash over her. How could this irresponsible brother not learn anything? "Sister, please hurry and save me." "All right, I am on my way." With no other choice, Dai Qianxue hung up the phone, grabbed her bag, and took her bank card, heading straight for Pang Tianchong's office. "Pang Tianchong, quickly, get the car. We need to go out." "Oh," Pang Tianchong replied, shutting down his game and following the hastily moving Dai Qianxue to the elevator. As the driver and bodyguard to the CEO, he felt it was his duty to accompany her. Once they reached the car, Pang Tianchong casually inquired, "Where to, Director Dai?" "The northern part of the city. Hong Yuanyang Bar. Do you know it?" "Of course." Pang Tianchong nodded. He intended to say more, but swallowed his word upon seeing the frosty expression on Dai Qianxue's face. It was best to remain silent in uncertain situations. He had enough sense to know that. They soon arrived at the entrance of the Hong Yuanyang Bar. Before the car had even come to a complete stop, Dai Qianxue flung open the door and dashed inside. What was she in such a hurry for? He pondered, leisurely lighting a cigarette before following her into the bar. At that moment, in the bar's basement, a circular gambling table was surrounded by a throng of onlookers. A young man with curly hair was being pinned to the table by two burly men, his arms stretched out. The leader, a man with a scarred face, brandished a cleaver and demanded menacingly, "Kid, if your family doesn't arrive soon, this knife is going to come down." No. Dai Qianfeng almost wet himself. "My sister is on her way. She has money. Please wait a moment. Wait for what? The scarred man slapped the back of Dai Qianfeng's head, scolding. It's been over 20 minutes, and there's still no sign of anyone. Dai Qianfeng cried out, his head ringing from the blow. Boss, please spare my life. Just wait 5 more minutes. My sister will definitely come. Let her collect your corpse instead. The man grunted impatiently. I'll chop off one of your hands first. Stop. Just then, Dai Qianxue rushed in, shouting, let him go. You are breaking the law, do you understand? The scarred man smirked, licking his cracked lips. Killing requires compensation, and debts must be repaid. It's a matter of principle. What law are we breaking? Sister. Dai Qianfeng clung to her in desperation, sobbing. How much do you owe them? Dai Qianxue asked, her voice filled with frustration. I want to see if you will ever gamble again. 500,000. The scarred man replied. Hurry up and pay. I haven't slept all night and need to catch up. They cheated me. Dai Qianfeng protested, feeling wronged. Otherwise, I wouldn't have lost so much. Nonsense. Where's your proof? The scarred man glanced at Dai Qianxue, suddenly eyeing her with lewd intentions. If you don't have the money, perhaps your sister could entertain us. I've never seen such a beautiful girl before. You scoundrel. Dai Qianxue seethed, her teeth clenched. How much is it? I will pay you. Huh. The scarred man smirked. You got quite the fiery spirit. I enjoy taming wild horses. Brothers, what do you say? Should we take the money or the girl? The girl. Several burly men inched closer to Dai Qianxue, their eyes gleaming with greed. What are you doing? Dai Qianfeng stepped forward, wiping away his tears. Do you not uphold any code of honor? We can pay. Slap. The scarred man delivered a resounding slap to Dai Qianfeng's face, cursing, you little brat. What do you know? Here, I am the law. Stop it. Dai Qianxue pushed aside the scarred man, threatening, we are from the Dai family. Do you not understand? If you dare to lay a hand on us, the Dai family will not let you off easily. The Dai family? The scarred man sneered. What is the Dai family to us? In this Bien city, our Baihu gang fears no one. Just then, a soft cough echoed through the entrance, breaking the tension. The sound was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Who is it? The scarred man and his crew turned to see a young man with a cigarette dangling from his lips sauntering in. In the northern part of the city, at the Hong Yuanyang bar, as the scarred man and his gang surrounded Dai Qianxue and her brother, the atmosphere shifted dramatically with the arrival of this young man. Teacher Pang. The scarred man instantly felt a chill run down his spine and dropped the cleaver with a clang, bowing respectfully. Greetings, Teacher Pang. The others followed suit, bowing obediently, fearing to make a sound. What are you doing? Pang Tianchong took a drag from his cigarette, exhaling a plume of smoke. Is Lu Dad not here? Teacher Pang. The scarred man replied with a forced smile. Our boss is not here. I am in charge. Smack. Pang Tianchong delivered a sharp slap across the scarred man's face. Do you know she's my boss? How dare you act so recklessly? It was a misunderstanding. The scarred man, dazed from the blow, dared not retort. We had no idea this lady was your boss. Had we known, we wouldn't have dared to disrespect her. Apologize immediately. Yes, yes. The scarred man held his bruised cheek and bowed repeatedly to Dai Qianxue. I'm sorry, Miss Dai. Seeing Pang Tianchong's anger, the others quickly followed suit, bowing and apologizing to Dai Qianxue. We are sorry, Miss Dai. Please forgive us. The situation had flipped, leaving both siblings bewildered. Dai Qianxue was momentarily at a loss for words, instinctively waving her hands. It's all right, it's all right. Meanwhile, Dai Qianfeng was in shock, watching the Baihu gang members, who now looked like frightened quails, with their heads bowed, not daring to meet anyone's gaze. He then looked at the young man his sister had brought, who appeared unfazed and composed, and thought to himself how impressive he looked. Wow, it would be wonderful if this guy were my brother-in-law. With him backing me, I could strut through the underground world of Bien City without a care. Who would dare disrespect me then? As he continued to contemplate, Dai Qianfeng smirked and patted the scarred man's shoulder, saying, Hey, do you still want that 500,000? Forget it. The scarred man waved his hand, smiling awkwardly. On account of Teacher Pang, you can keep your money. Then I shall take my leave. Dai Qianfeng remarked as he pulled Dai Qianxue along. Sister, let us go. As they spoke, the two hurriedly exited the bar. They are leaving. Yes, yes. Zhuamatzi and his companions nodded repeatedly, escorting Pang Tianchong out of the bar like stars surrounding the moon. On the way back, Dai Qianfeng, still brimming with excitement, patted Pang Tianchong on the shoulder, expressing his gratitude. Buddy, if it weren't for you today, my sister and I would have been in deep trouble. Thank you. Pang Tianchong shook his head and remained silent. This fellow clearly seemed reluctant to let the matter go, stealing glances at Dai Qinxue and then at Pang Tianchong, before inquiring, "Hey, you came with my sister. Are you her husband?" "What?" Dai Qinshue's face turned crimson upon hearing this. She shot a fierce glare at Pang Tianchong and raised her hand, delivering a swift slap to her brother's head. "Stop spouting nonsense. I must tell Mom and Dad about today." "Don't, sister. I promise I won't gamble again." "Get out of the car." "Sister, I have no money for a taxi. I lost everything last night." "No way." "Sister." As the car came to a halt, Dai Qianfeng pleaded with a pained expression, "Can you at least give me some taxi fare?" "None." Dai Qianxue rummaged through her bag, finding only her bank card and no change. Observing this, Pang Tianchong swiftly pulled out 100 yuan from his pocket and handed it over, saying, "Here, this should suffice for your taxi. You should learn to behave yourself in the future." In his heart, he thought that despite his usual frugality, that moment when he was called brother-in-law was worth the 100 yuan. "Thank you, brother-in-law," Dai Qianfeng exclaimed, blinking as he opened the car door and dashed away. "Wait for me." "Hey," Pang Tianchong replied, starting the vehicle and heading straight for Daikang. The journey was quiet. As they neared Daikang's company, Dai Qianxue glanced at Pang Tianchong again and said, "Thank you for what happened today. If it weren't for your presence, the consequences would have been dire. Just a small matter." Pang Tianchong replied nonchalantly, as her bodyguard, "It is only natural for me to intervene in such situations. There's no need to dwell on it." "I find it a bit strange." Dai Qianxue observed Pang Tianchong's profile and asked, "Why did those vicious people appear so frightened upon seeing you, like mice encountering a cat? I had previously given them a sound thrashing, so now they are quite obedient in my presence." "Oh, no wonder." Dai Qianxue nodded slightly and then suggested, "Why don't you teach my brother a lesson? Give him a good beating so he learns to behave." "Your brother?" Pang Tianchong replied, incredulous. "Why should I discipline him? He hasn't provoked me." Sighing, Dai Qianxue lamented, "How can a hard-working person like me have such an unambitious and disappointing brother? Rich young masters are often spoiled in such a manner, aren't they? It's the consequence of being pampered from a young age." Pang Tianchong chuckled. "I see this lad growing up. He rivals that Zhuo Ersheo." As they spoke, the car soon arrived at the entrance of Daikang's company. Pang Tianchong halted the vehicle and said, "Mr. Dai, you may head inside. I have some matters to attend to." "What matters?" Dai Qianxue unbuckled her seatbelt and reminded him. Half jokingly, "It's still working hours." "A lawyer?" Dai Qianxue inquired curiously, "What business do you have with a lawyer?" Sighing, Pang Tianchong replied, "You see, my father has been wrongfully imprisoned, and I need to find a way to set him free. Yesterday, after much effort, I finally uncovered some evidence, and now I'm delivering it to the lawyer." "Your father?" "All right," Pang Tianchong responded, turning the car around and heading directly to Lawyer Tian's office. At the BNN law firm, when Pang Tianchong pushed open the door to Tian Lawyer's office, she was organizing some documents. Today, Tian Xiangru appeared even more spirited than the last time he saw her, her long, black hair styled in a professional manner, revealing her fair and smooth forehead. Her eyes sparkled like stars, radiating intelligence, and her elegantly arched brows conveyed confidence and poise. "Tian Lawyer." Pang Tianchong grinned. "I hope I'm not interrupting you." "Not all." Tian Xiangru stood up, extending her right hand. "Mr. Pang, please take a seat. I was just waiting for you." Pang Tianchong casually sat on the sofa, producing a voice recorder and stating, "Tian Lawyer, I won't waste time since it's still working hours. Let's get straight to the point. Here are the recordings of witness Ganwuda and Zhuasi. Please listen and see if they can be of use." "Wonderful," Tian Xiangru exclaimed as she took the recorder, her excitement palpable. "I didn't expect your efficiency to be so high. You even have recordings." She eagerly played the recordings, listening attentively. Pang Tianchong took out a cigarette, hesitated for a moment, then refrained from lighting it, gently placing it behind his ear. This was the office, and since he wasn't very familiar with Tian Lawyer, he didn't want to leave a bad impression. "Endure it." After listening to both recordings, Tian Xiangru's expression turned serious. "Mr. Pang, it is quite evident that this case is orchestrated by the Zhuo family, but don't worry." Pang Tianchong replied calmly, "If you wish to withdraw from this case, you may do so now without any blame from me. After all, the Zhuo family's influence in Bianxing is formidable. It is understandable if you wish to protect yourself." "Hee hee." Tian Xiangru laughed. "Mr. Pang, you underestimate me." Tian Xiangru, "Upholding justice is our duty as lawyers. The Zhuo family is hardly intimidating." "Oh," Pang Tianchong praised, "Impressive. I didn't expect Tian Lawyer to possess such courage at such a young age." "Hey," Tian Xiangru retorted, Are you complimenting me or mocking me? As if you're so much older than me. Humph. She continued. To be candid, with these two recordings, clearing your father's name should not be difficult. However, sending the Zhua family members to prison will pose more of a challenge. Do you understand? That's fine. Pang Tianchong waved his hand dismissively. As long as I can rescue my father, I can take my time with the Zhua family. Oh, Tian Xiangru asked curiously, Mr. Pang, as far as I know, your Pang family seems to lack influence. How do you intend to deal with the Zhua family? Who says we have none? Pang Tianchong raised an eyebrow. I am the greatest influence of the Pang family. I fear no one. Impressive. Tian Xiangru gave him a thumbs up. Mr. Pang is quite formidable. Huh. However, she paused. Your father asked me to convey a message. He does not want you to appeal, but instead to stay home quietly and avoid trouble. Why? He said the opposing force is too great for you to handle. He wants you to wait 4 more years until he can get out. Absolutely not. Pang Tianchong shook his head. Don't listen to him. Let us focus on getting him out first. All right, Tian Xiangru declared decisively. I will go to the courthouse tomorrow. Then I'll leave it to you. Pang Tianchong clasped his hands together, making an exaggerated gesture. Just then, his phone in his pocket rang. Your Highness. Their essay call. Excuse me. I need to take this call, Pang Tianchong said, raising his phone apologetically. Tian Xiangru smiled. Go ahead, Your Highness. Huh. Pang Tianchong pressed the answer button, and a soft voice from Lung Ku came through the phone. Mr. Pang. The designs for your bracelet and jade pendant have been completed by the designer. Could you please come take a look? Oh, I remember now. Pang Tianchong recalled that when he sold the stone to Lung Ku, he had requested them to create a bracelet and jade pendant for him. No need to look. Just do it as you see fit. I trust you. That one T do. The voice on the phone insisted. These are invaluable items. How can we proceed without your consent? You need to come and take a look. All right then. Pang Tianchong replied helplessly. I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, he exchanged a few more words with Tian Lawyer before taking his leave. At the antique city, at the Lung family jade shop, Princess Lung Ku rushed to greet Pang Tianchong as he entered. Welcome, Mr. Pang. Your presence is a delight. The young girl clapped her hands, beaming with joy, a stark contrast to how she was when he first entered the store. Today, Lung Ku wore a magnificent pink dress, adorned with exquisite flowers and flowing ribbons, reminiscent of a blooming spring garden. Her long hair cascades down to her waist like a waterfall, her complexion fair and rosy, with the innocent charm and loveliness unique to young maidens adorning her plump cheeks, resembling a vivacious little angel. All right, Pang Tianchong jokingly remarked. No need for a welcome. Just don't chase me, the little security guard, away, haha. Look at what you're saying. Lung Ku blushed with a master like you. We wouldn't dare ask you to leave. Following her, Pang Tianchong ascended to the second floor, immediately captivated by the myriad of antiques displayed before him. The hall on the second floor was filled with various counters and shelves, each showcasing an array of peculiar items. Jade artifacts, bronze wares, rare treasures, and famous calligraphy and paintings. All astonishing to behold. Pang Tianchong distinctly sensed a faint aura emanating from some of the antiques. Wow, he couldn't help but exclaim, your shop truly has remarkable items. Of course, Lung Ku replied proudly. Our store is the largest and most comprehensive in this market. How can we not have good goods? Mr. Pang, feel free to browse. If you find something you like, this young lady will gift it to you. No need. Pang Tianchong waved his hand. I'm not short on money. With that, he began to roam the hall, searching for those antiques infused with spiritual energy. Indeed, on an inconspicuous shelf, he spotted a golden elixir furnace. The furnace stood about 30 centimeters tall, adorned with lifelike golden dragons on either side. A subtle aura was emanating from it, barely perceptible. Ah, Pang Tianchong's eyes lit up. Secretly delighted, this is truly a treasure. With this, I could concoct some elixirs in the future. Thus, he discreetly opened his third eye to examine it closely and concluded that it was indeed an ancient artifact. How much for this? Pang Tianchong inquired nonchalantly, though his heart raced with excitement. 5 million. Lung Ku immediately replied, if you like it, I'll gift it to you. Really? I speak with utmost sincerity. Chapter 102. Preparing for Rain. Pang Tianchong had not anticipated that a visit to Lung's jade shop would lead him to encounter an ancient artifact. This elixir furnace was no ordinary item. It must have belonged to a significant figure from ancient times, making it extraordinarily valuable. The fact that Lung Ku, this girl, intended to gift it to him left Pang Tianchong somewhat bewildered. Boss Lung, he said, stroking the elixir furnace, as the old saying goes. One does not receive rewards without merit. You are giving me such a precious item. What is your intention? Besides, he continued, I am neither a high official nor a person of power. Isn't this a gift given for free? Calmly, Lung Ku replied, it's just to make a friend. Consider this elixir furnace a small gift from a friend. Making friends. Pang Tianchong shook his head slightly. The old saying also states that the friendship of gentlemen is as insipid as water. This is a 5 million item. Isn't that a bit excessive? Why are you being so pedantic? Lung Ku pouted, if I gift it to you, just accept it. For others, let alone a gift, I would sell it for a penny less. Oh, Pang Tianchong feigned sudden realization. I see now. You want me to be your boyfriend. However, this elixir furnace seems a bit lacking as a dowry, considering your family is quite prominent. Lung Ku's face flushed with embarrassment, and she stamped her foot in frustration. If you keep saying nonsense, I won't gift it to you anymore. I want to sell it even for money. All right. Pang Tianchong quickly donned a smiling face. I'll accept it. Is that satisfactory? I didn't expect you to be so mischievous. Lung Ku rolled her eyes. Gifting you a present, and you still have so much to say? Hee. Pang Tianchong touched his nose. I accept the gift. If you need any help from me, just speak up. All right. Lung Ku replied without hesitation. In the future, if I need you to help me pick stones, will you assist? Of course. Pang Tianchong nodded. That's a small matter, as long as I have the time. Wonderful. You said it. You mustn't go back on your word. Lung Ku beamed, immediately instructing the staff, come, wrap this elixir furnace for Mr. Pang. When he leaves, bring it to his car. Then, she pulled Pang Tianchong along. Let us go to the 3rd floor and check out your jade pendant and bracelet. On the 3rd floor was Lung Ku's office. Pang Tianchong sat on the sofa, surveying his surroundings. He could not help but admire the office's decor, which was both minimalist and grand, exuding an air of nobility and elegance. The entire space seemed to radiate an aura of authority and confidence, showcasing Lung Ku's exceptional leadership skills and exquisite taste. Would you like something to drink? Lung Ku asked with a smile. Tea or coffee? Anything is fine. Pang Tianchong replied casually, but you should show me the design drawings quickly. I'm still on duty. What's the rush? Lung Ku chuckled. Isn't it just a promotion to be the president's driver? If President Dai is not going out, you won't have much to do, right? Look at what you're saying. What if he does go out? Lung Ku shrugged. Tell me, is it because you don't come here for the 50,000 annual salary because you can't bear to resign since Dai Qianxue is beautiful? No way. Pang Tianchong denied. Am I that kind of person? Besides, aren't you quite beautiful as well? Really? Lung Ku instinctively touched her cheek, feeling a bit flushed. Absolutely. Pang Tianchong nodded. If Bianqing were to select its 4 great beauties, you would surely have a place among them. Hee. Thank you for the compliment. Lung Ku smiled sweetly while opening the laptop on the desk, placing on the coffee table in front of Pang Tianchong. Take a look. This is the jade piece I designed for you. As she spoke, she gently sat on the sofa, snuggling closely against Pang Tianchong, resembling a little bird seeking warmth. The computer screen displayed a delicate bracelet that sparkled magnificently. Beside it, the petite and charming Lung Ku leaned in, her faint fragrance intoxicating. For a moment, Pang Tianchong felt his heart flutter. Clearing his throat, he straightened up and said, "This looks great. I think it's quite nice." Gazing at the beautiful jade on the screen and then at Lung Ku beside him, Pang Tianchong suddenly understood a phrase, beauty like jade. While Pang Tianchong and Lung Ku were admiring jade in the office, in a villa within a high-end neighborhood, a father and son were engaged in conversation. The father, Dai Yunqi, was the chairman of the Dai Group. The son, Dai Qianlin, was Dai Qianxue's cousin and the former president of Dai Kong Company. Dad, Dai Yunqi snorted softly. Do not underestimate little Shui. Ever since she took over Dai Kong, the company's performance has been soaring, as everyone can see. It's merely good luck, Dai Qianlin retorted. I am no longer the same. Having studied abroad, I am well prepared to develop Dai Kong Company. Dai Yunqi pondered for a moment. You still need to discuss this with your grandfather. He asked, just getting old and confused. Why should anything be left to him? Dai Qianlin shook his head dismissively. You are the chairman. It should be your call. What do you know? Dai Yunqi glared. Your grandfather is still the head of the Dai family. For such a significant matter, can we not inform him? We should at least go through the motions. Make some time to visit him. Fine, Dai Qianlin grumbled. I will go see him tonight. Regardless, Dad, I am stating this clearly. I want to switch positions with Dai Qianxue. Easier said than done. Dai Yunqi shot his son a sidelong glance. You think you can just exchange positions in such a large group? Will your grandfather agree? Will the shareholders agree? If my grandfather disagrees, you can call a shareholders meeting to vote. Dai Qianlin suggested. A majority of shareholders still listen to you, the chairman, don't they? It's not that simple. Dai Yunqi mused. The shareholders are not foolish. Dai Kong is doing well. So how could they easily replace the president? Furthermore, many shareholders recognize Little Shue's abilities. Whether they recognize you is another matter altogether. Then what should we do? What should we do? Squinted his eyes and said, there are 3 ways to replace Xiao Shui. What are those 3 ways? First, you need your grandfather's consent. After all, he is still the head of the Dai family, and his words carry weight. Second, changing the CEO requires a vote from the shareholders. Third, as long as Dai Qinxue gets married, the position of CEO can be yours. Dai Qianlin gritted his teeth and declared, great. I will go find grandfather right away. If he disagrees, Dad, you can proceed with the second step. After saying this, he stood up angrily and slammed the door behind him. This Child Chapter 103. Dai Qianlin visits. Dai Yunqi watched his son leave with a silent sigh, pondering. After all, he is my son. Although his abilities are somewhat lacking, as a father, I cannot help but lend a hand. After a moment of contemplation, he took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Chairman Dai. The call was quickly connected, and a robust voice came through. What can I do for you? Old Lu. Dai Yunqi chuckled. Have you been busy lately? Let us have dinner together tonight. Ha! The voice on the other end laughed. You, who are so busy, suddenly think of inviting me for dinner? It's been a long time since we last met. Tonight, bring along Old Sun, Old Wang, Old Wu, and a few others. Dai Yunqi continued. Let us find a club, have some drinks, and strengthen our bonds. After all, you gentlemen are shareholders of Dai Kong. As a member of the Dai family, I want to sincerely thank everyone for their support. Right? Ha ha ha. The voice on the phone readily agreed. No problem. I will notify them. See you at the club. Great. See you at the club. After hanging up the phone, Dai Yunqi lightly tapped the table with his fingers and murmured, Old Two, don't blame your elder brother for vying for power. Who told your elder sister to be a girl? If Xiao Shui were a boy, perhaps she could compete with my Lin Er. What a pity. Pang Tianchong emerged from the Lung family jade shop and drove straight to the largest pharmacy in Bianqing, purchasing a plethora of precious medicinal herbs and other materials for alchemy, such as ginseng, deer antler, and cordyceps. He also acquired cinnabar, mercury, realgar, arsenic, and more. He decided to concoct some elixirs to strengthen the body for the benefit of his family and friends, as well as for beautification. At the same time, he prepared to create some poison pills for future adversaries. After all, one should never be careless in guarding against others. Fortunately, Dai Qianxue had not used her car all morning. After lunch, he lay on the sofa, covering his face with a newspaper, and began to rest. After a long morning, he felt quite fatigued. Gradually, he drifted into a dream. Dai Qianxue seemed exceptionally busy today, spending the entire morning reviewing documents. After lunch, she was reluctant to take a break and opened her computer to examine the latest data from the laboratory. Victory was within reach. Unbeknownst to her, some time passed when a loud knock echoed through the office door. The sound was forceful. Bang! Dai Qianxue jolted, and before she could utter the words, please come in, the door was pushed open with force. A tall, lean man with a center-parted hairstyle barged in, sat down on the sofa without a word, and crossed his legs, staring at Dai Qianxue. Lingu. Dai Qianxue was taken aback upon recognizing her cousin, Dai Qianlin. Oh! Dai Qianlin twisted his neck and smoothed his hair, countering, why can't I come? No. Dai Qianxue closed her computer and said, ISNT your company busy? Why are you, the CEO, here, instead of at the office? I came to discuss something with you, my little sister. No. Dai Qianxue quickly waved her hand. You're calling me little sister makes me uneasy. Whenever you call me that growing up, it never meant anything good. Just call me Xiao Shui that way. I feel more at ease. Look at you. Dai Qianlin laughed. I'm your brother. Of course I have to call you my little sister. Here's the thing. Dai Qianlin continued. I think it's too burdensome for a girl like you to manage a large company. You are in your prime. Why not enjoy life instead of exhausting yourself? Lingu. Dai Qianxue immediately sensed the underlying meaning and interrupted. What do you mean? Just speak directly. Everyone is busy. Ahem. Dai Qianlin cleared his throat. What I mean is, please return the position of CEO of Dai Kong to me. Let us switch roles. You can manage that small company. Wouldn't that be easier? Oh. Dai Qianxue's expression turned icy as she replied, I understand now. You see that I've developed the company and signed several major contracts this year. So you've come to reap the rewards. How well did you fare in this position before? You must know in your heart. It was I who cleaned up this mess and worked hard to put the company on track. And now, you've come back again. Dai Qinshua's chest rose and fell with anger, her fury surging, feeling as if she wanted to throw him out. Hey, Dai Qianlin chuckled awkwardly. Xiao Shui, you can't say that. After all, I had no experience back then. Now, after a year of study abroad, I am a changed person and will certainly elevate the company to new heights. Besides, isn't this all for our Dai family? Then tell me, what would it take for me to hand over the CEO position to you? You can set any conditions. Dai Qianlin, having lost his patience, said plainly, I will agree to whatever you ask. Why should I give it to you? Dai Qinshui raised her voice. If you want to take my position, have grandfather come talk to me, or let the shareholders meeting decide. As for you, just give up that thought. You, Dai Qianlin was rendered speechless and decided to play the rogue. If you don't agree, brother 1T leave today. What do you want? Dai Qinshui exclaimed in anger. Do you believe I will have someone throw you out? Who dares? Dai Qianlin said defiantly, after all, I was the former CEO of this company. Who would be foolish enough to lay a finger on me? Moreover, outside are my 2 bodyguards. They are not to be trifled with, haha. You rogue. Dai Qinshui glared at him. If you don't leave, I will call for help. Ha ha. Seeing Dai Qinshui angry, Dai Qianlin felt quite pleased, boasting, go ahead. Call the security downstairs. I want to see who dares to touch a hair on me. TCH. You've really crossed the line. Gazing at her cousin's rogue demeanor, Dai Qinshui felt she could no longer endure it. With this man unwilling to leave, she cannot work in peace. Just wait. Dai Qinshui pointed and declared, I will call someone who isn't afraid of you. With that, she dialed Pang Tianchong's number. Chapter 104, calling for help. Pang Tianchong lay on the office sofa, covered with a newspaper, blissfully asleep when his phone suddenly rang. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, their essay call. He groggily turned over, reached into his pocket, and drowsily pressed the answer button. Hello, Pang Tianchong. In an instant, Pang Tianchong was fully awake, a sense of unease creeping in, wondering what was going on. Why is she so angry? Is she directing her ire at me? You need to come to my office immediately. Dai Qinshui shouted before hanging up the phone. All right. Pang Tianchong instantly shook off his sleepiness, bolted upright from the sofa, and strode directly to the CEO's office. While walking, he pondered, what on earth has her feathers ruffled? Did I provoke her? Rubbing his eyes, he arrived at the office door and was taken aback. There stood 2 burly men, clad in black, wearing sunglasses, with expressionless faces and an imposing presence. Damn it, Pang Tianchong thought to himself, who is so bold? Pang Tianchong arrived at Dai Kong Company accompanied by 2 bodyguards, exuding an air of arrogance. He lightly tapped on the door, disregarding the imposing figures of the bodyguards. Enter. A sharp voice from Dai Qinshui echoed within. Dai Zong, you seek my presence? Upon entering the office, Pang Tianchong's gaze landed on Dai Qianlin, seated on the sofa, yet he paid him no heed, awaiting Dai Qinshui's command. Please escort this individual out. Dai Qinshui pointed, her tone firm. He is causing a disruption and hindering my work. Oh, only then did Pang Tianchong scrutinize Dai Qianlin, languidly addressing him. Young man, did you not hear what our esteemed Dai Zong said? Depart immediately. Upon hearing this, Dai Qianlin's temper flared. Do you know who I am? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? I care not who you are. Pang Tianchong retorted dismissively. As long as Dai Zong commands it. Even the king himself must take his leave. Dai Qianlin sneered coldly. Listen well, I am Dai Qianlin, the former president of this company. In other words, this company belongs to the Dai family. Which department are you from to dare dismiss me? Do you wish to resign? Enough. You're nothing but noise, Pang Tianchong casually remarked, gently cleaning his ear with his pinky. He then seized Dai Qianlin by the shoulder and effortlessly lifted him. When told to leave, do so promptly. Spare me your incessant chatter. With that, he flung Dai Qianlin out into the corridor as if discarding a sandbag, causing him to land unceremoniously. How dare you? Dai Qianlin exclaimed, caught off guard, and began to curse. You shall pay for this. Make sure he is dealt with. Upon hearing their master's command, the 2 bodyguards could not afford to hesitate. One rushed into the room, but was swiftly met with a forceful kick from Pang Tianchong that sent him crashing to the ground. The other bodyguard, witnessing this, charged in with fists flying, aiming directly for Pang Tianchong's face. The punch, swift as lightning, was executed with brutal intent, revealing the prowess of a trained fighter. Unfazed, Pang Tianchong raised a hand to block, countering with a palm strike that met the oncoming fist with a resounding thud, akin to striking a steel plate, causing the bodyguard excruciating pain. Simultaneously, a tremendous force rebounded, propelling the bodyguard out of the doorway. Ah! He cried out in agony as his wrist shattered. Collapsing onto the corridor floor, unable to rise, Pang Tianchong stepped out of the office, casually closing the door behind him. He surveyed the three individuals sprawled on the ground and scolded, "Get the hell out of here. If you do not leave, I will break your legs. Daikon Company is no place for your antics." Dai Qianlin, now somewhat intimidated, realized his bodyguards were no match for Pang Tianchong. With a single move, they had been bested, and he dared not show his teeth. A wise man does not suffer needless loss. This young man was indeed formidable. "Who exactly are you?" Dai Qianlin asked, mustering his courage. "Care to reveal your name?" "Ha!" Pang Tianchong scoffed. "I am Pang Tianchong, currently serving as Dai Zong's driver and bodyguard. Should you wish to retaliate, feel free to bring it on. Should you come here again in arrogance, I assure you, I can make you unrecognizable to even your own mother. Now leave." With that, he raised a foot, feigning a kick. "Fine. You are indeed formidable," Dai Qianlin stammered, scrambling to his feet and hastily fleeing. The two bodyguards, not daring to linger, got up and, wincing, followed after him toward the elevator. "Ha!" Pang Tianchong spat at their retreating figures. "What a bunch of fools, coming to my territory to flaunt their arrogance." Just then, the office door swung open, and Dai Qianxue peeked out, inquiring, "Have they departed?" "They have," Pang Tianchong replied, gesturing toward the exit. "Dai Zong, who is that scoundrel? He certainly does not seem to be of good character." "My cousin, Dai Qianlin," Dai Qianxue responded, rolling her eyes. "How does he speak?" "Oh, a slip of the tongue." "A slip of the tongue," Pang Tianchong chuckled. "I was unaware he was your cousin. What was his purpose here? It seems your discussion did not go well." "He came to seize the position of president." Sighing, Pang Tianchong shook his head slightly. Indeed, the internal strife of prominent families is ever present. As Dai Qianxue spoke, she slammed the office door shut with a resounding bang. "Ah," Pang Tianchong mused, his lips twitching in reflection. Truly, when birds have flown, the fine bough is hidden. Meanwhile, Dai Qianlin exited Daikon Company, his face smeared with dirt and anger boiling within him. He muttered insults as he walked. "You two are worthless, unable to defeat a mere young man. And I have lost face today. Young master, we did not anticipate that he was a master." One bodyguard lamented, his face drawn with despair. "Moreover, he is no ordinary master." Once in the car, Dai Qianlin, his face a stormy shade of gray, commanded, "Take me to my destination. And then you both ought to visit the hospital for examination." "Understood, young master," the bodyguard replied, starting the car and speeding away in a huff.